A faint cry for help echoes in the dark. Someone is pleading for a savior. It turns out the voice belongs to a young woman, trapped by giant mantis-like monsters tearing her apart. She is completely defenseless, left with nothing but agonizing despair. Unable to fight back, she weakly mutters a chilling plea, "Please just end my life." Tears stream down, her face in utter misery. But then the scene shifts to an armed five-man party standing before a massive dungeon gate. Among these five hunters, a guy in a red jacket turns to their leader, Choi Hion. He urges him to reconsider, pointing out that nobody knows about this hidden dungeon so they can keep all the loot. Another teammate chimes in, agreeing that normal dungeon raids barely pay minimum wage anyway, so why not take the risk? The man in white hesitates as he listens to his crew. These guys are registered awakened hunters, and this man in white is their party leader. They are debating whether to dive into this undocumented gate. After a tense moment, the leader makes a decision. "Let's do it," he announces. But a young woman carrying a heavy shield on her back speaks up with deep concern. She stammers, suggesting that maybe she should stay outside, admitting that she is just too terrified of how dangerous this place might be. The leader grabs her shoulder and asks when they will ever get an opportunity like this again, since everyone else is on board. His voice turns cold, offering no room for argument as he asks if she is trying to make him look bad. Terrified, Choi clenches her fists and stammers that she did not mean it that way. She is just scared of the monsters, recalling the terrifying bugs from their last raid. Instantly, Choi Hion flashes a warm smile, though it looks completely fake. He asks how long she plans to stay traumatized, reminding her of how much the entire team struggled to carry her last time. He coldly adds that a C-rank tank like her is easily replaceable, so she can quit if she cannot handle it. He sneers, asking if she honestly believes any guild would recruit her without his help. Devastated, Choi has no reply. She weakly mutters that she did not mean it that way. Satisfied, he tells her to just trust him and obey. Inside, she blames herself, thinking Choi Hion is right. She was being too selfish and let her fears get the best of her. This guy is a textbook master manipulator. To her, he is still the perfect boyfriend who always acts in her best interest. He always uses the excuse of loving her to justify his cruel words, claiming he is just looking out for her future. Completely blinded, Choi simply thanks Choi Hion. And honestly, we all know how this trap ends. When you are constantly ignored by the world, you will blindly follow the one person who actually reaches out to you. Choi is the textbook definition of this trauma, constantly telling herself that Choi Hion is the only one who accepts her flaws. Choi Hion instructs her to lead the way and scout ahead. Though fear grips her chest, she swallows her anxiety and nods. She resolves to not let her boyfriend down again. Slowly, the massive dungeon doors creak open and the group steps inside. With Choi leading the front line, they march deeper into the dark abyss. Suddenly, bizarre clicking noises begin to echo around them. Shadows move in the darkness as a swarm of giant green mantises emerges, their crimson eyes glowing with pure bloodlust. To make matters worse, there are dozens of them. Talk about an absolute worst-case scenario. Before they can even formulate a strategy, the vicious creatures lunge forward, targeting the hunters with terrifying speed. The red-clothed hunter retaliates, screaming for everyone to fight back. Each member unleashes their skills to fend off the swarm. Choi Hion barks orders at Choi, telling her to hold the front line alone while the rest of the party handles the flank. Choi grits her teeth and charges forward, raising her massive shield to activate her defense. She desperately tries to motivate herself. She whispers that she has to stay strong so her team can wipe them out, but the pressure is slowly crushing her. Her allies manage to slay one beast, but it is barely a drop in the bucket. They are hopelessly outnumbered. Panic spreads as they realize there are just too many of them. Choi Hion quickly understands they are completely out of their depth. This is not a dungeon his team can conquer. Terror washes over him, rendering him utterly useless. The team frantically asks what they should do next, while Choi is pushed closer and closer to her absolute limit. As a low-ranking tank, her stats are abysmal. Agonizing pain surges through her body, and she screams internally that she cannot take it. Desperate, she looks back at her boyfriend, begging him to cast a healing spell before her shield shatters completely. But as she turns, her heart stops. The boyfriend she trusted is already running away, leading the rest of the crew. She realizes they are abandoning her to die alone. Desperate, she screams his name, forcing the coward to look back. He merely curses at her, blaming her for failing to hold the defense. Panicked and betrayed, Choi drops her shield and flees. "Wait for me," she screams in panic, while a teammate yells in absolute disbelief, asking Hyun what on earth he is doing. Choi is still trapped inside. Hyun yanks his arm away. "If they don't lock it now, everyone dies." He slams the heavy gate shut. Choi reaches the door too late, pounding on the iron and begging him to open up. She begs him to stop. Across the room, Nara screams at him, asking if he has lost his mind since Choi is his girlfriend. His shameless voice echoes from behind the locked door. Survival comes first, and he expects Choi to just understand. What a total piece of trash. He leaves his own girlfriend to die just to save his skin, even though she was right there. Terrified and alone, Choi refuses to break. She forces her mind to focus, knowing she has to move right now. Despair can wait. She bolts toward the dark forest, her only thought being that she must stay alive at all costs. Rushing aimlessly through the trees, she holds on to the foolish hope that if she survives, her beloved Hyun-chan will come back for her. Then she stops. Right in front of her lies a massive ancient skeleton with something glowing inside the ribcage. What is that? She creeps closer and carefully picks up a strange glowing item from the bones. It is a ring. Could this be some sort of hidden item? Desperate for any help, she quickly slips it onto her finger. A bright holographic screen flares to life right in front of her. It announces she has equipped an S-grade parasitic ring. This is her ticket out. But the system alerts keep flashing, warning that the ring controls her very growth and survival. It can even resurrect the wearer. Joy surges through her, but a final message cuts her celebration short. Cannot die before the egg fully hatches. With that, the screen abruptly flickers and vanishes into thin air. She stands there completely lost in confusion. Is that all? How does this help her? Right then, the mantis monsters swarm. Swarms of monstrous mantises surge forward, burying her under their sharp claws. She screams, begging anyone to save her. Her vision fades to black, yet the agonizing pain of her flesh being ripped apart remains all too real. Tears stream down her face. Her voice finally cuts out. Choi is dead, but on her finger, the ring glows. System override activated. The host cannot die until the egg hatches. Suddenly, her lifeless body twitches violently. She sits bolt upright, gasping for air in pure shock. How is she still alive? It makes absolutely no sense. Then the terrifying reality crashes back. The giant insect monsters are still surrounding her, and they are incredibly hungry. She tries to run. Before she can take a step, a sharp mantis claw pierces her back, pinning her down. She is torn to pieces and eaten alive again, dying in agony. Moments later, her eyes snap open as she gasps back to life. Once again, she desperately stumbles away. She sobs, screaming out for anyone to save her from this endless loop of torture. Another beast strikes, ripping her leg completely off. She screams until her throat goes raw, begging her boyfriend Hyun-chan for help. Her cries do nothing. Once more, she is forced to watch her own body get ripped apart. Through it all, the system screen flashes its cold, unfeeling message, reminding her she cannot die until the egg fully hatches. The hellish cycle repeats. Choi lies in a pool of blood as the horrific beasts tear her apart all over again. How long has she been trapped in this living hell? Years, decades? No, it feels like much, much longer than that. When will she finally die? Is she destined to be monster food forever? Then she spots something nearby. Her discarded sword lies nearby in the dirt. It was a birthday gift from Hyun-chan. That absolute miserable bastard. He abandoned her here. She told him she did not want to enter this hidden dungeon, yet he dragged her in for cheap loot. He pushed her into this hell. Seething with rage, she swears to slaughter them all, reaching for her blade. She grabs the hilt and swings wildly. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Her strength has increased by 2. She actually killed 2 of them with a single strike. Feeling a sudden surge of hope, she tightens her grip and fights back. She points her blade at the incoming swarm and attacks. Is defeating these monsters really this simple? Alerts flash constantly as she slashes. Defeating monsters boosts her magic while her wounds heal in real time. She bursts into a manic, desperate laugh. Yes, she finally understands how to make this cursed ring work for her. Something inside her snaps. Plunged into pure madness, she screams at the monsters to bring it on. She will wipe them all out and escape this god-forsaken place. In her mind, Hyun-chan's smug, betraying face appears. She whispers a dark promise to her darling Hyun-chan, telling him he just needs to wait for her a little while longer. Though her clothes are reduced to bloody tatters and her body is covered in wounds, a terrifyingly twisted smile stretches across her face. The cave floor is littered with mangled bug corpses as she relentlessly slashes at the remaining horde. Suddenly, a massive threat looms. A giant mantis claw pierces right through her stomach. She pauses for a second, then a ring on her finger flashes brightly. She whirls around and slices the beast dead. Gripping the claw still stuck in her abdomen, she wonders if she is really done for. Suddenly, she reaches behind, wrenching the massive claw straight out of her body. The wound immediately seals up on its own. She laughs and dares the bastards to jump her. The monsters actually hesitate, which surprises her before a wicked grin creeps up. What is wrong? She asks. Are you scared now? She dives straight back into the horde, slashing everything in sight. She flashes a twisted smile, absolutely loving the slaughter, as if she found a new hobby. Power really does bring absolute ecstasy. She wants to kill more. Rushing headfirst into the bloodbath, she screams like a madwoman that they must all die. She slams her fist hard into the ground, triggering a shockwave that launches rocks and several insect monsters into the air. She relentlessly attacks. After what feels like forever, Choi Hion stands exhausted amidst a mountain of dead mantis carcasses. A system screen pops up announcing she cleared the Eternal Lands. Every single dungeon monster has been wiped out. Clear time is 634,434 hours. She is now A rank, but she does not care. The rewards mean nothing to her. She mutters to herself that they are all dead. Of course, she was stuck there forever. She walks past a struggling monster that is barely alive, stomping down hard crack. Now it is definitely dead. She laughs hysterically, eager to go out and tear those traitors apart. Meanwhile, back outside with Choi Hyun-chan and his crew, Nara is screaming at him for locking Choi Hyun inside and closing the gate. She was his girlfriend, for crying out loud. He always made her scout ahead, yet abandoned her the second things got dangerous. But Choi Hyun-chan shamelessly tries to defend himself. He claims that if he had stayed, everyone would have died. Nara reminds him that he was the one who abandoned her. The red-clothed guy chimes in, saying those who survive must move on. The other girl in the party nods along. She snidely remarks that C ranks must really pity each other. Nara snaps, asking if being a high rank makes them superior. Nara says she cannot stand them anymore and will report everything to the Hunter Association the moment they get out. The red-clothed guy mutters about people dying in dungeons. Even Choi Hyun-chan drops his act, asking Nara what she thinks she can do. He asks if she really thinks a weak C rank like her could survive this dungeon if they decided to leave her behind too. Nara stands stunned. Before she can speak, Choi Hyun-chan grabs her by the shoulders, his voice turning cold and threatening. He mocks her, shaking hands, warning her that she should just shut up and accept that Choi Hyun was too slow. Just as he finishes speaking, a massive explosion shakes the room and the heavy dungeon gate is blown completely to pieces. Choi Hyun steps out of the smoke, mocking them for still bickering after all this time. Everyone stares in absolute disbelief. Choi Hyun-chan is completely baffled, wondering what nonsense she is talking about. How did she survive? Choi flips her hair back, her face showing absolutely no emotion. Nara gasps in relief, but suddenly Choi Hyun-chan rushes forward and pulls her into a tight fake hug. He acts overjoyed, apologizing for leaving her but claiming he did it to save the rest of the party. Seriously, this guy is an absolute top-tier actor. Even a superstar like Kim Soo-hyun would probably call him up for acting tips. Since he wants to play this stupid game, Choi decides to play along and tells him she understands. Choi Hyun-chan smirks, inwardly proud that she bought his lies. Outwardly, he pretends to be incredibly relieved. He thanks her, calling her a good person, but then his eyes wander and he notices something odd. Her clothes are completely shredded to pieces, yet there is not a single scratch on her skin. Before he can process this, the red-clothed guy slaps her on the back, thanking her for forgiving them so easily. He suggests they take down the boss and split the loot. Choi smiles, asking if the fight is still going on. She thanks them for waiting for her. Seeing her act so incredibly gullible, Choi Hyun-chan lets his guard down. He assumes he was just overthinking. The red-clothed guy laughs, claiming he was too worried to move forward without her. He says his heart was heavy while Choi Hyun-chan watches her closely, muttering that she must just be foolish. Now at the boss chamber, the party hides behind a massive tree to assess their target. The screen identifies the C-rank boss, Durnleo. Choi Hyun-chan asks if everyone is ready to execute their plan. Choi will bait the monsters while the rest wait for an opening. The red-clothed guy nods in agreement. Choi Hyun-chan tells her to draw their attention, and Choi casually agrees. But before he can even finish his sentence, Choi bolts forward, leaving the entire team completely speechless. The red-haired guy yells out, "Why is she rushing ahead alone?" Hyun-chan screams at Choi Hyun as well, but she has already made her move. She crosses the distance. Slamming her heavy shield into the ground, she activates a taunt skill to draw the monster's attention. Instantly, the beast is taunted. It lets out a massive roar while Hyun-chan continues to shout, warning her that she is overdoing it. He demands to know if she has lost control. He orders the rest of the party to move up and support her immediately. Left with no choice, they charge forward. Hyun-chan sweet-talks Choi Hyun as usual, claiming everything will be fine since it is only a B-rank boss. Just block the hits, he says, and we will back you up. But Choi Hyun has other plans, leaping high to dodge the strike. This catches everyone off guard. The red-haired hunter watches in absolute shock, wondering if she is actually trying to run away. If she dodges, who takes the hit? He suddenly realizes the terrifying truth and screams that they are all dead meat. She vanishes. The devastating blow lands head-on as the nuclear monster's sharp horn pierces straight through the red-haired guy's stomach. Utter terror grips the party. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun lands gracefully and safely right on top of the raging monster's head. Standing between the beast's horns, she looks down at the dying hunter. She casually asks if that hurts a lot. The man can only groan in pain. Choi Hyun smiles, claiming she got scared and dodged out of pure instinct, asking for their understanding. She rides the nuclear boss. It stampedes straight toward Hyun-chan's group with the red-haired guy's corpse still impaled on its horn. They scramble to dodge the charge. Hyun-chan screams in absolute fury, demanding to know if Choi Hyun has completely lost her mind. What kind of game is she playing? She playfully asks what games he is talking about, making him even more furious. He shouts at her to stop messing around and get down. Instead, she gives him a chilling, dangerous look. Does she look like she is joking? She glances at the dead hunter and a heavy silence falls over them. Choi Hyun completely ignores their pleas. She quietly declares that they will now see who can survive the longest here. The nightmare begins. She forces the beast to charge again, leaving the exhausted hunters desperately scrambling for their lives. The orange-haired girl panics, asking Hyun-chan what to do. The coward tells her he will support with magic while she tanks. Stand in front and take the hits, he tells her. Talk about a spineless coward always hiding behind women. She screams in terror. She has never blocked attacks for the group before, but he has no ears for her panic. No time to complain, he screams that they all die if she does not step up, demanding she obey him as leader. Having no choice, she curses and complies. Hyun-chan promises to back her up, claiming she just needs to block well. He claims they will survive. By this point, Choi Hion has completely lost her patience, coldly asking if they are finally done. Let's resume the game. Hyun-chan curses her in his mind, baffled how a C-rank trash can control a B-rank boss. Block it. He screams at the girl to stop the charge, and she reluctantly raises her dual swords to cast a barrier. He thinks she blocked it, but his relief is short-lived as the beast instantly smashes right through her magic shield. The boss launches her into the air. She crashes down, her body twisted into a horrific shape from completely shattered bones. Another one down. Even Choi Hion is a bit surprised, wondering why this dungeon boss is suddenly so powerful. She pulls up her system window to analyze the monster. It displays A-tier beast, strength 6018, intelligence 69. Its vitality is at 8920 with agility at 538. The numbers are insane. She stares in complete disbelief. Why is an A-tier monster sitting inside what was supposed to be a B-rank dungeon? Then she notices a buff status labeled Empowered Blessing. It makes no sense. Who could possibly be buffing this thing? It must be that parasitic ring. Deciding to stop overthinking for now, she focuses on finishing off the last survivor first. She commands the nuclear beast to attack Hyun-chan, asking him with a smug grin if he can actually survive this. Hyun-chan puts on a serious face and stammers in confusion. In his mind, he is desperately trying to figure out how she is controlling this beast so easily. He deduces she must have found a hidden dungeon artifact, which explains why her submissive attitude toward him has suddenly changed so drastically. Dropping to his knees, he fake apologizes with a dramatic sigh. Choi Hion looks down, coldly demanding to know what exactly he is sorry for. He whimpers that he is sorry for abandoning her to escape, and when she presses him for more, he admits to closing the gate. Still showing no emotion, she tells him to keep going. He bows lower, apologizing for forcing all his demands on her. Is there anything else? He quickly replies that everything was his fault. Finally, Choi Hion points out his real problem. He has no idea why she is angry. He looks up in confusion, hoping she will just tell him so he can understand. He begs her to say it. Choi Hyun's cold expression snaps into a furious laugh as she screams that his very existence is the problem. Before the trash can even process her words, the massive golden beast steps forward and completely crushes him into the dirt. Riding on the giant worm, she laughs with pure joy. This is fun. But then she remembers there is still one survivor. She slides down and slowly walks over. She approaches the trembling girl and calls her name, asking Nara if she wants to be spared. Stunned by the sudden question, Nara freezes in absolute shock. Nara begs for her life, pleading not to be killed. Choi recalls that back then, Nara actually tried to stop that scumbag from locking her alone. In a dog-eat-dog world like this, a shred of decency is a rare find. Choi smiles warmly and tells Nara that she will let her live. From now on, Nara must do exactly as she is told. Nara submissively nods in agreement, but Choi suddenly recalls another crucial detail. She credits Nara for blocking the others from sealing the gate. Choi warns her to always hold onto that tiny bit of conscience. Since Nara and the deceased hunters knew nothing about her secret ring or her hellish nightmare, Choi decides to use Nara as her cover story. By claiming she only escaped because of Nara, Choi easily manipulates her. This clever move works wonders on the terrified girl. Too frightened to think straight, Nara quickly nods and agrees to everything. She is too terrified to think straight, completely unaware of Choi's real intentions. Choi mentions there is one more thing. As Nara looks up in confusion, Choi draws her sword and unleashes a devastating, powerful slash. She calmly warns Nara that if she ever runs her mouth, she will die. With that single strike, she completely vaporizes a lurking beast. To Nara, Choi now looks like an entirely different person. She is deeply shaken to her core by Choi's overwhelming power and cold attitude. Trying to hide her absolute terror, Nara quietly agrees. Choi smiles cheerfully, declaring that they are officially on the same side now. She suggests it is time to leave, but as Nara nods, Choi suddenly stops. She happily remembers there is still one more thing left to do. They still need to harvest the mana stones and loot. Trying to act natural, Nara agrees and they begin cleaning up the dungeon floor. After clearing the area, they step out of the portal, looking completely worn out. Outside the gate, a large crowd is already waiting. This crowd is actually the dungeon monitoring team from the Hansen Guild. Seeing only 2 survivors emerge, they immediately grow tense with worry. Where is everyone else? One of them asks anxiously. Choi casually flips her hair back, entirely unfazed by their panic. "Oh, they're all dead," she says calmly. Her expression is completely peaceful, as if the tragedy has absolutely nothing to do with her. While the monitors freeze in shock, Nara panics and quickly invents a cover story claiming the dungeon boss suddenly mutated into a higher rank. She tells them it became an A-rank threat and everyone sacrificed themselves to protect us. Hearing this blatant lie, Choi tries not to laugh. She snorts quietly, doing her best to muffle her giggles, though from behind her shoulders are visibly shaking from the sheer absurdity. Seeing this, Nara quickly points and lies to the crowd, claiming that Choi is crying from trauma. She wants to avoid more questions. Nara makes up a quick excuse about their fragile mental states, suggesting they leave the mana stones here so they can go home. But just as they try to slip away, a loud booming voice stops them, demanding answers about the missing high-level hunters. How did 3 B rankers die while 2 C rankers survived, especially when facing an A-rank threat? The stern man commands them to halt. He orders Choi and Nara to explain everything that occurred inside without hiding any facts or leaving out a single detail. The man questioning them is a shady, middle-aged fellow who radiates zero decency. It turns out this unpleasant fellow has a direct connection to the deceased. He is actually the uncle of the dead scumbag Choi Hion and also a powerful squad leader within the Hansen Guild named An Bok. Now Choi and Nara find themselves intensely interrogated by this man who refuses to believe their convenient story of survival. Choi's eyes narrow as she recognizes him. Right, she thinks to herself, I almost forgot this annoying uncle was still around. Looking highly irritated, he warns them that they had better explain everything that occurred inside without hiding any facts. This pushy leader is none other than the uncle of that trash Choi Hion. He holds massive authority and demands immediate answers. With no other escape, the girls are forced to repeat their fabricated tale. Of course, only heaven knows the actual truth. Upon hearing their explanation, An Bok flies into a furious rage, screaming at them at the top of his lungs. He barks back, asking who cares about some boss monster mutating. Their only job was to support the heavy hitters, yet they failed. He continues to rain down insults on Choi and Nara. It is honestly a miracle how a brainless egoist like him is still alive. But Choi is no longer the helpless victim she used to be. She is not about to let some old fool walk all over her. She lets out a massive dramatic yawn to show her utter contempt. Nara, however, is sweating bullets, terrified of what comes next. Nara silently wonders how Choi can stay so calm when she literally murdered the entire team. Surely she knows they could both end up in prison. While Nara frets over their impending doom, and Bok continues to throw his dramatic temper tantrum. Clutching his head, he laments why it had to be Choi Hion, who died, wondering how he will explain this to the boy's father. The guild's current situation is already on thin ice. Choi listens to his whining, but her eyes drift to something else. She locks onto his flashy, incredibly expensive wristwatch. Smirking mockingly, she asks why a bankrupt old man is still showing off luxury brands. Dumbfounded by her sudden disrespect, the furious man glares at her. Irritated by her insolence, he demands to know what she just said. Is that so? Choi continues, asking if his suit is from some luxury brand, not to mention his expensive car that probably cost tens of thousands. She points out every single luxury item on his body and starts mockingly comparing them to her own rough life as a hunter. She says they risk their lives for pocket change while he lives in comfort, which cuts deep into everyone else's frustration. The crowd begins whispering in agreement, making the guild leader Baek Dae-ok look even more irritated and annoyed. He stares at her in confusion, wondering what is wrong with her since she usually just stands trembling behind Choi Hion. Back then, she was always too terrified to even speak, but right now things are completely different and someone has to take the fall. A hunter died during the raid, and to make matters worse, that hunter happened to be his own nephew. Pointing aggressively at the two girls, Dae-ok barks out that they will both be held fully responsible for the tragedy. A worried Nara demands to know what he means, but Choi does not even blink, completely ignoring his empty threats. Honestly, compared to the horrors she has already survived, this pathetic corporate bully is barely worth her attention. Baek Dae-ok keeps ranting, telling them not to think about escaping and ordering them onto another dungeon raid tomorrow. He is the ultimate greedy boss, never missing a single chance to squeeze every drop of labor out of his workers. Nara tries to reason with him, saying this is going too far, but he just cuts her off with a patronizing sneer. He barks at her to shut up, telling them to be grateful for what they have since finding hunters is hard enough. While Nara stands there speechless, Dae-ok is already calculating his next move behind those cold, greedy eyes of his. Now that Choi Hion is gone, he needs to find a replacement fast, proving he is just as heartless as his late nephew. They really are cut from the same cloth, immediately replacing the dead without a single shred of human sympathy. Lighting up a cigarette, he mutters to himself in frustration, wondering why Choi could not have just died instead. He grumbles that a mere C-rank should know her place, but suddenly he senses a heavy presence looming right behind him. Before he can even turn around, an eye-watering wave of agony strikes him right where it hurts the most. Choi had snuck up behind him and delivered a brutal, perfectly aimed kick straight between his legs to end his family line. His face contorts in pure agony, his eyes rolling back as cold sweat breaks out and his mouth hangs wide open. Every man in the room instinctively winces and covers themselves, silently praying for the pathetic broken boss on the floor. Nara can only facepalm in absolute disbelief while Choi bursts out laughing and cheerfully celebrates her devastatingly accurate target hit. The miserable guild leader grovels on the floor, whimpering for help, but Choi does not show even a shred of pity. She tells him to stop crying like a baby, while he grimaces, struggling to even speak her name through his tears. Tilting her head, she asks with mock innocence why he does not just clear the dungeons himself if he needs money so badly. Then she mockingly suggests he is probably just too cowardly, making him roar in anger, asking if this is her true crazy self. He asks if she lost her mind now that Choi Hion-chan is gone, but that only makes her break into wild laughter. Clutching her stomach, she wheezes that he sounds exactly like his late nephew, which she finds absolutely and utterly hilarious. Wiping away tears of laughter, she sneers that a toxic family of parasites like them deserves every bit of this misery. Crouching down right next to his twitching body, she whispers that she is indeed crazy enough to replace his precious nephew. Daoke's pupils contract in sheer terror as he stammers out a question, trying to understand what she is actually implying. She calls him a foolish old man, calmly stating that Choi Hion-chan is gone for good and they should leave the dead alone. Standing up to leave, she casually announces her resignation from the guild, leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded and screaming in rage. He tries to threaten her that the guild will not let this slide, but she coldly cuts him off mid-sentence. She asks if he wants to get kicked into the dirt again instantly, sending a shiver of fear straight down his spine. He immediately shields his groggy lower half in panic, knowing his fragile old body could not possibly survive another strike there. Pausing on her way out, she suddenly remembers something, tossing a single crumpled bill onto his shivering body. She mockingly tells him to use it for Choi Hion-chan's funeral, delivering one final stinging insult to the proud guild leader. He screams in helpless, red-faced fury, but Choi does not even look back, simply letting out a loud, bored yawn. Nara adds a polite thank you for everything before both of them turn their backs and walk out together. Nara suddenly wonders if the unawakened guild leader will survive that kick, but Choi calmly reassures her that he will live. After all, nothing actually ruptured down there. Later, back at Nara's apartment, Choi admires a cool graphic shirt her friend lent her. She eagerly asks if Nara is in some rock band, but Nara simply shrugs and says it was just a random buy. She wishes she could buy something like this. Nara finds it a bit strange and asks if she can just buy it. Choi replies, Hyun-chan does not like things like this. Nara wonders what she means, reminding her that the man is already dead. Choi snaps back to reality, happily saying that yes, he is indeed dead. She jumps onto the bed and laughs as if she just heard a hilarious joke, and she is the one who killed him. Nara watches her act like this and cannot help but feel terrified of this crazy girl. Every time she says that, it scares Nara half to death. Finally, Nara asks why she suddenly came here, wondering if she has no home. Choi goes quiet for a moment before asking Nara if she can crash here for a while, explaining her situation. She used to live with Hyun-chan and she really does not want to go back there. She even puts on a cute pleading act. Terrified of her, Nara finds it hard to refuse outright. She hesitantly agrees but stresses it must be for a short time only. Choi sits up, instantly excited that Nara is the best. Shifting gears, she changes the subject to address their next moves. Since Nara left the guild, she cannot stay home forever. She asks Choi if she has any interest in joining another guild. Choi answers casually as if it does not concern her, saying not yet. Nara helplessly asks how she plans to pay rent. The girl honestly reveals she has saved about 20 million won, wondering if that amount will be enough to get by. Nara is confused. Only 20 million. Hyun-chan used to brag about splitting everything from rent to basic daily living expenses. Her host looks bewildered, explaining that he only paid the deposit while they split everything else 50-50 down the middle. The realization makes Nara angry that Bastard was a total liar, but as they talk, a sudden thought hits Nara. Wait a minute. Why is she acting like she has no future plans? What if she plans to stay here forever? No, surely not. She asks if she has any plans yet, like finding a job or a new place. Choi falls quiet, deep in thought. The former assassin admits she does not want to do anything. Having achieved her main goal, she has no idea what comes next. Nara asks what that goal was. Choi replies with chilling excitement, catching and killing every single one of them. An internal scream echoes inside Nara's mind. She knew that response was coming. Her face stiffens as she mechanically thanks Choi for sparing her life. Choi bursts out laughing, calling Nara's terrified expression priceless. Just then, Choi's stomach rumbles, prompting a question from Nara. Hearing that Choi is hungry, Nara realizes she has not eaten all day. She asks what Choi wants to eat. Maybe some pig's trotters. Choi doesn't care, explaining that Hyun-chan never let her eat late-night snacks because of her weight. This makes Nara furious. What a complete jerk. She tells Choi that she did a fantastic job taking him out. Confusion hits Choi at the sudden anger, but Nara insists anyone would be mad. Choi happily notes Nara is the first to do so. Nara tells her that anyone on the street would call him crazy. She orders the food so they can eat and rest. But Nara is still absolutely fuming, wondering how that jerk expected her to survive and fight on an empty stomach. With a small smile, Choi suggests they just dig into the food. Nara agrees, and soon enough she drifts off to sleep. Giving up the bed, Nara takes the floor. Honestly, Nara is just too terrified to ask her to sleep on the floor. Meanwhile, Choi tosses and turns, trying to recall the last time she actually thought about what she wanted out of life. With no desire to enter dungeons or join guilds ever again, she just wants to rest and find a simple job. A comfortable, quiet life sounds perfect. But just as she closes her eyes to sleep, she is forced to sit right back up. Something feels incredibly off. She clutches her stomach, wondering what on earth is happening deep inside her body. There is definitely a strange sensation in her stomach. She looks down, wondering if it has to do with her new gear. Her eyes lock onto the item ring on her finger. Deciding it is best to remove it, she reaches to slip it off. But the moment she tries, a system alert flashes before her. It is a parasite ring and it cannot be removed. Reading the warning calmly, she realizes it is a soul-bound item. Still, there has to be some way to force it off. It is a bizarre item, but she decides to ignore the system and just rip the damn thing off her finger. As she pulls hard, an excruciating pain suddenly rips through her abdomen. She grits her teeth, wondering what is happening. Realizing the system was not bluffing, she watches the ring's details pop up again, laying out the chilling truth of the parasite. It tethers itself to the wearer's lifespan, healing them constantly and preventing death until incubation is complete. Staring at that last word, she recalls seeing this notification back in the dungeon, but its meaning is still terrifying. What exactly does incubation mean? Her mind immediately conjures a horrific image of some monster ripping out of her stomach. Clutching her abdomen, she knows the ring saved her life, but that does not mean she can afford to relax. Getting this thing off is now her absolute priority, meaning her first step is finding out what this item actually is. She cannot investigate it openly since it is an X-rank item recognized worldwide, making things quite complicated. That means she has to find an illegal way, but the morning after, both girls find themselves sitting inside a taxi. Nara curiously asks why she is heading to the hospital so early, and Choi claims she has a stomachache. She adds that nothing is wrong, but then drops a bombshell: she wants to live with Nara. Nara nearly screams no way, but Choi asks why not, since she is willing to pay her share of rent. Nara firmly refuses because her apartment is tiny, but Choi plays dumb and suggests they simply move to a bigger place. Nara is completely stunned by the suggestion and immediately shuts it down, but Choi just keeps pushing the idea. Choi asks why not, and Nara vigorously shakes her head, refusing again, which prompts Choi to tell her to just drop dead. Nara is speechless over her extreme attitude, but Choi still refuses to back down, asking if Nara really wants to live together. Nara flatly refuses, so Choi tells her to wait until she saves up enough money to move out on her own. Choi really hates the idea of returning to Hyun-chan's place. Nara nods, but Choi immediately suggests they pool their money. Nara instantly shuts that down, then asks how Choi plans to make a living now that she has officially quit the guild. Choi says she will look for part-time work, and Nara wishes her luck. But then Choi flashes a pretty dangerous smile. She mentions entering a fighting arena, which makes Nara panic and ask if she has completely lost her mind. Choi tells her to trust her because she needs quick cash. This competition she mentioned is not just a normal fight. It is an underground matches where C rank or lower awakened are thrown into a ring to battle it out. This is a brutal, illegal gambling ring where spectators place massive bets on the winner to pocket some serious cash. Nara realizes a major flaw, since Choi is technically a C rank. Hiding her true power would be total fraud. Choi laughs it off, pointing out her license says C rank, and since the whole thing is illegal anyway, who cares? Nara cannot really argue with that logic, but she is still deeply worried about the entire situation. She tells Choi that if everything goes smoothly, they should be able to get their stolen money back. Choi smiles, glad her friend is finally on board with the plan, and the two head off toward the secret venue. Nara asks if this is really the arena, and Choi confirms it, though Nara notes it looks like a regular supply shop. Choi explains that her cousin mentioned this place before, which immediately leaves Nara feeling confused about who this relative is. Choi brushes off the question and tells her to head inside, while Nara nervously worries they might have the wrong address. Soon, they step into the main lobby and spot an older woman sitting there, prompting Choi to call out to her. She tells the lady she is looking for something. The knitting woman briefly glances up before returning to her yarn work. When asked what she wants, Choi presents her awakened license, showing her name as Choi Hion, born in 2020, C rank, with a physical attribute. The older woman immediately understands what they are here for and lets out a heavy sigh. She warns them not to risk their lives and to join a normal guild instead, but Choi calmly explains she just quit one. The woman tells her to find a regular job, noting a C rank has a much easier time than D or E ranks. Choi replies that she wants to rest because she is completely exhausted. Hearing this, the older woman finally looks up properly. She scoffs and asks what she could possibly be tired of, but as she studies Choi, she suddenly notices something off. She directly asks if Choi has ever killed anyone, a question that instantly shocks both girls and freezes the room. Talk about a hidden master. This seemingly ordinary woman easily read Choi like an open book with just a single glance. The lady mutters that she was wondering how a sweet girl ended up here, causing Choi to quickly shift her demeanor. She suddenly acts completely innocent and cute, asking why the lady is saying such terrifying things when she is totally harmless. Standing nearby, Nara can only look away and pretend she is completely deaf to her close friend's obvious shameless lie. The older woman sighs again and tells her to go home, but Choi is no longer the submissive person she used to be. She knows exactly how this harsh world operates now, so she leans in close and speaks in a quiet whisper. She asks what it will take to get inside. Hearing this, a greedy grin finally breaks across the older woman's face. She holds a finger to her lips and Choi immediately pulls out a credit card, which slightly annoys the woman. She grumbles that card payments cost an extra 10% fee, but Choi happily swipes it and nods in understanding. The woman points down the hallway, telling them to go straight. The two girls immediately make their way toward the exit. Passing through a beaded curtain, Nara begins to whine about the steep entrance fee, asking if Choi's finances can survive this. Choi just smiles and tells her it is fine since they will make a fortune soon anyway. They finally arrive at the arena. Just like Choi said, this place looks like a massive wrestling arena. Up on the stage, two fighters gear up for battle. Choi sighs and complains to herself. What kind of joke is this? The only thing accepted here is cash. She really should have brought some. She wanted to ask Nara if she had any money to spare for a quick bet. But when she turns around, her friend is nowhere to be seen. Looking around, Choi spots Nara holding a fat stack of bills ready to place a bet. Talk about a complete shock. She was trembling with fear just moments ago. So, why this sudden serious face? And where did she get all that cash? The little traitor. As Nara walks back to her seat, she immediately runs into Choi's deadly glare. She asks what is with that look anyway. Did she do something wrong? Choi snaps back, mentioning how Nara kept quiet when she had to pay. Thanks to her, Choi lost 1.1 million. Nara argues back that Choi can easily afford that, who carries spare cash anyway. Choi retorts, reminding her that she still has rent to collect. That is not even her own house. Nara whines it belongs to the landlord and half of her money already belongs to the bank anyway. Choi fires right back, saying she has absolutely nowhere else to go. As the two girls keep bickering loudly, a guy speaks up. He asks if it is their first time here. Choi turns her head around to find the source of the voice. It is a remarkably handsome red-haired man with an incredibly charming vibe. He politely asks if he can sit down next to them. The gorgeous guy approaches the two girls and offers a warm smile, asking if the seat is taken. Choi tells him to go ahead. He strikes up a conversation, asking who they are betting on, the desert or the sea. Choi just smiles and says she is not betting. Since she will be heading up there soon herself, she asks who he plans to back. He says he only bets on the truly powerful, like her for example. The answer catches her off guard though. She keeps her poker face. She wonders if this guy can see her rank. Could he actually detect her level? Brushing it off, she points out that people usually put their money on the big guys. It seems he does not have a favorite fighter yet. While talking, she quietly triggers her system investigation skill to check him out. The system interface pops up, but strangely, his entire profile is filled with question marks. That means even her system cannot scan him. Her high-tier skill is completely useless against this guy. This only happens if his level is equal to or higher than hers. Why would an elite hunter hang around a shady underground arena like this? She keeps a close eye on him, highly suspicious. What is his game? It looks like he already knows her true rank, as he casually asks if she knows the tournament limit is rank C. Since the arena is only for lower ranks, she shouldn't even be allowed. Did she fake her registration documents to get in? Choi is not happy at all. She coldly tells him that after rudely spying on her rank, he should mind his own business. She advises him to just focus on the match instead. Meanwhile, Nara pulls Choi back and snaps at the red-haired guy, demanding what he wants. Nara proudly states they have proper hunter licenses. The man just shrugs, muttering to himself that she is technically correct. Nara snaps that if he's drunk, he should go sober up somewhere else instead of bothering innocent people. Choi is totally confused. Choi asks her who on earth she is talking about. Nara angrily points at the guy, claiming his nose is completely red from drinking. In Nara's eyes, the man's face is completely distorted into a bald old drunkard. Choi looks back at the guy in disbelief. She looks at him again, then asks Nara if something is wrong with her vision, since he looks just about their age. Nara gets instant goosebumps and bristles, insisting the guy is nothing but a creepy bald old man. Choi immediately fires right back. She argues that the man obviously has a thick head of hair. Hearing their debate, the guy cannot help but burst out laughing. He chuckles loudly, calling their bickering incredibly amusing. He jokes that calling him bald might actually hurt his feelings. Choi is deeply puzzled. What is going on here? Could this guy be using a high-grade illusion item to hide his identity? That is the only logical explanation. Suddenly, a loud buzzer rings out to signal the start of the match. The showdown is on. The clash of desert versus sea begins. Nara cheers excitedly as the fight starts while Kim Dong-doo next to them is still giggling. His constant chuckling annoys Nara, who snaps at him to shut up and watch unless he wants to get kicked out. Her hard-earned money is on the line. Kim Dong-doo just smiles and complies. Choi watches him, realizing most people here are just low ranks. Normal folks and low-tier hunters cannot bypass high-level illusions, which is why only Choi can see his handsome face. While Choi is lost in thought, the action on stage officially begins. The combatants are a rank E named Park Deok-soo and a rank D named Simba Bon. Nara asks Choi who she thinks has the upper hand since rank usually decides everything. Choi agrees with the logic. Nara beams, proud of her bet on the rank D fighter. But Kim Dong-doo quickly rains on her parade. He tells her to change her bet while she still can. Annoyed, Nara snaps at the old man to mind his own business. Just then, the fight heats up as one opponent throws a heavy punch. The other blocks it with one hand and counters. He throws a punch back. The E-rank fighter suddenly ducks under a blow, grabs the D-rank around the waist, and slams him hard onto the dirt. Nara screams out in worry. She screams at him to get back up. R does not waste a second, raining down punches on his opponent. Watching from the sidelines, Choi laughs at the chaotic brawl. It is a total dogfight. Suddenly, R bared a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and bites deep into Park Deok-soo's bicep. Watching this, Kim Dong-doo finds it pretty amusing. He wonders aloud if that guy actually sharpened his teeth. Choi chimes in too, noting that the other guy is probably going to lose. Nara gets defensive, telling them not to jinx the match. But Kim Dong-doo scoffingly tells her to stop denying reality right in front of her. After all that, E-rank fighter is clearly playing dirty. Nara panics, urgently asking what on earth the two of them are even talking about. She reminds them she bet 300 on this, insisting a counterattack is coming any second. Just then, the announcer's voice booms over the crowd. The winner of the match is loudly declared. Kim Dong-doo dryly points out that the victor is already completely unconscious anyway. Nara looks at the official results and completely loses her mind, weeping over her lost 300 and crying that they should have listened. Kim Dong-doo chuckles and teases her. While Nara is clutching her head in despair, Choi just bursts out laughing at the whole absurd scene. To Choi, this fight is pure comedy. But Nara has officially snapped, grabbing Choi's shirt and demanding to know how she can still laugh. Nara blames her, shouting that Choi promised the D-rank would win. Hearing this, Choi's face darkens as her voice drops to a chilling tone. She coldly asks what Nara thinks she is doing. Nara suddenly remembers exactly who she is dealing with and instantly lets go. Stammering an apology, she asks when Choi will enter the ring so she can bet on her instead. But Choi just turns away. Choi flatly announces she changed her mind and is not fighting. Nara frantically chases after her, begging her to stay and help make some money. As she walks away, Choi quietly grumbles that Nara should be glad she did not get her own neck snapped for that. Besides, the item the E-rank fighter used earlier seemed highly illegal. Anyone using that kind of gear to hide their identity is up to no good. They are either a criminal or a runaway. But just then, Choi spots the guy she was looking for. She calls out, making him turn around. He asks if she decided to skip the arena, assuming she got cold feet. She immediately points a finger at him, blaming him for her ruined plans. She complains she cannot possibly fight after a red-haired guy like him spotted her, demanding he take responsibility for her lost cash. Staring at her like she is insane, he tells her to stop wasting her high rank in a shady place. He promises she would make way more money that way. But she playfully brushes it off, calling this shady business a simple hobby. Then her tone shifts. She asks why he is here, especially since he went as far as using highly banned items just to sneak in. He shrugs it off as his own hobby, reminding her that he already turned a blind eye to her little scam. He suggests they just mind their own business. Choi steps closer and refuses, claiming she needs to build her network. Then she asks him where he actually got that suspicious item. He asks if she is planning to become some kind of criminal. He flatly refuses to tell her where it came from. Choi grumbles that his lips are tightly sealed. Suddenly, loud shouts echo through the hall. Police are raiding the illegal gambling den. Just when things were getting interesting, the police crash the party. Kim Dong-doo groans, realizing this is going to be a massive headache. He asks why she is not running yet, but before he can even finish his sentence, a hand tightly grips his wrist. It is Choi. She is not about to let her only lead slide away. This is her perfect chance to get some real answers from him. Refusing to let go, she ignores his surprise and gives him a very simple, direct ultimatum to choose right now. He can either take her with him, or they can both get arrested together. Kim Dong-doo grabs her hand back, his eyes turning dangerous. He quietly threatens that there is always another way out, like snapping her fingers off. Choi laughs it off, calling it a pretty sick hobby. She realizes he is only acting nice to lead her into a trap. Kim Dong-do notes that no new dungeons have appeared lately. Yet, an undocumented item has suddenly appeared on the black market. He asks if she has been secretly clearing hidden dungeons. Choi grinds her teeth in sheer frustration. She realizes this guy has been hiding his massive power level this entire time. Even though they are only one rank apart, the sheer pressure radiating off him is absolutely suffocating. She tightens her fists. Still, this is nothing compared to the absolute despair she survived back then. With a sudden burst of energy, she screams. She unleashes a deafening roar skill, forcing Kim Dong-do to cover his ears and stumble back. He stares at her in shock. He wonders if she just activated an active skill outside of a dungeon. Normally, low-rank hunters instinctively submit to stronger ones. But this girl is entirely different. Her survival instincts seem completely broken. Kim Dong-do watches her closely, analyzing her posture. It is like her mind has been completely torn apart. He wonders if she was always this wild or if something broke her. Choi drops into a combat stance, ready to strike at any second. Kim Dong-do's mind races as he weighs his options. In the end, none of that really matters right now. If his theory is correct, this crazy woman is the absolute key. She is definitely the one who can locate the hidden dungeons. Choi curls her fingers, daring him to step up and try her. He raises his hands with a smirk, telling her to chill out and apologizing for taking the joke too far before asking if she needs more info on the item. If she does, he has a proposition: they can find a hidden dungeon together and he will lead the way. Meanwhile, back at Nara's house, Nara is moping around, muttering that she is not in the mood to eat. But Choi questions her, pointing out that she bought pigs, trotters, her absolute favorite. Her friend stays dead silent, so Choi keeps teasing, waving a bottle of soju and saying she will just have to eat alone. That finally makes Nara snap, asking if Choi really thinks food is the issue here, demanding to know where she was when the police arrived. She screams about being abandoned during a literal disaster when the entire building collapsed, but Choi casually shoots back that they ran off and left her first. Nara keeps arguing that Choi is still way too cold-hearted. After a moment, Choi bites into a trotter and asks if she is finally done venting. Completely thrown off by the topic change, Nara starts munching on a trotter anyway, asking Choi how she plans to make money now. Since the underground arena is shut down, she suggests Choi should use her free time to help her run errands for the local guilds. Choi just shakes her head while chewing, saying she is fine and plans to head back to the dungeons, meaning she will be busy for a while. Nara looks totally shocked, asking how she can even enter a dungeon without a license, but Choi just casually mentions the dungeon wheel. But she sighs that is not what she meant. Without an official partner, entering is impossible, but Choi smiles and says she already solved that problem. She reveals that Kim Dong-do offered to help, leaving Nara completely speechless. Wait, she stammers, is she talking about the actual S-rank Kim Dong-do? Choi is surprised by how fast Nara recognized the name, pointing out that she did not even notice him sitting right next to them yesterday. Nara tells her to stop joking around because there is no way a top-tier hunter would ever hang out at a shady underground arena. The guy sitting next to her looked like a scruffy old uncle, so he was probably just bragging, and Nara even pulls out her phone. She shows off a stunning photo of the real handsome Kim Dong-do, complaining about how Choi could mistake such a famous face for an old man, especially since the guy at the arena was much older. Then she asks if Choi has ever heard of the legendary Rebellion Guild. Choi insists she is telling the truth, but is surprised to hear about his guild affiliation. Nara jumps out of her seat, completely losing it. She cannot believe that old uncle was actually the superstar hunter, but Choi casually suggests he must have been using some kind of disguise item. Nara lets out a frustrated scream, whining that Choi should have told her sooner, feeling like a complete idiot for missing her big chance. Choi just giggles mischievously, saying the guy probably did not mind. Nara lets out a heavy sigh, realizing she cannot tag along anymore. She acts completely oblivious, asking if this rebellion group is really that big of a deal, which immediately sets Nara off again. Nara shouts that it is beyond amazing because joining them means never worrying about money again, not to mention getting the absolute best perks. She begins explaining that the Rebellion Guild was founded by one of the only 2 top-tier S-rank hunters in the entire world. It is home to 3 of the 8 current S-ranks, and their overwhelming strength gives them massive influence across many different countries. Put simply, Rebellion is the absolute best guild on Earth, and the chances of actually getting in are about 1 in 1,000. While Nara is busy lecturing, Choi just keeps chewing her food, leaving her friend completely defeated as she asks if the meal is that good. Her only reply is to tell Nara to eat up. The next morning, Dong-do squirms under Choi's intense staring, finally asking what her problem is. She claims it is nothing, just that she is surprised he belongs to Rebellion. He wonders how she found out since it was a secret. He changes the subject, asking why she brought that strange item along. Confused, she asks if they are not heading into a dungeon. Dong-do sighs, telling her she will understand once they get inside. But Choi keeps complaining, begging him to just tell her already. He shoves his hands in his pockets, telling her to stop whining and follow him, warning her to stay on high alert. Those illegal dungeons are far more dangerous than she thinks right as a massive muscular green monster roars in their path. It bears a mouth packed with razor-sharp teeth, roaring with pure rage, but before its grand entrance even lasts 3 seconds, its mouth splits. The beast is sliced cleanly in half, sending dark blood spraying through the air as the system screen pops up to introduce the target. This is just an F-rank lizard warrior, a totally weak mob trying to act tough, and Choi just takes it down instantly. She punches the massive monster with her bare hands, looking completely bored like she just stepped on a tiny bug. Standing tall, she casually remarks that he told her to stay alert, but there is absolutely nothing threatening here. Meanwhile, Dong-du is looking cool with his hands in his pockets, stepping on another lizard warrior while turning back to smirk at her. He laughs and calls her an idiot for actually believing him, explaining that most illegal dungeons are D-rank or even weaker. Choi realizes she was completely played. She is absolutely fuming inside but forces a tense, overly sweet smile on her face. Cursing him out silently, she swears to deal with this jerk later before asking if he is absolutely sure about finding a hidden dungeon. The guy keeps his hands locked in his pockets, stepping on monster after monster with an entirely blank, bored expression on his face. He lazily answers that there is no need to worry, explaining that most of the hidden areas always appear in these low-tier zones. Hidden dungeons are always found in low-level areas. That is why we have to search everywhere, whether it is legal or not. Just like that, his serious explanation flips completely. Kim Dong-du switches to a playful mocking tone. He sneers and tells Choi Hion that her shield is too annoying, telling her to just put it away as if she is entering an A-rank dungeon. Even in the middle of a fight, Kim Dong-du still finds time to tease Choi Hion, making her absolutely furious. Just as she snaps back, a massive blue foot with razor-sharp claws stomps heavily onto the ground below the mountain. An upgraded and heavily armed green monster wrapped in rags looks from side to side, scanning the entire area. This terrifying creature is actually an E-rank lizard general boss. Kim Dong-du and Choi Hion stand on a ledge right behind it. Looking down from the rocky peak, Kim Dong-du wonders out loud they still haven't found the dungeon, yet this thing is already here. He turns back to Choi Hion and asks her what the plan is, suggesting they scout around before taking on the boss. Hearing his question, Choi Hion rolls her eyes and pauses in deep thought, letting out a quiet hum. Suddenly, the boss monster catches a sound and whips its head back with a loud screech, but she is way too fast. Moving like a ghost, Choi Hion blazes past and slices the boss monster's head off with her bare hands before it can react. Standing frozen, her expression is dark, her sharp, deadly gaze piercing right through as she zooms past, holding its severed head. Like a sudden gust of wind, the headless boss monster sprays blood everywhere, pumping out like a fountain. Now that's how you handle business. She made that boss kill look incredibly easy, cold as an ice princess. If that thing hasn't appeared by now, it means it simply isn't here. Still, clutching the monster's head in one hand, she turns to Kim Dong-du and tells him to move because she still has other things to take care of. Suddenly, the gem on her ring flashes slightly. Moving to another dungeon, another hideous green beast appears before her. This nasty creature has bulging eyes, buck teeth, and razor-sharp fangs, letting out a series of bizarre and creepy noises. Terrified, Choi Hion holds up her shield with both hands to block it, her face pale with absolute dread. With tears welling in her eyes, she screams out for Hyun-chan, begging him to save her before she collapses. Suddenly, a hand gently rests on her shoulder. Hyun-chan's voice whispers her name, asking if she is okay. But his expression flips instantly. His eyes glow with pure malice as he tells her to help him by dying in his place. Hearing those cold words, Choi Hion is frozen in shock, all the color instantly draining from her face. Standing behind her, Hyun-chan lets out a wide, disturbing grin and says that is exactly why his family invested in her. Cold as ice, Hyun-chan gives her a gentle push forward, sending her stumbling off balance as she stares at him in horror. With tears streaming down her face, she falls backward, plummeting toward the sea of glowing red eyes below. Swarms of writhing monsters wait for her, yet she still desperately reaches her hand out, completely helpless and terrified. His mocking voice continues to echo, telling her she needs to prove her worth before she dies. But it was all just a nightmare. Choi Hion suddenly wakes up, her face dark and covered in sweat. She gasps, her eyes wide as she sits up, screaming, completely pale and trembling from the terrifying dream. Panting heavily on her bed, she looks down at her violently shaking hands and curses under her breath. Clenching her fists tight, she tries to calm her nerves, whispering that if she were going to die, she would already be dead. Still, her blood boils with pure frustration, and she grinds her teeth, wondering why that jerk keeps haunting her dreams. She looks down, her gaze landing coldly on Sim Nara, who is sleeping soundly and snoring on the floor. Whispering mockingly to herself, she notes how peaceful Nara looks while she cannot even close her eyes. After venting her frustration at the sleeping girl, Choi Hion falls completely silent, lost in her own thoughts. She silently reflects on the truth. Nara is only playing nice with her right now because she wants to survive. Staring at Nara, sleeping like an innocent puppy, she knows she could be stabbed in the back at any moment. But she also knows she can end Nara whenever she wants. Standing up, she quietly slips out of the bedroom. Pausing by the door, she keeps her eyes glued to the sleeping girl, her mind racing with dangerous thoughts. Deciding it is not the right time yet, she heads to the kitchen and reaches for the refrigerator door. Once she deals with the entity lurking inside her, she promises herself she will never enter another dungeon. Grabbing a water bottle from the shelf, her thoughts keep swirling, desperately craving a life of actual freedom. Pouring the cold water into a cup, she hopes to wash away all the heavy worries clouding her mind. While Choi Hion is lost in thought, Simnara suddenly bursts out of her room, running past her at lightning speed. She screams out that she is late. Choi Hion definitely cannot ignore a girl shouting like crazy so early. Holding a cup of water, she stands right in front of her. Simnara is completely frantic, eyes wide and sweating. Choi Hion casually asks where she is going. Simnara scrambles to put on her last shoe, while quickly shouting back. She has an interview at the Wazan Guild. Panicked to the bone, Simnara suddenly screams out of nowhere. Why didn't the alarm go off? Even though Simnara is sweating bullets, Choi Hion remains completely relaxed. Sipping her water, she calmly asks if Nara needs a ride, completely unprepared for this unexpected offer. Simnara looks back with a mixture of confusion and deep suspicion, pointing out that she doesn't even own a car. But get this, a shiny luxury car suddenly appears right before her eyes, leaving Simnara utterly stunned. She freezes completely, her face pale and her mouth hanging wide open. Then out of absolutely nowhere, someone pops up. Kim Dong-do pops up with a dazzling friendly smile, greeting her warmly and asking if she remembers him from before. Seeing his cheerful face scares Simnara half to death, turning her face pale gray as if seeing a ghost. She stands frozen, absolutely terrified. She covers her mouth, stuttering to ask what Kim Dong-do is doing there. Suddenly, Choi Hion pops up with a smile, pointing to Kim Dong-do, who is leaning coolly against the luxury car. He is actually the same age as you, so just speak casually, she tells her. But Simnara is still trembling, sweat pouring down. Kim Dong-do gets quite annoyed at having his introduction stolen. He scowls, asking why she decides things for him. As they talk, Simnara remains completely frozen. Even after they talk for several minutes, Simnara is still sweating like crazy, terrified thoughts swirling inside her head. She stutters out a nervous, panicked apology to Kim Dong-do for her past mistake. Suddenly, her eyes roll back. Her face turns pale as she lets out a soft gasp, her soul literally leaving her body as she falls. Please do not kill me, she begs with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Choi Hion gasps that she has fainted. Kim Dong-do simply smirks like a cool male lead, whispering that she is quite an interesting girl. Soon they are moving. On a quiet road with absolutely zero traffic, Kim Dong-do's shiny luxury car speeds along like a bullet. Inside, Simnara looks completely lifeless, her face dark and eyes blank. Choi Hion does not seem to care. She casually asks where they should drop her off. Simnara, looking absolutely half-dead, barely whispers a reply. Telling them to let her out across the street, she tries to breathe. Suddenly, Kim Dong-do chimes in. He smiles warmly as he drives, asking her which guild she is interviewing for. Simnara tiredly answers. She mentions Wazun. Hearing this familiar name, Choi Hion immediately turns to Kim Dong-do to ask a question. Didn't their guild leader explore a hidden dungeon? Once Kim Dong-do realizes this as well, and his smile vanishes. That is the one. He once helped them out, and now Choi Hion gets curious. Why didn't you just enter the dungeon with them? She asks rather nosily. Hearing this, Kim Dong-do replies. He smirks coldly, replying that he had absolutely no desire to get too close. As they chat, meanwhile, Simnara sits in the back praying with tears streaming down, but they ignore her completely. Hearing, Choi Hion quickly asks if he only wanted to get close to her because he wanted her fingers. Still driving, Kim Dong-do replies with complete annoyance that they are simply business partners, but she keeps going. She babbles on, reminding him that he was the one who invited her to cooperate first. Hearing them bicker like cats and dogs, Simnara silently begs them to wait until she is gone. She begs them to wait until she gets out. Meanwhile, two solemn guards stand by the gate as they arrive. The guard, wearing dark sunglasses, greets them as they arrive. They walk over, seeing the guards standing watch. Kim Dong-do walks ahead, asking about the dungeon's current status. The guard in dark sunglasses answers him immediately. And just like that, the guard says it's clean enough to enter. Staring at them, Choi Hion frowns deeply. She scowls and asks who these clowns are. Hearing her question, Kim Dong-do turns his head back to explain. He explains that they manage this area, then shoots Choi Hion a look of pure mock contempt. Sneering, he asks if she didn't know illegal dungeons have managing guilds, calling her completely dumb. Getting insulted for nothing makes Choi Hion absolutely furious. She glares daggers at him, asking if that is true. Or should I just report you right now? Despite the threat, Dong-do does not look scared at all, turning back with a smug grin. He grins, telling her it is her problem. His shameless attitude highly irritates her. She scowls in utter confusion, asking why he does not just cooperate with the leader of the Wazun Guild. Since they were in the car, she keeps asking. Frustrated, Dong-du sighs and tells her to just forget it. Suddenly, Choi Hion dashes ahead, turning her head back to flash a bright, dazzling smile. She asks if they can finally go inside now, and search before heading out. Seeing a beautiful girl's smile instantly captivates the guards. Their faces turn completely red. Even Dong-du is caught off guard, freezing on the spot with a totally blank stare. He turns around in irritation, grinding his teeth and barking at the staring guards. He tells them to focus on guard duty. Rattled by his outburst, the two guards quickly scramble back to their posts without a single word. After yelling, Dong-du rubs his neck, muttering about why she suddenly smiled. But shifting back to his serious mode in a heartbeat, his gaze sharpens like a hawk as he focuses on the task ahead. He wonders what they will uncover today. Meanwhile, Choi Hion stands inside the dungeon with her hands on her hips, feeling completely lost. Surrounded by endless trees, she feels lost in a forest rather than a dungeon. Growing highly impatient, she mutters about where he is wanting to get this entire raid over with as fast as possible. Suddenly, the ring on her finger glows brightly, sending a sharp, throbbing pain throughout her arm. Startled, she raises her hand in shock. Cold sweat breaks out. She wonders why the ring is reacting like this. Staring intensely at her hand, she falls silent in deep thought, wondering if she is just imagining things. That dream was too strange. She even considers chopping her own finger off. Finally, Dong-du Slacker walks into the area looking utterly relaxed as he casually asks what she is doing just standing around. Annoyed by his incredibly slow pace, Choi Hion snaps and yells at him, asking what took him so long and if he wants to die. Seeing her absolute fury, Dong-du remains completely unfazed and unapologetic. He gives a very half-hearted apology before walking ahead, grumbling quietly to himself about how incredibly annoying she can be. Behind him, Choi Hion silently stares at her ring, her expression turning determined. She tells herself she cannot back down. She needs more information because she cannot just force this thing out of her. They must find the hidden dungeon as soon as possible to finally rid herself of this parasite. A month later, under a bright blue sky, countless fragments of land float mysteriously high up in the air. Three-eyed birds with razor-sharp talons circle the sky, screeching terribly. Spotting Choi Hion standing completely still below, one of the giant beasts dives straight down to launch an attack. But before it can even touch a single hair on her head, a brilliant beam of light pierces through it. It leaves a gaping hole in its chest, taking down other beasts behind it. She absolutely obliterates the flock with her bare hands, her dark expression suggesting she is ready to destroy the whole world. These annoying birds do not stand a single chance. Meanwhile, Dong-du stands nearby, casually taking out monsters with his elbow. With one hand in his pocket, he watches her fight with quiet curiosity. He notes how she is pushing herself exceptionally hard today, wondering if something is seriously bothering her behind that rage. He slowly approaches her from behind, thinking to himself that they will probably end up empty-handed again anyway. He calls out, but before he can finish, she suddenly whips around. Her eyes gleam with a deadly red light. Charging forward like a flash of lightning, she throws a heavy punch at him. But with his incredibly high-level skills, Dong-du blocks the blow effortlessly. He looks at her with a helpless, amused smile. He asks why she is so angry. Choi Hion's face remains incredibly tense, radiating fury. She glares at him with burning eyes, grinding her teeth in pure rage as his calm voice echoes once again. He asks if she wants to spar, suddenly grabbing her fist tightly. With one swift motion, he throws her backward like she is nothing. As she flies through the air, he warns her. He tells her he won't go easy on her. But Choi Hion quickly recovers, sliding back to a solid stance. She stands tall, glaring back at him. Suddenly, her eyes roll back as if she is completely possessed. Panting heavily in a fit of rage, her blood boils. But just as suddenly, she snaps out of it. Her red eyes return to normal. Recalling what just happened, Choi Hion furrows her brows, sweating profusely while thinking to herself, "What on earth was that?" Suddenly, Dong-du shoves his hands into his pockets and turns to leave, pausing only to look back. He glances at her. Acting as if they had not just been about to kill each other, he casually remarks that she looks exhausted. He tells her to take a break while he handles the dungeon boss. Without another word, Dong-du walks away, completely ignoring her. Choi Hion stands there frozen, sweating profusely with her eyes wide in shock. She raises a hand to her forehead, trying to process it. She pants heavily as if she just finished a grueling marathon. Her face is twisted in frustration as she grits her teeth. What the hell did she just do? She wonders if searching for this hidden dungeon was actually the worst mistake she could make. As she worries, Choi Hion looks down anxiously, staring at the ring on her finger. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets. Her body feels increasingly strange, and the gem on her ring continues to shine brilliantly, flashing with an eerie, rhythmic light. A mysterious artifact like that is always bad news. What should she do now as the dark night falls? Inside their lit two-story house, Choi Hion calls out that she is home. Suddenly, as she bends down to take off her footwear, she freezes. Looking up in surprise, she asks Nara what is with that depressed expression, wondering if something terrible happened to her. Sitting inside with a headband, Nara tearfully whines that she got rejected again today. Her face is a picture of pure misery. Seeing Choi Hyun carry in a plastic bag, Nara slumps back in her chair and complains about how brutal job hunting is. She asks how Choi Hyun fared today. Hearing this, Choi Hyun quickly replies that things are just as bad on her end. She has found absolutely nothing. An entire month has passed without a single lead. But then she instantly shifts her attitude. Choi Hyun completely brushes the depressing topic aside and tosses the plastic bag she was holding straight at Nara, startling her. She tells Nara to stop complaining and just eat first. Caught off guard by the flying bag, Nara looks up in utter confusion. Nara asks what she bought. Choi Hyun turns to her with a warm, bright smile, happily announcing that she got pork trotters. She then remembers that good food needs alcohol, so she asks Nara if they still have some drinks left in the house. Hearing the mention of drinking, Nara immediately brightens up, her depression vanishing instantly as she drools and shouts in pure excitement. Of course they do. Nara slams her glass down, cursing loudly about how unfair life is before slamming her fist onto the table. With tears streaming down her face, she wails, complaining about how impossibly hard it is to secure any kind of job. She laments her fate, crying about only having basic physical skills and being a lowly C-rank hunter who nobody wants to hire. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun sits quietly sipping her drink with a mixture of helplessness and sheer exhaustion as Nara continues her dramatic, tearful rant. Nara screams at the sky, cursing her luck and asking why she had to awaken as a basic physical fighter of all things. Choi Hyun completely tunes out her friend's loud breakdown. She simply raises her glass to drink, lost in her own tiring thoughts. She sighs, knowing she must search for that hidden dungeon tomorrow. Just when you think she can rest, the grind calls. After sobbing like crazy, Nara suddenly shifts gears and starts sniffling, speaking in a soft, sad, and deeply discouraged tone. This sudden shift in mood catches Choi Hyun's attention, causing her to glance over at her friend. Suddenly, her eyes widen in realization. She asks Nara why she cannot just hunt monsters to level up her stats. Hearing this, Nara glares in utter disbelief. Fuming with rage, Nara yells that she would have done that already if it were actually possible, but she is not a combat class. Since she is not a combat type, she cannot just go out and fight. Hearing this explanation, Choi Hyun looks at her with disdain. She bluntly tells Nara that she is a hopeless case. Instead of offering comfort, Choi Hyun just rubs salt into her fresh wounds. This makes Nara boil with anger. Teary-eyed and snotty, she screams that Choi Hyun is being incredibly rude to her. After venting, Nara falls silent and sulks. She crosses her arms, pursing her lips tightly as she sits in absolute silence. She looks up with a discouraged sigh, staring at Choi Hyun before asking how on earth she managed to get so strong. She wonders if Choi Hyun found some secret high-tier item inside that hidden dungeon, murmuring about how amazing that must be. Hearing this, Choi Hyun freezes in shock, completely speechless. But Nara keeps rambling, asking if she can tag along to the dungeon. Hearing Nara's words and sensing her obvious envy, Choi Hyun glares angrily, veins popping on her face as she silently fumes. She hates everything about her current situation. While Choi Hyun tries to ignore her, Nara keeps whining about how unfair life is. Nara sighs, complaining that if she had a powerful cheat item like Choi Hyun, she would have joined a top guild already. She laments her terrible luck. But to Choi Hyun, being lucky is the last word she would use to describe her situation. She still remembers the absolute horror of being torn apart by a swarm of vicious four-legged monsters with razor-sharp fangs. Swarms of beasts crawled all over her bleeding, battered body as she lay face down on the cold grass, barely holding on. She cannot die, a literal endless buffet for those beasts, gnawed on over and over again. Then a massive monster, with bulging eyes and massive razor-sharp fangs, snaps its blood-soaked jaw directly at Choi Hyun, who is completely paralyzed with fear. Her eyes roll back as tears stream down her face. She desperately drags her broken, bloody body away from the beast. Terrified out of her mind, she constantly glances back at her pursuer. To survive, Choi Hyun has to become stronger. Power is her only ticket out of this hell. Suddenly, a dark thought crosses Choi Hyun's mind as Nara keeps blabbering. Nara has absolutely no clue. Choi Hyun's expression darkens as she glares at Nara with pure annoyance, considering her next move. Should she just end Nara right here? While Choi Hyun plays with this dark idea, Nara innocently continues her monologue. She squeezes her eyes shut, sniffling as she talks about how people might finally stop looking down on her in the future. Maybe she could even make a fortune like the high-ranking hunters. But Choi Hyun's sudden reply freezes her completely. Nara freezes, her jaw dropping. Choi Hyun coldly asks her if she honestly thinks survival was just a matter of luck. Nara stammers, completely lost. But Choi Hyun's gaze turns razor-sharp, looking like she is ready to shred Nara to pieces right then. Gripping her drink on the table, Choi Hyun growls that Nara clearly does not feel a shred of guilt to speak such nonsense. This sudden chilling turn in Choi Hyun's attitude completely terrifies Nara, making her pale face break into a cold sweat instantly. Sweat dripping and tears welling up, she frantically tries to backtrack. Wait, Choi, please, that is not what I meant. But Choi Hyun's hostility only deepens. She flashes a dark, sinister grin, locking her eyes onto the trembling girl. She demands to know exactly what Nara meant. Trembling, Nara stammers out a frantic apology, barely able to form coherent words. She blames the alcohol, internally panicking as she wonders how she could have said something so incredibly stupid to her face. A horrific image flashes in Nara's mind, a mangled corpse lying in a pool of blood with its leg completely severed. People stand around, staring at the horror. Nara realizes that she was only able to survive out of pure dumb luck. Suddenly, a bloody foot steps onto the dirt. A terrifying question rings in her head: what if she snaps right now? What if Choi Hyun decides to murder her on the spot? Panic sets in, and Nara's eyes widen in sheer horror. Her face goes completely pale, as if death is knocking at the door. Drenched in sweat, she squeaks out a trembling apology. With her hands shaking like autumn leaves, she begs Choi Hyun to please just pretend she never heard a single word. Shaking from head to toe, tears threatening to spill, she looks down in misery and admits she was completely wrong. Seeing Nara completely petrified, Choi Hyun scowls and keeps her cold gaze locked onto her trembling friend in absolute silence. After a heavy silence, she closes her eyes and lets out a long sigh, thinking about how clueless Nara really is about everything. Curiosity is natural after all. Watching Nara sweat bullets in front of her, Choi Hyun flips her attitude in an instant. She casually tells her to finish her food but warns her never to speak of such nonsense ever again. Nara nods eagerly, quickly, promising that she understands. They continue to eat and drink in a deeply awkward, heavy silence. Choi Hyun acts like absolutely nothing happened, while Nara is far too anxious to even touch her food. After finishing her drink, Choi Hyun quietly stares down at her empty glass before suddenly calling out Nara's name. Flinching in surprise, Nara immediately squeaks out a reply. That is when Choi Hyun completely shifts the topic. She lifts the empty glass, her eyes turning completely lifeless as she reminds Nara that she nearly died down there. But in those final moments, she found a mysterious ring. Nara blinks, completely puzzled by this sudden revelation. With a deeply puzzled look, Nara stammers out a question: is that ring really the reason she survived? A shadow of sadness crosses Choi Hyun's face. She explains that the ring has no such miraculous cheat skill. Just as she mentioned before, raising her stats required one thing: she had to kill and keep killing. Choi Hyun delivers this chilling line with a faint, creepy smile, her cold eyes glinting in the dim light. She stares straight ahead, like a villain in a thriller movie, slowly raising her ring-bearing hand to her chest. She killed so many monsters that she completely lost count. Nara listens, absolutely stunned by this horrifying revelation. She squeezes her eyes shut in disbelief. Grasping her head and waving her arms in panic, she stammers out. She stumbles over her words, insisting that none of this makes any sense. Choi Hyun simply stares back in amusement. She asks why Nara thinks so. Nara gestures wildly with her hands, her face screaming that she is completely lost. She asks what Choi Hyun actually means. How could a defensive tank like her possibly kill that many beasts? But as she finishes her question, a strange detail suddenly crosses her mind, making Nara furrow her brow and continue speaking. Nara finds it impossible. They had barely closed the door when Choi Hyun walked right out, yet she claims her stats shot up in that split second. Nara suddenly sets down her chopsticks and goes dead quiet. Her face drains of color as she stares at Choi Hyun with pure concern. Her face turns completely pale, her eyes filled with deep anxiety as she asks what on earth actually happened to her inside that place. Choi Hyun does not hesitate for a second, bluntly admitting she died thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of times in there. Swarms of crawling four-legged monsters constantly dragged her down, gnawing at her flesh and tearing her apart over and over again. They chased her down, crushed her body, and slowly consumed her piece by piece, an endless cycle of brutal torment. Choi Hyun remembers the agonizing pain, her limbs torn away, her head severed only to revive instantly when all she wanted was death. Hearing this absolute madness, Nara freezes in disbelief, completely unable to process what she is hearing. She stammers out that she does not understand, asking if Choi Hyun really means she just kept dying repeatedly in that room. Choi Hyun looks down, her eyes hollow and dark with a lingering sadness as she continues her quiet, chilling explanation. It sounds impossible, but dying over and over again was the only way she grew stronger, even though she felt completely hopeless back then. The memories flash back: Choi Hyun covered in blood, torn apart by ravenous beasts, her pale face looking entirely devoid of life. She looked like a hollow corpse back then. Her voice echoes once more, admitting she never even wanted to become strong. She did not care about power or rare items, making her endless suffering feel entirely pointless and cruel. While Nara stands there, frozen in absolute shock, struggling to process this horrifying reality, Choi Hyun keeps laying out the facts. She explains that when she finally escaped, she realized that time had not moved at all in the outside world. Nara and the others were still standing in the exact same spot, as if no time had passed for them. Despite recounting such a nightmare, Choi Hyun remains completely calm, even offering a faint mysterious smile as she raises her hand. She repeats that this hellish cycle was her path to power. Nara stares back, completely speechless, her mind utterly blown. Nara mutters that it is absolute madness. Honestly, who could even blame her for being completely terrified right now? She feels a chill realizing Choi Hion was abandoned in that nightmare. She painfully recalls her own foolish words from earlier. She had badgered Choi Hion about her strength, calling her lucky and even suggesting they hunt for hidden dungeons together. How could she have been so incredibly blind? Nara bites her lip, cold sweat dripping down her face. Frowning deeply, she suddenly looks up and asks another burning question she still cannot wrap her head around. Choi Hyun just stares back, her expression cool and detached as a small, sharp smile plays on her lips. She calmly tells Nara that understanding is not necessary at all, she only needs to accept that it happened. Nara trembles, her entire body shaking as she finally musters the courage to ask why Choi Hyun chose to save her. The sudden question catches Choi Hyun completely off guard. She freezes, staring back with an utterly blank expression. Nara bows her head, tears streaming down as she weeps, wishing she had stopped that bastard from locking the door. She regrets her inaction deeply. For the very first time, someone actually feels sorry for her painful situation. Stunned by this sudden warmth, Choi Hyun freezes for a moment before closing her eyes and bursting into unexpected laughter. She laughs hysterically like someone who has completely lost her mind, wiping away a tear as she tries to catch her breath. She tells Nara not to misunderstand, she did not save her out of pity, it was just a random split-second decision. As Nara keeps her head down in sorrow, Choi Hyun starts to say something else to ease the heavy tension. But before she can finish, Nara cuts her off completely, her pale face still wet with tears as she speaks. Nara softly whispers an apology. Hearing those words completely catches Choi Hyun off guard, leaving her totally speechless. She just sits there completely stunned before breaking the heavy emotional silence with a rather blunt question. She asks if Nara is actually crying. Outside, night has fallen and inside the dimly lit house, Nara snaps back defensively. She loudly insists she is not crying at all. Meanwhile, amidst rising dust and smoke, Dong-du sits resting his chin. He asks with a deadpan expression if he has ever received an apology before, completely unbothered by the chaos. Suddenly, a massive and enraged brown beast charges out of absolute nowhere, rushing straight toward Choi Hyun like lightning. She is still casually talking to Dong-du, completely oblivious to the fact that she is about to be rammed into oblivion. She keeps asking who it was right before blood suddenly splatters everywhere as Dong-du casually sits atop the beast. Rests his chin on the fallen monster, completely ignoring the splattering blood as he continues his chat with Choi Hyun. He mentions his family and those around him, pointing out that she is likely in the exact same boat. The boss is down. Choi Hyun stands over its lifeless body looking up at Kim Dong-du. She tells him about her childhood. Kim Dong-du acts sympathetic, saying her life must have been rough. Hearing that Choi Hyun suddenly turns dead serious, she thought she would spend her whole life apologizing. Then a sudden flashback shows her running frantically. No time. She runs toward Hyun-chan and Nara behind the door, screaming out for Hyun-chan. She begs him to go together. But that absolute jerk already closed the door, leaving Nara panicking. Nara screams in horror. What is he doing? Choi is still inside. This brings back memories of yesterday. Nara had apologized so sincerely that Choi Hyun was left completely frozen in absolute shock. She never expected an apology, even though Nara was not even the one who owed her anything. For the first time, Choi Hyun felt like someone truly believed in her. Recalling this, she wears a rare gentle smile. She looks like a normal, happy person who loves life. The feeling is brand new. Seeing her soft smile, Kim Dong-du freezes, stunned. He is completely unable to speak as he just stares at her. Amidst the swirling dust, they walk forward together. Kim Dong-du asks if she is talking about Nara. Choi Hyun quickly confirms it. Instead of answering her directly, Kim Dong-du tells her to stop teasing the poor girl. He already knows her little game. Busted. Choi Hyun pouts in disappointment. Later, Kim Dong-du stands at his front door, typing in his passcode. Beep, beep. He thinks about how surprisingly calm she was today despite failing to find the hidden dungeon. Was that Nara's influence? He kicks off his shoes, wondering if bringing Nara along next time could help him manage Choi Hyun. But then he catches himself. Bad idea. Extra people only increase the risk of getting caught by dangerous rivals. But as he stands there, lost in thought, something catches his attention. He freezes. He looks up with a start. What on earth is that? Cold sweat drips. Sitting right there in his living room is none other than Kim Ji-eun. Her face is twisted in pure fury as she grinds her teeth, demanding to know where he was. This is bad. He internally screams, wishing his terrifying sister was anywhere else on Earth. Kim Dong-du bites his lip, panic rising. If she finds out about the hidden dungeons, he is absolute toast. Trying to act casual, he steps forward and scoffs at her intense posture, asking if she thinks she is his mother. Sibling banter, not today. Kim Jong completely ignores his attitude and gets straight to the point. She heard everything on her way back. While she was working overseas, he was slacking off. Kim Dong-do sighs and flops onto the couch, resting his hands behind his head. He lies, claiming he only visited the black market to check out new items. Kim Jong sits right next to him. Just to confirm, she says. Then her eyes narrow as she glares at him, asking if he went looking for a hidden dungeon. Caught red-handed. But Kim Dong-do keeps his composure, maintaining a perfectly straight face. He scowls right back, snapping that he absolutely did no such thing. For that lie, Kim Jun drives a brutal fist straight into his gut, leaving him gasping for air. His eyes roll back. Smiling sweetly, she asks him who he thinks he is cursing at. Kim Dong-do leaps up, clutching his stomach in sheer pain. He angrily demands to know when he ever swore. Retaliation. He launches a wild kick, sending Kim Jun flying across the room. He screams, calling her a crazy gorilla. But Kim Jun only smiles creepily after taking the blow. She slides back, catching her balance on the floor. She mutters about his lack of respect. Then, too fast to react, she lunges forward like a missile with her fist cocked back. She demands respect. She leaps at Kim Dong-do, pounding him like a personal punching bag. Dong-do gets beaten, only able to raise his hands to defend himself. Grimacing with clenched teeth, he yells out to her, "Do you even know how much the other guild leaders tortured me while you were away?" But his sister Kim Jong-han is not buying a single word of his rambling. She keeps punching him like crazy, demanding the truth, so she will only be half of him. Finally, Dong-do is able to catch her heavy fist. He yells out firmly, "I told you I was not slacking off anywhere." Suddenly, Kim Jong-han's expression turns dead serious. She stares straight at Dong-do, demanding to know what he was actually doing. Realizing he is out of excuses, a nervous Dong-do grimaces in panic and blurts out dating. He is internally apologizing to Ha-won Choi for using her name as a shield. Completely speechless, Kim Jong-han stares at him, her eyes practically popping out of her head as she shrieks out the word dating. That fake excuse only makes her rage harder. She grabs Dong-do by his shirt and shakes him back and forth, screaming, "Are you out of your mind? How did a guy like you manage to trick some poor girl?" Dong-do's soul practically leaves his body. He stands there, eyes rolled back and mouth agape, looking half dead from the whiplash of going from getting punched to throttled. Annoyed by his own sister's complete lack of faith, Dong-do squint-eyes her, asking if that is really how a sister should talk to her brother. Realizing she went a bit too far, and trust me, she definitely did. Kim Jong-han lets go of his shirt, staring blankly at him. She casually asks where they even met. Finally freed, Dong-do rubs his sore neck, sighing with a heavily annoyed grimace. Muttering about how annoying she is, he mentions he went to check out the arena last month. Then his gaze suddenly sharpens. With a serious look, he claims they just happened to cross paths there. Flashback to that day, and Ha-won Choi looked incredibly annoyed. She had glared at Dong-do, wondering what was wrong with him. Back in the present, Kim Jong-han asks if he realized she was his type. Despite spinning this sweet romance tale, Dong-do's inner thoughts are screaming in utter disgust. Still, he keeps his fake story going without hesitation. He strokes his chin dramatically, avoiding her intense eye contact as he lies about how they talked and eventually ended up together. Kim Jong-han is not completely sold on this fairy tale. She eyes him suspiciously, asking if this is just a delusion of his. Furious that she still refuses to believe him, Dong-do snaps back in frustration, begging her to stop doubting his word. But Kim Jong-han quickly shifts the topic. Her eyes remain deeply skeptical as she stares him down, wondering about the girl's identity. She asks what the girl was doing there and if she is dangerous. Seeing his sister take the bait, Dong-do smiles. He puts on a gentle smile and quickly explains she is just a C-rank hunter who currently does not belong to any guild. She apparently quit recently and just wanted some time off to relax. Dong-do makes it sound like a perfectly normal and peaceful sabbatical. As Kim Jong-han stands there like a suspicious statue with crossed arms, Dong-do casually flops onto the sofa, gesturing grandly with his hands. He claims she came to visit him, so their current relationship status is basically a situationship. Kim Jong-han falls completely silent. While she contemplates this in silence, Dong-do puts on a brave face, though internally he is crying a river of sweat. Sweating bullets, he desperately prays for Ha-won Choi to forgive him, knowing he has to survive his sister's terrifying wrath first. Suddenly, Kim Jong-han scowls again, yelling at the top of her lungs about this situationship, asking if he actually has time for that. She nags him about not working, which utterly drains Dong-do. He quickly snaps back, his mouth wide open in pure, unadulterated irritation. He groans at her constant lecturing and promises he will get to work. Hearing his promise, Kim Jong-han reluctantly sits down. She runs a hand through her hair, pouting as she warns him she has heard that empty promise 100 times already. She reminds him that the guild leader is still waiting. Dong-do nods quietly, but his anxiety has not faded one bit. He quietly agrees, but inwardly he is still sweating buckets, wondering how he will manage to tone down his lies from now on. Both siblings sit on the sofa with Kim Jong-han sighing in exhaustion while Dong-do remains completely lost in his tense, worried thoughts. He knows her constant nagging comes down to one single critical issue: their guild is desperately short on members for dungeon raids. Deep inside a pitch-black dungeon, a horde of red-eyed bull monsters with long hanging tongues comes rushing forward in massive numbers. They roar in unison, charging like a swarm of angry ants. Seeing the terrifying horde advancing, the vanguard commander completely panics. He frantically turns around, screaming for everyone to hold their positions until his signal, but his command is instantly cut short. Before he can even finish, Dong-do and Kim Jong-han sprint forward like absolute rockets, leaving their teammates completely frozen in shock. The commander's eyes bulge out of his head as he stares in utter disbelief, unable to even process what is happening. Dong-do wields his blade, taking on dozens of massive bull monsters all by himself. His sword swings with terrifyingly lethal precision. Blood splatters everywhere as he grins, declaring he will be the one to win today. Of course, Kim Jong-han is not about to be outdone. She literally rips a raging bull monster in half with her bare hands, her expression twisted in terrifyingly bloodthirsty excitement. Wiping the blood away with a confident laugh, she tells him not to get ahead of himself. Behind them, the rest of the squad watches in awe. Once the spotlight fades, the squad leader and his teammates can only stand there with shocked faces and wide, helpless eyes. They are completely frozen in place. Usually entering a dungeon means you must follow the leader's orders, but Kim Jong-han and Kim Dong-do just ignore everything to compete with each other. Under the sunny blue sky, round, bright green monsters, covered in eyes and sharp thorns, keep firing spikes forward. Kim Dong-do and Kim Jong-han stand side by side, smiling brightly while casually knocking away the incoming spikes from the green beasts. Kim Dong-do looks on with a smug stare at the flying spikes and laughs. These are just useless toothpicks. Kim Jong-han stands beside him and chuckles at her brother's words. Meanwhile, their poor teammates behind them are getting pelted by the spikes, crying tears of absolute terror as they nearly die. Some are literally praying for their lives, while others just pass out on the spot. And as you can see, those two manage to cause some rather major headaches. Soon everyone turns their back on Kim Dong-do and Kim Jong-han, no matter how friendly they try to act. As a result, guild members flat out refuse to party up with them anymore. Completely stuck. Without any willing teammates, Kim Jong-han looks at Kim Dong-do with a mix of deep annoyance and sighs. You have anyone to recommend? We really need to find someone capable for our next recruit. Seeing his sister being so dead serious, Kim Dong-do hesitates. He turns to Kim Jong-han and asks, do we really have to go that far? Can't we just pick some random clueless newbie? Kim Jong-han crosses her arms, completely done with her brother's foolish ideas, and looks at him with a deadpan stare. Do you honestly think a total newbie could even survive us? Realizing his sister actually has a point, Kim Dong-do can only nod in defeat. He closes his eyes with a heavy sigh. Let me think, maybe something will pop up. Kim Jong-han suddenly smirks and wiggles her eyebrows. How about that special girl you have a crush on? Completely caught off guard, Kim Dong-do freezes there like a total idiot, squints his eyes and blurts out what? Then he snaps, yelling at the top of his lungs, are you insane? Why would you even bring her up? Kim Jong-han tilts her head with wide eyes. Why the big reaction? She's a hunter too, right? And she doesn't have a guild yet. Immediately, Kim Jong-han grins from ear to ear and starts rambling at lightning speed about how perfect this plan is. Dungeon dates sound incredibly romantic, don't they? But her mood flips instantly. One second she's cheerful, the next her face turns dark and mischievous while her mouth just keeps running on and on. Oh, don't mind me, she mutters, whether you two flirt or not is none of my business, I just want to kill monsters. Right in front of Kim Dong-do's completely dumbfounded and twisted face, Kim Jong-han drops yet another bizarre, unhinged comment. She laughs maniacally, just thinking about it is so exciting. I wonder how many beasts I can slaughter this time. Kim Dong-do is absolutely terrified, sweat dripping down his face, as he asks, why on earth do your eyes look like that? Ignoring his pure panic, Kim Jong-han just fires off a rapid barrage of questions without skipping a single beat. Where does she live? What is her favorite food? When are we meeting her family? Faced with this overwhelming interrogation, Kim Dong-do completely pales his soul, leaving his body as his eyes roll back and he stammers in utter confusion. In his mind, he is screaming that his gorilla of an older sister has officially lost her mind. Meanwhile, Nara stands outside her apartment, sighing deeply. She never thought she would dread going home, but yesterday with Choi was just too chaotic. Choi's story was so shocking that Nara apologized without even thinking, but facing her right now feels incredibly awkward. What is she supposed to do? Nara presses the elevator button, her mind still racing with endless worries. Since Choi has nowhere else to go, Nara resolves to treat her well to make up for everything. Opening the door, Nara lets out a tired sigh. What an exhausting day. Suddenly, Choi pokes her head out from the room, welcoming her home. Startled by the sudden voice, she asks why Choi is home so early. Choi smiles. I was waiting for you. Choi then announces her plans to move out. Nara is stunned, wondering what could have happened since Choi has nowhere to go. Just a while earlier, Choi was lying on her bed anxiously thinking that she might lose her mind without finding the hidden dungeon. Finding even a tiny clue would be amazing, but there is absolutely nothing and her body is feeling more and more strange. Nothing dangerous happened to her today, but who knows when things might suddenly take a terrifying turn again. Staring at the ring on her index finger, Choi realizes this mysterious jewelry is definitely the cause of all her problems. If it acts up inside a dungeon, it is fine, but a sudden explosion in the outside world would be a total disaster. Other than dungeons, the place she spends the most time is at Nara's house. Back in the present, Choi smiles warmly. Yes, which is why she is moving out. Nara nods, although it is sudden, she completely understands and asks when she is leaving. So you are moving, found a new place, yet Hion replies, she just started looking, so it will probably be another 2 weeks. Nara quickly changes the subject, praising the cooking and asking Choi Hion if she really made this entire feast herself. Choi Hion smiles, saying she can cook almost anything as long as she has ingredients, though she was a bit out of practice lately. She was worried it would taste bad, but luckily it turned out fine. She used to cook for Choi Hion-chan every single day when they lived together. But then she casually snaps, "Drop dead, you piece of trash." Oh wait, he is already dead. Nara immediately spits out her food in shock. Hion gets worried and tells her to slow down, while Nara jokingly blames Choi Hion for the shock. Just then a phone starts ringing. It is Nara's phone. She looks at the screen and suddenly shrieks, making Hion jump and ask her what on earth happened. Tears well up in Nara's eyes as she happily announces she passed the first exam phase, making Hion cheer along with her. When asked where, Nara screams that it is the Baek Guild, praying to heaven that she makes it through the second round too. She promises to make a massive offering if she succeeds. Hion gets curious and asks when this second test actually begins. Nara is still buzzing with energy, explaining that in 3 days she will team up with other qualifiers to enter a dungeon. Before they can even set foot inside, they first have to survive a grueling 2-day, 1-night training camp starting tomorrow. Nara leaps up, throwing her hands in the air, shouting that she is too pumped up and they absolutely must celebrate tonight. She calls for drinks, and Han joins in the hype, matching her drink for drink until Nara finally collapses onto her bed. Giggling happily, Nara mumbles that this is what a real life feels like, wishing Hion a good night before instantly passing out. Hion chuckles at her totally drunk friend resting her own cheek on a soft pillow. But Nara suddenly starts murmuring in her sleep. She softly asks if she did a good job, prompting Hion to tease her, asking if she is just begging for compliments. Flushing red, Nara huffs that she is definitely not, grumbling that she should have known better than to expect anything. Hion smiles gently. She tells her to just act natural, reminding her that everyone at the Hanshin Guild praised her, and she already passed round 1 anyway. There's really nothing to worry about. Blushing, Nara softly thanks her, but Hion cannot help teasing that she really did need that boost. Nara quickly changes the subject and tells her to go to sleep. Just as they drift off, Hion's phone suddenly lights up. With Nara fast asleep, Hion checks her screen to see who would text this late. It is a message from Kim Dong-do. He literally asks her to join the Baek Guild. Wait, talk about an absolutely massive surprise offer out of nowhere. She mumbles that he should have invited her to a hidden dungeon instead, then drifts off. The next morning, Dong-do meets her. But he did not come alone. His older sister tagged along politely, introducing herself and saying she has heard a lot about Hion. Hion is genuinely surprised, questioning why he would talk about her and what his sister could possibly want from her. Behind his sister, Dong-do frantically gestures for her to be quiet. Hion wonders what is wrong with him as the sister removes her glasses. She explains that as siblings, she simply had to see the legendary woman who dared to turn down their prestigious guild invitation. She formally extends the invite once more, asking if Hion really has no intention of joining their high-ranking guild in Chapter 13. Kim Jong-han smiles triumphantly, convinced this is an offer no hunter could ever refuse. Seriously, who could say no to that? She lectures Hion about the hunter world, explaining that an unknown hunter joining a powerhouse guild is a flat-out miracle, especially for a C-rank hunter like her. She claims all Hion needs to do is accompany them into dungeons. Her low rank will not be an issue since Dong-do will protect her, so she should not waste this rare opportunity. On top of that, she will rake in a massive amount of cash. But Hion cuts her off with a cold refusal. Kim Jong-han is left completely stunned, asking what she just said, while a deeply embarrassed Dong-do tries to quiet his sister down. She demands to know why Hion is refusing, asking if she even realizes what Baek Guild is or who they are. Kim Jong-han tries to rationalize the refusal, thinking Hion must suspect she is a fraud since she does not recognize her. But Hion instantly crushes those desperate hopes by casually mentioning that she knows exactly who the famous miracle siblings are. Kim Jong-han is completely flabbergasted, screaming to know why she is still being rejected. Dong-do cannot take the embarrassment any longer. He begs his sister to stop complaining that she is making a total fool of him, but Kim Jong-han completely ignores his pleas. Stuttering in utter shock, she demands to understand how anyone could recognize them and still turn their massive offer down. Dongdu quickly steps in, pulling his sister away and arguing that Hyun must have some deeply personal reasons of her own. He is sweating knowing he has to get her out of here before she realizes he lied about his close relationship with Hyun. Hyun quietly watches the chaotic duo. She knows both Kim Jong-han and Dongdu are prestigious S-rank hunters, which is an absolute miracle. Reaching S-rank is so incredibly rare that everyone knows their faces and the media never stops talking about their achievements. They call them the miracle siblings, but why are they looking for her? Kim Jong slumps to the ground, crying out that she has no idea where to go. She has no clue where to find more teammates. Choi asks what that even means. Do they not have hunters in their own guild? Dongdu awkwardly explains that they just have not been able to find the right member to form a proper team, that is all. It is no big deal. He tells Kim Jong to get up and bids Choi farewell, saying he will see her later. But Kim Jong screams out if Choi cannot go to the dungeon with her, she should stay far away from Dongdu. Dongdu cuts in asking if his sister is completely insane. Still, Kim Jong keeps shouting, daring Choi to ever see him again. Dongdu frantically begs her to stop. Choi speaks up asking what that is supposed to mean, looking directly over at Dongdu. He panics, telling Choi she knows him and does not have to listen to a word this gorilla says. Choi cheerfully apologizes, saying she does not like him anyway. It is a total shock for Dongdu, who has not even confessed yet. Talk about a tragic rejection. Kim Jong bursts out laughing at the one-sided crush. But suddenly, a terrifying chill washes over Choi. What is this dark aura and where is it coming from? Dongdu looks at her confused, asking what she is staring at. Choi asks if he feels nothing, then suddenly screams in absolute terror. Behind you, look behind you, we have to run. Right behind Dongdu and Kim Jong, a massive purple light erupts. All three of them bolt, running for their absolute lives. Dongdu gasps, asking how she knew. Choi yells back that she has no idea and tells him to just keep running. The purple shockwave tears through everything, shattering glass and causing massive high-rise buildings to collapse like decks of cards. Choi watches the destruction, swallowing up the city block. Dongdu realizes that if she had not noticed it, they would be dead. Choi keeps her eyes locked on the massive purple vortex spinning in the sky. It looks exactly like a dungeon gate. The Hunter Special Task Force arrives quickly, telling everyone to get back because the area is highly dangerous. Panicked crowds whisper in fear, wondering what is happening. Dongdu walks beside Choi, trying to process the chaos. He mutters that this is insane, noting that anyone sucked into that vortex would be crushed to pieces. Choi casually asks when they are going in. Dongdu looks at her stunned, asking if she actually wants to enter it. She says of course it is a fresh dungeon, so first come first served applies. Dongdu quickly nods in agreement. It is a deal, but Kim Jong is already arguing with a task force member, demanding to know why they cannot enter. The woman is Choi Hion, an A-rank support for the Sun's Special Task Force, who insists they must wait for clearance first. Dongdu sighs and asks his sister if she caused trouble again. Annoyed, she explains that they found this gate first, yet they are still being blocked. Dongdu asks Song Ayoung why she is being so difficult when she knows who they are. Song Ayoung replies that she will only allow entry if they follow proper protocol. Kim Jong explodes in pure frustration. She yells about how long that takes and warns the gate might close. But Song Ayoung remains completely unbothered. She insists they still need a full team to enter. Kim Jong puts her hands on her hips, claiming her allies are arriving. Right on cue, a brown-haired girl carrying a massive staff runs over. She is Nam Jong-soo, an A-rank healer. She apologizes for being late. Seeing her arrive, Kim Jong wonders why she is the only healer who showed up. Nam Jong-soo explains that the others figured two S-rank hunters would not need much extra help. Kim Jong holds her head. Frustrated with her guild, Kim Jong runs back to Dongdu. She sighs that nobody wants to join them unless... She suddenly stops, looking around. Dongdu is just as shocked, realizing Choi is completely gone. Where did she run off to? Everyone's silent, they stare directly at the spinning vortex. No way did she actually jump inside the dungeon alone. Kim Jong is completely speechless, staring at the swirling gate. Dongdu can only sigh at this incredibly wild turn of events. He silently grumbles, thinking that her reckless attitude makes him want to call her an absolute crazy woman. The healer Nam Jong-soo turns to Dongdu, asking what they should do now. He nervously wonders if they should follow. If their guild leader finds out they went rogue, he will be in massive trouble. But Kim Jong snaps back at him. She demands to go in too. Dongdu sighs, completely exhausted by his sister's erratic behavior, telling her Choi is just too weird. Kim Jong explodes, declaring she wants to be weird too, before suddenly sprinting straight toward the dungeon gate. Dongdu screams in disbelief and grabs his sister to hold her back, shouting for the others to help pin her down. Kim Jong struggles wildly, threatening him to let go unless he wants to die right here. Nam Jong-soo runs over to help. The Special Task Force support rushes over to assist as well. Dongdu feels utterly miserable and regrets ever speaking up. He realizes his sister is the truly crazy one, wondering why he is constantly surrounded by absolute lunatics. While holding Kim Jong back, the staff asks if Hunter Choi Hion really went inside. The answer is yes. What is wrong? He answers the support staff with a slightly awkward look, saying he gets it. Kim Dong-do is suspicious. Does she know her? She denies it instantly. But Kim Dong-do is left wondering why she is asking about Choi Hion. Usually people are naturally interested in Choi Hion, but he quickly brushes the thought aside. What now? They cannot even enter. Even if they got permission, going in together is a terrible idea, especially with Choi Hion being registered as an F rank. If she is caught fighting like an A-rank hunter, everyone will think she is a cheater and she will end up locked in prison. Picturing Choi Hion in handcuffs, he grumbles that it is a massive pain. Right then, a technician speaks up. The dungeon measurement results are finally out. Kim Jun's eyes light up, asking if that means he can finally go inside. The technician hesitates, saying it is a bit complicated as the gate is currently rated B rank, but that is only a preliminary reading. It only measures the energy radiating from the dungeon, so it is just a relative estimate before a break. Kim Jong listens closely. Shocked, he asks if the number of monsters inside could be much higher. The technician says they must urgently call the association. They need permission first. Kim Jong gets furious, asking what if the dungeon breaks right now and history repeats itself. Kim Dong-do's face darkens, but Kim Jun immediately screams at him to just shut up if he cannot help out. Kim Dong-do breaks into a cold sweat, realizing Choi Hion is in grave danger. He instantly bolts off like a flash of lightning, saying he is heading out first. Kim Jong is stunned by the quick move while she yells that she is coming along, and immediately follows. Meanwhile, inside the gate, Choi Hion sighs in disappointment, finding nothing after wandering around for so long. Since this place is quite large, she actually expected something. Just then, a structure ahead catches her eye. What is that? A grand building with magnificent pillars appears hidden among the trees. Choi Hion looks closely at the ancient ruins. It is always fascinating to see things like this inside dungeons. As she observes, she thinks it must be built by humans. Where did they go? Probably nobody knows, and it is not like the monsters in this dungeon can talk. She wonders, but then again, how did she even know this dungeon would appear? Was it some kind of chain reaction? Suddenly, a creature flying down from the sky cuts off her train of thought. Choi Hion looks smug, as if she knew it would come. She mutters that she has been waiting for it. Hovering above her is a pure white creature with massive wings. It has no body, just a giant single eye staring down at her. Choi Hion cannot help but comment on its look. Wow, that is terribly ugly, she mocks, asking if those wings are heavy. The creature, furious, flaps its wings and charges, unleashing beams of light that explode the ground. Choi Hion quickly dodges, leaping into the air to avoid the blast, and swiftly evading the rain of attacks with absolute precision. With just one leap, she unleashes a devastatingly powerful punch. Got nothing else to say, she yells out, "Then die, you ugly thing." Her strike aims directly at the creature's single eye. It lets out a deafening shriek as blood splatters everywhere. Covering her ears, she complains that it is way too noisy. Where is that sound even coming from? Crash! It hits the ground and falls silent. Choi Hion is pleased that it is finally quiet. The creature lets out a faint squeal from its puddle of blood. Curiously, she approaches, noting it is tougher than she thought. Then she excitedly covers her mouth, thinking it is great because it would be a shame if it died after just one punch. She wonders why there is only one, sensing there is more to this. Where are the others? Just then another screech echoes. The obnoxious deafening noise echoes again. Choi Hion smiles, realizing that the previous scream was actually to call its pack over. And indeed, behind her the sky is filled with those strange creatures identical to the first one, having no bodies. Just a single wide-open purple eye and massive wings. Choi Hion is thrilled, noting that there are way too many of them. They madly charge, launching a storm of attacks at her. She mocks them, asking if they are trying to gang up on her. With that said, she agilely and precisely evades their crazy attacks, looking as if she is simply enjoying a fun game. Leaping into the air, she laughs out loud, mocking their weak skills. She quickly notices a key pattern in their attacks. She realizes that after their initial strike, these ugly creatures need another 10 seconds to refresh their skills. They keep making that horrifying sound. But the very moment they stop attacking, she seizes her chance, shredding the creatures with her bare hands, causing the ground to shake. It is a bit inconvenient without a weapon, but it does not dampen her spirits. Warming up her body, she mutters that it is time to move on. Suddenly, a holographic screen appears with a message saying a stat has increased, followed by a flurry of other notifications, repeating dozens of times. Choi Hion is surprised, suddenly wondering where she has seen this familiar scene before. She turns her gaze toward the strange creature, analyzing it. Could these beasts be a much higher rank than the ones in those illegal dungeons? As the bizarre monsters take flight once more, she looks absolutely thrilled, completely losing herself in this brand new source of excitement. Clasping her blood-stained hands, she mutters that the entire feast is still laid out before her, looking like she just found her absolute favorite meal, her ultimate treat. Jun-soo turns completely pale, muttering in a panic about how Hunter Kim Dong-do already went inside, leaving her unable to stop Kim Jun-han. She quickly turns to Song Ae-young, desperately asking if she has received the official permit to enter the dungeon yet. Song Ae-young tries to calm her down, saying it is almost here, but a frantic Jun-soo suddenly spots a very strange look on Kim Jun-han's face. She immediately asks what is wrong, but Kim Jun-han is actually incredibly thrilled, clasping her hands together with a wide smile on her face. Kim Jong-han gushes about how romantic it is for the boy to save his loved one, but her face suddenly drops into complete darkness. She insists on going inside to watch, forcing Song Ae-young to urgently plead with Hunter Joan to stop making up excuses to enter. But it is too late, as Kim Jong-han dashes off, leaving a furious Song Ae-young behind, completely unable to catch up with her. Realizing how angry her colleague is, Jeon-soo quickly bows her head and repeatedly apologizes to smooth things over on her behalf. Meanwhile, a completely unbothered Kim Jong-han shouts back, telling Jeon-soo to make up a good excuse if the guild president starts asking questions. Just tell them Kim Dong-do started it first, so it is absolutely not her fault, before waving goodbye and disappearing into the distance. Elsewhere, Choi Hion swings her arm with brutal force, locked in a fierce battle against a swarm of aggressive angel monsters. The system screen flashes constantly, with endless notifications stating that her core attributes are steadily rising with every single kill. Even though she is completely outnumbered by the massive pack, Choi Hion is thoroughly enjoying every second of this chaotic battle. It has been far too long since she felt this kind of rush, systematically bringing down her enemies one by one. Watching them rain down to the ground like falling stars gives her a deep, satisfying sense of completion within her soul. After clearing out the entire swarm of angels around her, she suddenly stops as a dark hunger begins clawing at her mind. She needs to slay even more of them, and right on cue, a massive giant angel suddenly appears directly above her head. It folds its wings at terrifying speed and dives straight for her, but she remains completely unfazed, leaping directly toward the threat. She desperately needs more raw power to fully awaken, planting her foot heavily onto its head while grabbing its wing. Grinning, she asks if it is the very last one, causing the panicked beast to let out a horrific high-pitched screech. Choi Hyun simply pulls harder, effortlessly tearing the wing from its body while asking if there are any more opponents left. The beast screeches in agony as its wing is slowly ripped apart, but the horrific sound only fuels her twisted satisfaction. She tells the monster to scream even louder, using her bare hands to shred what remains of its massive wings. She taunts that its suffering might actually bring its friends to the rescue, watching as the broken beast finally crashes down. Seeing it is completely defeated, she tosses the torn wing aside and calls out for her status window to check her progress. Crossing her arms, she notes that her stats are surprisingly low, wondering if it is. But her disappointment is short-lived as a massive swarm of angels suddenly floods the sky, almost completely blotting out the sun. Thrilled to see so many targets left, Choi Hyun plants her feet firmly onto the ground, preparing to spring upward. She launches herself into the air with pure excitement, but before she can reach them, a massive boulder suddenly flies overhead. Surprised, she looks up to see giant rocks raining down from above, sailing past her and heading straight toward her prey. She watches in utter astonishment as the flying boulders target the surrounding angels with mathematically perfect and deadly precision. The rocks strike the monsters directly in the eyes, shattering them instantly and wiping out the entire swarm in mere seconds. Before the beasts can even react, they are completely wiped out, leaving a stunned Choi Hyun to watch them fall. Realizing her precious targets have been stolen, she angrily turns around to find the culprit behind this sudden disruption. Spotting a familiar face, she yells out for Kim Dong-do, who casually strolls forward with his hands tucked into his pockets. She immediately demands to know why he keeps getting in her way, but he simply sighs and questions her actions instead. He tells her she is being far too loud and asks if she wants everyone to find out she is not a rank C hunter. When she carelessly snaps that she already knows, he gets even more annoyed, asking if she has somehow jumped to rank B. She shrugs, claiming she had no idea they were rank B monsters, leaving Kim Dong-do to facepalm in absolute disbelief. He tells her she needs to go back to school before offering to handle the rest of the beasts himself. She reluctantly agrees, but asks why, prompting him to warn her that the female officer from earlier is incredibly persistent. Really, Kim Dong-do clears his throat and wonders what he should do now, stepping forward to pick up the torn angel wing. Choi Hyun had ripped it off earlier, so he tells her to just pretend to be a C-rank hunter since a B-rank dungeon should only take 3 days. She worries that Nara will enter the dungeon soon, shocked by the 3-day timeline. Seeing her surprise, Kim Dong-do looks at the wing and asks what is wrong. She explains that it is the exam day for Nara and she needs to go cheer her on, wondering what she should do with the wing now. Kim Dong-do pulls out some wipes and hands them over, telling her Nara will do fine since she is much better than her anyway. He tells her to use it to clean herself up. Choi Hyun looks annoyed but takes the wipes, asking if he wants to get hit again. Kim Dong-do mentions that Song Ae-young was asking about her, wanting to know if she did something. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun uses the bandages to clean the blood off herself. She is impressed by how clean she gets. Hearing her deny any wrongdoing, Kim Dong-doo remains suspicious, calling it some pretty hot gossip. Choi Han then brings up a time she had to act in self-defense. Kim Dong-doo is skeptical, asking what exactly she did back then. Choi Hyun casually explains that her boyfriend abandoned her in a dungeon, so she took care of him. Kim Dong-doo goes completely silent for a moment. He asks if anyone else knows about the incident. Choi Hyun hands the bandages back, speaking in a tone so casual it is almost chilling. She says it worked great and that she is the only survivor because everyone else got wiped out. This only makes Kim Dong-doo angrier. He shoves her head down, groaning that she actually sounds proud of it. Choi Hyun clutches her head in pain, reminding him that he said he liked her. He snaps back that he lied just to keep his gorilla of a sister from finding out he snuck out to look for a hidden dungeon. Unbeknownst to them, Kim Jong-han is standing right behind them, overhearing everything. Hearing the words hidden dungeon, she reaches out. She grabs Kim Dong-doo by the face, triggering a violent tremor next to Choi Hyun that sends thick dust and debris flying everywhere. Kim Jong-han looks furious, her face dark with rage as she easily pins Kim Dong-doo to the ground, keeping him completely immobilized. Unable to fight back against his terrifying sister, Kim Dong-doo just grits his teeth. Still holding him down, Kim Jong-han slowly looks up. She asks Choi Hyun to explain what her brother just said. Meanwhile, a flashback reveals a massive commotion outside the Wazong Guild. Reporters swarm the area, shouting to get their cameras ready for the Wazong Guild leader. Choi Hyun stands at the center of the chaos. They shove cameras in his face as they surround him. They ask how it feels for Hunter Choi Hyun to be the first in Korea to clear a hidden dungeon. They bombard him with questions, demanding to know how he found the hidden dungeon and what his experience was like inside. Bodyguards shield him from the eager crowd of reporters as they beg to know what kind of rare items he discovered in there. They ask where and why the dungeon appeared. Amidst the chaotic mob of reporters chasing after him, a woman approaches from behind. It is none other than Kim Jong-han, walking up behind the crowd with deep resentment, barely keeping herself from exploding in front of everyone. She grits her teeth to hold back her rage, though no one else notices. Still, she cannot contain herself and screams his name. She demands to know if those special items were really worth killing everyone else, for her voice echoing over the crowd. Choi Hyun lazily glances over at the furious Kim Jong-han, looking completely unbothered by her dramatic outburst as she continues to scream at him. He calmly admits to it, asking if that is not just how things work. Snapping at his response, Kim Jong-han charges forward. She tears through the crowd of reporters, shouting that he deserves to die as her fist flies straight toward the face of Choi Hyun. Her fist connects with the cheek of Choi Hyun, triggering a shockwave that throws dust and debris everywhere, scattering the terrified reporters. People scream for everyone to run, warning that getting caught in the middle of two S-ranks fighting is a quick way to get killed. Kim Jong-han quickly pins Choi Hyun to the ground, but instead of striking his face, her fist slams heavily into the dirt right beside his head. Tears stream down her face as she demands to know why he did it, crying that death in a dungeon only serves one cruel truth. He coldly replies that the weak do not deserve to live. She wonders if this is her fault for leaving their guild. Choi Hyun just closes his eyes, telling her to believe whatever she wants. Back in the present, Kim Jong-han is still pinning Kim Dong-doo. Still, holding Kim Dong-doo down, she demands that Choi Hyun explain exactly why she was searching for a hidden dungeon with her little brother. Choi Hyun analyzes the scene, noting how easily Kim Dong-doo is being overpowered and wondering if S-rank power gaps are really this vast. Kim Jong-han keeps pressing, comparing their dangerous actions to cold-blooded murder. Choi Hyun quickly regains her composure and confidently speaks up. She finally understands why Kim Dong-doo is so terrified of his sister, complaining that it is unfair to be labeled a murderer. She asks if dying in a dungeon is not just a normal risk, all while carefully analyzing the strange reaction of Kim Jong-han. She finds her behavior bizarre, reasoning that an S-rank hunter should be completely numb to seeing people die in dungeons. Wondering why she is so incredibly sensitive, Choi Hyun decides to push her buttons a bit more to get some answers. She asks if those deaths did not happen for a reason, mocking the idea of crying over everyone who perishes inside. The eyes of Kim Jong-han flash with sudden intensity. Pinioned to the dirt, Kim Dong-doo can only look up in complete confusion. Why did Choi Hyun provoke her like that? Dong-doo wondered. How would his sister handle this? But Jong-han's voice suddenly cut right through his frantic thoughts. Jong-han asked if she would have any complaints even if she died right here in this spot. Seeing his sister completely lose it made even Dong-doo nervous. She was totally unhinged. Yet, Choi Hyun did not show a single ounce of fear. Instead, she kept egging her on. Go ahead and try to kill me, she thought. She was actually curious. Just how strong was this woman? Right then, the ground beneath Jong-han's split apart. The earth collapsed inward, trapping her in a massive sinkhole. Confused by this, she whipped her head around. She realized this pit was the work of her dear little brother. Glaring over at where Dongdu had just been, she gritted her teeth in absolute fury. How dared that brat Dongdu run away? Nearby, another mound of earth swelled up and shattered. Hey sister, he called out, why can't we just take it easy? Dongdu emerged from the dirt, brushing himself off. Why do you have to sit on top of me like that? He complained. Is honestly so embarrassing. Choi Hion found the whole thing hilarious. He looked like he just crawled out of a grave, which made Dongdu blush in pure embarrassment. He pulled out a roll of tape to clean the dirt off his clothes. We really do not need to keep pushing her buttons, he muttered. You can see she is basically a raging gorilla, right? This set Choi Hion off, and she immediately bit down hard on his arm, demanding to know who was crazy. Dongdu let out a painful yelp. Are you out of your mind? Let go of me. Meanwhile, Joan-han kept her guarded gaze locked onto Choi Hion. Stay away from that woman, she warned him. To her, this stranger seemed even more unstable. How could he enter a dungeon with someone who clearly did not care about survival? They were even hunting for a hidden dungeon together. What if she was just using him for some other twisted agenda? Dongdu desperately tried to explain. Sister, please, just listen to me. I was actually the one who invited her along. If we can secure the items from a hidden dungeon, we can become way stronger than we ever were before. Joan-han cut him off. But I already told you that you do not need to do any of this, she snapped, losing her cool. Hidden dungeons are nothing but a dangerous illusion. Do you have any idea how many hunters died chasing after those so-called hidden items? Get a grip, Dongdu. Hidden dungeons are death traps. There are plenty of other ways to grow stronger. I am the one who helped you reach this level of strength. Hearing this, Dongdu froze. Choi Hion watched him, her mind racing. Other ways to get stronger. Was there really a method besides raising stats? But more importantly, was he not supposed to be an S-Park Deok-suk? This completely contradicted what she had heard from Nara. Before she could piece it together, a weapon suddenly flashed right in front of her eyes. Joon-han drew her sword and lunged forward. Choi Hion took the devastating blow head-on, giving Dongdu absolutely no time to intervene. The heavy slash sent Choi Hion crashing hard into the dirt. Dongdu screamed out her name, but Joon-han showed absolutely zero mercy. How dared a mere Class C look down on her? No rules. Inside a dungeon, absolutely nothing was guaranteed. Meanwhile, right outside the floating gate, Jeon-su stood sweating bullets. Things were looking tense. Song Ayoung was off to the side, biting her nails with a dark expression. Witnessing her terrifying mood, Jeon-su did not dare step any closer. He could only weep silently inside, barely even able to breathe. When would they finally get the approval? Suddenly, Seon ran up from behind with urgent news for Officer Song Ayoung about a major issue with the dungeon permit. Back inside, Choi Hion lay motionless on the ground after taking Joan-han's brutal attack. Dongdu immediately rushed over to cradle her head. Have you lost your mind? He screamed. Joan-han casually looked away, muttering that she only used the flat of her blade so the girl would live. Staring at the unconscious Choi Hion, Dongdu gritted his teeth. She only survived because she is Class A, he argued. A Class C would be dead by now. She was hurt far worse than he thought. We need to treat her right away, he insisted. But Joon-han merely pressed him to keep moving. Forget her. We still have a dungeon to clear, Joon-han urged. Dongdu froze. What about Choi Hion? Joon-han dismissed his concern coldly. If she dies from something minor like this, she would have been weeded out eventually anyway, she shrugged. That is exactly why desperate losers like her obsess over hidden dungeons. Dongdu stared at his sister, utterly stunned by her cold words. You are going way too far, he said. I am just telling the truth, she replied. I can give you everything you could ever need. She reminded him that she was the sole reason he was standing here today. Dongdu looked at her, his eyes suddenly cold. I know, he whispered. Is that why you walked away from the Hwazong Guild? Let's take a look back at their shared past. 12 years ago, South Korea suffered its very first dungeon break. Total chaos. The government was completely unprepared. The tragedy left over 10,000 people dead or injured. Among those countless victims were both of their parents. Their sudden deaths left his sister as the sole provider. Heavy burden. At the funeral, Dongdu was just a crying kid. Tears streaming down his face, he asked Jeon-han what they were supposed to do now. Jeon-han herself was only a high school student then. She stood there completely numb over their parents' sudden death. At only 16 years old, she was far too young to bear such crushing grief. After that day, the world began changing rapidly around awakened individuals. Soon enough, Joan-han found herself among those newly gifted elites. She quickly skyrocketed to fame, capturing the attention of the public. Over here, reporters shouted, look over here, Hunter Kim Joan-han. Could you give us a smile? Tell us what is it like becoming an S-rank awakened? Can you tell us about your family? The media is reporting on this non-stop. South Korea's 4th S-rank has finally appeared. Right now, Kim Joan-han is going through her intense hunter training. Which guild will she choose? Everyone is incredibly eager to find out. Everyone is highly curious to know which guild she will join first. All eyes have now shifted to Hunter Kim Jong-han. You have a younger brother, right? If he also awakens, wouldn't he be an S rank too? That would truly be an absolute miracle. Meet the miracle siblings. Everything started with the older sister, and now the hype is spreading directly to her younger brother. The story takes us to a regular day at school. Hey, what are you doing? Kim Dong-do just stole your ball. Shoot the ball, and Kim Dong-do. But his shot goes completely wide and the ball gets stuck high up on the wall. The ball is stuck. Soon after, Kim Dong-do awakens as well, but only as a C rank. Rushing home, he finds his sister. He immediately asks Kim Jong-han if she left the Hwayoung Guild. Why did she suddenly join back hop? What exactly happened back there? Avoiding the question, Kim Jong-han simply hands him a small box, telling him to eat what is inside. Kim Dong-do looks inside. It is a wine-red mana stone. Why is she giving him this? Kim Jong-han explains that it is a rare red mana stone. Consuming it will boost his stats. It is extremely rare, so he must keep it a secret. Kim Dong-do is stunned. Is this real? Can he actually have it? Kim Jong-han reassures him, urging him to take what she went through trouble to get. It is hard to find, but she will bring more. In return, he must not report his awakening until he reaches S rank. Wait, not until he reaches S rank. Kim Dong-do freezes, then shouts in frustration. Why did she even bring this to him then? How long must he keep hiding? He wants to train, complete missions, and live like a proper hunter right now. Kim Jong-han cuts him off, explaining this is the condition set by backup. Only a select few know about this mana stone. It can only be harvested from a hidden dungeon controlled by backup. No one can know how fast he is growing. He is currently just a C rank, but this is his one golden ticket to becoming an S rank. Isn't that good? Kim Dong-do firmly rejects the offer. He does not need this useless thing to become a proper hunter. He plans to report his awakening right now. But Kim Jong-han refuses to let it go, continuing to pressure him. Even if he becomes a hunter, he is still too weak and will die instantly. That is why she is stopping him. Hunters are not allowed to be weak. If you are not strong, you will end up losing everything in the end. Their parents died because they were simply too weak. To survive, he absolutely must get stronger, and she will make sure it happens. Stunned into silence, Kim Dong-do has no reply. Do you understand, Kim Dong-do? He quietly nods, forced to submit to her demands. Whether what she says is right or wrong, he has no other choice. All he can do now is swallow the pill. After swallowing the mana stone, he immediately coughs up blood as his entire body collapses. Kim Jong-han reaches out slowly, kneeling before him. She cradles his face with both hands as if to comfort him. Yet her expression remains completely cold and devoid of pity. At that exact moment, the system screen flashes rapidly as Kim Dong-do's core stats begin to spike to unbelievable levels. B rank. Strength 1942, Intelligence 2050, Stamina 1678, Agility 1784. Kim Jong-han smirks at the results. Pulling him into a tight embrace, she whispers that it worked, but watch his eyes, there's absolutely no joy whatsoever. He quietly resigns himself to this reality, knowing he must grow stronger or risk remaining an absolute nobody in this world. If he cannot handle this, he will stay stuck in place. Back in reality, Kim Jong-han is still rushing him. She is glad he understands, telling him to leave that girl behind. But this time, Kim Dong-do refuses to obey. He ignores her as she lays out the raid plan, suggesting they clear the minions before fighting the boss. She wants to enjoy her first raid in a while, but Kim Dong-do cuts her off, asking if she knows why he seeks hidden dungeons. Confused, she asks if that girl tricked him into believing he would get stronger. But Kim Dong-do finally snaps and speaks his mind. She wanted him to get stronger, right? Then why is she blocking him from using the hidden dungeons? She even went as far as picking a fight with a stranger. Kim Jong-han fires back, arguing that is not how he should get strong. What sister would watch her brother go to his death? Kim Dong-do scoffs. He knows. Without strength, you end up losing everything anyway. But that just proves she still thinks he is weak. Now he does not care about any of that anymore. No matter how strong he gets, she will always see him as weak. He tells her to stay far away from him even if he dies. Enraged by his defiance, Kim Jong-han draws her sword. She coldly asks if he is truly going to that hidden dungeon. Kim Dong-do nods firmly, asking if she wants to hear what happened when he returned. In response, Kim Jong-han immediately swings her blade. She aims straight at him, asking if he minds dying right here, since the outcome is the same anyway. Dong-do immediately activates his power from the rocky earth below, who says, I will just stand here and die. The ground around him immediately erupts, with sharp boulders. The rocks fly into the air, aiming straight at Jong-han hovering above. She does not look worried at all, and even looks down on him. She scoffs at his useless trick, knowing a single slash will smash every single rock to pieces, in an instant. Hion Choi has finally woken up, so Dong-do quickly whispers his plan, warning her that his sister only has raw strength and zero brains. They need to buy time, but Hion asks why. Dong-do wants to call the healer Jun-soo, but she refuses, insisting she is perfectly fine. He tries to ignore her protests, thinking to himself that there is no way she is fine. However, Haeon slips away from his arms and sits up casually, saying that she is ready to get back on her feet. She stands straight despite her blood-soaked head, thanking him for giving her a rather comfortable and nice place to rest for a while. She even asks if his sister is angry. Dong-du is completely stunned by her quick recovery, nervously asking how she is feeling right now. Seeing her stretching without showing any sign of pain makes it impossible for Dong-du to understand how she is doing this so easily. Why does she seem completely unharmed? After stretching, Haeon drops her arms and puts a hand on her hip, looking ready for action. She confidently declares that they should start over, while Dong-du desperately tries to call her back as she steps forward once again. His eyes widen with sheer anxiety, and he nervously asks how much she heard. Haeon calmly replies that she heard everything from the point where he asked if his sister was crazy, adding that the two siblings are actually incredibly entertaining to watch. He remembers his own words. He had told his sister that he would not care anymore because no matter how strong he got, she would always think he was weak. He had demanded she leave him alone regarding his life or death, and now the memory makes him flush red with embarrassment. He grabs his head and screams. Oh my god, she heard everything. Dong-du is literally dying of shame. He is absolutely mortified. While they bicker, the sharp stones in the air continue to launch themselves relentlessly toward the sky above. Ji-han deflects the attack, but her mind is still completely consumed by her brother's bitter words about how being weak means losing everything, and how their parents died because of it. She wonders why the stubborn kid cannot understand that she's trying to save his life. She only wants to keep him from suffering that same tragic fate. So why on earth is he rebelling so hard against her now, even claiming he wants to decide his own survival? She blames the strange woman, convinced she's the one who corrupted her brother. She slashes a boulder in fury. If he wants to die in some hidden dungeon, she would rather end things right here, right now. At least that way she can keep his body intact. The shattered rocks fall to the ground with a massive thundering crash. Right as the debris settles, Dong-du's loud, embarrassed scream echoes through the area, causing Jun-han to freeze in mid-air. She wonders if her brother is screaming in pain. Filled with sudden worry, she desperately tries to peer down through the thick smoke. Fearing she might have seriously hurt him, she lands quickly. The dust is too thick to see, so she rushes toward him, calling out his name. But as the smoke clears, she freezes in absolute shock at the sight waiting for her on the ground. Hion is standing tall and calmly greets Jun-han, asking if she finally decided to come down. Jun-han is utterly baffled by her recovery. Haeon confidently smiles, saying she was just planning how to lure her down. Jun-han grinds her teeth, wondering how she is still standing. Her calm demeanor raises immediate red flags. Even if Haeon had some energy left, that direct hit should have crippled a normal C rank. Jun-han opens her system menu to check, but to her surprise, Haeon's stats are completely hidden from view behind a blank screen. She cannot read a single detail about this woman. Could she actually be an S-rank hunter too? No, this level of power feels different. She suspects Haeon might be using a rare item to mask her rank, but in terms of raw presence, she feels at least A rank. Jun-han realizes her brother lied about her being a C rank, and it was a terrible lie at that. Suddenly, Dong-du steps forward, shielding Haeon and telling her to run while she still can. Haeon objects, insisting she can help. Jun-han watches them with deep suspicion. She looks at them, bickering, and snaps, telling them this is her battle and ordering her brother to get out of the way. Haeon retorts that even if she runs, they are all still trapped in this dungeon together, so running makes no sense anyway. She complains that Dong-du has absolutely zero faith in her. Jun-han narrows her eyes, convinced this woman is hiding a darker motive regarding the hidden dungeon. But Haeon ignores the tension and gets into a fighting stance, declaring that it is time to make a move. What the hell? She bolts straight toward Jun-han, completely ignoring Dong-du's frantic cries to stop before it is too late. She winds up her fist and yells at Dong-du to stop standing around like an idiot and follow her lead right away. Jun-han stands her ground as the punch flies toward her. She reasons that this woman might have artificially boosted her low-rank stats, or possesses a massive god-tier regeneration skill that allows her to instantly heal from otherwise fatal bone-shattering injuries. Right after her attack, it is clear this power is not easily obtained. It takes way more than a simple awakening. Just as Choi Hion thinks she has the advantage, her fist stops. Jun-han is out of reach. Gravity takes hold. She never saw it coming. An unseen force yanks her backward. She is completely helpless as she flies through the air. Boom, she slams hard into the solid stone wall. Choi Hion collapses to the floor, her body completely broken and weak. Looking up at Jun-han, she is horrified. What is this magic? She did not even see the attack coming. Something grabbed her. Before she can process the grip, immense gravity from the earth slams down. Crushed, Choi Hion is pinned to the floor. Dirt binds her. The pressure shifts and rises from underneath. It seems Jun-han can actually alter the direction of her magic. I cannot breathe, she gasps, unable to move a single muscle. It feels like her entire spine is being violently compressed. She feels like a whole mountain is resting on her. Jun-han looks down at her struggling rival and speaks with pure contempt. I expected more from you. You acted so tough with just this. Your dungeon items are really nothing to brag about. Pinned under the heavy stones, Choi Hion barely breathes. Yet she still finds the strength to mock her opponent right back. Watch your mouth, she spits. Once I get moving, you are done. But Jun-han is completely unimpressed by the empty threat. Just stay down, Jun-han warns. If you keep pushing, you will break. But Choi Hion refuses to listen and tries to stand. Agony shoots through her and she screams. Jun-han sighs. It is too late now. Choi Hion collapses back down, desperate to heal. Jun-han watches with a cruel smirk. You heal pretty fast, don't you? Then keep healing forever. That is your only real talent. Dong-du watches in absolute panic and tries to step in. But Jun-han cuts him off, ordering him to stay away from her. Dong-du snaps, shouting that this will not change his mind. He has had enough of his sister controlling his entire life. Seeing his stubbornness, Jun-han delivers a cold threat. Go ahead and help her. I will crush her beyond her ability to regenerate. Give up on the hidden dungeon and she lives. She corners her brother, completely demanding a final decision right here and now. Do not worry, Jun-han insists, claiming she only wants to make him stronger. Without her, he would have died long ago. She lays out the brutal truth. Dong-du is simply too weak to ever defeat her. The harsh words hit him incredibly hard. Dong-du's face freezes in rage. Are you finally done talking? He quietly asks. Meanwhile, Choi Hion looks for an escape. She decides to throw fuel on the fire, mocking Jun-han's supposed care. The manipulation reminds her of a toxic ex-boyfriend. Back when that bastard manipulated her, he used the exact same words. He claimed everything was for her own good. The dark memories flash back like a slow-motion movie. She grunts, telling Jun-han to stop lying because nobody buys that garbage. Choi Hion exposes the sister's true motive. This is not love. It is just a sick obsession with controlling others. She looks at Dong-du, urging him to make his own choice. He wanted to grow stronger on his own terms. They are similar, she tells him. She promises to show him what real strength looks like if he just watches her. Meanwhile, Jun-soo looks around the empty dungeon in confusion. He asks the officer where everyone went, noting they need to move. He remarks how cool Dong-du looked earlier, charging in to save that girl. And honestly, who could blame him? Song Yeong calmly agrees. Jun-soo chuckles anyway and makes a bold prediction about the massive drama this will cause. He jokes that the community will be in an uproar, especially since Dong-du is incredibly popular with the ladies. Song Yeong merely nods in agreement, but then Jun-soo suddenly falls silent, sensing a strange shift in the atmosphere. He looks up at the crimson sky, asking if it is always this red. Song Yeong quickly shakes her head in response. No, it was perfectly normal just a moment ago. A terrible feeling washes over them and Jun-soo gasps in panic. Don't tell me this dungeon is starting to collapse, he shouts. Song Yeong grimly agrees that it is highly likely. We cannot stay here, he urges. We have to clear this place immediately. They have to move right now. Suddenly, a massive tremor tears the ground apart. Rocks rain down on Choi Hion, but she stubbornly refuses to give up. Seeing her strain, the others desperately scream for her to stop. If she keeps forcing her power, she will die. Even Jun-han is starting to panic at the sight. What is she doing? She cannot even move her body anymore. Suddenly, an incredibly savage roar echoes through the crumbling cavern. Jun-han freezes her eyes wide with absolute shock. Shaking off her fear, she wonders what this deafening noise could be. It sounds like a monster tearing its own throat. Dong-du struggles to stay on his feet, staring in disbelief. How is Choi Hion suddenly unleashing this much energy? She is far stronger now than she was back at the black market. She was not even this powerful before entering. Is it possible for someone's stats to skyrocket so quickly? Jun-han grinds her teeth, refusing to back down. Kim Jun-han watches with intense focus. She notices the monsters gathering in an instant, shocked that Choi Hion could actually draw in so many beasts with just a single roar. The girl clearly has talent. Letting her die here would be a real shame. If not for Kim Dong-du, they could have been friends. But now everything is spinning out of control. A massive horde is swarming in. Looking at their numbers, Choi Hion might be planning to use them as a shield to escape. But these monsters are trash C ranks. Does Kim Jun-han really have to go hunting for the sap boss? Choi Hion is clearly losing patience, using these beasts to slow her down. That is fine, Kim Jun-han can play along. This is the perfect chance to hunt as she pleases. The fearless monsters charge straight to the center, surprising Kim Jun-han once again. She wonders if their fur is glowing as some kind of weapon. Gathering her strength, she unleashes her Yang sword in rapid succession. But her strikes do not leave a single scratch. They easily weave through every fatal swing. Kim Jun-han refuses to back down, charging forward with pure excitement. It has been a very long time since she faced a challenge like this. This is the exact thrill she wanted. The distance shrinks rapidly, but then she suddenly halts, watching closely. She realizes something bizarre. These creatures are completely ignoring her. Are their eyes just for show, or are they completely blind? They completely ignore her presence, which makes her pause in deep confusion. Why are their attacks aimed somewhere else entirely? After watching them closely, a sudden realization hits her. No way could she really be using her own body. Is Choi Hion using her own body as bait? A massive explosion suddenly tears through the area, throwing up a blinding cloud of dust. Shrapnel fills the air and Kim Jong-han begins to worry. The ground is completely shattered, a desperate but effective way to break her skill. But doing this means Choi Hion will take massive damage herself. Suddenly, a painful scream cuts through the dust as the onslaught continues. The attacks rain down relentlessly on her. Choi Hion reaches her hand toward the sky, looking like she is desperately begging for help. Kim Jong-han watches from a distance, completely puzzled. Even if Choi Hion has insane regeneration, she must still feel the absolute agony. What kind of harsh past does this woman have to make such a reckless, painful choice without even flinching? Still, a stunt like this shouldn't be enough to break Kim Jong-han's skill. C-rank monsters are nothing but fodder regardless of their numbers. But in that very moment, Kim Jong-han gets the absolute shock of her life as something begins changing right before her eyes. Choi Hyun's hands begin to dissolve from the corrosion, making her shake in agony. She mutters that this is still not enough. With only this much power, she can't accomplish anything. She snaps at the monsters, yelling at the useless fools to attack her harder. Suddenly, a system screen flashes with a notification. It confirms that the target control is established and the process has officially begun. The blessing of 30 special effects is instantly applied to the target. A devastating strike follows, causing the ground to explode once more. Such a devastating blast leaves a horrific crater right in front of Kim Jong-han. She immediately senses their surging power. Her instincts were correct. The beasts have grown significantly stronger. Another system notification flashes right in front of her. An A-rank one-eyed angel is now observing the battlefield. Kim Jong-han is stunned. Did that thing just evolve on the spot? As the thick dust slowly clears, Choi Hion bursts out from the ruins, charging forward at an absolutely blinding speed. Confronting her opponent, Choi Hion complains that she almost died because of her, leaving Kim Jong-han standing there completely frozen in shock. She wonders if this crazy woman actually forced the monsters to level up. Kim Jong-han can only stammer, asking who she really is. Choi Hion just laughs maniacally, saying she has no idea, but one thing is absolutely certain: Kim Jong-han dies today. She mockingly asks if Kim Jong-han really believed an S-rank body could not easily handle those weak incoming strikes. Sharp blades suddenly manifest out of thin air, carving deep, incredibly painful cuts all over both of their bodies. Watching the chaos unfold, Kim Dong-do is utterly bewildered. He cannot believe Kim Jong-han is actually being overwhelmed by Choi Hion. It is hard to comprehend that she used her own flesh as bait just to lure those monsters. Is this even a human way of fighting? Kim Jong-han writhes in pure agony, which only fuels Choi Hyun's maniacal excitement as she charges back into the fray. She laughs wildly while launching vicious, underhanded strikes. Kim Jong-han curses her under her breath, trying to endure the pain. Choi Hyun tries to end this with a devastating blow, but she suddenly spits blood as Kim Jong-han retaliates with her sword. Kim Jong-han smiles with relief, thinking she finally landed a clean hit, but after a brief silence, Choi Hyun speaks up again. She mockingly notes that Kim Jong-han is still holding back. Choi Hyun floats in the air, completely unharmed as the monsters gather. The horde shifts their attention back to their master. Kim Jong-han curses her own carelessness, frustrated that she let her guard down. How can she still cast skills in that state? This is bad. Normally, Kim Jong-han loves a good hunt, but this feels wrong. Now it feels like she is just being mocked. Choi Hyun regenerates once more, turning her cold gaze back toward her target. Kim Jong-han is frozen. Her mind is racing. How did that monster heal so fast? It makes absolutely no sense. Blood drips heavily onto the dirt. Step by agonizing step, she drags her broken body forward, refusing to give up. Fuming, she mutters to herself, "How could someone play so dirty, to hide in the shadows like a total coward?" Before she can even recover, Choi Hyun appears again, flickering like a ghost, mocking her for still drawing breath. Kim Jong-han is furious. What kind of freak is she? Choi Hyun just smirks, praising her resilient S-rank body, takes a beating and keeps going. Kim Jong-han snaps back, telling the psycho to look in a mirror for once. She demands to know when Choi Hyun will finally die. Choi Hyun just shrugs, claiming humans always die eventually. She even jokes about visiting the afterlife once already. That is when Kim Jong-han realizes the truth: is she immortal? Yes, rare items granting immortality do exist, but they always come with a strict limit on their uses. Most are just one-time saves. Choi Hyun leans in, suddenly curious, asking which dungeon holds those kinds of treasures. Kim Jong-han gasps for air. Those items are for escaping death, she argues, not for throwing your life away. Nobody willingly acts this reckless unless they are completely insane. Yet Choi Hion just keeps that smug, arrogant grin. Kim Jong-han delivers her final verdict without hesitation. She is simply too dangerous to be around her younger brother. Her own body refuses to budge, yet Choi Hion just sneers at her protective stance, calling their sibling bond adorable. She taunts that with his sister like this, Kim Dong-do will stay single forever. Kim Jong-han does not care. But she does care about this. Because of Choi Hion, Kim Dong-do is constantly in mortal danger. She cannot allow it. Gritting her teeth against blinding pain, she tries to pool her remaining mana, though her limbs feel like lead. Lifting an arm is a struggle, leaving her with one desperate option left. She mutters a cold farewell, just die. Right here, right now. Pure energy erupts from the ground as Kim Jong-han screams a final warning to her brother. She yells for Kim Dong-do to get back, promising she is not taking him down with her. He begs her to stop. He knows her body will break under the strain. Meanwhile, Choi Hion watches with total indifference, acting completely unbothered. Pointing out that Kim Jong-han can barely even lift her arms, she dismisses it. This time, she is ending her. With that threat, she launches herself straight at Kim Jong-han. Swarms of monsters converge as dark energy starts to swirl. Energy locks onto Kim Jong-han. She struggles to channel her mana, aiming to summon a gravity sphere that erases everything. It is a forbidden technique she never wanted to trigger, but if she cannot eliminate this monster, nothing else works. Stealing her resolve, Kim Jong-han screams at the lunatic to bring it on, swearing to wipe her from existence. Suddenly, a violent backlash hits her from behind. Dread pools in her stomach as she realizes her broken body might fail. Her injuries are just too severe. The risk is astronomical, but she channels every ounce of mana into her palms anyway. She unleashes a massive pillar of energy skyward. If she is going down, she is dragging this psycho to hell with her. The surrounding monsters lose their bearings instantly. Choi Hion blinks, spotting the chaotic flow of energy swirling around the battlefield. She actually laughs, amused by the black hole effect. She finds the idea of swallowing the whole field pretty entertaining. Hordes of beasts are dragged helplessly toward Kim Jong-han. Choi Hion watches, casually asking if this suicide move is a bit overkill. She warns her that she will die too, but Kim Jong-han gladly accepts that fate just to leave her a parting gift. Since Choi Hion cannot die, she deserves a special present. Choi Hion just chuckles, eager to see what is inside the box. She claims she is absolutely thrilled to unwrap it. The sheer terrifying excitement on her face leaves Kim Jong-han completely baffled. Who smiles when they are about to be vaporized, Kim Jong-han vows to grind her to dust while she still can laugh. Over in the control room, the monitoring staff is in a complete panic, staring at the screens in utter disbelief. A simple B-class gate is suddenly registering mana levels far beyond an A-class. There is no time to figure out why. The entire dungeon is on the verge of collapsing. He grabs the phone, desperately dialing headquarters for an immediate evacuation team. He screams for a priority escape order. Meanwhile, a massive rift tears open in the sky above the battlefield. Earthquakes shatter the ground beneath them, sending Kim Dong-do into a panic as he looks up at the looming portal. Debris rains down everywhere. Kim Dong-do realizes the pocket dimension itself is cracking under his sister's overwhelming power. Song Aeung desperately flees with Joon-soo, sensing the unnatural distortion. She knew something was off from the very start. The ambient mana is so thick it is almost suffocating. Up above, the monsters are flying toward a single point. They are drawn by an irresistible gravity. For a simple B-class dungeon, this scale is completely off the charts. The girl was only C rank, yet Aeung's A-rank appraisal skill couldn't read her level at all. Could the two S-rank hunters have entered before them? But that had never happened before. Or maybe the core of this dungeon was already deeply corrupted. What on earth is that? The sight before her made her eyes widen in shock. What is going on? How could a simple C-rank hunter like Choi Hion stand against the powerful Kim Jong-han? Is she actually an unregistered high-ranking ranker? She knew she had to arrest Choi Hion right away, but the entire dungeon was becoming highly unstable from their clashing mana. If they kept going, the dungeon would explode, killing everyone inside. She had to stop them, even at the cost of her life, even if it killed her. Just then, Kim Dong-do noticed them. He quickly called out to the officer to hold back. Officer Seong Aeung, wait, this has gone way too far. Getting absolutely no response, Aeung let out a furious scream. Hunters Kim Jong-han, Kim Dong-do, and Choi Hion, you are destroying this entire dungeon with your mana. Using her power, she enforced the penalty. She would execute a forced demotion on all three of them. D rank to C rank, the three hunters collapsed as the crushing force wrung their bodies with pure agony. Kim Jong-han took the brunt of the impact. Coughing up fresh blood in absolute agony, she kept desperately wondering how she had suddenly been so heavily wounded. Kim Jong-han quickly looked up at her status window. A sudden notification flashed, a forced demotion down to C rank. Her stats and mana were slashed and skill efficiency dropped 50% for 30 days. Her eyes widened in shock. A demotion, she realized that skill belonged to that leech. As the power dispersed, Choi Hion stared blankly at Kim Jong-han. Eventually, the proud warrior collapsed motionless on the cold floor. This deranking was a unique skill only Ah Young possessed. It temporarily forced a target's rank down, heavily restricting their power and mana. This was her absolute last resort. She only used it when situations spiraled completely out of control, but she had to bear its severe backlash. The backlash tore through Ah Young's own body. Instantly, her status window flashed with a grim warning of internal damage. She suffered severe internal injuries, a damaged mana core, and all combat stats were reduced to almost nothing. None of it would recover for an entire year. Yet seeing the dungeon mana stabilize, Ah Young let out a relieved sigh. With her organs shredded and her mana core empty, it was a sheer miracle she was even still breathing. She begged healer Nam Jeon-soo to treat Kim Jeon-han immediately since her skill had left the woman completely vulnerable. The healer quickly agreed and rushed over, silently wondering if the legendary hunter was even going to make it. From a distance, her injuries looked incredibly severe. Up close, Nam Jeon-soo gasped in sheer horror at the sight. Her limbs were nearly severed and her internal organs were completely ruptured. Any ordinary hunter would have died instantly. But now, trapped in a fragile C-rank body, she was barely holding on. Nam Jeon-soo immediately began casting her healing magic. Mending such deep internal damage would take time, so she focused on stabilizing her vitals first. Kim Jeon-han's body responded remarkably fast, much to Nam Jeon-soo's relief. At this incredible rate, she could actually save her shredded organs, but as she looked up, she froze. Standing right there was Choi Hion, watching them with cold eyes. She was the monster who had just fought Kim Jeon-han. Why was she completely unharmed? Why was she just standing there? Unable to hold back, Nam Jeon-soo screamed at her to leave, blaming her entirely for the horrific state of her friend. Choi Hion remained silent for a moment before coldly muttering as she was still breathing, causing Kim Jeon-han to cough up more blood. Nam Jeon-soo screamed in panic, but a sudden massive explosion tore through the area, leaving them both completely dazed. She looked around in disbelief, muttering that they were gone. A memory flashed in her mind. Why did he save her? Didn't he always want to escape his sister's shadow? Turning around, Choi Hion called out to Kim Dong-do, but the young man completely ignored her, telling Nam Jeon-soo to look after his sister before getting a firm nod back. Dejected, Choi Hion demanded to know why he was still choosing his sister. If she disappeared, wouldn't he finally be free? Why on earth did he save her? Kim Dong-do only offered a cold stare, stating this was never a real choice. He asked if she really expected him to stand by and watch his own family get murdered. He couldn't do that. Yet Choi Hion still didn't understand. If he cared so much, why only step in now when she was trying to free him from those chains? Kim Dong-do snapped, demanding to know what she was talking about, but she remained chillingly patient. She asked if he was not sick of his pathetic life of everyone claiming they did everything for his sake. The worst part was how they brainwashed him into believing it. She had only realized the truth after dying and killing. True freedom only came when stepping over the corpses of others, and she wanted him to finally wake up to that. That sweet taste of freedom she felt back then, he can have it too if only he breaks the chains his sister bound him with. Starting out is always the hardest part, but she assures him that once he takes the first step, everything gets much easier. This is his shot. He can finally be free. Kim Dong-do has what it takes and she is ready to help him. But after a heavy silence, Dong-do softly apologizes. He softly admits that he just cannot do it. Choi Hion is completely shocked, demanding to know why and forcing him to explain. Dong-do patiently explains. He knows he has no right to speak up now, especially after just standing by and watching her do all the work. He explains that stepping in would have meant agreeing with her brutal choice, which is why he simply could not bring himself to act. He might not get why both she and his sister are so incredibly stubborn, but when it comes down to it, he cannot just stand by. The thought of his sister dying makes it impossible to just sit back. Even if she behaves like a wild gorilla, she is still family. Hearing those words, Choi Hion feels incredibly let down. Did she really go through all this insane trouble just for absolutely nothing? She snaps, did this guy seriously just change his mind and expect everything to be fine? But Dong-do stands surprisingly firm. He warns her that he will stop her. Rushing straight at Choi Hion, he coldly aims a razor-sharp arrow right at her. He proudly declares that he will protect his own people. Choi Hion shows zero fear, only flashing a highly mocking smile. She calls his family talk ridiculous. After all, who was the coward just standing on the sidelines? Yet Dong-do remains completely unfazed. He claims that even though they are both C-rank, his superior combat experience means he can easily handle her. Choi Hion furiously snaps back. He can talk all he wants, but his stronger sister was already beaten to a pulp by her. She dares him to try her, mocking him for acting tough over a slightly higher level. But a loud shout suddenly cuts through the tension. Nam Jeon-soo desperately steps in and begs them to stop fighting, warning that Hunter Kim Jong-han is actually going to die if they keep going. She screams that she won't forgive either of them if Jeonhan dies. She demands they put her down so she can start treating her. She tells them to save their fight for later, then turns to Dongdu to ask if he is even in his right mind. With his sister in such critical condition, she wonders how he can focus on a fight. Dongdu quietly mutters an apology. She asks if the adrenaline has completely fried his brain. Then she snaps at Choi Hion for always being so incredibly difficult. She demands that both of them calm down and remember they are just C-rank hunters who need to follow orders. Dongdu guiltily apologizes once more, leaving Choi Hion wondering why he cannot seem to talk back to this girl at all. Nam Jeon-soo, still absolutely furious, shouts at them, questioning why mere C-ranks are acting so high and mighty in a crisis. Dongdu can only endure it and beg her to stop criticizing him. Seeing this, Choi Hion can't help but nod in understanding. She finally realizes what kind of guy he really is. She calls out to Kim Dongdu, and he snaps back, demanding to know what she wants. Without hesitating, she demands that the crazy guy apologize to her. Dongdu, completely uncooperative, asks if she has lost her mind. He tells her to stop talking nonsense, but Choi Hion stubbornly refuses to let it go, pointing out his weakness with girls. She offers to let him off if he just says sorry, but that only annoys him more, making him shoot back that she should apologize. An irritated Nam Jeon-soo barks at them to shut up so she can focus on healing. Just then, Song Aeon walks up to ask about the situation. Song Aeon asks how Hunter Kim Joon-han is doing, and Nam Jeon-soo confirms that the woman has thankfully passed the critical stage. Song Aeon admits she is fine but feels incredibly guilty, believing it was her fault Joon-han got hurt in the first place. Nam Jeon-soo reassures her that the situation was critical, then asks if she thinks the dungeon has finally stabilized. Song Aeon cannot give a definitive answer, explaining that stabilizing the internal mana is merely a temporary solution. She warns that they must quickly finish the raid. Usually they would wait for backup, but that option is completely off the table. Since 2 S-rank hunters inside are highly unstable, headquarters cannot send help, leaving them to clear the dungeon on their own. The idea of clearing the place with 3 C ranks and 2 non-combat A ranks leaves Nam Jeon-soo extremely worried about their odds. As the 2 A ranks discuss their options, Choi Hion and Dongdu quickly huddle together to talk strategy. Dongdu tells her they basically think the C ranks are useless. Choi Hion remains confident, determined to prove them wrong. He dryly tells her to stop acting so tough. Rolling his eyes, Dongdu suggests they immediately head out to clear the boss. He points out that since his sister already cleared out most of the monsters, the path ahead should be relatively empty. He boasts that even as a C rank, proper skill control will allow him to easily sweep the remaining threats in the dungeon. Choi Hion hates being ignored and desperately tries to convince him, but her attention is suddenly stolen by a strange phenomenon. Staring at the bizarre energy, she sighs, realizing the boss isn't entirely dead. Dongdu impatiently urges her to hurry up. He demands to know why she is just standing there, but then he freezes in absolute terror as a strange light begins to glow. That light grew stronger by the second, leaving Dongdu deeply puzzled. Normally, it would have dissipated on its own. Could the mana here be so incredibly dense that it triggered condensation? He quickly turned to ask if Jeon-soo was still unconscious. He only received a brief reply that she was still out. Sensing imminent danger, he urgently pressed them once more. They needed to get as far away as possible since he was powerless against that move, urging her to wrap up the treatment. Song Aeon anxiously offered her help, asking Hunter Kim Dongdu if there was anything she could do, but he flatly refused. He told her to stay out of it, a dismissive response that left Song Aeon wide-eyed in complete disbelief. She asked if she should just leave everything to the high-ranking hunters, only for Dongdu to snap that this was all her fault. He promised to hold the threat back before it grew any larger, telling her to stand firm and wait. Suddenly, something began. Rising from the ground, a massive razor-sharp rock formation that left Song Aeon gasping at its sheer size. Dongdu remained completely calm, noting that it had to be this massive just to withstand a fraction of the other force's power. He yelled for Hee-won to get over to safety, warning her of the danger, and to his surprise, she actually listened. She admitted it was impressive for a Class C hunter to pull off. Dongdu could only shake his head in disbelief. He muttered that she was incredibly clueless, focusing instead on reinforcing the barrier to make it extra thick just in case. Now all that remained was carefully securing the core, and they would be completely set. With everything ready, the action began. A sudden tremor shook the cave, threatening to shatter the earth as that bizarre mass continued to swell in size. Seeing this, Dongdu let out a sigh of relief. But then another quick tremor rattled the area before fading away. After analyzing the structure, he realized it had almost collapsed. Just then, Hee-won Choi approached him with a loud shout. She asked what he was doing, causing him to panic. He yelled back, asking why she had rushed up there so recklessly. She dismissed his talk of looking cool, demanding to know what he did, but he assured her it was nothing serious. He explained that the anomaly was a black hole created by his sister, which had spiraled out of control after she collapsed. It was essentially a massive ownerless sphere of wild mana. This prompted Hee-won to jump to her own conclusion. She playfully concluded that his sister was the real troublemaker here, which immediately drew a sharp protest from the defensive brother. He explained that the stone block was acting as a lightning rod to anchor the wild mana underground, looking quite pleased. He was satisfied with the setup, noting they now just had to wait for the concentrated mana to safely dissipate. Hee-won looked highly skeptical, asking if that was actually true, but he confidently assured her it would work. He had used this exact trick before, remembering how hilarious his sister's reaction was back then. Suddenly, Hee-won noticed something. She pointed out that the stone had suddenly started to emit a bright glow, which instantly made him freeze in absolute panic. Before he could even ask what she meant, the stone block began to crack and shatter, freezing them both in place. Staring at the crumbling monument, she calmly observed that the plan had failed while he stood there utterly devastated. He grabbed his head and screamed in sheer frustration before frantically yelling down to the rest of the team. He yelled to wake his sister up, but Song Ayoung screamed back that it was hopeless. Hunter Nam Jeon-soo was still completely unresponsive. Nam Jeon-soo could only offer a weak apologetic smile. She was crying because no matter how hard they tried, recovery took time. Waking her up would take a while, especially since her demotion to Class C had made her recovery rate painfully slow. Jeon-soo handed the heavy responsibility over to him, begging to know if they were going to die but trusting him. He had no choice but to take charge and comfort her, promising to try again. Nearby, Hee-won quietly observed. The situation was a total mess. Dong-do continued to shout reassuringly, telling everyone not to cry because they would survive. Suddenly, her eyes caught something strange. Staring down at a massive crack in the ground, she noticed a familiar breeze. Realizing where she had felt this energy before, she clapped her hands in delight. It was those strange giant-eyed monsters. Standing on the high ledge with crossed arms, she realized they were all hiding down below, and in massive numbers. A brilliant idea began to spark in her mind. This dungeon was a literal gold mine for farming stat points. But there was a massive catch. She would likely be killed by the wild mana storm before even reaching the boss. How could she bypass this? She began weighing her options. Her first choice was to simply ignore it and rush the boss. But since she had no idea what other deadly threats lurked down there, she quickly decided to discard that reckless plan. Option 2 was to stop the chaotic mana surge. Lost in thought, she finally called out to the struggling boy. While he looked back at her in complete confusion, she gave him a playful smirk, telling him he should be grateful. That virgin rank hunter gets a nerve pinched and immediately snaps back, demanding to know what she just said and if she wants him to prove it. But she does not stop and keeps mocking Dong-do, asking how he can act tough when he cannot even clean up the trash his sister left behind. He is not one to take it lying down, instantly challenging her to try doing it herself. Suddenly, Dong-do looks completely blank and asks what she is doing. Choi Hion simply kicks off the ground to gain momentum calmly, replying, "What do you think?" She nonchalantly throws herself down the pit to help his sister clean up this absolute mess. While in free fall, Choi Hion happily tells him to just follow her lead once this is over, promising that she will clear the path. After that, she falls silent. Choi Hion can already sense the changes around her, and even though they are very small, they are devouring everything around like a monster. Did she really pour all her magic into this just to kill her? It is hard to believe Kim Jong-han would do this just to protect her younger brother. Suddenly, a vision of Dong-do carrying his sister flashes through her mind. So she will stop her, she has to protect her family. Choi Hion gently closes her eyes, sinking deeper into her thoughts. Kim Dong-do, she has no one left to protect, so she has no reason to feel afraid. The harsh words of her brother echo in her mind, declaring that he is leaving because he is sick of calling her his sister or family. Back then, she could only cry on the floor. Now in deep pain, Choi Hion barely parts her lips to whisper Hori. Everyone she loved has abandoned her. Yet she will still follow her heart and do what must be done. The intense heat from the rift peels the skin right off Choi Hyun's hands, even though she knows this is all utterly meaningless. Her bones begin to show beneath her charred skin, and she knows she cannot accept his decision. But at least she felt like someone finally heard her. She will put an end to this madness, even if she must sacrifice her own life, promising she will not fail. She remains completely determined in her path. In those agonizing moments, Choi Hyun laughs. Even as her body slowly disintegrates, she cannot help but swear that it hurts like absolute death. Suddenly, a green jade ring begins to emit a mysterious purple aura, initiating a bizarre reversal process. Her shattered hand suddenly begins to regenerate completely, restoring her body without leaving a single scratch behind. But down below, the rift continues to emit a blinding light, and gravity slowly pulls her legs back down toward it. Her toes immediately catch fire again, and the skin across her newly healed body begins to crack and tear apart. Agony washes over her face as the system continuously spams notifications stating she cannot die until the resurrection is come nigh. Pleat. The warnings keep flashing over and over. You cannot die until the resurrection is complete. You cannot die until the resurrection is complete. The system refuses to let her pass on, repeating that she cannot die until the resurrection is complete. Over and over, the cold interface flashes that she cannot die until the resurrection process has been fully finished. Up on the surface, Song Ae-young and Kim Dong-doo witness everything, completely stunned by this bizarre phenomenon. Why isn't she dying? Song Ae-young asks in sheer panic, wondering if she is even still human. Standing right next to her, Dong-doo looks equally tense. After what feels like forever, Choi Hion finally stands amidst the ruins and turns her head. Choi Hion screams in pure excitement, celebrating that the mission is complete. Song Ae-young cannot help but shower her with praise, completely amazed that she actually managed to stop that blast. Dong-doo covers his eyes and hands over some spare clothes, telling Song Ae-young to make her put them on before he gets too distracted. Song Ae-young agrees and goes over to help. Peace finally returns as the sky clears up into a calm, gentle blue. Once she is fully dressed, Choi Hion notes with a smirk that a loser like him actually has surprisingly decent taste in fashion. From above, he jumps up and angrily snaps back, asking who she is calling a loser. But she immediately retorts with another sharp jab, asking if weaklings even have the right to speak. She then gets into stance and announces that they are moving out. Song Ae-young asks in utter confusion where they are going, but her voice is drowned out as Choi Hion slams her fist into the ground, shattering the earth, while replying that they are obviously clearing out the remaining monsters. The shockwave knocks Dong-doo off balance, his frustrated voice echoing through the forest as he asks if this is her way of clearing the path. As darkness falls, the group descends into chaos, shouting out to ask if everyone is okay. They confirm they are safe, but anxiously ask Kim Dong-doo what is happening, hoping everyone made it down safely. They urge Choi Hion to warn them next time, reminding her that they have injured comrades. She casually shrugs and tells them to hurry up and turn on a light since she cannot see a thing. But the moment Dong-doo lights a flame, the entire group is completely surrounded. He is frozen in horror, but Choi Hion simply smiles, whispering that they have hit the jackpot. That rocky monster looks absolutely hideous, baring its teeth and drooling non-stop. Kim Dong-doo breaks a cold sweat at their terrible situation. Talk about a nightmare. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many beasts in here? What kind of dungeon even has a setup like this? Right now, they are trapped deep inside a goblin circle, completely surrounded. Facing these beasts, Nam Joon-soo is absolutely terrified. She turns pale. She screams, looking to her side. Kim Joon-han is dangerously close to the goblins. Hunter, Kim Joon-han, why is she lying right at the monster's feet? Nam Joon-soo scrambles over, crying out that she is deeply sorry and should have taken much better care of her. Suddenly, a beast lunges. Nam Joon-soo freezes. Fortunately, Kim Dong-doo reacts instantly to save her. He extends his hand to protect her, effortlessly slamming the goblin straight into a nearby boulder before checking on Nam Joon-soo with deep concern. He demands to know why she just jumped in there. Sobbing, she drags Kim Joon-han's limp body back and replies that her sister is lying right there. Meanwhile, Kim Dong-doo has to fend off this relentless pack of beasts, swinging his arm to slash directly at his target. The goblins take hit after hit as dark fluids spray everywhere, their ugly bodies covered in deep, painful bleeding lacerations. On top of that, sharp stone spikes erupt to impale the beasts, leaving them gutted and pinned down all around the terrified group. Seeing this, Kim Dong-doo makes a quick call. Fighting everyone is suicide. They will easily get wiped out. He explains that they must eliminate the boss to open an exit and escape, leaving the rest of the horde to the backup crew. Both Song Ae-young and Nam Joon-soo immediately agree to the plan. With a firm nod, Kim Dong-doo stomps his foot heavily against the ground. He announces that they need to find the boss room first, immediately activating his special tracking ability as he focuses with extreme intensity. He searches for the strongest life signature, silently asking where it is hiding as hordes of goblins crawl through every single corner. His scanning power dyes the beasts in a glowing blue light. Kim Dong-doo quickly scans the area, refusing to waste a single second. Suddenly, his eyes widen in absolute realization. He spots the target and immediately locks his full focus onto a massive distant tower. That is the boss room. Out of nowhere, Choi Hion speaks up with her own plans, telling him to forget the boss entirely. She wants to wipe out every single monster here. Kim Dong-doo yells back in utter disbelief, asking if she is just joking around. Feeling completely helpless, he points her toward the temple, asking if she sees it and noting that the boss is likely inside. Choi Hion nods in agreement. To keep things moving, Kim Dong-doo quickly lays out a simple tactical plan for the two of them. He promises to break their defense and open a path while she stays behind to protect the rest of the team as they move. He calculates the time, warning her that it will take about 2 minutes. He tells her to hold the line until then. Once he is done, he will rush back to help. Choi Hyun completely ignores his detailed tactical plan, asking if they are just hunting the boss first. He confirms that it is their absolute best option, but before he can even finish, she suddenly surges ahead. She refuses. Kim Dong-doo completely freezes in shock, staring in utter disbelief as she bolts. He helplessly yells after her, calling her absolutely insane. But Choi Hyun ignores him, charging forward while asking if he truly thinks she would ever listen to him. She blinks forward in a flash, thrilled by the massive amount of prey waiting right before her eyes. Choi Hyun charges directly into the goblin pack without a second thought, declaring she would never waste such a perfect opportunity. She slashes through the enemies, swearing to slaughter every single one of them. What follows is an absolute bloodbath of her own making. Raising her fist high with a grin, she confidently declares that absolutely no one is allowed to enter the boss room yet. Kim Dong-doo is left utterly speechless by her reckless behavior, demanding to know what kind of absolute nonsense she is talking about. The goblins cannot even react before Choi Hyun obliterates them. A flood of system notifications instantly rings in her ears. Her level stats increase by 1 as she stands calmly in the center of the battlefield, leaning forward slightly with hands on knees. She mutters that the monsters feel practically endless, but instead of wearing her out, that realization only makes her more excited. This place is paradise. Her levels spike again. She looks straight ahead. She casually strolls right into the heart of the goblin territory, finding the boss lair. But she has no intention of stopping. She tells herself that she will not go inside just yet. She needs to become much stronger first. Taking a deep breath, a brilliant blue aura flares up instantly, drawing the attention of the goblins. She channels her power to its absolute maximum, unleashing violent shockwaves that shake the area. Song A-young watches in pure shock as the entire horde begins rushing toward her location. She's deliberately drawing their aggro, but what on earth is she planning to do all alone? The terrifying sight leaves Song A-young gasping in horror. She cannot look away from the chaotic battle, wondering what in the world is happening out there. How is she single-handedly wiping them out? Song A-young remembers that she already demoted her to C rank, making the scene impossible to believe. She wonders if her debuff skills somehow failed. Nearby, both Kim Dong-doo and Nam Joon-soo watch with the exact same stunned expression. Wait, what? Has Choi Hyun been in A rank this entire time? No, she is actually way stronger than before. Is it just an illusion? Suddenly, a goblin roars right beside her, only to get instantly obliterated in a single strike. Dong-doo rushes over to check on their teammate. He asks if she is alright. Though still terrified, Nam Joon-soo quietly thanks her savior, Hunter Kim Dong-doo, for saving her. Choi Hyun is absolutely furious. She grumbles about Dong-doo interfering and stealing her hard-earned kills yet again. She tells him to back off and leave her targets alone, but he shoots back while fighting. He snaps back, asking if she wants them all dead, and Choi Hyun casually agrees without a second thought. Calling her insane, he warns her to wait until his rank recovers, while she gracefully glides through the battlefield. She mockingly asks if he really does not need her help. Challenged, he stubbornly and confidently claims he is fine alone. He claims he is perfectly fine, but the sudden frenzy of the goblin horde quickly forces him to take a step back. The monsters are growing way too fast. Completely overwhelmed, he abandons his pride and frantically screams for her to help. She mockingly ignores him, teasing that he forgot his manners. Realizing his desperate situation, he quickly swallows his pride. He continues to beg her for mercy, but just as she is enjoying his misery, she suddenly senses something highly unusual. An echoing voice makes her completely freeze in her tracks. It commands her to block an oncoming attack, leaving her stunned. The familiar tone sends chills down her spine. Meanwhile, Dong-doo keeps struggling, screaming at her to snap out of it. But her mind is completely trapped in the past, instinctively responding to the phantom voice of Choi Hyun-chan in her head. A goblin lunges at him from behind, but with one brutal swing of her arm, Choi Hyun punches the monster into oblivion. Overjoyed, Dong-doo gasps out his gratitude, relieved to see that she still has a shred of human kindness left. He immediately suggests teaming up and coordinating a plan, but she is completely lost in her own mind and tunes him out. She keeps whispering to herself, wondering why a dead man is still haunting her thoughts and ringing in her head. She cannot understand why she still instinctively follows his commands. Suddenly, her eyes glow with a sharp, dangerous crimson light. Now watch, she turns her cold gaze toward the temple of the creature, mimicking Choi Hyun-chan, a dark thought surfacing. She killed him with her own hands. Yet, as she holds up her shield, her face is filled with absolute confusion. She wonders why his orders still echo in her mind. Behind her, Dong-doo approaches to thank her once again. Ignoring him entirely, she suddenly puts her shield away. Her abrupt action leaves Dong-doo standing there in complete confusion. He asks why she stored her only defense, but she suddenly bolts forward, completely ignoring his loud shouts behind her. Frustrated, she charges straight into a pack of snarling mantis monsters. Her rage peaks at how annoying everything has become. Losing all self-control, she brutally batters the creatures with a barrage of raw punches. But the monsters do not back down. They screech hideously and swarm her in massive waves, but Choi Hyun shows absolutely no fear in her eyes. With a furious roar, she punches through the mantis minions and demands that they get out of her way. The swarm is instantly reduced to paste. She marches straight into the building, ready to confront the entity waiting inside. She demands to know if this creature was the one calling out to her, staring up at a giant red abomination. The giant is clinging to the ceiling with a hideous bulging eye. This is the B-rank boss of the fallen paradise. Under its probing gaze, Choi Hyun looks up with absolute disgust, calling the massive creature right above her completely repulsive. It screeches back, trying to communicate. She just puts her hands on her hips, blankly asking what it wants. Her sheer indifference enrages the beast, sending it into a screaming fit as its eye turns bloodshot with fury. It glares down at her, but she just casually cleans her ear, completely unfazed by its terrifying bloodshot glare. She tells it to shut up because the noise is giving her a headache and she does not speak monster. The creature just keeps staring and repeating those annoying sounds. Her voice suddenly drops, becoming cold and incredibly serious. Overflowing with heavy killing intent, she charges at the boss. Her sudden aggression forces the beast to widen its eye. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out behind her. Stunned, she freezes in her tracks and turns around in absolute disbelief. A shadow emerges as a man approaches, flashing a slimy fake smile and saying it has been a long time. He reaches out to her, claiming he missed her dearly. Without a word, she instantly slices the fake Choi Hyun-chan in half. She coldly asks what he is talking about, dusts off her hands, and asks if she looks like she missed him. Calling him pathetic, she is surprised as a system notification pops up showing her stats have just increased by 1. She wonders if killing the fake Choi Hyun-chan gave her a stat boost while the corpse turns back into a sliced mantis. Back on the ground, Choi Hyun recognizes the monster from earlier. She spins around to question the ruler. How do you know that name, Hyun-chan? It has to be your skill, right? Hearing that, the ruler's giant eye bubbles open. It unleashes its special skill. Dozens of Hyun-chan duplicates rise to surround her. Looking around at the illusions, she sighs. Reading memories and turning them into physical attackers is pretty clever. Even she had to react to Hyun-chan's commands earlier. But did the ruler really go through all this trouble just to spawn a massive army of monsters? Choi Hyun's hands clench. Veins bulge across her knuckles. She does not know why this beast lured her here to die, but she honestly does not care. Fighting just one clone is a joke. She needs to rip apart at least 1,000 to finally feel satisfied. She grins. Her sweet voice hides absolute malice. That man only died once, she reminds the ruler, but she is completely immortal. Elsewhere, Dongdu is fuming. He curses Choi Hyun for leaving him behind when she was supposed to be helping him out. Now endless waves of giant mantis monsters throw themselves at him like suicide bombers. Dongdu is left completely on his own. He has nothing but a single sword to defend himself. How is he supposed to clear out this entire horde alone? The overwhelming sheer numbers leave him absolutely terrified. But right as he raises his blade to strike down the first target, the entire swarm lets out an ear-piercing screech and turns around, sprinting straight inside toward Choi Hion. Dongdu follows, stunned. What on earth is happening? The ominous temple entrance that looked like a total death trap is suddenly completely silent. Why would the monsters flee inside? Deep within the ruins, a brutal slaughter is already underway as Choi Hyun tears through the clones. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3, her blade moves in a perfect dance of death. She puts the beasts down without saying a single word. Yet the fake Hyun-chan still try to manipulate her. They beg her to join the guild and protect her brother's legacy, whispering that she is completely useless without their help. Giving them zero reply, Choi Hyun swings her weapon and immediately sends these babbling fake illusions straight to hell. The illusions cry out that she is no longer a cute teammate, but another severed head instantly drops to the floor. They claim everything was done out of pure love for her, but 2 more heads fall. Have I ever hurt you? They plead. 3 heads roll. They warn her about her brother's tuition fees and how her family survive only through their charity. 4. They scream that they love her over and over. But at this point, she is slicing through far more than monsters. She is cutting the invisible chains of manipulation that Hyun-chan used to control and gaslight her mind for all these years. The stone floor is now stained a deep, brilliant crimson, completely littered with the bodies of those who exploited her. Choi Hyun stands triumphantly, a smug smirk stretching across her face. Shut up, she mutters. I do not love you anymore. Suddenly, the system screen flashes announcing she has been promoted to S rank. She stares in total disbelief before screaming with pure joy. Oh, Hyun-chan, she cheers. She absolutely loves him for this. Without wasting a single second, she vaults straight toward the ruler. She aims directly for its massive bloodshot eye. The colossal beast never expected this tiny human to be so completely unhinged. Choi Hyun grins wildly, channeling every ounce of her raw physical power directly into her fist as she dives straight down. Bye-bye, she laughs. This was actually pretty fun. Boom, her fist connects, unleashing a shockwave that rattles the entire temple structure. Debris flies everywhere as a massive cloud of dust swallows the room. But when the blinding haze finally begins to settle, the gigantic ruler lies thoroughly beaten, half of its massive body violently cratered into the solid stone floor. Choi Hion stretches. She stands casually before the massive fallen titan like it was nothing but a light workout. The sheer scale difference is insane. Talk about a massive upgrade, this girl is a walking natural disaster. With the dungeon boss down, the raid is officially over. The dying ruler weakly gasps out words in a human tongue, desperately trying to convey some final message to its killer. "We are the same," it wheezes. "Why did you betray us?" Annoyed by the cryptic nonsense, she stomps right on its bulging eye. "Speak up so she can actually understand," she groans. What a total pain. Suddenly, a metallic clink echoes through the room. A ring rolls across the stone floor. Choi Hion freezes, staring in confusion before her eyes light up as she realizes what happened. She happily skips over to scoop up the shiny loot. So that is how this works. All she needed to do was defeat an S-rank boss to get the drop. She bends down to grab it, wishing someone had told her sooner. If she had known, she would have skipped hidden dungeons entirely and just hunted down high-ranking hunters instead. She holds it up. Perfect, she thinks. Now she is finally free. This whole ordeal was way easier than expected, meaning she can finally retire in peace. No more hunter duties, just a peaceful, quiet, normal life. But then the system interface flashes with a brand new notification. E-rank empty ring. Choi Hion freezes, her eyes widening in absolute shock. An empty ring. Is this some kind of joke? The system screen flashes, stating development is complete. Choi pulls her hand back, clutching the ring with wide, shocked eyes. She stares at the system panel, completely baffled. What does this mean? Her mind is consumed entirely by the Mantis Queen, the monster behind everything that has happened. Yet Choi cannot make sense of its actions. She just cannot wrap her head around it. What does it want from her? What is the real plot unfolding here? Only time will tell if Choi can uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Joan-han suddenly snaps awake. Her eyes stretch wide in absolute panic as she realizes she is somehow still alive. She cannot believe she survived that brutal clash. Looking up, she sees the anxious, hovering faces of Song Aeon and Joon-soo. They gasp in relief, calling out that Hunter Kim. Joan-han is finally awake. Seeing her try to sit up despite her severe wounds, Joon-soo cries out. She gently holds her back, pleading with her not to move yet. Song Aeon steps forward, filled with guilt, asking if she is all right. Joan-han softly murmurs that she is fine, as she was only doing her job. But then her attention shifts over to Dong-du. She stops mid-sentence, looking over in confusion at a tearful Jeon-soo. With a gentle smile, she tries to calm the crying girl. She asks Jeon-soo if she was terrified, apologizing for only showing her pathetic side. Suddenly, the young girl lets out a loud sob. She throws her arms around Joan-han, who sits there utterly stunned, pleading with her to never get hurt like this again. Jeon-soo explains how terrified she was of losing her. Joan-han pathetically tries to comfort her, whispering that it is all right now. Watching them cling to each other, Dong-du scoffs and asks if they are dating. Once they catch her up on everything, Joan-han fumes. So she was saved by Choi while she was passed out, and Choi is still out there fighting the monsters right now. Talk about incredibly embarrassing. She never expected to be rescued by that woman. For a brief moment, Joan-han falls dead silent. Something here feels off. How could any hunter completely shrug off and resist her strongest, absolute, ultimate skill like that? Then she recalls Jeon-soo saying that as soon as Choi helped them out, she stormed off, looking extremely angry about something. Instantly, Dong-du snaps back with a sharp tone. What anger? She just wanted to solo the boss and totally abandoned us here. Joon-han deepens her thoughts, finding the situation incredibly strange. Above all, even for someone who clears hidden dungeons, Choi is simply too strong. Choi is on a completely different level. Turning to Dong-du, Joon-han demands to know if Choi headed straight for the boss. She commands they go there too. Dong-du looks at her in absolute disbelief, asking if she seriously wants to fight again. Joon-han brushes his concerns off coolly, stating she has no intention of fighting. They just need to find the exit once it is cleared. She walks ahead, leaving the other three scrambling to keep up. She mutters that a monster like Choi would never die anyway. She urges them to hurry and catch up. Dong-du gasps, asking if she is truly done with the reckless battles. Ignoring his endless rambling, Joon-han firmly tells him they need to move fast because she has a few words for Choi. A completely baffled Dong-du asks what she could possibly want to say. Joon-han turns her head away, her voice dropping lower. She quietly admits she just wants to thank her since Choi did protect them in the end. Dong-du frowns in utter confusion. He points out she almost killed her earlier, calling his sister way too forgiving. Joon-han retorts that those are two separate matters. She looks back with a deadly serious gaze, stating her survival alone is more than enough reason to show gratitude. Dong-du stands frozen in disbelief, muttering that a near-death experience really does change a person. Joon-han instantly snaps, asking if he has a death wish. Her face hardens as she tells him to save his complaints for home. Only then will she listen. Seizing the opportunity, Dong-du eagerly says he wants to go hunt for more hidden dungeons. In your dreams, she shoots back. Dong-du whines, demanding to know why she has to be so cold about it. She coldly replies she simply does not want to watch him die. Dong-du stubbornly insists he can survive anything. Seeing the two siblings constantly bickering, Jeon-soo smiles and whispers to Song Ae-young about how much Joon-han truly adores her brother. Song Ae-young responds with a somewhat awkward grin. As they walk further, the corridor is heavily littered with slaughtered mantis monsters. Dong-du stares in total shock, realizing that Choi Hion truly went on an absolute brutal rampage through the temple. Cold sweat runs down his neck as he mutters how terrifying she is. In contrast, Joon-han remains completely calm, warning him. Keep your guard up, she warns, as they still have not received any official dungeon clearance notification yet. Dong-du merely sighs and reluctantly obeys. Reaching the inner sanctum gates, a deep, heavy silence hangs thick in the air. He mutters how eerily quiet it is, almost like everything has already ended. With a sharp click, the heavy door swings open. Dong-du and Jeon-soo freeze their jaws, dropping in absolute shock at the unbelievable sight laid out right before them. The entire hall is in absolute ruins, with shattered stone covering the ground. The boss lies defeated, while Choi kneels right before it. Mangled corpses of the mantis beasts are piled everywhere. Dong-du rubs his eyes in sheer disbelief, desperately trying to process the scene. Did they actually beat the boss? Dong-du spots Choi Hion and scowls, complaining about the sheer chaotic mess of the place. Choi Hion, what are you even doing over there? Right now, she is just kneeling before the ruler, completely ignoring his calls. Getting impatient with the silence, Dong-du urges her again to move. But with her still frozen, he slowly approaches from behind. He asks why she is ignoring him and tells her to finish it off so they can escape. But then everything changes. What he sees next leaves him absolutely paralyzed with shock. Choi Hion is whispering creepy, distorted noises to the dead monster itself. Wait, what is this? Dong-du's eyes go wide, cold sweat dripping down his face in pure, unadulterated horror as he watches. She is tearing off a raw chunk of the monster's flesh, devouring it greedily. Dong-du can barely stammer out her name. He asks if she is literally talking to that thing. Getting no response, he loses it and screams out her name. The shout finally makes her turn, but her face is totally wrong. Her eyes are pitch black, empty of any human sanity. That body now belongs to the monstrous mantis queen. Annoyed by the intrusion, the beast inside her hisses a strange guttural warning. Clueless about what is happening, Dong-du calls her name again, his brow furrowed in deep confusion as he stares at her. Choi Hion, please tell me you are in there. But the only response is a heavy, dangerous hum vibrating from her throat. Her demonic black eyes lock onto him, her blood-dripping mouth snapping open. Then, without warning, she lunges straight for him. Sensing the lethal danger, Dong-du's older sister Joon-han springs into action, immediately moving to shield her younger brother. Her eyes are wide with panic, sweat soaking her brow as she screams for him to get out of the way. She yells at him to run, but Choi Hion has already loaded all her terrifying strength into her legs for a strike. She launches forward like a bullet, kicking up dirt as she reaches out with deadly intent, targeting him directly. Her sharp claws are inches from his face when a massive, deafening explosion rocks the entire chamber, shattering the silence. Joon-han crashes onto the hard ground as thick dust blankets the area. Seeing the impact, Nam Jeon-soo and Song Ae-young rush over terrified. Joon-han grittily pushes herself up, completely furious. Damn it, she thinks, what kind of freakish power is she dealing with? She yells back to Officer Song Ae-young, demanding to know why her debuff skill had absolutely zero effect on the girl. The officer stammeringly admits she has no idea, since this kind of anomaly has never happened before. She looks down in shame, explaining that she only knows Choi Hion is somehow fundamentally different from normal hunters. Joon-han is still fuming, asking if that is supposed to be an excuse. Did she only debuff her and Dong-du instead? The officer defends herself, insisting she definitely downgraded all three of them. Joon-han is left even more bewildered by this. Nam Jeon-soo speaks up from the front, asking if this means Choi Hion has actually stopped being a human entirely. Joon-han shouts after Nam Jeon-soo, but meanwhile, Dong-du is pinned to the floor with her hand crushing his throat. He gasps for air, asking what the hell she is doing. But she just looks down at him, utterly silent. Her dark sockets stare back with a chilling, hollow gaze, completely shutting out everything happening around them in the room. He begs her to snap out of it and open her eyes. Why is she turning on him like this again? He keeps shouting for her to wake up, but there is zero response, only her lips moving in a quiet whisper. Leaning in closer, she stares directly into his eyes, her lips slowly curling into a bizarre, bone-chilling grin. It looks like she is asking him a question, but he cannot understand a single word. Communication is officially dead. She was never like this before. She used to have actual feelings, but now she is just a hollow shell. Seeing the dried blood smeared on her lips and that creepy smile sends a cold shiver straight down his spine. Did she really lose her mind just from eating that disgusting monster? He needs to find a way to snap her out. He frantically tries to remember how he snapped her out of it last time, but then she starts muttering again. Dong-du frowns as she opens her mouth wide, flashing a creepy ecstatic grin while whispering those weird noises. His face pales as he realizes exactly what she's planning to do next. This cannot be happening right now. Is she seriously trying to eat him? Thankfully, Nam Jun-soo rushes in, landing a heavy blow directly to the girl's temple. The strike knocks her head to the side, throwing off her timing. Dong-du gapes as Nam Jun-soo yells a warning. She reminds her that she was warned. If anything else happens to Jeon-han, she is not letting it slide. Dong-du cranes his neck, asking why a squishy support like her is picking fights. It is way too dangerous. Nam Jeon-soo turns red, snapping back that the monster girl is the dangerous one. Seeing her still unmoving, she snaps at him. She demands to know why he cannot control his own girlfriend. Dong-du instantly denies it, getting total goosebumps. Muttering bizarre, unintelligible words, she lunges her hand right at Nam Jeon-soo, screeching. Her clawed fingers stop mere inches from the healer's face. Terrified, Nam Jeon-soo freezes. Suddenly, sharp wooden stakes erupt from the ground, impaling her attacker. As she coughs up blood, Kim Dong-du quickly steps in and tells her he is sorry, but wonders why she keeps picking fights with their guild members. Doesn't she know how rare healers are? Kim Jeon-han rushes over to support her. Nam Jeon-soo mutters an apology, admitting she lost her temper, but Kim Jeon-han sternly warns her never to pull a reckless stunt like that again. Wai Kyung steps up to check on them, but Kim Dong-du just turns around and replies calmly. He insists she will be fine since this is not enough to kill her, suggesting they wait a bit for her to wake up. Kim Jeon-han yells out that they should leave her behind. She is clearly way too dangerous. Kim Dong-du clicks his tongue, reminding her she just wanted to thank this girl. He urges Choi Hion to finally wake up already. Kim Dong-du frowns quietly, muttering that she is definitely a bit crazy, though she does not seem to be a truly malicious threat. Her black eyes show zero emotion, causing Kim Dong-du to frown deeper. Suddenly, Choi Hion snaps awake, looking completely bewildered. She gasps and pulls her legs back upon realizing she is floating. She panics, but Kim Dong-du catches her, warning her to stay still before she falls. She stares at him in surprise, then notices Kim Jeon-han and the others watching her with intense, hostile looks, making her eyes widen. Kim Jeon-han points out in disbelief that all her wounds have vanished completely. She asks if Choi Hion is genuinely okay, prompting the confused girl to turn to Kim Dong-du and ask what they mean. Kim Dong-du asks if she remembers nothing, but she just wonders why everyone is here. Recalling what happened, she picks up the parasitic ring from the ground. Back then, the system notified her that the parasite's basic development phase had successfully reached completion. Choi Hion looks at everyone with intense curiosity, staying completely silent. A creepy darkness and blood-red light slowly swallowed the area. Out of that terrifying void, sharp claws slowly reached out, followed by a deep, commanding voice echoing with a haunting, hypnotic power. The voice commanded her to eat it and make its power her own. Then a massive, menacing eye slowly opened right in front of Choi Hion, staring straight into her soul. She stood frozen as the giant eye called her too weak. Trapped in place, she could only listen as the voice declared she had to become much stronger than before. With a shrug, Choi Hion casually admits she thinks she just ate it. Suddenly, Choi Hion loses her footing and slips off the giant branch, plummeting straight down into the empty abyss below. Kim Dong-du's eyes widen in shock as she falls, completely losing her footing. She wonders why she actually ate that thing. Meanwhile, miles away, Nara suddenly stops in her tracks and looks up. Her eyes narrow, feeling a sudden strange disturbance in the air. After a quiet moment, she calls out to her friends walking ahead, mentioning she thought she heard something weird. Maru impatiently asks what she is doing, but Nara quickly brushes it off as nothing. She continues walking, but she can't shake off the creeping anxiety, silently hoping Choi Hion is doing okay. Back at the tree, Kim Dong-du catches Choi Hion, begging her to wake up. Her head slumps as she remains unconscious while the game system suddenly flashes with a new notification. The trial is complete and all monsters have been successfully eliminated. Seeing the clear message pop up, the survivors immediately cheer in absolute relief that they actually made it out alive. Soon a group of support hunters from various guilds arrives on the scene. The leader of Bayon's dungeon management division nods in approval, impressed that Pao cleared a B-ranked dungeon this fast. Hoon steps forward, mentioning he only came because the gate was unstable. But since everything seems fine now, he suggests they head inside, which immediately makes Xtron panic and shout. He insists they cannot enter until the hunters inside have returned. Hoon seems annoyed by the dramatic caution, wondering what could possibly go wrong if they enter slightly early. Suddenly, excited cheers erupt from the distance. The hunters have made it out. Hoon quickly spins around and asks, "Is everyone doing okay?" Amid ripples of purple energy, the hunters materialize from thin air. Their legs are battered trousers, stained dark red with blood. Next is Jeon-soo and finally Dong-du. His feet firmly touch the ground as Dong-du and his party safely appear before everyone. The crowd keeps cheering because they made it out in one piece. A sudden wave of applause erupts right after. They look so incredibly cool. Seeing Jian-Su embarrassedly covering her face, Han smiles and teases her, asking if she is still shy. Shouldn't you be used to this by now? She mumbles that she will never get used to this welcome. Suddenly, she spins toward Dong-du and yells out, Kim Dong-du. I told you really have to deal with her. Can you actually pull it off? He frowns and replies that he can do it. Suddenly, Dong-du's pupils shrink as his face goes pale, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. He suddenly snaps out of it, realizing she is right. His eyes land on Song Aeon as a thought flashes in his mind. What about that female officer? She probably realized Choi Hion Choi is not a C rank. He quickly turns to slip away, deciding to just pretend, clueless, and make a run for it. Suddenly, Jeon-su rushes over, blocking Dong-du's path and forcing him to stop in his tracks. She looks up at him. Hunter Kim Dong-du, thank goodness you are safe. The dungeon's sudden re-evaluation scared the whole group half to death, even though it went back down. CM strokes his chin, curiously wondering what on earth happened in there. Just then, Song Aeong steps in and blocks Dong-du, her voice gentle as she says that since Choi Hion Choi is unwell, she will write the report later. Can they take her to rest now? Seon quickly agrees, wondering what he was even thinking. As they prepare to leave, Song Aeon turns back to look at Dong-du. Calling out Hunter Kim Dong-du, she waits as he stammers, nervously wondering what she will put in that report. What if they come looking for Choi Hion Choi later? Song Aeon politely takes her leave, asking him to please take care of the girl. He nods slightly in agreement, but anxiety burns within him. He thinks he should just drop it for now and make a quick escape. But Dong-du pauses, unable to hide his massive shock at Song Aeon's next words. She tells him she will officially record Hunter Kim, Jeon-han, and Kim Dong-du as the ones who cleared this dungeon. He asks why, and she gently lowers her gaze, hiding the rising emotions in her eyes. She says Choi Hion Choi seems to need more time as she has changed quite a bit since before. Dong-du raises an eyebrow in confusion, asking if the two of them knew each other. Song Aeong looks at him, saying not exactly. Either way, she asks him to keep an eye on her and report back if anything happens. Meanwhile, Choi Hion Choi sits silently inside the outdoor tent. Outside, the buzz of voices is endless. She sits quietly, bowing her head without a single word. In the palm of her hand is a small ring. Choi Hion Choi stares intently at it, her somber eyes silent. Suddenly, she hears voices echoing from outside. Choi Hion Choi glances over her gaze, remaining quiet. Someone orders to send in a scouting team to search for valuable items inside the dungeon. Outside the tent, Dong-du is patiently giving instructions to the others. The man beside him agrees to arrange personnel to gather info, and Dong-du adds that this way, they can send guidelines to the guilds. Noticing Choi Hion Choi nearby, he looks over and asks if she is finally awake. She approaches with curiosity, asking what he is doing, and Dong-du replies that he is preparing to auction off this dungeon. Choi Hion Choi widens her eyes, gasps, shouting about an auction since she was the one who cleared it, asking who gave him the right. Before she can finish her sentence, Dong-du quickly covers her mouth. Choi Hion Choi can only let out muffled, incoherent sounds, unable to speak. Dong-du smiles at the other person, pretending to be calm and asking him to let him know when he is done. The man seems confused but still nods in agreement. Once the man leaves, Dong-du lets go, and an angry Choi Hion Choi demands to know what he is doing. He snaps back, asking what on earth is wrong with her, pointing out that she almost ruined everything by entering the dungeon without permission. She pouts and calls him petty, but an annoyed Dong-du asks what she means by petty. Does she even know how hard it is to get first clear ownership? They also have to compensate for any damages caused by the dungeon. She simply tuts and complains he talks too much. Suddenly, remembering something, Choi Hion Choi asks if the Hanshin Guild is participating in the auction. He asks in confusion what Hanshin is, and she slowly explains that it was her former workplace. Perhaps they are not that famous. For those without a name, they cannot take action because they are simply too weak. Dong-du stares at her, asking if she knows Song Aeong. Choi Hion Choi quickly replies that she does not, wondering what is going on. She looks bewildered when he mentions that Song Aeong seems to know her and that she will not write her name in the report. Choi Hion Choi simply replies that even if Song Aeong knows her, they have never met. She sits down as Dong-du continues, explaining that because of this, she avoids being charged with rank fraud, otherwise she would have been arrested. She just replies indifferently that she could have handled it. He frowns, betting she indeed has the ability, before turning around to instruct her to just stay. She should rest here. Startled, she asks where he is going. Dong-du answers honestly that he is finishing his earlier work. He turns to walk away, keeping his eyes on her. Dong-du's face turns serious, his eyes showing a touch of concern. Her condition seems better than he thought, but the real issue is she could lose control again at any moment. Leaving her in the dungeon helps no one, just like she warned. There are still many exits left, and at this rate, he must let Parky manage her. Hearing her call out from behind, he stops. Shuffling her feet, Choi Hion stays quiet. Finally, finding her courage, she looks up. "Do you think I am strange," she asks, "since you saw what happened earlier?" Remembering the terrified looks on Joan Han and the others, her voice grows timid. Her face is pale and filled with tension. Her eyes flicker with deep anxiety and pain. Choi Hion knows exactly what that look means. They all saw her as a monster. Everyone looked at her like a monster. A faint purple aura swirls around the red gold ring as she calmly explains everything. She speaks as if telling someone else's story without even a single tremor in her voice to show her pain. "The ring finally fell off," she says. "You saw it right, but that thing inside has completely merged with my body." Hunching over, she whispers in terror. "It is an X-class entity." She was helpless as that horrific thing took over her body. She curls inward, her voice dropping to a low whisper that is heavy with worry, fear, and deep insecurity. She admits she was terrified of disappearing. What if she actually turns into a real monster right in front of him? Dong-du listens quietly before sitting right across from Choi Hion. He offers a gentle, reassuring smile and begins to speak. "Choi Hion," he says. Looking directly at her with a calm, unwavering gaze, his voice is surprisingly soft and warm. "That will never happen because I will not let it happen." Staring blankly at him, she is completely stunned by his words. Meeting her gaze, Dong-du suddenly feels his heart skip a beat. He quickly looks away, muttering that a punch would snap her out of it. "You stayed conscious after taking a hit from Yoon-soo earlier." "Honestly, I was actually about to jump in and punch you myself." Choi Hyun smiles faintly, asking if he is annoyed with her. "You were a lot softer than I expected," she adds. "One of these days, you will get into real trouble," she warns. Dong-du scowls, telling her just to not cry when he strikes. She sighs softly, her face returning to its usual indifferent expression. Glancing at him, she asks if he wants to die. Right then, hurried footsteps shatter the tense, heavy atmosphere. It is Jun Han calling out for Kim Dong-du. She demands to know how long he intends to play dumb, but she freezes upon hearing Choi Hyun speak up. Wait, she did not just say that. Jun Han's eyes widen in absolute shock as the misunderstanding begins. Dong-du chuckles teasingly, saying it is probably an arrogant kid just like her, so he will take full responsibility. Jun Han storms into the room, her face completely dark with anger as she glares directly at him. Gritting her teeth, she growls out, "Kim Dong-du." Surprised, he looks up and asks when she even arrived. She glares at him, asking if he actually went and did that to a young woman. Before he can even react, Jun Han palms his entire face, leaving him completely bewildered. She screams out to the girl, demanding to know the truth. She asks if the baby in Choi Hyun's stomach belongs to him. Dong-du quickly pulls her hand away, jaw dropping. He demands to know what nonsense she is talking. Choi Hyun catches on immediately and flashes a mischievous smirk. "Better take responsibility, you jerk," she teases. He snaps back, asking if she has completely lost her mind. The others awkwardly offer their congratulations to Hunter Dong-du. He quickly snaps back, shouting that it is not like that. With a dark face, he insists he already said no. Jun Han crosses her arms, looking incredibly upset. Anyone can see she is furious. Dong-du sits in a corner, resting his chin on his hand while nursing a swollen red cheek. The slap stings terribly. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun stands quietly by the stove, occasionally glancing over at the bickering pair. She finally breaks the silence, asking why everyone looks so angry. Both Dong-du and Jun Han whip their heads around. They shout together that this is entirely her fault. Choi Hyun innocently asks if that is true, making Jun Han explode. Pointing directly at Choi Hyun, she demands to know why the girl is so comfortably cooking in their house. Frowning, he reminds her that he already explained her entire house collapsed when the dungeon suddenly appeared this morning, leaving behind nothing but a pile of rubble. Jun Han clenches her fists, still refusing to accept any of this. She demands to know what that has to do with her. Choi Hyun calmly places a plate of food before her. Telling her to eat up, she moves with slow, calm precision. Jun Han immediately spins around in a fresh wave of fury. She snaps that she never agreed to eat anything. Choi Hyun only smiles, completely unaffected by the hostile attitude. With that high heat, it will not taste good once it cools down. Saying this, she calmly pulls up a chair right next to her, leaving Jun Han wide-eyed. In pure disbelief, Jun Han chokes on her anger and immediately yells out, demanding to know how she dares to sit right next to her. While Jun Han fumes with rage, Dong-du remains completely unfazed as he puts food into his bowl and casually invites everyone to dig in. Choi Hyun happily agrees, which leaves Jun Han absolutely speechless and warning everyone not to eat food made by someone who literally consumes monsters. Dong-du freezes in pure shock, sweat dripping down his face. He clicks his tongue, completely amazed that his own kitchen could ever produce such an incredible flavor. Turning to Choi Hion, he asks if she really cooked this, prompting Joon-han to calm down and admit her own curiosity is piqued. Choi Hion smiles with absolute confidence, asking what he takes her for only for him to bluntly call her a crazy demon. She pouts and snaps back, telling the bastard not to eat it then, while Joon-han quietly watches her take a bite of the noodles. As Joon-han savors the flavor, her eyes light up instantly, and she cheerfully asks if young Choi Hion wants to move in with them. Choi Hion immediately agrees to stay with them until she finds her own place, leaving Dong-du silently grumbling and pursing his lips. Wondering how his sister could change her mind so fast, Dong-du brings over a fruit platter and asks what they are up to. Noting how close they suddenly look, he curiously reminds them that they fought like mortal enemies back inside that deadly dungeon. Joon-han merely frowns at his words while he wonders if he is genuinely the only one who found their brutal battle bizarre. Joon-han puts an arm around Choi Hion, whispering that they need to discuss what happened in the dungeon, specifically whatever is inside her. If she is not carrying Dong-du's actual child, then what is it? But Dong-du quickly interrupts to ask about a certain presence. He asks if there was truly a Class X entity in there, a question that leaves Joon-han completely stunned and absolutely terrified. She questions if such a legendary level even exists, while Dong-du gently sets the fruit down to give his quiet, measured thoughts. It is still just a theory, not a certainty, he says as Choi Hion quietly listens to Joon-han, pointing out how dangerous she is. Joon-han narrows her eyes in deep suspicion, realizing that this mysterious girl might be far more dangerous than anyone could have ever anticipated. Choi Hion casually notes that she simply cannot die, prompting Dong-du to roll his eyes at his sister's incredibly fast change of heart. Joon-han grows serious, asking Choi Hion if she remembers the bizarre things she said while literally consuming that giant boss monster. Dong-du hands over a piece of melon, but Choi Hion completely shrugs it off, claiming she remembers absolutely nothing from that fight. She casually grabs another slice, adding that she can somehow understand the voices of monsters, at least to a certain degree. Both of them gasp in utter shock, eagerly asking what the beast said, prompting her to recall its initial words of pure fury. She reveals that she only fully understood those roars after reaching S-Class, a revelation that leaves Dong-du completely dumbfounded. She speaks of a betraying race, remembering the Mantis Queen staring at her, which only makes her companions ask why. Now check this out. Choi Hion just stands there, lost in thought, her cold eyes staring off into the distance as if searching for answers. Falling dead silent, she suddenly throws her hands up and admits that she has no idea what its final words actually meant. Dong-du and Joon-han stand frozen with their mouths wide open, while Choi Hion simply tilts her head in absolute confusion. She asks what is wrong, but Joon-han quickly points out that this shocking news will soon throw the entire world into chaos. It will set the investigation teams ablaze, but Dong-du is much more curious if she genuinely reached S-Class status. Wondering how her stats skyrocketed so fast, he listens as she explains the beast was trying to convey a vital message. Since she only caught a few words, she asks if she should return to hear more, but Dong-du instantly waves the idea away. That dungeon is completely cleared out, meaning they would have to wait another 6 months for a full system reset anyway. Since she can translate monster speech, she figures she can do it with others too and asks about active dungeons nearby. He crosses his arms in deep thought, confirming that there are indeed a few newly appeared or recently reset gates around. Cut to a dense green forest where a massive white snake slithers at blinding speed, its eyeless maw yawning open wide. Letting out a bizarre roar that shakes the trees, this terrifying beast is a Guardian-class divine snake. Sang-woo yells to maintain formation. He orders Nara to buff him immediately, prompting her to raise her hands and conjure a powerful magic circle of iron will. The snake charges straight at Sang-woo, who raises his shield to block, receiving a 12% boost to his defense stat. His reinforced shield absorbs the impact perfectly, but as they clash, the Berserk combat state raises their attack by 15%. Right on cue, Maru calmly draws his bow from behind and releases a whistling arrow that zips right past the shield. Piercing the beast's body, blood pours heavily from its wounds as Nara shouts for Hunter Kim-hoon to ready his next skill. He charges forward to unleash a nullifying strike on the beast's active buffs before swinging his sword with absolute lethal force. The Steel Will skill has been completely deactivated. Immediately, Kim-hoon charges forward, his Berserker skill shut down as he swings his massive sword. A sharp blade slashes the sacred snake into pieces with one clean strike, sending flashing lights erupting from the monster's body. The game over effect triggers, boosting attack power by 18% as the system confirms the D-rank sacred snake is officially slain. Nara sighs in relief. The beast is dead and its remains are scattered everywhere. Great job, everyone. They all worked incredibly hard. A warm summoning light slowly envelops the room as the system coldly announces that their virtual reality training has officially ended. Hoon looks up to confirm they are done, while Maru grins, widely thrilled to finally rest. Meanwhile, Nara just stands there in silence. Sang-woo steps over to check on her, asking why she looks so downcast and if she's worried about tomorrow's big practical test. Nara looks up, wondering how he could tell. She awkwardly explains that since everyone is aiming to get into Peak Guild, making it to the second round of testing was already a huge win, but she is secretly terrified that this is where her journey ends. Sang-woo stares at her intently, making her blush. She quickly apologizes, saying she shouldn't be spreading such negative energy before the exam. She feels terrible for letting her worries bleed through and potentially stressing him out right before their most critical trial. He gently pats her shoulder, softly reassuring her that everything will turn out fine before calmly turning around and walking away. Nara stands frozen, confused. Her hand slowly drifts to her shoulder, her eyes wide as she processes his surprisingly gentle touch. What was that about? Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from above. She looks up to find Choi Hion waving both arms excitedly. Seeing her bright smile, Nara calls out, but she quickly blinks in surprise, wondering where that stylish new outfit came from. It is definitely not something from their closet. Right behind Choi Hion, Kim Dong-do steps forward, clutching a thick stack of documents. As their eyes lock, a hint of awkwardness fills the air, leaving Nara so stunned she can only stammer in silence. At that exact moment, Jeon Han steps out from Choi Hyun's left. Nara cannot believe her eyes as she recognizes the legendary figure. Even the famous Kim Dong-do is there. Hearing Nara's excited voice from below, the high-ranking hunters look down at her. Jeon Han stares down with genuine curiosity. Nara clasps her hands together, her cheeks flushing red as the reality of Peak Guild finally sinks in. Seeing them in person is a total dream come true. When Jeon Han smiles and waves at her, Nara is absolutely thrilled. Her eyes light up with joy. She is actually waving at me, Nara thinks, clenching her fists with a fresh sense of determination. She absolutely has to pass this exam. But as she looks back up at the trio standing with Choi Hion, anxiety hits her. Why is she hanging out with them? Did Peak Guild already recruit her? Nara flashes back to their quiet dinner together, her heart aching. Was that why she suddenly announced she was moving out? She even lied about the details, causing Nara's lips to tremble slightly. Choi Hion must have decided to move in with them, which explains why she isn't wearing Nara's clothes anymore. She doesn't need her. Suddenly, Choi Hion senses something is off and gasps softly as she catches sight of Nara's tense, deeply hurt expression. Why does Nara look so upset? Nara turns and slowly walks toward the door, completely lost in her own swirling thoughts. She knows she shouldn't feel jealous. Up above, Choi Hion silently watches her leave while Nara's internal struggle continues. Ever since Choi Hion escaped that dungeon, nothing but good fortune has come her way, while Nara feels completely left behind in the dust. She feels completely stuck in the exact same place. On the balcony, Choi Hion tilts her head, wondering why Nara looks so downcast. Jeon Han guesses that maybe she is just sick. Choi Hion quickly shakes her head, pleading that they cannot let that be the case. Tomorrow is her big test, so Choi Hion asks if Jeon Han can help her pass. Jeon Han laughs at how openly she asks for favors. Kim Dong-do frowns as he glances down at his paperwork, muttering that he thinks he knows exactly what is going on here. The girls turn to ask why, while the system captions highlight Jeon Han as a born S-rank and Choi Hion as completely clueless. The final caption points to Kim Dong-do, a mere C-rank. Knowing they would never understand, he just tells them to forget it. Choi Hion looks back at him, remembering that Nara's test tomorrow is taking place inside the newly reset dungeon. Kim Dong-do confirms that all the dungeon settings have been configured specifically for the exam. Hearing this, Choi Hion happily makes a proposal. She wants to go along, but Kim Dong-do quickly frowns, pointing out that she is not even an official member of Peak Guild. She pouts dismissively, muttering that she never cared about joining a guild anyway. Still, she keeps begging to tag along. She really wants to accompany Nara, arguing it won't be dangerous. Junhan chimes in to clarify that safety is guaranteed. To prevent any accidents, a high-ranking member always enters as a hidden proctor. To be precise, an S-rank hunter. She waves her hand dismissively as she explains. More importantly, now that they have met her friend, it is time to inspect her body. She calls out to Kim Dong-do that they are heading out first. Choi Hion freezes when she hears the sudden, sharp tone in her voice. Jeon Han's gaze turns incredibly sharp as she adds that they will also be thoroughly inspecting that mysterious ring. The next morning finally arrives. A massive crowd of hopeful hunters has gathered at the exam site. Standing beside Kim Dong-do, the lead proctor steps forward to address everyone. Before the second practical exam begins, the instructor steps up to explain the rules. Thanks to the virtual training prepared by Paik, everyone should know each other's abilities by now. Sang-woo and Nara stand in line, listening intently. The venue is the Sanctuary Ruins, a C-rank dungeon. Since this area shares the exact terrain they practiced on, it should not be too difficult. The proctor calmly adds that clearing this dungeon normally takes about 5 days, so they just need to finish within that time frame. If they run out of time, members of Paik will immediately enter to pull them out. Nara flinches as the proctor emphasizes that crucial point. At that moment, everyone will be disqualified. She panics at the thought of being eliminated. His voice echoes across the ruins. When in danger, surviving must be the absolute priority. As long as they stay alive, another chance will come. With a final wish of good luck, they enter the C-rank ruins. Sang-woo gathers the team and suggests setting up base. They need to start hunting from here. Nara looks at the others, calculating their odds of clearing the dungeon within 5 days to pass the test. The record for the fastest run is 3 days and 5 hours. She folds, her arms deep in thought. Excluding the boss, there are about 40 monsters lurking here. In the simulation, they only needed about 15 minutes to defeat a monster. Looking at the lush green forest, Nara does some mental math. Because of the scattered monster locations and other unpredictable factors, clearing everything in a single day is impossible. But if all goes smoothly, they could finish in 3 days. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoes from right behind them. Sang-woo instantly reaches for the shield on his back. A smirk plays on his lips as he comments on the perfect timing. Hoon also quickly readies himself for battle. Maru draws her bowstring tight and arrow locked and loaded, ready to fly. Sang-woo gives a decisive order to begin. Nara bites her lip, determined to succeed at all costs. The sacred snakes emerge and Sang-woo yells for the battle to start. One of the beasts suddenly opens its gaping crimson mouth and lunges. Sang-woo stands firm at the front, blocking the charging monster with his shield. Sang-woo immediately commands Hunter Shim Nara to support him. Raising her magic-infused hands, she quickly confirms that she is ready. Her buff increases his defense by 12%. A bright light envelops Sang-woo, sweeping down the length of the sacred snake. Nara grits her teeth as an indescribable heavy feeling suddenly wells up inside her chest. She wonders if it is because she has not entered a dungeon in so long. The difficulty feels far higher than expected. The snake's giant head rears high into the air and suddenly loops behind Sang-woo. It lets out a piercing hiss, catching Sang-woo completely off guard. He turns to look up and sees the massive head plunging down to attack, but in less than a few seconds, a single arrow from Maru tears through the wind, piercing its eye. Nara grits her teeth, struggling to stabilize her magic circle, and calls out, asking Hunter Jan Maru to hit again. Maru quickly draws another arrow, confirming she is on it. The tense atmosphere thickens as Maru fires a rapid barrage of arrows. Each projectile cuts through the air, heading straight toward the target with a 10% attack boost. Suddenly, the sacred snake whips its massive tail, deflecting every single arrow and sending them flying. Maru gasps in shock at the defensive move. Nara urgently calls out that they need to move much faster. Since the tail is too hard to pierce, she advises targeting the body instead, which will help slow the beast down and weaken it. Maru snaps back, telling Nara to shut up, stay in her lane as a supporter, and focus on her own job. Maru growls, accusing Nara of being useless and claiming that with a stronger buff she could have easily pierced the tail. She asks if Nara will take responsibility if they fail, leaving her completely stunned and speechless. What did she just say? Did she think she was that great? Nara was doing her absolute best. Hoon steps in, telling the two of them to stop fighting. He instructs Nara to repeat yesterday's strategy, noting the snakes only die when their tails are severed. Hoon commands Hunter Jan Maru to hold the line and block the advance. Maru nods and quickly agrees. Without a moment's delay, she unleashes a second barrage of arrows. 2 or 3 of the sacred snakes are instantly pierced through the head by her precise shots, letting out agonizing screeches. Nara grits her teeth, keeping her magic circle active while listening to the deafening shrieks of the snakes. She bites her lip, a wave of frustration rising within her. What on earth is this? Even for a newly formed party, Maru's words are far too harsh. Nara has never experienced such disrespect back when she was with the Hanshin Guild. Suddenly, a memory of a closed door flashes in her mind and her voice echoes. How could he lock the door and abandon Choi? She was their friend. He dragged her everywhere only to discard her. When things got dangerous, she had confronted them, asking if this was how high rankers acted, refusing to cooperate further. One of them sneers, calling out Nara's name. She flinches as he continues, asking what would happen if they just abandoned her this time. She looks up in absolute shock. What did he just say? The man chuckles, mocking her by asking if a C-rank support like her could survive a B-rank dungeon alone. He adds that they do not care about her at all, leaving Nara fuming. After all, supports are easily replaceable, a dime a dozen. She spits out a curse under her breath. Nara's eyes widen in disbelief as reality sinks in. Had anyone ever actually truly needed her? Suddenly, Hoon snaps her back to reality by shouting for her to stop spacing out and hurry up with the buffs. Biting her lip, she forces herself to comply. Nara cups her hands to conjure a magic circle, activating Iron Will and Berserk status boosts on her teammates. With all her support buffs fully active, Hoon charges forward. Ahead of him, 2 giant sacred snakes hiss and lunge. Nara watches with burning determination, telling herself she must join the Pahe Guild no matter the cost. If she makes it, maybe her life will finally turn around. Suddenly, a massive sacred snake tail whips around, targeting Hoon. He ducks low beneath the beast's slithering body as another giant snake head looms right in front of him. Watching this, Nara feels a deep longing. She desperately wants to be strong like Hoon Choi. She remembers asking him how he raised his stats so fast, and his reply was simple: just slay as many monsters as you can. Nara stands there completely useless. With a single devastating slash, Hoon slices the sacred snake clean in half. Hoon's words echo endlessly in her mind. Nara hangs her head in deep self-loathing, wondering why she had to awaken as a mere support. Shuffling her feet, she knows she can never raise her own stats. She is permanently stuck at her starting rank forever. As she drowns in her own insecurity, reminding herself she is just an average C-rank support, Sang-woo suddenly calls her name. Her thoughts drift back to that cruel warning. What actually happens to a support left behind in a hidden dungeon? While she stands there completely dazed, another giant sacred snake silently rises right above her. Suddenly, Sang-woo yells out in sheer panic. There is still another monster left. Terrified, Nara freezes. If only she had awakened with real combat power, she wouldn't be struggling to survive like this. The beast opens its bloody red maw, its long, slithering tongue whipping out. It unleashes a deafening roar right before it lunges. But in an instant, a blinding flash of light tears through the air, completely slicing off the sacred snake's head. Nara tumbles to the side, barely dodging the attack. Sang-woo rushes over to her, his voice shaking as he asks if she's okay. She sits up, coughing violently. Sang-woo stares ahead, his brow furrowed in utter terror, as he wonders what on earth is happening. Why is that thing here? Outside, a grand building towers under a clear sky. Kim Dong-doo groggily opens his eyes, grumbling at his ringing phone. Who could be calling this early? He answers only for a panicked voice on the other end to scream his name. Hunter Kim Dong-doo, we have a massive crisis. The C-rank dungeon just suddenly spiked into an S-rank threat. Inside, a giant mantis monster appears. It swings its razor-sharp scythe, instantly decapitating the remaining sacred snake. Blood splatters everywhere as Sang-woo freezes in absolute shock. He looks up, cold sweat dripping down his face. The mantis monster's jagged jaws begin grinding the snake's head with a sickening crunch. Watching the beast hold the snake's carcass in its massive front claws, a deep, paralyzing dread washes over him. Why is a monster like this in a low-level C-rank dungeon? Sang-woo's face contorts with terror, sweat pouring down his forehead. A dreadful realization hits him. That thing is an A-rank predator. If an S-rank dungeon boss is here, does it mean the dungeon evolved? How could mere C-rank hunters possibly hope to defeat a monster of this scale? It is a complete death sentence for all of them. Sang-woo desperately wants to scream a warning to Nara, but he only dares to whisper, terrified that any sound will draw its attention. He urges Nara to get up right now, pleading with her to move while the beast is still distracted, eating its prey. But Nara is completely frozen in terror, her body trembling violently. Every sound around her fades away, and she cannot even hear Sang-woo's voice. Losing his patience, Sang-woo snaps at her, demanding to know what she is doing and yelling for her to start running. Maru grimaces and urges them to just leave her behind, grumbling that staying with her will only get them all killed. As his harsh complaints ring in her ears, Nara's mind focuses on a single, desperate thought. Her hands tremble against the cold ground. She forces her heavy limbs to move, knowing the others are watching her with bated breath, desperately wishing she could run. She repeatedly tells herself that she cannot be a burden to the team, but right as she forces herself to take a step, the monster's cold eyes twitch. In a split second, it senses her movement and appears right above her head. Nara freezes completely, her pupils shrinking in raw horror. She slowly, fearfully looks up with tears welling up in her eyes. Staring at the towering, monstrous figure above her, she is utterly paralyzed. How could a creature be this massive? She bows her head, trembling uncontrollably. Fear consumes her, and she screams in her mind that she does not want to die here. Tears stream down her face. She desperately claws for survival, but as the sharp claw tip descends onto her head, she instinctively squeezes her eyes shut. Yet even after several seconds pass, the agonizing pain she expected never comes. The expected impact never comes. Nara suddenly snaps her eyes open, her face filled with absolute shock. From high above, the monster quietly stares down at Nara, its razor-sharp teeth grinding together with a horrifying clicking sound. Whom whispers, why is it not attacking? Maru answers in confusion, I do not know either. Sang-woo is equally surprised. What on earth is happening? That thing should be a wild, ravenous beast. Why is it suddenly acting so tame? Seeing Nara sitting frozen on the ground, Sang-woo is baffled. This can't be. Does Hunter Nara have something special? Nara suddenly stands up and the monster lets out a dry, raspy clicking sound. She looks at it thoroughly confused. What a surge of violent energy explodes. At the exact same moment, two sharp tips from its pincers shoot toward Nara. She just sits there completely frozen. Sang-woo screams for Hunter Nara, but Hoon suddenly leaps forward from behind. Sang-woo screams in pure terror, telling him to stop and not provoke it. The beast's giant eyes suddenly turn blood red. Its massive pincers swing forward, slashing directly at Hoon as he rushes in. Nara freezes in place, staring up and forgetting to even cry. Her eyes widen as she watches a spray of blood burst into the air. Maru screams, in sheer despair. Nara grinds her teeth, her eyes burning red with rage. "How dare you touch Hunter Hoon?" Nara furiously fires arrow after arrow at the beast, screaming in pure anger for it to die. But the monster silently creeps up behind Maru. She flinches her entire body, freezing as its pincers slash down. Maru has no time to dodge, collapsing hard onto the ground. Sang-woo runs over, yelling for Hunter Meru. Suddenly, a glowing golden magic circle appears on the ground, radiating brilliant light. The female mage stands proudly ready to face the giant beast, her glowing golden spell circle spinning in the air. The blinding radiance completely stuns the monster's eyes, and suppressed by the light, it flees in panic. The mage slowly walks forward. Nara collapses, sinking to the ground. Just a few steps away lies a body torn in half, blood staining the floor. Nearby, Maru lies badly injured. Nara looks up as the mage apologizes, admitting she isn't used to this defensive spell, so the casting took too long. Nara is highly confused. Magic clutching her spellbook, the mysterious mage slowly explains the exact situation to her. Yes, besides healing, this light attribute defense barrier is the only other spell she can cast, although she can only use it once per day. Luckily, it works on humans. Too bad it lacks offensive power. She suggests they retreat before the monster returns. Sheltered in a nearby cave, the mage's book glows softly. Nara sits quietly watching as Maru receives much-needed treatment. Nara asks if she is okay, but Maru snaps back, asking if she looks fine or if Nara is just mocking her. Nara apologizes in embarrassment. She raises an eyebrow as Maru struggles to sit up, frowning as she calls out Nara's name. Maru tells her to go out and handle that monster. Nara is shocked, asking what she just said and if she is crazy. Maru snaps back that Nara is the crazy one. Why is she even alive? Nara should have been the first hunter to die. Nara freezes as Maru drops some harsh truth. It turns out the beast deliberately ignored Nara because she was too cowardly. Because of her, someone else had to die. That victim could have been their main damage dealer. Maru growls with bitterness, demanding Nara take responsibility. Meanwhile, outside a high-rise building, Choi Hion plays with a small bead in her hand. She crosses her legs, wondering if she should eat it. Nearby, a researcher with messy hair and dark eye bags speaks up. She weakly explains they found nothing. A tiny soul floats above the exhausted researcher, wondering if this is hell. It turns out the primary dungeon research team of Pei Hop Guild has been working overtime for 2 straight weeks. Kim Dong-du loudly demands they double-check, but the researcher complains they have already run countless tests on it. She asks if they want her to die there, then holds out her hand to Choi Hion. The ring she bought is just a useless, low-grade item. Choi Hion takes it surprise while the researcher grumbles about wasting time with trash. Kim Dong-du gets angry, demanding to know what she just said. Jeon-han is equally furious at the insult. He snaps that maybe she is just too incompetent to detect anything. But Choi Hion thinks completely differently. She looks at the item, resolving to tear it apart piece by piece to find its secrets. Outside, Jeon-han is still fuming. He rants that the researcher is completely crazy, swearing he will never come back. Kim Dong-du grumpily agrees with him. He asks if they saw her face, saying she looked like chewed gum. Turning to Choi Hion, Jeon-han asks what that item actually is. Why didn't the test find anything? Choi Hion looks at her stomach, confused, as even a hospital body scan showed nothing unusual. Perhaps it was another total failure. Kim Dong-du casually suggests that maybe it is just a simple piece of ordinary junk. Jeon-han punches him hard, telling him to say something useful. The two of them immediately start fighting each other. Did I actually say something wrong? She snaps back in annoyance. Is this really the time for you to be cracking jokes? Choi Hion slowly mutters, telling them to just cut it out. At least we can double-check everything at Payhawk this time, right? I heard that getting it done elsewhere would take up to 2 whole months. Dong-du hands her something with a quick warning. Yeah, it is much faster here. He tells her to take it, making her look down and ask what it is. Staring at the round pill sitting in her palm, she hears him calmly reply that it is deworming medicine. She shoots Dong-du a sharp sideways glare. Seriously, Kim Dong-du, this is the first time anyone has ever handed me deworming medicine in a spot like this. Do I really look that pathetic to you? Is that why you are helping? Suddenly hearing a strange sound, she tilts her head to listen. How many rank A hunters can we actually recruit right now? His voice raises in frustration. What do you mean that is all? Where did everyone else go? Meanwhile, Dong-du leans against the doorframe. He keeps talking, telling them to keep searching before he arrives. He cannot make it over immediately due to some trouble, and his sister is stuck too. Choi Hion asks out of sheer curiosity what is going on. He just raises an eyebrow and looks over, leaving his sentence hanging by saying he will find help. She stares at him completely dazed, her clear eyes wide with pure shock. Down in the basement, Choi suddenly flinches as someone appears. Lowering his cigarette, he mutters in a deep voice that they are way too late. He then addresses them as Hunter Kim Dong-do, saying they are ready. Choi calmly introduces himself as Kim Choi and rank A DPS Hunter. He then looks at Dong-do, remarking that he seems a bit weaker than before. Hearing this, Nam-soo cheerfully replies that it is just his imagination. After all, only yesterday he set a new record. He cleared a rank B dungeon faster than anyone else. She introduces herself as Kang Nam-soo, a fellow rank A DPS who mainly relies on guns. Suddenly, Choi Hion chimes in to agree. She proudly says guns are her favorite weapon too, introducing herself as a rank C tank. Everyone freezes in absolute bewilderment. She cheerfully explains that Kim Dong-do dragged her along to act as his substitute. Choi glares at her with open contempt, asking what a rank C is even doing here. He points out that her shield is only rank D. Flustered, Choi Hion quickly defends herself, explaining that the shield was actually a gift from her ex-boyfriend. He just looks even more confused. He asks if she seriously plans on taking that into a rank S dungeon. She casually chirps back that it is fine because if she dies. Suddenly, a hand slaps over her mouth, cutting her off. Dong-do yells in frustration, telling her to stop saying such completely reckless things. Choi asks mockingly if this girl is missing a few brain cells. He questions if they really have to bring someone like her along. He demands to know why Dong-do cannot just take her place instead. Dong-do sighs, telling them not to worry because her skills are actually solid. But her personality is a different story, leaving Choi to scan Choi Hion from head to toe in disbelief. Nam-soo quickly steps in. She tries to break the incredibly awkward silence, wondering why they are carrying a rank C when they already have 2 rank S hunters. Besides, she does not even look like she belongs to the Bait Guild. Dong-do quickly explains that he has been demoted to rank C, and so has his sister. She gasps in utter shock, demanding to know what on earth the two of them did. Dong-do keeps a completely straight face as he replies. He says they have their own reasons, admitting he cannot be of much help. He tells them to take her since her friend is trapped inside. She wants to save her friend. But looking at her creepy smile, Nam-soo dryly remarks that it really does not look like she is trying to rescue anyone. Choi holds his head in pure frustration. With 2 rank A, 5 rank B, and 1 rank C, how are they supposed to clear a rank S dungeon? He groans, asking if there are any other backups. Remembering something, he mentions that the other rank A hunters are currently out on inspections. Some were deployed elsewhere, and even their guild master has completely vanished. They have already asked other guilds for help, hoping they arrive soon. Dong-do starts laying out the game plan. Once they are inside, they must prioritize killing the boss to make sure their exit stays secure. Dungeon ranks can occasionally spike if monsters start spilling out, so they must focus on rescuing survivors first before dealing with the rest. If the gate is fully transformed into a rank S dungeon, they will have to abandon the rescue mission because the trapped hunters are likely already. They are probably dead. Everyone agrees with Dong-do's grim plan, shouting out in unison that they understand the mission. He then turns to Choi Hion. Dong-do grabs her by the shoulders, desperately pleading with her. He begs her to actually act like a real tank once they get inside. She is the only one they can rely on now. She nods dismissively, telling him she gets it. But he is still incredibly worried. He warns her not to eat any weird things and end up hurting herself again. He asks if she took the pill, and she confirms she did. Dong-do quickly strikes a deal. If she stays out of trouble and comes back alive, he promises to buy her a brand new weapon. She squeals in excitement. But then she suddenly spots something, wondering why there are mantises there. Choi Hion asks if he mentioned a secret examiner. He quickly confirms that there is indeed a hidden rank A examiner inside. Her eyes light up instantly with intense determination. She announces she has changed her mind and is going in, leaving Dong-do stuttering in sheer panic. Sensing trouble, he screams at them. He yells for them to stop her. The blinding white portal seems to pull everything in, but Choi Hion charges straight toward it with insane speed. In a flash, Nam-soo launches herself into the air, landing a flawless tackle on Choi Hion and pinning her hard against the ground. Subduing her completely, she looks down with a playful smirk. Nam-soo asks if she even knows the golden rules of the dungeon. Is a C-class tank really prioritizing the team's safety? In a split second, a powerful toss sends Kang Nam-soo flying. She quickly breaks free from her hold. Smiling, she looks at Kang Nam-soo, mockingly claiming she never heard of that rule. So good luck. With that, Kang Nam-soo crashes hard. She barely yells out as she tries to massage her aching hip. Rubbing her sore back, she mutters in disbelief. Is she really just a C-class? Kim Dong-do quickly jumps in to explain. Technically, yes, she is registered as a C-class hunter, but her raw strength in combat easily matches a high-tier S-class tank. That is just how she plays. Kang Nam-soo is completely baffled. How can a C-class somehow be S-class? Kim Dong-do sighs, clearly wanting to drop the subject. Just think of her as S-class. Move out. The other two quickly nod in agreement. An exhausted Maru snaps at Nara, saying she must take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Nara immediately snaps back, telling her to watch her mouth. You only hurt your back, not your head. The rising tension is broken by Sang-woo. Stop fighting, he pleads. Hunter Choi Hion dying is already tragic enough. Do you really want more deaths? Maru grits her teeth in regret as he tries to calm everyone down. He knows they are terrified because an A-class beast suddenly appeared. But infighting will only get them all killed. Gaze fixed ahead, he reassures them the rescue team will arrive soon once those outside realize what is happening. They must hold out. But Nara can only think of one crucial rule regarding the rescue squad. If the time limit runs out, POW guild members will enter, but then everyone will be immediately disqualified. Nara turns completely pale. No way. If there is only one beast, maybe they can somehow handle it. Reading her mind, Sang-woo gets tense. He warns Nara not to do anything incredibly reckless. He knows exactly what she is thinking, but dying here makes everything pointless. She can only stutter back in fear. But even if it is alone, it is still an A-class beast. C-class hunters like them stand no chance. Suddenly, a massive monster looms right outside the shop. They freeze. How did it track them down? Panicking, Sang-woo raises his shield to block. The monster slams forward with absolute earth-shaking force. His shield cracks instantly under the pressure. It holds for a brief second before shattering into pieces, throwing Sang-woo backward. Everyone rushes to his side in panic. The monster immediately swings its razor-sharp claws, pinning Nara down. Its tight grip makes her bleed as she is lifted into the air. Struggling only makes the pain worse. Let me go, it hurts, she screams. Why does this nightmare always have to happen to me? Swinging her fist down in desperation, she yells to be released as she repeatedly strikes the beast. Maru watches her shake, wondering if she has gone completely mad. Nara keeps punching like a wild animal. Without this monster, they could have cleared this dungeon themselves instead of waiting for rescue. This was her big shot. She wanted to join the POW guild, but her weak punches do absolutely nothing. The beast just stares in amusement. Die, you bastard, die, Nara screams. But the monster merely squeezes tighter, forcing out an agonizing shriek. Its massive claw crushes her small frame. Bright red blood begins to trickle down her legs onto the floor. Gasping weakly in absolute pain, she feels as if her body is being torn in two. Will she die? She does not want to die yet. Suddenly, a memory flashes Choi Hyun's cold eyes as she raised a cup. She remembers hearing about limbs being torn apart and heads severed, surrounded by a swarm of deadly monsters. Yet a voice screamed inside her mind that she must survive. Those words from Choi Hyun suddenly echo back. They fuel her with new strength. She wonders why she is remembering Choi Hyun now and how she survived. As the monster's mouth opens wide, Nara stops screaming. What Choi Hyun went through must have been far more terrifying. It had to be worse than this nightmare. Nara closes her eyes to accept her fate, but Sang-woo charges forward. He slams his shield straight into the monster's eye, making it screech in pain and drop her to the ground. Apologizing for acting so late, Sang-woo looks at Nara with a mix of guilt and sheer determination. He was never supposed to interfere, but he could not watch talented people die like this. Blood squirts from the beast's eye. It screeches, suddenly looking off into the distance, freezing Sang-woo in place. He stammers, wondering what it is looking at. Nara gasps as she spots Choi Hyun running toward them. She waves at them with a bright grin. Sang-woo asks if she knows this girl who clearly is not rescue. Nara calmly replies that Choi Hyun is her friend, explaining that she must have come all the way here just to save her from this dungeon. Choi Hyun reacts instantly, her face turning completely serious. So the very thing she is looking for is right here, a brand new A-rank shield. Nara immediately panics. Didn't she come to save them? Sang-woo cries out in terror, wondering if she's actually talking about his shield. Choi Hyun charges ahead like lightning, slamming right into the aggressive sacred snakes before coming to a sudden halt. She grins, pulling her shield from her back and hurling it with brutal force, slicing a snake in half and carving right through another's face. The shield flies to a tree trunk, spins back, and finishes off the first beast by splitting it clean in two. Catching her shield, Choi Hyun sighs in disappointment about wasting her energy. She stretches tiredly and complains about the useless effort. She yells at those damn mantises to just show themselves, grumbling that searching for them is way too much of a pain. With her targets nowhere in sight, Choi Hyun stands there completely bored, wondering if she really came all this way for absolutely nothing. She could have sworn she felt a mantis aura, but killing weaklings like this does not even raise her stats, probably because they are only D rank. Her eyes wander as she ponders her next move, wondering if she should try going down that path instead. It would be awesome if they all gathered in one spot. Making up her mind, she smiles brightly, ready to see what lies ahead. Choi Hyun is thrilled to find both a mantis and a new shield, while A-rank Sang-woo stares in absolute horror. She laughs at the crazy coincidence. Finding everything she wants in one single place makes her feel incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, Nara is shivering behind a rock. Nara spots her and yells out, asking why she ignored her. but Choi Hion just smiles simply and says she already saw she was alive. Standing before the colossal mantis, she looks absolutely tiny while the massive beast glares down with its piercing eyes. Sang-woo looks up in deep worry, noticing that the fierce monster is standing completely still again, just like it did earlier with Nara. Why is it acting so differently than usual? It is almost like it's searching for someone, perhaps waiting for Choi Hion to arrive. Purple hair brushes past Sang-woo's shoulder as she instantly teleports right beside him, wearing a dangerous smile and declaring she likes his shield. Hearing that, Sang-woo instantly grabs his gear to protect it, but she firmly grips the shield and starts pulling it away. She asks why he won't let go, forcing Sang-woo to desperately resist and shout that he hasn't even finished paying for it yet. This makes Nara panic and try to stop her, yelling at Choi Hion to cut it out while Sang-woo is busy arguing with her. Sang-woo wonders how she can possibly be this strong, totally oblivious to the sharp claws rushing right toward them. Right as the threat closes in, Choi Hion quickly shoves Sang-woo out of harm's way, sending him tumbling onto the dirt. She blocks the monster's giant claw with the shield, but with just that one heavy clash, the iron weapon shatters completely into tiny pieces. This leaves Choi Hion completely stunned at the wasted money. She furiously screams about her shield, which Choi Hion-chan had bought for her. Now thoroughly enraged, she leaps high into the air. From up above, Choi Hion delivers a devastating strike right onto the beast. Smashed straight on the head, the mantis's face slams into the dirt, shattering the earth and leaving Nara completely speechless at this power. The entire team is stunned, but Sang-woo is definitely the most shaken. His eyes are wide, unable to comprehend what just happened. He can't believe his eyes. Did she seriously take it down in a single blow? Meanwhile, Choi Hion steps on its eye, looking utterly confused. Her stats haven't gone up at all, which makes her wonder if it's still alive. Sang-woo nervously asks Nara if she actually knows her. Nara quietly confirms that she does. Still completely shocked, Sang-woo leans in close to ask her another quick question. He wants to know her rank, causing Nara to sweat nervously and wonder if she should just claim she is an A-rank hunter. Instead, she blurts out that she's C-rank, leaving the entire team utterly baffled by such nonsense. Meanwhile, Choi Hion eyes the intact shield. She quickly grabs one side of the shield, claiming it since hers is broken, which instantly sends Sang-woo into a complete panic. Screaming about his shield, he chases after her to get it back, but she stubbornly refuses to return it. She insists she doesn't want to, leaving the mantis monster utterly speechless. It stands right back up and lets out a furious roar. Sang-woo is absolutely terrified but still demands his shield back since the beast is wide awake, but Choi Hion simply refuses. She blocks him casually, testing the weight and noting it feels pretty sturdy. Sang-woo glares, demanding his property back. Without hesitation, she takes a powerful step forward toward the mantis monster while keeping his stolen shield. Sang-woo can only stand there. He is completely speechless as she prepares her stance. In an instant, she unleashes her skill, lunging forward with absolute precision. She slices off one of its massive limbs and lands in a flawless stance, moving so quickly, the beast doesn't even feel the pain. It just stares as its severed limb hits the ground. Acting on pure instinct, it slams its other claw down, but Choi Hion easily leaps back. With a smug grin, she throws the shield with incredible force, slicing off its remaining limb as the weapon spins wildly in midair. The shield returns straight to her hand as she leaps high up, looking down at the now crippled beast. Suddenly, she remembers something. Right, she almost forgot. She wanted to ask it a question before landing squarely on its massive eyeball. She has to admit it looks different from the ones she knows. But since they share the same mantis lineage, it should understand. Leaning down, Choi Hion asks a playful question. Does the beast recognize the jewelry she's holding up? The ring hums strangely. It defies translation, leaving her quite surprised as the creature reacts with a sudden growl. The mantis monster goes absolutely wild, roaring with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, while a terrified Nara cowers in sheer panic. The cavern violently shakes. Debris falls everywhere, forcing Sang-woo to scream out, demanding to know what that awful sound is. With zero fear, her red eyes glow as she casually mutters that she cannot understand its terrible pronunciation at all. Then she slams her shield down, spraying dark red blood everywhere as Choi Hion mercilessly bashes the beast over and over. Red blood fountains from its head like strawberry syrup, a sight so utterly brutal it leaves Sang-woo's entire team completely paralyzed. The splatter even reaches Nara, who trembles in horror as she stares at her friend, unable to believe her own eyes. Is this really her gentle friend? Nara wonders if this brutal fighter is truly Choi Hion or just an empty shell. While the outside looks like Choi Hion, her core essence feels like it has been entirely replaced by something else. Deep in the cave, a decaying holy snake groans in agony, dragging its half-rotten body toward the exit to escape. A skeletal tail, razor-sharp claws. A giant mantis suddenly lunges forward, stabbing straight into the helpless serpent. The beast bares its fangs and hisses with pure malice, forcing the giant snake to tremble in absolute helpless terror. In the blink of an eye, the giant mantis unhinges its jaws and swallows the holy snake whole, but it does not stop there. Dozens of mantises swarm the nest, tearing the serpents apart like cheap snacks, until a sudden piercing noise disrupts their feast. The horrific sound echoes from outside the cavern, shaking the entire mountain and sending the beasts into a chaotic panic. Right in the forest, the scream is coming from the mantis monster whose head is being thoroughly pulverized by Choi Hion. She asks if it can just shut up for a second, launching herself high into the air with her massive shield. Slamming it down, she complains about the noise before letting out a wild laugh as she spots something quite amusing. Crushed skulls look pretty cute to her. She delivers a final strike, splitting the massive monster completely in half. The creature groans its last breath while deep inside the cavern, a massive swarm of mantises gathers at the entrance. Their eyes glow in the dark as they communicate, signaling that their numbers have just grown stronger by one tier. Meanwhile, a system alert pops up showing a single-point stat increase, which Choi Hion can barely believe is all she gets. She sighs in disappointment, complaining about the wasted effort and how she got her clean clothes dirty for nothing. Gam Sang-woo stands there speechless, completely stunned. He realizes even an A-rank attacker would struggle to kill this thing alone. She handled it like it was nothing. How could a shield user this powerful only be ranked as a C-class? This makes absolutely no sense. Any tank capable of this kind of raw power would be famous worldwide. He has never heard of her before, leaving him deeply curious. Honestly, who wouldn't be when someone that strong suddenly appears? Using a special stain-removing spray borrowed from a friend, she cleans up while a nervous Kang Nam-soo watches her in shock. Is she an attacker or a tank? Looking at the flattened holy snakes, he notes, they are completely wiped out. Hearing this, Kim So-wee immediately tells him to stop complaining and quickly focus on locating the main dungeon boss instead. The guide nods, confirming he knows the exact coordinates of the boss since he has cleared this area several times before. He tells the team to conserve their energy and clear a path out, and the squad quickly agrees to the plan. But then Kim So-wee stares off into the distance, looking troubled. When asked what is wrong, he shares his unsettling thoughts. None of the monsters they have seen so far seem strong enough to justify this place being ranked as an S-class dungeon. With a nervous smile, Kang Nam-soo wonders if this is just some kind of minor update, hoping things are that simple. Kim So-wee looks at her in confusion, asking why she is giving a thumbs up when things are clearly still dangerous. He notes that life is never that easy while she casually strolls ahead, completely unbothered by the looming threat. She points out they have S ranks leading the way, but he warns her that high-ranking hunters are often incredibly selfish. They usually fight alone and refuse to cooperate with others, making them highly unreliable partners in a crisis like this. Kang Nam-soo agrees that going solo here is a death sentence, but mentions how that girl just rushed in to save her friend. Because of that, he believes she might actually be willing to work together. Still, Kim So-wee lets out a heavy sigh. He admits that even if she is not an S rank, they can at least communicate and try to find common ground. With no other choice, they must trust her. Meanwhile, Choi Hion stretches her arms, wondering what her next move should be. Choi Hion wonders if she should just hunt something else instead. Confused, Sang-woo approaches, asking if she is leaving and wondering if she didn't come to rescue them. But she coldly responds with a flat no. Sang-woo is shocked. No, save. Then why did she even enter this place? And worse, why did she steal his shield? The whole bizarre situation leaves Moru completely lost, wondering what is actually happening. Choi Hion cheerfully explains she only came to fill in for Kim Dong-do. Sang-woo loses his mind. Hunter Kim Dong-do. Are they actually friends? He holds his head, struggling to believe it. If she really is a friend of Hunter Kim Dong-do, their team must be absolutely terrifying. He remembers how the squad leader ordered everyone to hold their positions. Their collective power must be off the charts. Welcome to episode 11 of Nightmare Rising. Tears stream down Sang-woo's face. Why send her? Seeing him cry so desperately makes her a bit hesitant. She awkwardly suggests leaving, but Sang-woo grabs her leg in a desperate death grip. He begs her not to go, screaming that their lives are on the line. He asks if she even cares that her friend is trapped here too. But Choi Hion coldly replies that none of this is really her problem. Annoyed, she shakes her leg and tells him to let go already. But Sang-woo only clings tighter, wailing at the top of his lungs. He screams she can leave later, but she must save them first. Suddenly, a confused voice cuts through the air, asking Hunter Gam Sang-woo what he is doing. The sudden voice makes them freeze. Kim So-wee gives them a judgmental look, explaining he came to save him and asking what on earth he is doing. Kang Nam-soo laughs and teases him, having recorded this embarrassing moment. Sang-woo screams in pure panic. The rescuers have arrived. Choi Hion cheerfully suggests that since the rescue squad is here, she can finally leave. But Sang-woo stubbornly refuses. Why is she so desperate to run away? The rescue leader is also confused. He asks Hunter Choi Hion why she entered first if not to save her friend. He crosses his arms and gestures for her to take her friend along. But then, Kim So-wee glances down at the shield in her hand and puts it all together. Suddenly, he realizes the truth. Did she volunteer to go in first just to steal the gear Sang-woo showed her earlier? Recalling Sang-woo showing off his new gear, Choi Hion simply snatched the item the moment she saw it, casually claiming it. She shamelessly calls it her new weapon. What a blatant robbery! Kim Seo-yui snaps his cigarette in pure rage, ready to fight. His teammates quickly hold him back, begging him to calm down because she is incredibly strong. But Kim Seo-yui completely ignores them. He screams that he doesn't care. Choi Hion teases him. Are you mad? But he just wants to know where she's going. Nara looks down at the ground with a deeply depressed expression. Kim Seo-yui explains their plan is to eliminate the C-rank boss first. Once done, they will head straight for the exit and leave. Veins popping, he sternly asks if anyone has questions. Choi Hyun sighs, muttering that they had better let her leave once the boss is dead. When Maru quietly mumbles something, he encourages her to speak her mind. She looks up with a deeply worried expression. She asks if being rescued like this means they have officially failed the test. Kim Seo-yui crosses his arms and gives a sideways glance. Since he is not the examiner, he cannot give her a definitive answer. Sang-woo scratches his head with an awkward smile. He admits this is his first time seeing this happen, so the association will likely notify them after discussing it. Hearing that, Maru looks down in complete despair. How could things turn out like this when this was her big shot at entering the Feiha Guild? Nara is equally anxious and desperate to stay. Even though she nearly died a moment ago, walking away now feels like defeat. If she gives up, she has no idea when she will ever get another chance to take the practical exam. Desperate, she makes a proposal to Sang-woo. He gives her a brief nod to go ahead. Nara asks if there was only that one A-rank monster he defeated earlier, meaning they could theoretically continue. She wonders if they could just resume their exam. Sang-woo sighs heavily, explaining that while it sounds fine in theory, reality is different. Normally, they must clear every monster and the boss to pass. But since this dungeon just upgraded to S rank, it is a whole different story. There will be far more than just one high-level beast. Yet Nara remains stubbornly determined, asking if they can just dodge them to hunt the boss. But Sang-woo scowls at her suggestion. Is she trying to get her team killed? He warns her again. No one should throw their lives away. They must survive. Besides, how does she expect to fight without a tank or damage dealer? She knows the grim reality of their situation all too well. Nara furrows her brow, cold sweat dripping down her face from the immense pressure. Deep down, she wishes she had the power to handle this monster alone. Choi Hion notices her distress and calls out her name. She sincerely advises Nara that leaving is honestly her best option right now. Sang-woo is right, and she will definitely have another opportunity. Nara quickly tries to defend her stance. She pleads with Choi, reminding her of how many times she has already failed this test. She asks how her friend can tell her to walk away so easily. Nara bitterly points out that she didn't even come to save her. Nara claims she only came because she knew this was an S-rank dungeon, an area she could never enter otherwise. Choi Hyun urges Nara not to be negative, promising she will make it back eventually. Since Nara is genuinely skilled, she's bound to pass next time. But Nara snaps back in anger, completely rejecting her well-meaning comfort. She screams that there will not be a next time. Why tell her to leave? This is her absolute last chance. What do you even know anyway? Seeing Nara lash out so fiercely, Hee-won keeps her cool. Calm down, Nara. That is not what I meant. I think you were just saying this because of your injuries. Seriously, value your life more, right? As Nara stands there, speechless, Sang-woo agrees. He speaks up, reminding her that they only have one life to live. So everyone please relax. Let us find the exit first. But Nara just stands there, tears streaming down her pale face. Easy for a strong hunter to say. Helplessly, Nara snaps that she is too weak to waste opportunities like this. They are too important. You know exactly how the weak get treated. Why preach to me if you are just going to leave? Why even come here to make everyone suffer? Nara fires back with painful words. You should have just abandoned me. Just like we abandoned you that day. I should never have shown up back then. This place is a nightmare. Hee-won's face instantly darkens. Silence. Her voice is heavy with resentment as she snaps Nara's name, causing her to flinch. Sang-woo desperately tries to play peacemaker, pleading with them to stop. Arguing here is just too dangerous. Staying here any longer is suicide. Hee-won completely loses her cool and lunges forward. Her eyes burn with pure hatred. She claws at Nara, snarling that she should just die right here. Later, Nara opens her phone to a notification. The message is from the Void Guild. They thank her for applying and officially welcome her to the team. Nara grips the phone tightly, staring at the screen. She double-checks every single word to make sure it is real. Her expression is incredibly heavy. Still, she cannot tear her eyes away thinking about her exit from the Hanshin Guild. Ever since leaving, she realized a painful truth. Fatigue and a deep, unspeakable sorrow reflect in her quiet eyes. She thinks about how pathetic it is to be completely unwanted. Slowly, her mind drifts back to warmer memories. At least in those days, they actually needed her. But everything shattered when they stepped into that hidden dungeon. Suddenly, a strange sight catches Nara's attention. Just ahead, a couple is arguing heatedly and she watches in confusion. Seeing the timid, submissive way Choi Hyun shrinks back makes Nara doubt. Why on earth is she acting so helpless? Nara watches her offer Hyun Chan a forced smile. Honestly, her appearance and tanking skills are actually pretty good. So why does she let Hyun Chan manipulate her? What a waste. Nara has warned her many times to leave him. Does he have some kind of hold over her? Nara can only sigh in frustration as she watches the sad display. Perhaps she deserves it for being so foolish. Suddenly, a dark memory flashes back and trust me, it is terrifying. Tears pour down her face as she gasps for air. She is pale, helpless, and desperately begging Hee-won to stop. But her pleas find absolutely no mercy from Hee-won. Her expression remains cold and empty as she speaks. She asks Nara if she has any last words. Hee-won refuses to loosen her grip, ignoring her desperate gasps. Nara trembles violently, recalling the vast gulf between their status. In this brutal world, she is about to be throttled. Gasping at the very edge of life and death, Nara can only manage a weak whisper. Terror washes over her. Her entire body freezes in sheer panic. Her eyes widen and her pupils shrink as tears stream down her cheeks. She begs that she is scared and wants to live. The memory plays out, showing her desperate, pathetic struggle. Despair is painted all over her face. With empty eyes, she reaches her hand out to grab something unreachable. She reminds Hee-won that she begged for help back then. Back in the present, Nara's fragile emotions finally shatter. She breaks down in hysterical sobs. She confesses that she only clung to her to survive, but looking back now, she can only scream in absolute despair. Hee-won freezes for a second as Nara screams that she should have died. Hearing those tragic words, Hee-won's crimson eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Yet after a brief, tense moment of hesitation, she remains completely unshaken, winding up and throwing a devastating punch forward. Nara watches in absolute helpless horror. Even after humbling herself and repenting so deeply she cannot stay Hee-won's hand, the heavy fist is incoming. Nara can only close her eyes and wait for the impact. But right as Hee-won is about to deliver the blow, the freezing barrel of a gun is suddenly pressed against her head. Another blade quickly blocks the weapon's path. Calm down, Hunter Hee-won. Out of the shadows step Kang Nam-soo and Kim Seo-wai, keeping their weapons locked onto her. Kang Nam-soo sternly warns that they are here to rescue people. He demands to know what happens if Nara actually dies. Seeing that Hee-won still refuses to release her grip, Kim Seo-wai advises her to deal with this outside instead. He tells her he will not interfere after the mission is completed. Watching this from the sidelines, Kang Nam-soo is amused. He looks over at Kim Seo-wai with a curious teasing grin, calling him out for being so cold and heartless. That mission is definitely more important. Just as the three are locked in a tense standoff, a massive explosion echoes nearby. It catches everyone's attention immediately. The boss has finally appeared. Seeing this, Nam-soo calmly suggests a plan to handle things. We should open the exit first since we are so close to the boss room. But Choi Hion remains dead silent. She refuses to answer and has no intention of letting Nara go. Desperate, Nara calls her name, hoping to break through. Just as Nara slips into total despair, a tiny flicker of hope remains. Choi Hyun slowly lets go of her tight grip. Nara gasps for air, finally feeling a wave of relief. Choi Hyun instantly turns her back and walks away with a cold expression. She leaves behind some harsh final words telling them to leave because she does not care if they live or die. Nam-soo gasps in utter shock. She watches Choi Hyun walk away, desperately shouting after her in a panic. Why is she doing this? Is she not coming with them? But the hunter cuts her off before she can even finish. With a dark face and a bone-chilling glare full of sheer hatred, Choi Hyun fires back with a cold, terrifying warning. Do not stand in my way unless you want to die. Just as tension peaks, Kim Seo-wai steps in to break them up. He tells Hunter Kang Nam-soo not to worry since she will come back once she cools off. Nam-soo looks down feeling uneasy. Really, the rules say everyone has to make it out together. But Kim Seo-wai is already focusing on someone else nearby. He looks right at the girl who watched the entire drama unfold. Do you still plan on staying behind? He questions the C-rank hunter, who is currently looking like a total mess on the ground. His words snap Nara out of it. With tears still streaming down her face, she weakly mutters that she will go. Now everyone needs to move quickly. They must gear up, slay the monster, and escape. Meanwhile, Sang-woo is tightly hugging his ruby-encrusted shield, whispering nonsensically. He mutters that his precious shield is finally back, promising to never lose it again and to take good care of it. Out of nowhere, someone snatches the shield right out of his hands. He instantly panics and screams like a child. He screams to give his shield back, but she already has it secured. She then turns to Kim Seo-wai and Nam-soo. All she has to do is get them out safely, right? Kim Seo-wai can only sigh, wondering if she just robbed them. Yeah, pretty much. Nara slowly gets up and tries to approach Choi Hyun, but Nam-soo immediately holds her back. Please, no more fighting. Sensing the icy cold shoulder, Nara desperately tries to apologize for her earlier words. Without even looking back, Choi Hion calls out her name. She refuses to make eye contact, keeping her back turned. Once you get out of here safely, we are completely done. Make sure you never show your face to me again. Those harsh words hit Nara hard, leaving her completely speechless. She can see that Choi Hion is totally serious. Despite the intense guilt weighing her down, Nara has absolutely no choice but to follow along with the plan. Right as she moves forward, Nara tearfully whispers an apology. Shortly after, one of the healers begins treating her. Watching her gashes close up so rapidly leaves her completely amazed. It is a stunning display of high-tier magic. The healing speed is crazy fast. Can a simple D-rank healer really possess this kind of insane power? Still treating her wounds, the silent healer cannot contain her curiosity any longer and quietly calls out to Shim Nara. Caught off guard, Nara awkwardly answers. The stoic healer looks at her with an empty expression and asks a direct question. Why did you do that earlier? Fighting with your friends is never a good idea. Her words reopen a deep wound. Nara tries to hide her lingering sorrow but eventually breaks down, admitting she was just pathetic and blamed others for her own failures. I am sorry for ruining the mood by stubbornly refusing to move. Surprisingly, the healer does not seem annoyed at all. She calmly explains that status does not matter at all inside a gate. However, she still fails to understand Nara's actions. Nara freezes in pure confusion, letting out a soft gasp. But the emotionless healer is not quite finished questioning her yet. Why do you have such a hard time trusting your friends, Hunter Shim? It feels like you do not even trust yourself. Before Nara can even begin to process those surprisingly deep words, Sang-woo walks over to interrupt their private conversation. Everyone here has probably dealt with those exact same doubts at some point. Even me, she adds as a gentle reminder. Before Nara can even begin to process those surprisingly deep words, Sang-woo walks over to interrupt their private conversation. He announces that the treatment is complete and suggests they regroup with the others. The healer gives a quiet nod. Looking closely at Nara's arm, Sang-woo is visibly shocked by how fast the deep cuts have completely vanished. She accepts his compliment with a polite thank you. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Maru and Taeyun are fighting intensely. They battle a massive horde of monsters with everything they have while Sang-woo instructs the rest of the group. Since this is a low-level dungeon, clearing these monsters is a breeze. Spotting two sacred snakes, lunging straight at her only fuels her excitement. Aiming her gun, she mockingly asks if there are only two of them. Before pulling the trigger, she playfully asks which one she should shoot first. Bullets tear straight into their heads. Her precision forces them to shriek and dodge. Suddenly, one snake lunges its sharp jaws toward its partner. Those fangs rip a chunk of flesh right off the other beast. Watching this friendly fire makes Namsu incredibly thrilled. She quietly asks if they are destroying each other. But once the cannibal beast finishes it, snaps its gaze back toward Namsu. Amused, she asks if it wants praise before launching high into the air. She lands gracefully. A decisive sword slash instantly finishes the beast, splattering dark blood across the floor. Nice job. Turning back to Seo Wee, she playfully calls out to ask if he is almost finished with his side. He calmly replies that her monsters are clearly the weakest of the bunch. Hearing this, Namsu can only watch. As a massive swarm of snakes charges straight at Seo Wee, she jokingly asks if she should raise them as pets. Seo Yui quickly brushes off her nonsense. With a series of swift, incredibly razor-sharp sword strikes, he slices them down. Namsu chuckles, continuing to insist she was totally right. Seo Yui remains completely calm, saying that they might as well consider all these monsters weak. But right as they are chatting, blood suddenly rains down from all directions. This sudden crimson spray leaves them completely stunned. Before another snake can even lunge, it gets chopped in half. A second beast meets the exact same ruthless end. Soon, an entire swarm of snakes is shredded to pieces. All while Choi Hion stands right in the center, unleashing absolute devastation. Namsu can only marvel at her brutality. She doesn't look like a tank at all. The slaughter only intensifies, splattering dark blood everywhere right now. Choi Hion stands in the middle of a gruesome pile of shredded bodies. The scene is pure carnage. She stands silently, deeply lost in dark thoughts. It is strange. She knows she should have killed her. Her beautiful face and ruby-like eyes are stained with fresh blood, projecting a chilling aura. She quietly wonders why she can't bring herself to end her. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoes through the entire forest. Her blade blurs so fast it leaves afterimages, finishing the beast instantly. Yet, even in this chaos, her mind remains deeply troubled. Why is she unable to kill her? As dark red blood sprays all across the battlefield, staining her determined face, her mind wages a fierce war over what she must do. It is so simple. But the moment the snake collapses, Choi Hion spots Nara sitting nearby in complete silence. Her killer instinct flares up. Should she just finish her right now? She watches as Nara remains completely still, deeply lost in her thoughts. Nara is completely unbothered by the monster blood splattering her face. Honestly, she originally planned to kill her anyway. But then she remembers Nara's tear-stained face and desperate words. I clung to you because I wanted to live. She believes she should have just died instead. She also remembers how worried Nara was when she went missing. Nara scolded her with genuine concern, asking where she had gone in the middle of their meal back then. Back then, Nara found her sobbing alone in a corner, asking why she was crying, and if that jerk on Choi Hion-chan had crossed the line again. Nara even threatened to teach him a lesson. But Choi Hion just sobbed, blaming herself entirely for the trouble. She begged Nara not to do it, arguing she was just a terrible tank anyway. Remembering how she kept breaking down outside the building, admitting she freezes up in fear every single time they enter a dungeon. 3 years have passed and she still feels like dead weight. Suddenly, she spirals deeper into self-pity. She desperately wishes she could do better, but Nara immediately snaps back in frustration, telling her to stop saying that. She reminds her that she is actually doing great standing in front to protect everyone, leaving Choi Hion completely stunned. Softly asking if that is really true, Nara angrily yells that she is being a total dummy. Then her tone shifts to complete determination. Calling out her name, Nara promises to give her every buff next time. She hopes this will help ease her fear, even if just a little bit. This promise deeply touches her, causing her to tear up. But she still naively reminds Nara that she can't do that. It would put others in danger. Buffs must be divided equally. Hearing this, Nara is genuinely surprised, chuckling that she is actually quite rational after all. Looking up, Nara is met with Choi Hion's pure radiant smile. It feels like warm sunlight piercing the dark. Genuinely grateful, Choi Hion thanks her friend. This sweet moment makes Nara blush furiously as she warns her that if he told her to call him anytime she needed, even suggesting she dump on Choi Hion-chan and move into his place instead. But hey, Choi Hion flusteredly turned down his offer, leaving Nara standing there feeling a bit helpless about the whole situation. How did a girl like her end up with that bastard anyway? Back in the present, he looked at Nara standing before him and made a silent decision. Nara, there is only one reason I am not killing you. The memory of his strong, resolute face from that day flashed through her mind, because she was the only one who did not abandon him. She stood frozen for a long time, her body completely drenched in blood. Unsure how to face him after everything, as if the truth Nara had been hiding all this time finally shattered her world. Her mind spiraled into dark negative thoughts, realizing that in the end she had been completely and utterly wrong. She felt she should have just kept living like that, abandoned repeatedly and unable to die. Meanwhile, in another area, a few hunters stumbled upon a massive, stunning cavern where a beautiful waterfall flowed under the beaming sunlight. The light shone onto a giant angel statue in the underground cave. This was the fallen sanctuary where the C-rank boss resided. Right at the center stood the sanctuary's boss statue, which Sang-woo was passionately explaining to the others. Though it looked like a stone sculpture, it was actually a living, breathing creature. Taking a brief pause, he quickly started babbling on and on about it again. He began detailing its skills before Su Yui promptly shut him up. He told him not to worry since it was only a C rank. They just needed to wrap this up quickly and leave. Su Yui, Nara, and Sang-woo approached the statue while he gave instructions to the rest. He asked them to watch the others. Before heading in, Nam-su turned back to the remaining hunters and spoke in a gentle tone. She told everyone to get ready to look for the exit. As they walked, Su Yui spoke up with an utterly bored expression. He asked if they could just finish this quickly and told her to stop playing around, but she was in high spirits. She excitedly asked if he wanted her to handle it, acting as if they were on a fun field trip rather than a raid. She cheerfully agreed, saying it was no big deal. Suddenly, Nam-su spun around and pointed toward the statue with a gasp. She yelled that the statue was shedding its head. Su Yui kept walking completely unbothered and showing absolutely zero interest in her words. Even so, she squealed when a massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth suddenly tore open right in the middle of the angel statue. She insisted he take a look, saying it looked incredibly cool. Sui sighed in annoyance, replying that it was just a giant mouth. He kept walking away, completely ignoring Nam-su as she teased him about looking. She jokingly called him a total pervert for watching. Sui turned red with embarrassment and snapped back, telling her to shut up and just kill the monster already. Sang-woo joined in, laughing as he teased Sui about being curious. With a frustrated sigh, Sui pushed him away and barked at him to shut up. While everyone around her was laughing and joking, Choi Hion was still deeply lost in her own thoughts. Seeing her troubled expression, Sui walked over to check on her. He asked how she was holding up, assuring her that the exit would appear very soon. But just as those words left his mouth, a horrific, ear-splitting shriek echoed through the cavern, coming straight from the angel statue. Unleashing a deafening roar, the beast lunged directly at Nam-su, who happened to be the closest target in its path. Yet, she did not even flinch, calmly raising her weapon to meet the attack. Meanwhile, Sui and Choi Hion continued their quiet conversation. He questioned why she was out here alone, emphasizing that staying by herself in this place was incredibly dangerous. He pointed out they had no idea how many A-rank beasts remain, warning her of the threat of running into an S-rank monster. He made it very clear that if she ran into one, she would never make it out alive. He kept trying to persuade her, explaining the constant threats lurking around them. Once Hunter Dongdu recovered his full strength, they would return to clear the place. But Choi Hion remained completely stubborn, dismissing his plan and calling Dongdu entirely useless before refusing to leave. Seeing he could not convince her, Su Yui swallowed his deep frustration and reluctantly decided to let the matter slide. Cursing under his breath, he wished these stubborn S-ranks would cooperate for once. Right then, a system notification declared the sanctuary cleared. The C-rank boss had been defeated, and the sudden alert served as a welcome relief to the heavy tense atmosphere. Sang-woo chimed in praising Nam-su for her quick work, which made her puff up with pride as she brushed it off. He then turned to the rest of the group with the good news, announcing the boss was dead and they should find the exit. Yet Maru and Nara stood in silence, showing absolutely no enthusiasm over the victory with their cold, indifferent responses. Just then, Choi Hion and his partner returned from their brief scouting run to deliver some news about the path ahead. They reported they would search for the exit, which made Sang-woo nod happily in agreement. Led by the scouting duo, they passed through an arched stone gateway that opened into a massive empty courtyard. This raised immediate suspicions. Choi Hion's companion wondered aloud why the exit portal had not appeared yet. Hearing this, Choi Hion scanned the area and replied that normally the exit should have appeared right inside the cave. The two continue moving forward, but Hion is growing suspicious. Is it possible that the boss is not dead? He immediately dismisses the thought. The system window already appeared. If the monster is alive, how is this possible? They search for a while with no luck. His companion suggests they look outside first, guessing the exit cannot be too far away. Hion nods in agreement that makes sense. But as he looks around at the terrain, a strange feeling starts creeping in. The surrounding walls make him hesitate. He asks if it seems strange since they have never had to walk this far before. Sensing danger, his teammate turns with a serious look and tells him they need to turn back immediately. Something is wrong. Getting no response, he calls out again. Hunter Hyun. But Hyun is silent, tears streaming down his pain-filled face. A brutal sight. His face is a mask of pure agony as he begs for his life. Please save me. A massive limb has impaled him. He is lifted high into the air by some monstrous appendage. Horrified, his partner screams out his name in absolute terror. Suddenly, the system window flashes in front of him. What he sees makes his eyes widen as his pupils shrink in shock. What on earth is happening? What do they do now? Behind his back, a massive shadow begins to loom, blocking the light. The giant mantis monster that skewered Hyun towers over him. He only has time to let out one final agonizing scream. Meanwhile, back with Seowei's group, a rushing waterfall and bright sunlight combine to create a deceptively beautiful and peaceful scene. Having waited for ages, Seowei loses patience and grumbles about why the scouts are taking so long just to find an exit. Kang Nam-soo suggests they might have gotten lost, but Seowei immediately dismisses it. That is impossible. They know this place inside out. They have cleared this dungeon countless times. Right then, a system alert chime rings out, delivering a chilling answer. The sudden notification flashes before everyone, not just Seo Yui and Kang Nam-soo. Sang-woo panics, instantly asking what is going on. The boss has been replaced and they must defeat the new one. A boss change. The group descends into immediate panic. But Hai-won Choi remains silent, analyzing the situation. Is this a joke? This news completely ruins all their hard work. Anxiety spreads like wildfire through the group. Why is this happening? Wasn't slaying the class boss supposed to open the exit? Kang Nam-soo desperately tries to calm everyone down, urging them to stay quiet, but they ignore him and keep shouting questions. They turn to their leader. Hunter Kim Seo-wee, what should they do? They have seen dungeons upgrade to S-class, but never this. Though highly stressed, Seo-wee can only offer a vague plan. Slay the boss and they escape. That is their only choice. But with the target now mutated into an S-class threat, they must follow the system. Sang-woo hesitates, looking deeply unsure. He mutters about what could possibly be wrong with this dungeon. First, the S-class upgrade, and now a sudden boss change. Even she cannot help but sigh, admitting that life never seems to be easy. Seo-wee merely reacts with a cold look. He mutters that this is exactly why he cannot quit smoking. Another hunter speaks up, bringing up the two scouts. Should they go look for them? But the idea is instantly shut down. It is too dangerous to wander around blindly. There is no telling how many A-class monsters are lurking out there. Kang Nam-soo looks deeply troubled, suggesting they call for backup, but his idea is flatly rejected. They probably will not survive long enough for help. If only they had an S-class. Then the two of them suddenly remember Hai-won Choi is standing right there, looking completely unfazed by the unfolding crisis. Kang Nam-soo approaches her carefully, calling her name. She shoots him a sharp, annoyed glare and snaps, demanding to know what he wants. Seo Yui steps in with a dead serious expression. She saw the message. Without defeating the S-class boss, none of them leave. Haewon Choi remains silent, listening to him plead his case. If they want to survive, they need her massive power. He asks her to please form a party with them. But despite his desperate plea, she shuts him down completely. Her blunt refusal leaves him completely stunned. On her face is nothing but absolute contempt and deep visible disgust. She sneers, telling him she hates parties. If they want to live, they had better get on their knees. Talk about an absolute nightmare teammate. The outrageous demand leaves Coe and Kang Nam-soo completely speechless. What kind of person acts like this during a crisis? Meanwhile, back inside a grand, spacious building, soft light streams through high windows, illuminating the old brick walls. Dong-soo sits hunched over, clutching his face with both hands in sheer anxiety, trying to suppress his rising panic. He mutters to himself, wondering if everything will truly be all right, trying desperately to calm his terrified racing thoughts. He recalls how Haewon Choi clung to his leg, begging to join them, only for him to flatly refuse. Unable to convince him, she snapped back that she is their only S-class, while he is just a class. Dong-soo looks utterly drained from the stress, completely helpless. Just thinking about her antics makes his head ache with worry. He prays that Haewon Choi will not cause any trouble. While he was still lost in deep worry, someone came over to disturb him. It was Hunter Kim Dong-doo's assistant, looking pretty rushed and visibly anxious as he delivered some urgent news. The assistant anxiously reported that someone was calling him. The moment he heard the president was searching for him, Hunter Kim Dong-doo felt a sudden wave of panic. "What did you just say?" he gasped out in shock. Even though he was already holding the phone, his heart raced like a swarm of anxious ants. A cold, stern voice answered from the other end of the line. "It has been a while, Hunter Kim Dong-doo. Was our last meeting last month. How have you been?" Dong-doo's face paled as cold sweat drenched his forehead, making him stammer nervously about the president always being away on business lately. But the man cut him off instantly. "I have only been gone for a week," he stated coldly. The caller was not about to waste time. He cut straight to the point. "Let us get right to it. I noticed that your name and your sister's name are missing from the S-rank raid list. Is there some kind of problem?" Hearing that, Dong-doo stammered in pure embarrassment, explaining that it was due to a specific skill of Officer Song Song-aeon. "My rank got dragged all the way down to C rank, and it will take another month to wear off." Had the president not read Officer Seong's report yet? Meanwhile, in a completely different place, a pair of polished leather shoes came to a sudden halt on the gravel. "C rank is it?" A deep commanding voice echoed like an absolute order. "This will not do. Hunter Kim Yeon-han worked incredibly hard to help you grow strong. Yet here you are right back at the very bottom." Hearing those heavy words, Dong-doo's expression instantly darkened with intense gravity. He could only offer a grim apology, but the man on the other end remained entirely unbothered, showing no signs of anger. "Do not apologize to me," he murmured calmly. "Go apologize to Hunter Kim Yeon-han instead, since she suffered so much for your sake." Those hard truths hit Dong-doo like a heavy blow, leaving him completely silent and unable to find a single word of defense. Suddenly, the president voiced another sharp question. "By the way, why is there a C-rank hunter registered on that list? Who exactly is that person?" Dong-doo calmly answered that she is a simple C-rank hunter going by the name of Choi Hion. She has not been able to find a guild for a whole month. Recalling Choi Hyun's fierce attitude and calm demeanor made him smirk. He could not help but brag, adding that even though she is registered as a C-rank, she is actually incredibly strong. The damp old air in the warehouse did not stop their call. The president sounded intrigued, noting that the name sounded familiar. When asked if this girl was a close friend, Dong-doo frowned slightly before giving his answer. He explained that she was a friend, which only fueled the president's amusement as he reached a sudden conclusion. "It seems she is the real reason you went missing for an entire month," he teased. Across the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon. Looking at the gorgeous twilight sky, the president told him not to worry about recovery costs and to focus on the rescue instead. He promised to return to Korea very soon. Once the call ended, Dong-doo sighed in immense relief, as if a heavy weight had finally lifted. "That was incredibly stressful," he cursed under his breath. His assistant, who had been quietly listening the entire time, asked with deep concern. "Is everything all right?" Dong-doo brushed it off, casually asking instead about the status of their urgent request for backup. Relieved that nothing was wrong, the assistant reported that both the Wazon Guild and the Gammon Guild had agreed to send reinforcements. Dong-doo muttered in frustration, wondering why the Wazon Guild of all places was involved. His assistant quickly explained. "The major guilds are starting to move because of this C-rank dungeon." Meanwhile, in a desolate desert, a chilling voice rang out. A mysterious man gave a cold, absolutely undeniable command to run a thorough background check on Choi Hion immediately. His subordinate quickly complied. Tapping his black-gloved fingers together, the mysterious leader muttered Choi Hyun's name under his breath. Finally revealed as Tae Hyun, he smiled with dark excitement, whispering that she was indeed Kim Dong-doo's acquaintance. But get this, in a completely different area, Choi Hyun was already spitting fire in pure annoyance. She declared how much she absolutely hated party play, shocking everyone around. If you want to live, she snapped, get on your knees. Still unsatisfied, she laid down another harsh condition, stating she was far too busy checking this dungeon to waste time. Her playful, dismissive attitude deeply angered the onlookers. Are you actually insane? They muttered, just because you are an S rank. Kang Namsu stepped in, looking highly anxious as he whispered to Hunter Kim Coy that the woman clearly had no intention of cooperating with them. He suggested going in alone while they waited for backup to arrive, but before he could even finish his sentence, things escalated. Coy stepped directly toward Choi Hion, leaving the others completely baffled. Where on earth are you going? They called out in panic. Do not tell me you are actually going to fight her. Within a few steps, he stood right beside her, catching her off guard. Choi Hyun's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend that he was actually about to go along with her ridiculous demand. Sang-woo screamed out in absolute terror for him to stop, but ignoring everyone's desperate pleas, Coy moved forward anyway. He dropped to his knees right in front of her as Sang-woo's panicked cries echoed. Kang Nam-soo stared in absolute horror. Completely losing his composure, Kang Nam-soo screamed at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if he wanted to become her toy. Is our fate in her hands? Still, Choi Hyun looks quite annoyed, mocking him by asking what is wrong with him. She mocks that his pride is lower than she thought, asking if he wants to live that badly. But Coy ignores her. He completely ignores the whispers around them and answers firmly. His own life is not important on this path. He prepared himself for this long ago. Seeing the absolute horror on the faces of the others, he calmly speaks up. He slowly explains that their lives are a different matter and not something he has any right to gamble with. Right then, Coy looks up with an unshakable resolve, speaking in a firm and resolute voice. He vows to get out alive and save as many people as possible, including her hunter Choi Hyun. Wait, seeing him throw away his pride just to save everyone leaves Choi Hyun quite shocked, feeling something she cannot describe. It is a strange feeling. Meanwhile, Sang-woo cannot take it anymore and rushes over, grabbing Coy, who is still kneeling. He angrily yells, calling him a lunatic and asking why he is kneeling when a man needs self-respect. But Coy fires back. Sang-woo would do the exact same thing, which only makes the kid yell in pure frustration. He rants that a man needs his dignity. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun silently watches their intense bickering, completely unfazed. Why care about pride when you are dead? If you die, what happens to the ones left behind? Sang-woo snaps back, asking why he sounds so sure he is going to die. Seeing Coy forcefully pin the boy down, she finally speaks up. She demands to know why she should even team up with them. Her beautiful face frowns with deep suspicion. She asks for a single reason to trust them. Behind them, Nara gets visibly nervous, wanting to break this suffocating tension. Coy speaks up to draw her attention. He seriously breaks down their current situation, analyzing their chances. To clear a regular dungeon, the standard requirement is at least 3 properly ranked hunters, he slowly explains. He lays out the harsh reality of their dire situation, but an S-ranked dungeon is a completely different story. Even with backup S-rank hunters from other guilds joining them, the chances of actually clearing it are extremely low. Memories of the giant mantis monsters flash through his mind, darkening his tone. This specific dungeon is notoriously brutal. It is known as the nest of the ultimate predators. Soon, he regains his calm composure, offering a cold reply. He will not force her to trust strangers she just met, but cooperation is their only ticket out alive. They desperately need her help to raise their survival odds. Suddenly, Sang-woo cuts in from behind with a groan. He tells Coy that his speech is too boring, claiming he would never help if he were in her shoes. Coy calmly asks what else he should have said. While Choi Hyun silently weighs her options, the two continue bickering. After all, this kid cannot possibly clear an S-rank dungeon alone. Sang-woo snaps, asking if he is being mocked. Coy just calls it a simple fact, but as Choi Hyun is lost in thought, her brow suddenly furrows. Suddenly, an ear-splitting shriek echoes throughout the entire cavern, making both Sang-woo and Coy jump in pure shock. But get this, Choi Hyun remains completely calm, observing the panic as someone suddenly screams that the monsters have finally arrived. Deep within the dark tunnels, the terrifying roars grow rapidly louder. The group begins to panic wildly. This is definitely not just 1 or 2 beasts. Just outside the ruined fortress, massive mantis monsters gather. They are waiting for their prey to show. They are completely surrounded as a massive beast guards the exit. Chaos erupts inside the cave. If the monsters made it this far, does that mean the scouts are dead? He urges them to stay calm, pointing out that the cave entrance is far too narrow for those giant things. But Shin Chun still refuses to trust Choi Hyun, shouting to the crowd that they should just hold their ground. He insists reinforcements are bound to arrive. Suddenly, a deafening crash of grinding stones makes them both freeze. In pure horror, he asks what that noise is. Sure enough, a sharp claw pierces right through the entrance. The massive claw shatters the solid rocks, sending debris flying everywhere. It is not just the outside anymore. The giant mantises are violently tearing down the ancient fortress walls, their relentless attacks making everything collapse. The entire structure is coming down incredibly fast. Someone screams that the monsters are breaking down the entrance. Debris and dust rain down under the heavy impacts, filling the cavern air with a thick, choking haze. Deep inside, Shin Chun realizes their terrifying plan. They are widening the entrance to squeeze inside. He gnashes his teeth. Terrified, he screams if they are going to die, questioning why the boss changed pattern. The girl panics. She cries out that they would survive if only an exit appeared. But Seo Yui steps forward to take action. Su Yui calms his teammates, telling them to keep their composure, asking if they came here just to die. Everyone raises their weapons as he turns back. Determined to ask one final time, he asks Hunter Choi if she really won't help them. But Choi remains deeply lost in thought, completely unmoved. Seeing her unmoved, Su Yui has no choice but to order the remaining hunters to take their combat positions. He orders Hunter Sang-yu to take the front line with 2 B-rank melee fighters supporting him from the flanks before turning toward the others. He directs Nara and the other girl, instructing the buff and healing mages to focus on supporting from the rear. They quickly acknowledge the order. He continues arranging the others, ordering the ranged combatants to provide heavy fire support from behind the front line. Meanwhile, Kangnam Su hands Maru a gun and calmly asks if she knows how to use it. Maru can only nod in nervous silence. She stammers out a thank you. Sui then turns to the hunter beside him, assigning them to protect the support mages in the rear. He tells the other to stay sharp and prepare to rotate into the front line when needed. The hunter instantly obeys the command. With a loud shout of understood, Sui barks out his next order, telling Sang-yu to use his taunt skill and draw attention. He promises to tear the beasts apart once they are lured in. Sang-yu confidently agrees as Sui tightens his grip on his broadsword. He continues plotting their strategy with absolute precision. Since both side paths are blocked, a surprise flank attack is highly unlikely. But if the front line breaks, the entire team will die. They must prioritize survival and support fighting like their lives depend on it. Right then, the swarm of mantis monsters burrows straight toward their defensive line, causing the cavern walls to crumble around them. Su Yui prepares himself for the imminent clash. The final moment has arrived and the mantis monsters are tearing through their last defenses. The beasts completely shatter the barricade. Yet to their surprise, no one emerges from the thick cloud of dust until a sudden force strikes. But wait, a terrifying pressure radiates from Choi, suppressing everything around and completely blasting the leading mantis away. The S-class beast screeches in excruciating pain, leaving Su Yui completely speechless as he watches the overwhelming display of raw power. From the thick dust, a calm voice speaks, saying she is doing this out of pity for his desperate needs. Choi looks down from above. She coldly announces that she will act as their tank. Suddenly, a sharp system notification rings in her ears. It warns her to eliminate all intruders who entered the dungeon. She stares blankly at the red text, rolling in like a death knell. The final notification carries an absolute command that cannot be refused, stating that she has officially become the new dungeon boss. The mantis monster is obliterated by her overwhelming aura before it can even react. As the shattered remains rain down, everyone watches in stunned silence. The hunters stand frozen in utter shock, and Sang-woo can only gasp that she took down the beast in a single blow. He turns to the others with a look of pure joy, giving the desperate team a newfound glimmer of hope for survival. He calls out to Sui, telling him that they might actually make it out alive. Snapping out of his shocked daze, Sui reacts. Sui's shocked face softens as he awkwardly thanks Hunter Choi for deciding to stand with them against the monster swarm. He offers to explain their battle strategy and asks her to join them, but Choi remains completely silent, prompting him to call out again. He softly calls her name, but she remains dead silent while the rest of the team anxiously waits behind her for any response. Suddenly, the system warning blares in her mind with an ear-piercing ring commanding her to eliminate all intruders who entered the dungeon. The system window materializes right in front of her face, cementing her status as the new dungeon boss once and for all. Talk about a breaking point out of pure rage, Cho suddenly punches the floating system panel, shattering the holographic window into a million pieces. Her blood-red eyes are filled with sheer hatred and disgust at being constantly controlled and forced to play by the system's rules. She desperately wishes they would stop treating her like a monster, finding the entire situation absolutely sickening to her core. Seeing other mantis monsters preparing to pounce, Choi angrily snaps that she is a human, not a mindless beast like them. Flashing back to a moment prior, deep within the quiet ruins near the rushing waterfall, everything seemed peaceful. Suddenly, the sharp-toothed mouth on the stone angel statue lets out a deafening roar, causing the entire cave to violently shake. Choi glares at it with pure contempt, silently analyzing the situation. Since the boss remains silent, she deduces it was not a level up. Perhaps her ability to understand them wasn't tied to leveling up, or maybe the entity inside her simply refused to speak. She lowers her gaze in deep thought, realizing that understanding the monsters is deeply unsettling in its own right. She feels as though she is slowly turning into someone else entirely, just as the system screen flashes before her eyes. The notification declares that she has become the new dungeon boss. staring at the cruel words. She can only mock her fate. She scoffs at the ridiculous message, realizing that even the system's status window now classifies her as a mindless monster. Watching Su Wei and Kang Nam-soo standing together in the distance, she silently wonders if she has to die for them to escape. Resentment flares in her eyes as she grapples with the incredibly unfair, tragic reality of her forced existence. She questions herself, why did this happen? If they ever find out she is the dungeon boss, they will abandon her right away, before that can even happen. But looking back, Siwoo completely threw away his pride, kneeling at her feet and desperately begging. He declared they needed her strength and his own life did not matter. Seeing his burning determination, she finally gave him her answer. He swore he would survive and get everyone out of there, including the female hunter Hion. Hearing those sincere promises, which touched her heart for a brief moment, Hion lost control of her thoughts as she remembered the cowardly Hihan letting his name slip out unconsciously. Siwoo was nothing like that bastard who only ever thought of himself. Back in reality, a mantis monster is pierced by a brutal blast of energy. It is a total bloodbath, and then the second beast rushes forward only to get ruthlessly torn apart too. Blue blood splatters everywhere, painting a gruesome scene. Amidst the horror, Hion fights on while grumbling in absolute confusion. She wonders what the hell is happening and why. These beasts are not fighting back. Right then, the system alerts pop up to answer her, commanding her to eliminate all dungeon intruders. She freezes for a moment, a sudden realization hitting her. She gasps, wondering if these monsters actually think she is on their side. But the system notifications keep flashing, asserting dominance. The screen reads that she has officially become the new dungeon boss. Meanwhile, the mantis beasts suddenly halt, chattering in their own bizarre language. She frowns in pure annoyance, losing her patience. She barks out, asking what they are even saying, finding this whole thing incredibly annoying. But then she leaps high into the air. Rocks shatter beneath her feet as she tells herself to just forget about it, launching herself straight toward the monster horde. She resolves that if they are just going to stand there, it only makes her job easier. A savage grin spreads across her face. She hurls her heavy shield downward, crushing the helpless mantis beasts. Blue blood and loot rain down under everyone's stunned gazes. This bizarre slaughter leaves the entire party completely speechless. Sang-woo is the first to recover, his voice trembling with sheer panic. He points out that those monsters are acting incredibly weird, questioning why they are not attacking Hunter Hion. But Siwoo immediately shuts him down, asking if he's just hallucinating since they all know how these monsters behave. Sang-woo remains unconvinced, arguing that Hion has been hitting them repeatedly without any retaliation. Just as those words leave his mouth, a deafening crash nearly crushes Sang-woo. The carcass of a massive mantis slams down right next to him. Debris and thick dust explode into the air, creating a dense cloud of smoke that completely blinds the entire group. Once the smoke clears, the lifeless carcass of the beast is revealed. Sang-woo is panting, holding up his sturdy shield. He had managed to raise a barrier just in time, shielding everyone from the violent impact. He slowly lowers his shaking hands. He stammers that he almost died, asking if the others are okay. The team replies calmly that they are all fine. Sang-woo breathes a heavy sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars. But wait, look at those shifting rocks. The colossal mantis bursts out from the ruins, unleashing a terrifying roar that leaves Sang-woo frozen in absolute shock. He cannot believe the beast is still breathing. It screeches furiously, lunging forward as if to tear them all apart. Thankfully, his magical barrier holds it back. Sang-woo screams for Siwoo to look, proving that this monster is not holding back. He insists that things are completely wrong. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade leg pierces right through the shield above him, terrifying him. The creature attacks with blinding speed, thrusting its remaining legs toward the group. In a flash, Siwoo leaps into the air. With a clean slash of his sword, he slices right through its limbs, showering the area in blue blood. He frowns. He mutters about the sudden spike in difficulty. Even after losing 2 limbs, the maddened beast remains completely unbothered, screeching louder. Siwoo silently curses, wishing he had the raw power of those elite S-rank hunters right now. He charges back into the fray. He delivers a precise slash across its ugly face, keeping his eyes locked on its movements from a safe distance. He brings his blade down once more, eliciting a painful screech from the massive insect. Finally, the monster begins to fall. Siwoo lands smoothly next to the defeated beast. Kang Nam-soo and Sang-woo watch the whole thing unfold, completely frozen in awe. Sang-woo whispers in disbelief, pointing out that Siwoo took it down all by himself. Since when did he get this strong? The remaining mantis horde catches the scent of their fallen comrade, letting out a series of bizarre threatening clicks. They charge straight toward the corpse, sending Sang-woo into another panic. He curses, wondering why there are suddenly so many. Siwoo barks out orders, asking Hunter Kang Nam-soo how many beasts she can control. She quickly replies that it is a massive drain. She estimates she can only handle 7 monsters for about 10 minutes. Siwoo realizes they finally have a fighting chance. He grips his hilt tightly, shouting that 3 is plenty and telling her to conserve her mana. Hearing this, Kang Nam-soo immediately raises her firearm, waiting for his signal with a confident smirk. Bullet after bullet is primed to strike. The two mantis monsters hiss with absolute fury, their ugly faces twitching. But even so, they are completely unharmed. Then, out of nowhere, one of the enraged mantis monsters roars, only to be immediately ambushed by its own ally. The attack is too fast for it to react. Within seconds, the entire pack turns on itself. Brutal frenzy. Total chaos. Seizing this perfect moment, Nam-soo quickly gives her next orders. She barks out commands for the others to finish off the wounded beasts. A determined voice immediately yells in response, "Understood." She eagerly jumps back into action, promising to lay down heavy fire support for the rest of the team. They all agree. Across the battlefield, Sin-chun and her crew are desperately trying to take down as many monsters as possible. One battered beast tries to stand up and growl, but she instantly delivers a lethal strike to end it. Meanwhile, Shu Yui finds himself cornered by two aggressive mantis monsters, but he easily tears them apart. With a series of blindingly fast sword slashes, he glides down as they collapse. Done at last. He tells himself he needs to hurry over and help Hunter Choi Hion, but stops dead in his tracks. She is absolutely shredding through the monsters completely solo. It looks like she does not need any help at all. Thank goodness she's on our side. Sang Yu lets out a massive sigh of relief, smiling at their luck. Looks like we are safe, he says, praising her handy skills. Nam-soo calmly reminds him their time is running out. They need to wrap this up quickly. He sighs, wishing the mind-controlled monsters could stay on their side forever. She agrees, but a sudden rustling noise cuts them off. The remaining mantis monsters are scattering. They are retreating. Where do they think they are going? Sang Yu speaks up, calling out to Hunter Kang Nam-soo. Something feels off about this whole setup. He forces a tense, awkward smile, his face twitching with worry. He hesitantly asks if Hunter Choi Hion could be the target. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes nearby. Choi Hion turns to see two mantis monsters charging right at her like heat-seeking missiles, but she remains unfazed. She lets out a dry chuckle. The other bugs let her punch them, yet these two actually want to fight. A wild, wicked grin spreads across her face. These spineless pests are actually making things interesting for her. The monsters lunged forward like speeding bullets, but Choi Hion simply smirks as they close the gap. Sang Yu watches in complete confusion. Why are they suddenly targeting Hunter Choi Hion as their primary enemy? He can't help but think about how strange this entire dungeon and these monsters have been lately. It is as if they are searching for a specific target. And what if that target is her? Before he can finish the thought, she leaps into the air and slams her shield right into a mantis. Blood splatters across her face as a red system alert suddenly pops up, announcing the dungeon boss has changed. Sang Yu begs her to say this is not happening. Both of them freeze in sheer shock. Maru and Namu are just as stunned, and the heavy reality of the situation begins to set in. They have only ever hunted monsters, never humans. Nara watches silently, her eyes wide with growing panic. Sudden red warning screens flood their vision, ordering them to eliminate all intruders inside the dungeon immediately. The system penalty has officially begun. The monsters feel betrayed and now view her as an enemy. They must be pacified. Instantly, the enraged mantis monsters swing their razor-sharp claws straight at Choi Hion. She leaps high into the air, scoffing. Betrayed. She was never on their side to begin with. She delivers a devastating downward strike, completely crushing a mantis. But as soon as one falls, more appear. Another one takes its place. She grips her shield tightly, staying calm and calculating her next move. With lightning speed, she hurls her heavy shield like a boomerang, cleanly shattering the creature's massive claw. She lands gracefully, but the system alerts flare up again as another beast ambushes her from behind. It swings its massive claw down, shattering the ground beneath her, while bright red warnings fill her vision. She vaults over the attack, catching the beast off guard as the system warning continuously flashes. She ignores the noise and dives straight for its bulging eyes. Green blood splatters everywhere. A clean landing. The massive insect collapses. Sweat pours down her face as she catches her breath. Her instincts suddenly scream at her to turn around. 3 colossal mantis monsters are already heading her way. They screech in absolute fury, calling her a filthy traitor. Choi Hion simply smirks at their useless rage. Go ahead and try to kill me, she taunts, since that is the only way the exit will appear. Sang Yu watches from afar. Nothing to be surprised about there. Suddenly, they all turn to attack Hunter Hion Choi. Nam-soo stands right behind her, completely panicking. He is about to lose his mind. What on earth is even real anymore? Soo-wee looks at the others, hiding behind the rocks in sheer frustration. Why is everyone getting so distracted? He yells out in anger. Once you enter a dungeon, clear your mind and focus on the enemy right in front of you. Are you seriously going to just stand there and let Hunter Hion Choi fight this battle all on her own? Hearing Soo-yui's harsh words, the group finally snaps out of it. Even if they do not know why the monsters are focusing entirely on Hion Choi. We have to take out as many as we can while they are distracted. His voice echoes through the cavern. Sui sounds deeply worried as he warns them about the bizarre boss monster. Before that thing shows up, Hyun Choi continues to fight relentlessly. She swings her massive shield like a heavy sword, smashing several monsters to pieces with brutal sweeping strikes. Suddenly, a razor-sharp claw thrusts directly toward her head. By the time she notices the blade is already inches from her face, a clean, swift slash cuts right through the air. Suyui has arrived just in time, slicing the claw into 3 neat pieces. Standing gently by her side, he asks if she is all right and checks if she got hurt anywhere during the clash. I know the vanguard has to hold the front line, but do not push yourself too hard all alone, he says. Let me swap places with you for a bit, because if you keep fighting without rest, you will collapse before we even reach the boss. But Hyun Choi refuses to back down, knitting her brows in confusion and asking what on earth he is talking about. She claims she does not need help and has always fought this way, but he speaks to her with warm patience. I do not know how your guild operates, but no real party leaves a single member to carry everything. If you do, the team collapses. Her eyes widen in absolute shock. Suddenly, memories of what Hyun-chan told her in the past come rushing back. He told her not to be afraid and that she must stand at the vanguard to block all incoming enemy attacks. When she hesitantly asked if she had to do it alone, he pointed at her flimsy wooden shield and began to manipulate her. He leaned in close with a gentle, harmless smile, reminding her that it is her job to protect everyone, including him. The toxic manipulation was so smooth. He asked why she was hesitating, claiming that if she sacrifices, he does too. Back then, she just nodded and promised to do her best. But now, snapping back to reality, Suyui is showing her real kindness. He tells her she does not have to force herself to do everything alone. They will fight right alongside her. Her eyes soften slightly as she agrees to take a breath. Namsu steps up, weapon in hand, ready to jump into the fray. He tells her to leave the rest of the monsters to them while the other hunters draw their weapons and join the fight. Everyone is ready to do their part, but a dark, chilling whisper suddenly echoes right in her ears, shaking her to the core. She remembers the bitter truth of being used, realizing her life meant nothing to her former leader as long as he survived. Why else did she have to die such a miserable death? But before she can think further, a pitch-black tail whips forward. On the other side, Suyui is busy dodging a mantis monster's sharp claw. He turns his head, just a second too late. Before he can react, the sharp black tail pierces straight through his left shoulder. Seeing this, Sang-woo screams in terror. He yells out Su-yu's name, sending a wave of panic through the entire party. Hyun Choi freezes in absolute disbelief. The massive tail stretches right past her face. As she slowly turns her head, a horrifying sight greets her. A colossal beast is towering directly behind her. It speaks in a raspy, rodent-like voice, addressing her with strange reverence. It has been a long time, it says. I have come to fulfill my promise. Hyun Choi stands frozen, growling in pure anger. Did you just call me master? She demands. The creature immediately drops to its knees, bowing deeply to confirm her words. It bares its sharp fangs, wheezing about its vow to escort her and apologizing for taking so long to arrive. Hyun Choi grits her teeth in sheer disgust at the creature, while it playfully wags its long whip-like tail behind its back. She looks up and sees Sui impaled by that very tail dangling high in the air as he groans in pain. A tempting voice echoes in her mind, urging her to eat him so she can unlock massive, unimaginable power. Eat, just eat him, the beast coaxes. But this time, Hyun Choi has absolutely no intention of letting it speak another word. She slams her heavy shield directly into its face, gritting her teeth and unleashing a brutal physical beatdown on the monster. Pouring every ounce of her strength into the strikes, she makes the beast's massive body glow from the sheer impact. As it crashes down, red light leaks from its core like glowing ribbons. Hyun Choi shows absolutely no mercy. Delivering repeated blows directly to its weak point, she shakes the ground as the giant beast finally collapses into the rubble. Cracks spiderweb across the stone while a thick cloud of dust blankets the area. Suyui slowly pushes himself up from the dirt. Dusty whines howl. He quietly assesses the situation. This really is a terrifying battle. Even standing far away, Jung Jin feels like his entire body is being torn apart. Even without any injuries, there is no way he could join this fight. Sang-woo dashes forward, calling out Kim Suyui's name. Spotting him, Suyui immediately snaps at him, asking why he left the formation. Sang-woo shoots right back at him, shouting that he needs to shut up and stop being such an idiot. He then gently drapes his arm over him, asking if he can move. Suyui slowly replies that he is not badly hurt, but his arm has lost all its strength. Hearing this, Sang-woo blows a fuse, yelling that it is indeed serious, you lunatic. Still, Suyui calmly responds that he just needs the healer to patch him up a bit, and he will be ready to fight again. Sang-woo panics, asking if he has lost his mind trying to fight in this state. Then he turns his head, whispering about the kneeling monster. No matter how he looks at it, Hunter Choi Hion resembles a dungeon boss, leaving him wondering what they should do. Suyui glances back and replies, what is that supposed to mean? They just need to clear the dungeon and eliminate all the monsters. That is their job. As he speaks, he watches Choi Hion hurtling through the air straight toward the beast. A powerful Choi Hion faces off against the creature, smashing into the ground and sending shattered rocks flying in all directions. It feels like an earthquake. Heavy smoke blankets the sky as rocks of all shapes and sizes scatter everywhere. Choi Hion stands tall atop the massive pile of boulders that has pinned down the aggressive thrashing monster. Her high heel presses down firmly onto its chest. Clenching her fists, Choi Hion pants heavily to catch her breath. The pinned beast can only lie there in silent defeat. With long purple hair and heavy breathing, she turns her head, eyes wide as she surveys the destruction behind her. Her teammates look back at her with tense, fearful, and conflicted eyes. Nara and the squad mage stare in utter disbelief. Choi Hion frowns as a dark fear from her past begins to creep in. No, every passing thought widens her eyes further. Are they going to abandon her again? Is it because the creature knelt before her? Behind Choi Hion, the beast lies trapped under the boulders. She silently begs them not to see her as a monster and to open the gate. Visions of her painful dark past flood her memory in an instant. Meanwhile, Su Yui simply stares blankly back at her. Choi Hion flashes a bright smile, her voice hauntingly calm as she remarks that they have finally figured it out. Her eyes widen. Are they planning to kill her? She is not going to die. Choi Hion boldly declares to them, "Our target is the dungeon boss." Hearing someone call this out brings a subtle smile to her face. The corners of her mouth curl up. Quick to assess the situation, she mutters, though the words feel like she is mocking herself. Her system chimed once more, warning her to eliminate all intruders in the dungeon. It seems she has no choice but to follow the system instructions, even if she tries to protect them, even if she is not a monster. If the outcome remains the same, suddenly the first shot is fired by Nam Su. She fires decisively, aiming a barrage of bullets right at her. Choi Hion closes her eyes, bracing for the worst, but Su Yui's voice rings out again, commanding everyone to protect Hunter Choi Hion. Behind her, the beast breaks free from the debris and lunges at Choi Hion. Luckily, she swiftly leaps away in the nick of time. She firmly reminds the beast that she is not its master, but the hideous creature bares its fangs in pure fury. Tears seem to well up in its eyes, streaming down its face in frustration. Choi Hion mutters that it has grown weak. In response, the beast viciously whips its long black tail to attack her. The whip-like strike comes fast and hard. The tail shoots straight toward Choi Hyun's face, catching her completely off guard. She screams out in agony. The monster suspends her high in the air, mocking her pathetic state and saying things would be different under a true master. Watching Choi Hion writhe in pain, the beast tells her not to worry because it does not intend to kill her. She just needs to sleep. Suddenly, a lush, endless field of silver grass appears in Choi Hyun's vision. Slowly opening her eyes, she realizes she is lying in a peaceful meadow. Namsu spots two people limping over. She anxiously calls for the healer to help them, shouting Kim Sui's name and asking if he is all right. Su Yui lazily looks up, assuring her that he is fine. Hearing this, Sang Woo snaps angrily at him, demanding to know what is fine about this. Su Yui quietly asks for basic first aid since he can still move. Namsu obediently nods and complies. Suddenly, Sang Woo's gaze turns sharp. He yells that first aid is not enough and demands proper healing for him. Glancing over with a cold face, Su Yui warns him that the battle is not over, so he must stay in position. Just then, a voice calls out from a distance, asking what they plan to do with Choi Hion. Nara suddenly hesitates, biting her lip. Su Yui looks in her direction and quietly asks why she is asking that. She flinches, stammers in response. Having cleared dungeons with her for so long, she knew one thing for certain. Monsters never knelt before her. This was truly a first. Still, she knew making such a request now is a lot to ask. Nara pauses for a long moment, wondering if she should speak up. How could he leave Choi Hion and close the door? She was his girlfriend. He used to take her everywhere, yet now he abandons her. The hypocrisy was truly sickening. If she speaks up, she knows Hun Chan will mock her. He had calmly suggested they should have abandoned her too. Her mind becomes a chaotic mess. Would speaking up change anything, or would it only make their current situation even worse? Things would only deteriorate. Suddenly, her eyes widen in terror. She remembers being choked and desperately begging for her life. Tears stream down her face, looking pitiful. Even Choi Hyun's determined gaze begins to soften as tears well up in her eyes. Nara remains completely silent. Suddenly, she begins to stammer desperately, trying to get her words out. She insists that Choi Hion is not a monster. Nara's voice grows increasingly frantic. Please do not abandon her. Su Hui grits his teeth in frustration. He thought she had something else to say, but promises to rescue them. Once the battle ends, Hunter Choi Hion will escape with them. Hearing this, Choi Hyun's exhausted eyes light up with hope. Nara stumbles forward, calling out her name. Choi Hyun staggers and bursts into loud laughter, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone looks up in shock. Sang-woo is completely taken aback. Just then, Choi Hyun lets out a loud scream and collapses. She falls directly into Sang-woo's arms. The monster roars in anger. How dare you touch her? The beast lunges forward to reclaim Choi Hion. Sang-woo quickly ducks away. At the same time, Soo-hyun charges in with a rapid counterattack. His eyes are sharp with fury. The beast growls in absolute rage, gritting its teeth as its plans are thwarted. Refusing to back down, Sang-woo leaps high. Beams of bright light illuminate his determined face. Under their relentless joint assault, the monster is quickly overwhelmed. It crashes to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Landing safely, the two hunters catch their breath. Sang-woo asks if his previous strike managed to deal any real damage. Soo-hyun casually dismisses the question. Suddenly, a sharp tail whips through the air, charging directly at him. Looking up, Soo-hyun curses. He barks a sudden warning. Everyone needs to get out of the way immediately. Debris flies everywhere. Total chaos. Kang Nam-soo struggles to keep her footing, complaining about how many tricks this beast has left. Her eyes widen in shock. She looks up at the collapsing cavern, praying they make it out alive. She yells a warning to Hunter Kang Nam-soo. Violent winds and blinding flashes of light tear through the battlefield. Earth and stone blend into a deadly storm. Kang Nam-soo is forced to shield her face from the flying shrapnel. Finally, a collective sigh of relief echoes. Slumping to the ground, they celebrate managing to stop the onslaught. That beast was incredibly tough to put down. Sang-woo quickly checks on Kang Nam-soo to see if she is hurt. Kang Nam-soo gasps her thanks. She nearly died. Suddenly, Sang-woo realizes he forgot something important and spins around to ask. He asks when the backup is finally arriving. Soo-hyun calmly admits he has no idea. Kang Nam-soo quietly hopes they show up soon. Sang-woo groans at her cluelessness. Soo-hyun lowers his voice, offering some much-needed encouragement to the exhausted squad. He urges them to hold out. The association won't let them die. Surely they have noticed something is wrong. He pauses. He turns to Sang-woo to ask what the current status is regarding Hunter Choi Hion. Sang-woo reports that he left her with a healer. However, things are looking grim despite receiving treatment. He doubts she will survive. Honestly, our heroes are not in a much better spot with that beast still looming. Wondering if they will make it out alive, Soo-hyun promises to buy everyone around if they manage to survive. Sang-woo perks up immediately, asking for some rice wine. Soo-hyun tightly grips his sword and whispers a final instruction. They can buy whatever they want as long as they stay alive. Both of his companions nod in determination. Meanwhile, Choi Hion groans in pain, finally showing signs of movement. Nara anxiously asks if she is going to be all right. The healer gently explains that since the monster targeted her eyes, the damage has likely severely affected her entire nervous system. Although she has treated countless brutal injuries in her career, she admits she has never seen a wound quite like this. The healer pauses for a moment. It seems the beast deliberately kept Hunter Choi Hion barely clinging to life. As light slowly filters and a strange scenery reveals itself, Choi Hion finds herself wandering through a vast, quiet field. She looks around in confusion, wondering where on earth she is. This strange place looks absolutely nothing like Earth. Miraculously, her ruptured eyes are fully healed. Her body feels completely revitalized. Suddenly, her foot bumps into something on the ground. She freezes. Spotting the figure before her, Choi Hion frowns in confusion, wondering if it is just a corpse. Judging by its odd appearance, she is certain this is not Earth. Has she been teleported to another dungeon? Looking around, she realizes the place is littered with countless bodies. Could this be a battlefield? Yet none of them carry any weapons, making her wonder if this was actually a brutal massacre. Glancing cautiously to the side, a dark suspicion begins to grow in her mind. Could it be because of that thing? Even the surrounding trees are twisting and shaking violently. Choi Hion looks up carefully, analyzing the strange distortion, which looks exactly like a dungeon entrance. Could a dungeon outbreak have wiped everyone out? Well, whatever the reason, it is not like she has any reason to care. Why did that ugly monster dump her here anyway? Just wait until she gets back, she is going to smash its face in. Suddenly, she turns around, her eyes widening as a powerful gust of wind sweeps past. The two of them lock eyes, and that strange entity remains hovering right before her. Choi Hion spots something and wonders why that ghostly spirit is wearing a ring. It is resting right on her hand. It is the parasite ring. Why is it on that spirit? She stands frozen, unable to believe her eyes as her face tenses up. Nara, standing right beside her, suddenly startles. She anxiously shakes the girl, stammering and asking if she is finally awake, calling out Choi Hion's name. At the sound of Nara's voice, Choi Hion's expression twitches. She swings her sword forward with a look of pure irritation. This is getting incredibly annoying. What on earth is going on now? Nearby, Sang-woo blocks an attack with his shield and shouts that these monsters seem totally obsessed with the hunter Choi Hion. Hearing this, the party member is stunned and asks why he would suddenly make such a claim. Sang-woo points ahead. explaining that the parasitic horsehair worm-like creature used on Hunter Choi Hion earlier is normally meant as a direct weapon. As the beast's tentacles whip forward, forcing him to leap backward to dodge, he remembers the weird state Choi Hion was in. The monster could have easily killed her on the spot, but it stopped halfway just to turn her into a living corpse. Sang-woo breaks into a cold sweat staring ahead. He points out that while the dungeon did upgrade to S rank, it does not make sense for the monster count to rise this quickly. The layout has not even fully transitioned into an S-rank layout yet. Kang Nam-soo fends off a wave of monsters and shouts, asking if this could be some kind of brand new dungeon evolution method. Sang-woo immediately shoots down the idea, calling it completely illogical. How could high-level monsters belonging to an S-rank dungeon suddenly appear inside a low C-rank dungeon like this? He begins to outline his theory, suggesting that the creatures cross over through a dimensional rift connecting the two dungeons. It is the only explanation that makes any sense. But staring at the beast, he still cannot shake the feeling that something is off. If they had this dimensional travel ability, the guild would have discovered it long ago after killing so many of them. Why would they hide it until now? And of all places, why target this specific dungeon? Hearing this, Seola frowns as she processes the strange situation. If this S-rank threat orchestrated all of this just to hunt down a regular human like Choi Hion, it is incredibly bizarre. What could this monster possibly be after? Meanwhile, Choi Hion finds herself standing in the middle of an open field, completely bewildered. Why is the parasite ring here? She looks toward the shimmering figure ahead, her mind racing with questions. If this is the true owner of the ring, they look nothing like she expected. Since that ugly monster back then referred to the entity inside her as master, she assumed they would look identical. But this is a female spirit. Choi Hion decides to approach her first. She calls out, telling the woman to come closer and asking if she owns the ring. The ghostly figure ahead remains completely silent. Choi Hion grows increasingly annoyed by the lack of response as she waits. Parting the tall grass, she steps closer, asking if the spirit is deaf or just ignoring her. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirs. The wind rapidly intensifies, whipping up debris around Choi Hion as the sky above begins to burn a deep blood red. Corpses begin to lift into the air, caught in the howling gale. Seeing the lifeless limbs swirling around, she is stunned. Choi Hion stands in the middle of the chaos, demanding to know what they are trying to do as she looks up. She gazes at the sky in sheer disbelief, spotting a massive sphere that is actively absorbing everything in sight. Trapped in the eye of this raging vortex, she looks up at the crimson sky, wondering where on earth she is. Suddenly, she notices the female spirit is also being swept upward. Choi Hion panics and shouts for her to wait. Realizing the spirit is getting sucked into the vortex, she immediately bolts forward, desperate to reach her. Begging her not to go, Choi Hion leaps high into the air, reaching her hand out toward the glowing figure. Stretching as far as she can, she manages to grab the spirit's shoulder, holding on tight as she demands answers. She asks where she thinks she is going, telling her to speak before she leaves. Choi Hion's eyes flare with intensity. She demands to know what the spirit truly is and if she is the one residing inside her body. She demands to know how to expel this entity from her body, but in the end, she cannot stop the inevitable. The soul-facing Choi Hion confesses that it is all her fault, whispering that everything is finally coming to an end. Blaming her own weakness, the soul suddenly screams out in agony, unleashing a dark, eerie power that floods the entire space. Eerie energy wraps around them as tears of void stream down with her cries, and massive tentacles start stretching outward. The shadow tentacles close in on Choi Hion at lightning speed, leaving her frozen in absolute terror at the screaming soul. Tears well up in Choi Hion's eyes as she listens to the tragic words, gritting her teeth in sheer frustration. She feels completely helpless, unable to protect a single thing, yet she can still feel the profound sorrow flowing through her. Beyond the grief, a violent wave of pure rage begins to surface, and her tears fall completely out of her control. Even as her soul feels torn to shreds, that intense fury remains, leaving Choi Hion stranded in a vast empty void. She is surrounded by nothingness, where only an endless pitch-black darkness can swallow her pain as the soul quietly weeps. Realizing she might be trapped in this lonely void forever, Choi Hion drifts in the vast empty space, seeing absolutely nothing. Floating aimlessly through the darkness, she wonders if she is doomed to remain here, her eyes filled with growing panic. The thought of being completely alone forever terrifies her, while on the outside, the monsters continue their frenzied onslaught. Back in reality, Nam-ju watches in absolute shock as the frenzied monsters charge at the two defenseless allies behind them. She screams a frantic warning to Seo Yui, shouting that the monster locusts are flanking them and asking what they should do. Seo quickly backs away, cursing under her breath, and orders them to convert two monsters to hold the line. While waiting for reinforcements, Nam-ju pulls out her energy gun, fires back, and confirms she is on it. Her shots pierce the monsters' heads, allowing the endangered team members to let out a huge sigh of relief. Evading incoming strikes, Nam-ju yells that they are holding off as many beasts as possible, receiving a quick thank you. Seo Yui spins around, calling out to the healer to see if the treatment is finished, but the healer is sweating. The healer frantically replies that she needs a bit more time, but suddenly Choi Hion sits straight up. The healer calls out in shock while Nara rushes over asking if Choi Hion is alright and able to move. However, the trembling healer suddenly interrupts, leaving Nara completely confused as to what is wrong with her friend. The healer points out that given her critical condition, she should not even be conscious yet, making it impossible. Cold sweat drips down Nara's face, but before she can ask further, a sudden blast of power strikes her down. Nara screams in agony as a massive explosion erupts, forcing Choi and Sang-woo to look back in horror. Sang-woo yells out for Nara only to see the ominous silhouette of Choi Hyun standing and looking over them. The terrifying Mantis Queen has completely taken over Choi Hyun's body, easily bypassing Sang-woo and Namju with a strike. Choi screams a warning, but before anyone can react, the Mantis Queen lunges directly at Sang-woo. The monster slams his head hard into the ground, leaving him wide-eyed in shock before he can even react. The Mantis Queen notes with a creepy, twisted smile that he saved the girl, admitting she actually likes that. Sang-woo pushes himself up, gritting his teeth in disbelief that Choi Hyun would turn on her own teammates. Looking up, he spots Hunter Namju bleeding heavily from her arm, prompting him to call out to her. He begs her not to die, urging that they must survive and make it out of this dungeon alive. Seeing her faint breathing, Sang-woo lets out a sigh of relief, realizing she is barely hanging on to life. Their miserable state makes him realize that despite holding their own, they are completely outmatched by an S-rank monster. He reminds himself that lowering their guard for even a second against a threat like this is a death sentence. It could have wiped them out instantly, raising a chilling question as to what the monster was actually waiting for. Was it waiting for Choi Hyun to become its ally? And how is such a horrific transformation even possible? Monsters usually lack skills that brainwash humans, making him recall how Woong handled an A-rank threat alone. A shield user that powerful should be famous, yet Nara insisted her friend was only a C-rank. He scoffs at the claim, knowing anyone could see she is far stronger than any average C-rank hunter. It makes no sense for a close friend to lie unless she somehow achieved rapid growth in 0 time. But gaining that much power so quickly is impossible since climbing an entire hunter rank is incredibly rare. A hunter's rank is decided at birth and cannot be altered by items, yet a sudden realization strikes Sang-woo. He considers an unbelievable possibility, a complete head-to-toe physical reconstruction of the body. What if there is a reason behind it? What if Hunter Choi Hyun's body went through an internal change and that's why the creature was targeting her? He suspects that from the start. The real Choi Hyun was already somewhere else entirely. Testing her new limits, the Mantis Queen wiggles her freshly formed fingers as the beast watches. Noticing this, the monster asks if there is any issue with her new vessel. She calmly replies that she just needs a bit of time to adapt. Bowing respectfully, the creature agrees completely since this body belongs to an entirely different species. It naturally cannot handle her immense power. He understands that the human vessel is too weak to fully contain her energy. Turning to him, the queen asks when they can leave. With a chilling smile, the beast tells her they can depart whenever she wishes, even right now. Hearing this, Sang-woo breaks into a cold sweat. Panic grips his mind. He silently screams, wondering what these monsters actually are, when suddenly a massive, deafening sound echoes through the cavern. Maru shouts over the noise, asking what is happening. Red lightning strikes, piercing through solid rock as thunderous explosions shake the entire dungeon. A massive pink mantis claw emerges from the smoke. The beast explains that while they were tracking the queen's signal, they found something. They discovered a dimensional rift leading directly to this place. The hunters freeze in absolute terror as the massive creature looms over them. His teammate goes completely pale. The beast boasts that finding this rift was pure heaven-sent luck. But honestly, things are about to get even worse. It announces that their entire army has successfully gathered through the breach. The sound of their screeching echoes like a death sentence for humanity. If their magic forces clash with the hunter's mana, this unstable dungeon will not be able to hold itself together. Their clashing energies are going to trigger a total collapse. Suddenly, the lightning vanishes. Sang-woo realizes with horror that the dungeon is failing. He knows he has to stop this, but has absolutely no idea how. Meanwhile, the Mantis Queen looks around and wears a wicked smile. She relishes the destruction, muttering that she is finally witnessing this sight again. Choi, pinned beneath her heavy boots, struggles to breathe. He uses every ounce of his remaining strength to yell at her. He demands to know if she really intends to destroy this entire place. Pleading with her to snap out of it, he reminds her of her own words. Did she not just claim that she was a human? The queen mockingly repeats his words, laughing at the word monster. Choi looks up at her, asking if she truly is just like those beasts. Grasping his sword with a trembling hand, he vows that they will fight her to the absolute bitter end. He remains completely resolute. If she is still human, they will find a way to escape together. Enraged by his defiance, the queen suddenly slams his head down. Grounding his face into the hard stone, she sneers at his stubbornness. She mockingly wonders how he can still dream of escaping this place. She sarcastically offers to reward his foolish bravery. As Xiao Yui goes silent from the impact, her cold, menacing voice echoes through the cavern. Declaring that humans are no different from monsters, she remembers something and asks if he truly wants to save this physical shell. Looking down at his motionless body, she smugly tells him that escaping might be easy for others, but it is impossible for him. In a cruel, chilling tone, she promises to show him something incredibly amusing, a final parting gift before they leave this place. Stepping away, she stands tall as her loyal mantis army surrounds her, waiting for orders. Suddenly, she unleashes a terrifying wave of power. The monsters writhe in ecstatic joy as the system registers her domination skill. Her blessing is officially active, sealing their absolute loyalty. With the queen's buff in full effect, dark blood suddenly sprays from the monsters' heads as their bodies begin to rapidly shed their skins. A terrified hunter screams, asking if the beasts are getting stronger. They certainly are. The system confirms their overall power levels are spiking. Their ranks temporarily jump, officially upgrading them into formidable S-class beasts. With newfound strength, the entire swarm lunges forward to attack. Watching the chaos unfold, the queen smiles triumphantly. This is the ultimate price for fools who dare to challenge her supreme authority. Pinned against the scorching hot stone, Xiao Yui is consumed by bitter regret. He blames himself entirely for hesitating and putting everyone in danger. Believing this crisis is his responsibility, a blinding light suddenly erupts around him. Xiao Yui slowly rises, catching the queen completely off guard. She turns around in confusion, demanding to know what is happening. Sensing the sheer killing intent radiating from his body, she scoffs. With absolute disdain, she asks if he actually thinks he can still resist. She laughs at his pathetic burning state. Pointing out his lack of control over his own overflowing mana, she mocks him. Xiui ignores her, gripping his sword as sparks crackle. He coldly tells her that while he does not understand her rambling, he knows she is mocking him. In a flash, he moves. Charging past the guard, he closes the distance to the queen and admits that she is absolutely right about his terrible mana control. His spells waste an absurd amount of energy. But for just a single brief second, he can easily obliterate an S-rank monster. However, she dodges his strike effortlessly, completely unfazed. She calls his claim utter nonsense and mocks his pathetic attempt. Swooping down from above, she asks if he even knows who he is dealing with. She sneers that he can never defeat her. Xiao Yui glares back with intense focus. Deep down, he knows that defeating this S-rank threat is his only chance. Time is running out. Xiao Yui has exactly 10 seconds left. Suddenly, a perfect shot from Kang Namsu strikes her directly in the face. He catches Choi Hion's gaze, asking her what on earth is going on. But before she can answer, a sudden, terrifying sound rips through the air. With a sickening crack, the monster queen's head rolls off her body. A system message immediately flashes. The boss has been defeated and the exit is now open. While the panicked players try to process what just happened, the cold metallic voice of the system echoes through the cavern once more. The exit is open. Nara screams out Choi Hyun's name in pure anguish. Meanwhile, the system notifications just keep rolling in. With the blessing of the Mantis Queen officially gone, all active skills are forcefully cancelled. Screams of agony erupt from the remaining monsters. The system announces that dungeon difficulty levels are being recalibrated from S rank down to A rank as the massive head of the queen rolls away. Nara stands frozen, unable to believe her eyes. Sang-woo stares blankly at the floating system screens, his voice trembling as he calls out. He demands to know why Hunter Choi Hyun made such a reckless decision on her own, unable to hold back his rising frustration and anger. Swinging his blade furiously, he takes his anger out on the nearby monsters. Bowing his head, he mutters that he was already prepared to handle her. He clenches his fists, knowing it was the only way to save everyone. A heavy, suffocating silence settles over the damp cavern. Sang-woo laughs bitterly at himself, recognizing his thoughts are just poor excuses for his own pathetic weakness. He bites his lip in shame. He whispers an apology to Choi Hyun, wishing he had been strong enough to find another way, but then a familiar voice cuts through. She asks what on earth he is still doing there. Sang-woo whips around his eyes, stretching wide with pure disbelief. Complaining that she went through hell and back just to open the exit for them, she laughs. He can only stammer. He stammers, wondering how she is still alive. Choi Hyun frowns, asking why he is looking at her like she is some kind of ghost. Pointing to her head, she asks if it is because of that ugly thing, laughing that she had been wondering what was on her head. Right before his stunned eyes, she casually kicks the severed head away like a soccer ball. She turns back to him with a smug grin. Asking if he feels better now, she leaves Gam Sang-woo completely speechless. Does she even comprehend what she just did? More importantly, how is she still breathing? Ignoring his panic, she suddenly remembers the earring Dong-du bought for her and starts searching. Sang-woo stares at her, utterly defeated. Is she seriously worried about jewelry right now? Suddenly, a chilling, venomous voice echoes through the cavern. The entity asks how she is awake after its paralyzing curse. Choi Hyun just smirks, mocking the beast for not using a stronger dose. Sang-woo watches her in total confusion, wondering how she can chat with that monster. Choi Hion chuckles, saying she saw something quite fascinating. She asks if that interesting thing was its master or whatever. The entity responds in a tone of both supreme reverence and deep confusion. Upon hearing it mention its master, she laughs mockingly, commenting on how satisfying it was to watch that pathetic creature perish. Enraged, the beast unleashes a wave of pure killing intent and strikes, but she effortlessly slips away. She calmly asks if it is angry. She playfully apologizes, admitting she provoked it on purpose. The creature roars furious that she ruined their plans and insulted its precious master. Choi Hyun swiftly grabs its binding thread, ready to toss it aside. She coldly mutters that their stupid little plan is none of her concern. Channeling all her raw physical strength into her arms, she violently slams the beast flat onto its back with a thunderous crash. Shocked by the devastating impact of the throw, the giant monster lets out an earth-shaking howl of pure humiliation and rage. Seeing an opening, Sang-woo rushes forward to join the fray, unleashing a barrage of crackling sparks directly onto the beast. Choi Hyun urges him to hurry up and move. Sang-woo immediately turns to the remaining trapped players, yelling for them to run. He points toward the cave exit and tells everyone to escape now. The surviving hunters nod quickly and make their break. Infuriated by their escape, the beast swarm lets out a deafening roar, asking how they dare to run. A massive tide of giant insects surges forward. Annoyed by the endless waves of bugs, Choi Hyun decides to take action. Without saying a single word, she dives straight into the nearby lake, right in front of the stunned monsters. Before they can even react, she stands up and begins manipulating the water currents, sending lethal blasts of liquid at them. The monsters scatter in sheer panic. She calmly pushes her wet hair back, staring coldly at the shrieking horde. As another beast charges, she kicks off the ground like a coiled spring, launching herself forward like a lethal arrow. Her blade flashes in the air cleanly, slicing off its head, before she spins around to parry attacks from all directions. Sang-woo frantically glances back, yelling that they need to leave immediately and worry about cleaning up the rest later. But before she can answer, the massive monster from earlier recovers its footing and looms directly behind her, thirsting for revenge. Choi Hyun stares down the towering threat, dryly asking if Sang-woo honestly believes the enemy will let them just walk away. Suddenly, a shield sails through the air. Sang-woo yells for her to catch it, and she snatches it out of the sky. Grasping the weapon firmly, she offers a quick thanks and smirks with absolute excitement. She has been waiting for this exact moment. Seeing Choi Hyun getting relentlessly swarmed, Sang-woo clenches his sword tightly and charges straight into the chaos to back her up. As soon as he steps into the battle zone, a massive beast lets out a furious roar and swings its giant arm. Hoon quickly raises his sword to block. The terrifying force of the impact rattles his blade, numbing his arm and blasting him right off the ground. He flies back dozens of meters before slamming hard into a cliff. Choi Hyun steps forward, speaking in a low tone that must hurt. The beast responds in a voice dripping with regret and bitter hatred, saying they were actually planning to leave this place for good. It was their only shot at a fresh start, but these intruders just had to ruin everything. Choi Hyun simply raises her shield, saying she does not care about their escape plans. She only wants one thing, which is to sever their master's attachment from her own body. The entity answers without a second thought, declaring it impossible as it sneers mockingly. She is nothing more than a vessel for their master's resurrection. Choi Hyun freezes in her tracks. But why her of all people? If they are so eager to serve their goddess, why not host her in their own bodies instead? The entity falls silent for a brief moment before answering that she was simply the chosen one at that specific, long-forgotten moment. Choi Hyun knits her brows in confusion. What does that even mean, and who exactly chose her? Right then, strange glowing characters flash before her eyes and dissolve into thin air. She recoils in shock, completely baffled by the weird symbols that just appeared. The monster chuckles, mysteriously mocking her that she is only allowed to know this much. But then it slowly adds that since they already failed anyway, it might as well share a secret. It tells her to get stronger because then she will find out eventually. Just as the beast is about to explain, a hand grabs Choi Hyun and jerks her back, warning her to get out of the way. The moment she is pulled clear, the ground ahead erupts into a massive sea of flames. Choi Hyun struggles, totally caught off guard. She demands to know who grabbed her and tells them to let go. Her eyes are still glued to the entity, wanting to hear more. Suddenly, thunderous explosions rock the entire cavern. The monster glares at the newcomer, realizing reinforcements have finally arrived. Its fading voice echoes a final warning, wishing her luck since her time is already running out anyway. With those words, the beast's voice is completely swallowed by the raging inferno. Hyun looks at the towering flames and grimaces, complaining about the terrible smell of burning bugs. Jihan turns to him and sighs in utter disbelief, asking if this is really the time for him to be enjoying the scenery. Hyun calmly dusts his shoulder and asks if she got everyone out. Jihan crosses her arms, exploding in anger as she reminds him not to recklessly spam his skills when allies are nearby. Luckily, she had warned them to get back, demanding to know why he always causes such a mess. Choi rushes over to confront them, asking who they are and why they are wasting their time here. Hyun smirks seriously, talk about an ungrateful attitude. He mentions they only came to help out their guildmates anyway. He narrows his eyes at Choi with deep curiosity, openly questioning if she is actually a real S-class hunter. Meanwhile, Dong-du stands outside waiting anxiously. The rescue team went into the dungeon an hour and 20 minutes ago. Checking his watch, he mutters that it should be about time for them to wrap things up and emerge. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him from behind. Dong-du turns around to see S-class hunter Jihan Kim offering a playful smile. Before he can even greet her, the powerful guild leader pouts and confronts him directly with a touch of attitude. She complains about him refusing to hang out with her, yet willingly tags along with another woman asking if he dislikes her. Dong-du winces, telling her this is hardly the time or place. Approaching from behind, Hyun catches the exchange and bursts out laughing. He jokingly suggests that since she is practically throwing herself at him, he might as well start dating her already. Shrugging, he adds that he respects his tastes. This is the S-plus class leader of the Wazon Guild, Hyun himself. Jihan glares with pure murderous intent, demanding to know what he means. Ignoring her completely, Hyun turns his attention back to Dong-du. He asks why he suddenly dropped down to class, teasingly wondering if that is why he needed their backup. Dong-du sighs, calling them out for snooping on other people's ranks again. Jihan just giggles, admitting she does it all the time. Hyun ducks to dodge Jihan's playful swing and shifts the topic to their compensation. But Jihan speaks up with absolute disdain, stating she does not want money. She only wants to make the Peacock Guild owe her one. Jihan nods in agreement. Since she only showed up on his personal request, she is perfectly fine with it too, leaving Dong-du totally speechless. He quickly hands over a formal contract for them to stamp, asking one last time if they are absolutely sure. Hyun laughs, calling him crazy and asking if his guild leader is even aware of this scheme. Dong-du calmly shakes his head, explaining his boss gave him full authority over the budget. He urges them to hurry up inside since they are running late. Hyun scoffs, pointing out they literally just arrived. The trio quickly makes their way deep into the dark, eerie dungeon. Only a short walk in, they find wounded hunters scattered everywhere. Dong-du rushes over, asking what on earth happened to them. Where are they? The girl struggles to sit up as the battlefield rages on, prompting Dong-du to frantically yell for the healer. He orders the healer to patch them up quickly, receiving a tense nod. Meanwhile, Choi Hion surveys the absolute destruction around them. Frowning, Choi Hion notes that the dungeon has likely spiked to an S-rank tier. Jihan nods in agreement, prompting Choi Hion to urge them inside. Back in the present, Choi Hion smirks at Choi. He asks if it is not a bit rude to speak like that to her savior. Violent waves of fire engulf the thrashing monsters in a blazing inferno, burning them alive as they struggle in vain. Amidst the blazing sea of fire, a lone figure stands completely unshaken as Choi Hion slowly lowers her massive shield. Thin trails of smoke drift off the metal surface. Having absorbed the entire explosion, the firelight reflects on her soot-stained face. Yet her eyes remain calm. Seizing the moment, Choi Hion casually asks how she can talk so big when she cannot even handle a single beast. He scoffingly wonders aloud if just any random nobody can easily climb to an S-rank tier these days, totally dismissing her efforts. Choi Hion gaze turns ice cold. Veins bulge on her hand as she grips her shield, radiating a thick, suffocating aura of pure malice. Without uttering a single word, she channels her entire strength into her arm and violently hurls the heavy shield forward. It spins at a terrifying speed, ripping through the air and grazing right past Choi Hion, whipping his hair and clothes wildly. The projectile instantly decapitates a nearby beast. Surprised, Choi Hion pauses as his pupils contract with intense growing curiosity. Reclaiming her shield, she unleashes a flurry of blinding slashes, moving so fast that a violent gust of wind whips up. Staring straight at him, Choi Hion calmly asks if he was ever taught that peeking at another hunter's rank is incredibly rude. She warns him never to interfere again without her permission. Amused, Choi Hion chuckles as Jihan rests his chin in his hand. He chuckles, pointing out to Choi Hion that the girl seems to share his exact same annoying, difficult personality. Choi Hion only snorts in response. Jihan warns him that provoking the Bako Guild will only get him crushed by their guild leader. Shrugging casually, Choi Hion fires back that if he were afraid of such things, he would have never become a hunter. Pointing his sword directly at Choi Hion, he challenges her to step up and see if he can turn her to ash. Unfazed, Choi Hion dares him to try. But just as their confrontation reaches a boiling point, a sudden explosion echoes nearby. A massive blast rattles the cave, causing the ground beneath them to shake violently. Everyone instantly turns toward the source. Choi Hyun frowns, demanding to know what is happening now, while Choi Hyun Choi stares in shock toward the center of the ruins. Over in the wreckage, Kim Soo lies completely unconscious. Pale with worry, Dong-du rushes over only to be jolted by a sudden shockwave. Kneeling down to check on the fallen hunter, Ji-han tensely asks what could have possibly caused this to happen. Dong-du flinches, asking if Choi Hyun Choi is some kind of ghost, but she instantly cuts him off, demanding an explanation. Examining the wild mana currents in Kim Soo's body, he calmly notes that the root issue lies within his basic physical constitution. He explains to the group that the man's natural mana compatibility is dangerously low, causing energy to burn him from inside. Rather than boosting his strength, the mana is destroying him. To stop this, they must use a specialized containment blanket. A mana sealing blanket will trap the leaking energy temporarily, calming his erratic life force before they can safely move him for treatment. But Choi Hyun immediately shakes his head, arguing that they have zero time and must get him out of there right now. Sighing deeply, he complains about what a headache this is, seeing the guy end up half dead immediately after showing up. Dong-du pulls a mana-sealing blanket from his spatial inventory, throwing it over to ensure the injured hunter is covered. Annoyed, Choi Hyun snaps at him to get out of the way before turning to leave, calling out for Ji-han to follow. He grumbles that staying around the Baeko Guild makes him physically sick. Hearing this, Ji-han lets out a weary sigh. Ji-han tells him to watch his mouth, reminding him of their professional setting, but Choi Hyun just looks back at Choi Hyun Choi. Smiling, he mockingly hopes she has calmed down, adding that as a newly minted S rank she should learn her limits. Choi Hyun Choi silently watches their departing backs, wondering if he is indeed the hunter capable of reading other people's power. Sang-woo mutters in disbelief, realizing they were just standing in the presence of the notorious Hwasan Guild leader. His infamous reputation matches his prickly attitude. Recalling how effortlessly Choi Hyun obliterated that monster with a single sweeping strike, Choi Hyun Choi tightens her fist. If he can slay a high-tier beast in one shot, is his strength truly on another level? She exhales softly, realizing she cannot even begin to comprehend the sheer scale of the power he possesses. The mysterious entity's voice suddenly echoes in her mind, reminding her that as the chosen one, she must grow stronger. Soon she will understand everything, whether she wants to or not. Choi Hyun Choi frowns, desperately trying to shake off the memory. Sang-woo looks at her with intense curiosity, asking what kind of legendary item she used to survive having her head severed. "How are you alive?" Choi calmly shrugs it off. He stares, utterly speechless, wondering how she can remain this calm after returning from the dead. Even with the resurrection skill, her composure is unnerving. He turns around. It is time for them to head out, a total mystery. He watches her stand still, asking if she is waiting to see another hunter, specifically Hunter Nara. Choi is confused as to why. He pauses before murmuring that it is because they are friends. Choi takes a few steps, but suddenly stops. Not too far away, Nara is still sitting there quietly, completely motionless. Choi asks why she hasn't left yet. Nara spots her and calls her name. Looking at Nara's extensive injuries, Choi quietly bites her lip. She looks terrible. Choi asks about the monster stabbing her and where the healer went, but Nara only offers a gentle smile. She explains she is fine now since the healer patched her up before leaving. Then Nara's gaze locks onto Choi's neck. Nara asks if Choi is really okay after having her head severed. Choi just scratches her cheek, casually laughing off the decapitation. She reminds Nara that she simply cannot die. Nara stares in disbelief. Choi merely offers a teasing smirk. She jokes that hearing about it isn't enough to believe. Choi raises a hand to her neck, jokingly offering to demonstrate, making Nara turn pale. Nara begs this crazy girl to stop. Choi laughs it off, letting out a relieved sigh, noting Nara seems to be doing fine. She bids her farewell, but Nara's sudden shout stops her in her tracks. Looking down, Nara confesses how terrified she was of being abandoned. She was too terrified to save her. Then past memories flood back. What if they abandoned her too? She knew in Choi Hyun-chan would dump her without a second thought, forcing her to obey him. Her hands tighten into fists at the memory. Ever since that fateful day, she has detested herself, living every single moment drowned in suffocating regret and guilt. Looking up at Choi with tear-filled eyes, Nara admits she can't comprehend why Choi saved her after everything that happened. There is no excuse for abandoning her, and now she has caused her harm once again. She blames her own weakness for dragging Choi down. Nara bows her head deeply, uttering a sincere apology. After a long silence, she whispers that she doesn't even expect forgiveness. She just needed to speak her truth. Choi watches her silently. Why didn't she just run away this time too? Nara offers a faint, gentle smile, explaining that this time she wanted to leave together with Choi. Choi stares back in pure confusion. What if Choi cannot leave? Nara looks her dead in the eye, declaring she wouldn't leave either, refusing to live in regret anymore. Choi laughs, finding Nara's loyalty typical of her. She admits there are secrets she hasn't shared, but Kim Dong-du suddenly interrupts from afar. He asks if she is coming. Choi shakes her head, telling them to go ahead. Kim Dong-doo looks at her in utter confusion. He almost died by her hands, yet she acts completely normal. Her sheer composure is baffling. Meanwhile, Choi looks deep into the cavern. She quietly murmurs that she cannot leave. Instant chaos. A dark red system window flashes before her eyes. The system declares her the new boss. This is crazy. Choi freezes as a cold, robotic voice echoes in her mind, stating this fate was sealed the very moment she stepped foot into this dungeon. Choi's eyes tremble at the terrifying revelation. So this was the plan from the very start. She looks at Nara standing before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. She feels a strange warmth in her heart. At least Nara was willing to stay and leave together with her. Choi softly whispers goodbye. Nara looks up in pure shock, asking why she isn't leaving with the rest of them. Choi stares at her for a long time before smiling, telling Nara she shouldn't sacrifice herself like she did in the past. Nara takes a step forward, firmly insisting that everything is fine and urging Choi that she can actually leave right now. Her eyes shine with pure sincerity as she invites Choi to go home together. Choi freezes, deeply touched by those rare words. A warm smile creeps onto her face as Nara welcomes her home. But the quiet atmosphere is suddenly shattered by a familiar voice. Someone calls out to wait, making everyone turn around in unison. Kim Dong-doo stares ahead, completely dazed and deeply confused. A girl at the entrance explains it is because Nara's house was destroyed, pointing at Choi and introducing her as the landlord. Kim Dong-doo blinks in absolute shock, utterly unable to comprehend what is happening. He turns to Choi with a heavily puzzled expression. Choi merely shrugs in response. Kim Dong-doo bows his head, apologizing and explaining that this girl is indeed the landlord he mentioned. But the moment he finishes, Nara begins to stumble. Choi gasps, instantly panic-stricken as she reaches out. Nara collapses forward, her eyes squeezed shut. Choi quickly catches her limp body before she hits the ground. Kim Dong-doo panics, shouting that Nara has fainted. Meanwhile, Jeonbo Ra stares in absolute disbelief at the wreckage. "My house," she wails, clutching her head. Choi quickly explains that a dungeon spawned while she was away. Kim Dong-doo scratches his head and stammers, asking her to wait a moment as the auction for the new dungeon has already begun. But since it happened in a residential area, the compensation costs will be massive, meaning the entire process might take quite some time before they could win the auction. In the next scene, an enraged Jeon-ha slams her hand on the table, demanding answers. She demands to know why they are in her house instead of a government shelter, especially since she woke up completely starving. Although she is a bit confused by the sudden situation, seeing Hae and Choi bring out food only makes her angrier, thinking they are trying to bribe her. She snaps that she is just going to order takeout, but Hae and Choi simply invites everyone to eat. Looking at the delicious spread, Jeonha freezes. Her attitude does a complete 180 flip on the spot. She warmly tells Nara that she can take the room on the other side. Nara can only reply with a helpless thank you, glad to have received such a warm welcome. Meanwhile, Dong-doo is reportedly buried under endless work. He is dealing with endless logistics following the fatal accidents inside the dungeon, while the surviving hunters have finally finished their treatments. Nam-soo is already in high spirits, eagerly suggesting they go out for drinks, while Sang-woo smiles, just incredibly grateful that they made it out alive. Meanwhile, Soo-wai is resting in a recovery room with reports stating that the hunter is still stuck in a deep coma. In another quiet room, Maru sits with her back covered in sweat, having officially retired from her career as a hunter. Nara quietly peeks into one of the bedrooms and sees Hyun Choi fast asleep, completely buried under her blankets. With all the dungeon tension finally fading away, she has done absolutely nothing but sleep for several days straight. Nara softly shuts the door, which causes Hyun Choi to slowly open her eyes. Meanwhile, Dong-doo faceplants onto a couch, groaning loudly. He complains about finally being done, wondering why on earth he has to do the work that should be handled by the guild leader. He admits he felt like he was dying of exhaustion just as Hyun Choi walks in and asks if he is finally awake. Turning around, he asks if she just woke up too, pointing out that she has been asleep for a solid 4 days now. He figures that even with her immortality, fatigue still catches up, eventually prompting her to sit down beside him and agree. Crossing his arms, Dong-doo notes that it makes perfect sense since she jumped straight into an S-class dungeon right after completing a B-class one. He acknowledges how exhausting that must have been before leaning back, resting his chin on his hand and looking her way. He offers to buy her a weapon as promised and suggests they go together, but Hyun Choi simply smiles and turns him down. She tells him she already has one, making him raise an eyebrow as he asks if she plans to keep using the gear from her ex. In response, she proudly pulls out a shield and asks if it looks pretty casually, claiming she just found it somewhere. Dong-doo stares at the shield, finding it incredibly familiar before remembering that Sang-woo had previously bragged about buying that exact shield on installment. Sang-woo had financed the entire thing to support the party, and now a baffled Dong-doo asks Hyun Choi if she has any idea how much it costs. Hyun Choi just gives him an innocent smile and says she has no clue, driving him to scream that the shield is worth 1.5 billion won. He furiously orders her to go return it immediately, leaving her completely stunned by the astronomical price tag. Meanwhile, at the medical center, Soo-wee, sitting up in his battered state, asks if she ended up keeping the shield anyway as Dong-do sighs in complete frustration. He explains that she practically threw a crying fit to keep it, while Soo-wee mutters that he can definitely understand why. Still annoyed, Dong-do mentions he had to buy Sang-woo a replacement, recalling how the poor guy knelt on the floor promising lifelong loyalty. Dong-do had rejected the dramatic offer and now glares at Hyun Choi, warning her that he will absolutely end her if she loses that expensive shield. She casually points out her immortality, leaving him to roll his eyes before turning his attention back to Soo-wee to ask how he is feeling. Soo-wee nods but then awkwardly asks Hyun Choi if she can step out for a minute so he can have some privacy. Dong-do quickly facepalms, apologizing for forgetting that she is indeed a lady, just as the hospital door swings open. An elegant woman named Mi-young walks in with a warm smile, teasing Dong-do about actually coming by to visit a patient. He quickly stands up to greet her and she cheerfully asks about his sister, revealing herself as the legendary S-class healer Shin Mi-young. He assures her with a helpless smile that his sister is doing just fine, prompting Mi-young to turn her curious gaze toward Hyun Choi. Hyun Choi quickly stands up with a polite smile, introducing herself and immediately earning some warm praise for her polite manners. The healer coos over her adorable face and polite gestures, playfully asking if she is the girlfriend of either Dong-do or Soo-wee. Dong-do quickly jumps in to clear up the misunderstanding, while Mi-young just chuckles and makes her way over to the hospital bed. Checking on Soo-wee, she notes that his condition has improved significantly, and he gratefully nods, attributing it all to her care. He asks if they are continuing treatment today, and she playfully asks if that is even a question while pulling out her acupuncture needles. She points out that thanks to his consistent training, his mana control seems to have improved quite a bit compared to before. Even so, she warns him that he still needs to push himself harder, especially since relying purely on physical stats in combat is incredibly tough. She strictly warns him never to use his mana recklessly, and he quietly nods in agreement. Meanwhile, the other two turn to leave. Just as Dong-do and Hyun Choi head toward the exit, Soo-wee suddenly calls out, causing Dong-do to stop and look back with a puzzled expression. Wait, what? His face is twisted in sheer terror. He begs them to come back inside the moment his painful therapy is finished. His desperate eyes practically plead with them. Don't leave. But the heavy ward door is shut in their faces anyway. Standing outside, they cover their ears. Those agonizing screams are too much. Choi Hion. Choi turns and asks who that healer actually is. Dong-do quickly explains that she is an S-class healer and a legendary first-generation hunter who is already 58 years old. She is the oldest active hunter in Korea, having awakened 30 years ago before dungeons even began appearing on the map. That is exactly why even the top guild masters can never look down on her, since she is essentially a living legend. On top of that, she is one of the longest surviving hunters out there, whereas most veterans die young. Most hunters perish long before they can reach middle age, which is exactly why Shin Mi-ok built this specialized hospital. Hunters like them cannot get treated at standard civilian hospitals, and inside Coui is currently sitting in his wheelchair. His eyes roll back in exhaustion as he thanks Dong-do, promising to remember this favor for the rest of his life. Dong-do asks why he cannot just quit smoking. Impossible, the stubborn addict claims before quickly changing the subject. He complains that Kang Sam-woo visiting is completely useless. The guy would not even let him have a single smoke. The entire hospital is a strictly smoke-free zone. In his crippled state, he can hardly sneak outside on his own. While they chat, Choi Hion Choi mindlessly plays with water. When will the guild master finally show up? Since Shin Mi-ok is already here, they assume the two would arrive together, but Dong-do was told to go on ahead. Apparently, some major trouble went down in Pi-hop, though that delay is likely the only reason Coui is still alive. Choi Hion Choi looks back in confusion. Did they call her? Coui tilts his head to ask a question. He wants her to explain the dungeon incident. This makes Dong-do instantly worry if she caused trouble again. She steps forward defensively and points at her own chest. She is innocent. Something inside her body is to blame. Coui has absolutely no clue what they mean. She smiles and explains that an X-rank monster is inside her. His jaw completely drops at the mention of an X-rank threat. She clarifies that the monster is the culprit. That ugly bastard knocked her out cold. That is when the hidden entity finally found a perfect opportunity to break free. Dong-do sighs. No wonder the other hunters in their squad look so completely baffled after emerging from the dungeon. Choi Hion Choi pulls up a chair. She admits that from her research, the monster's host structure is permanently bound. It literally cannot survive outside of her. This leaves Dong-do to ask if she has any way to control it. She explains that as long as she stays conscious, things should be fine, but there are limits. Even if the beast takes over, there is a strict time limit. Still, her expression turns deeply solemn. Sensing her hesitation, Dong-du asks what she means by that. This prompts a quiet, heavy response from her. She got lucky this once. However, there is absolutely no guarantee that the monster will not take control again. Every single time that entity takes over, she feels a profound sense of disgust. It feels like she is slowly changing. She does not want to become a monster. She definitely does not want to die looking like one. Yet, now that she is classified as a dungeon boss, she wonders, should she just accept this reality? That terrifying thought is exactly why she fought so incredibly hard. She refused to die as a beast. She used to think it did not matter who survived. Other people's lives were simply not her concern. But after witnessing someone sacrifice themselves and blow their own head off to save her, her outlook completely changed. Realizing there are still good people out there, Choi Hion flashes a bright smile. She has made a major decision. She announces her retirement from the hunter life. Dong-du is completely stunned as she gazes down at the water. She only cleared dungeons to find a cure. It is pointless if everyone around her ends up dying. She calmly states her intention. She is going to officially retire from the guild and just live a normal life. Dong-du asks what she actually plans to do next. She beams with genuine excitement about her future. She wants to go out, meet new people, and maybe even start dating. This leaves Dong-du completely flabbergasted. Seo Yui chimes in to ask if she wants to grab a drink with him. She happily nods along. She eagerly agrees, ordering some soju and pork trotters. Dong-du clutches his head in utter disbelief. He cannot wrap his mind around their sudden chemistry. What on earth did they do inside that dungeon? As night falls over the bustling city streets, a local restaurant door swings open. Dong-du quietly steps inside. Dong-du calls out to check if she is still working her shift, and Choi smiles, asking if he has finally arrived. He quickly nods and urges her to get moving since everyone is waiting. Choi flashes a bright smile, saying she will be ready in a second. The two of them walk down the street, and Dong-du strikes up a conversation by asking how business at her cafe is going. Choi smiles and admits that customers run away the moment they see her. Helpless, he warns her that she is about to get fired. After all, she knows she needs to keep her magical power under control if she wants to work alongside normal people. Choi sighs deeply, admitting it is not easy. She thought she would handle it fine since she has been working since childhood. Hearing those words, he asks her in pure surprise why on earth she had to start working when she was just a little kid. Choi tilts her head, explaining that her parents died when she was 14, forcing her to take any job just to get by. On top of that, she had a little brother to raise, though they have completely lost touch now. Hearing this, Dong-du is utterly shocked. He cannot believe she had a brother and was on her own at 14. Then it hits him, was she a victim of the dungeon outbreak? Choi smiles and nods, confirming that the tragic event was actually how she ended up meeting Huan Chan. It was the sole reason she became a hunter in the end, a crazy twist of fate she never could have anticipated. 12 years ago, the country faced its very first dungeon outbreak, with giant monsters raining down and leaving over 100 casualties. That fateful day claimed her parents' lives as well, leaving a terrified Choi clinging tightly to her little brother. Right when all hope seemed lost, a mysterious savior stepped in to slay the beast and rescue both of them like a true hero. She was saved by a hero whose identity she could never uncover. Dong-du listens closely, wondering if that savior was actually a hunter. When she hesitatingly nods, he is completely amazed that she survived such a horrific scene, calling it a total miracle. He then shares a bit of his own heavy past, recalling how he was suddenly pulled out of school and sent to a funeral home. It was only when he arrived that he realized his parents were gone right after they had shared a normal breakfast that very morning. He never imagined that breakfast would be their final meal together. Beside him, Choi looks dazed as Dong-du's expression grows heavy. Ever since that day, the entire world has changed, with awakened hunters dedicating their lives to slaughtering monsters inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, ordinary unawakened people are left behind, forced to live in constant fear of the next sudden disaster. They never know when their peaceful lives will suddenly shatter into pieces, and honestly, the existence of these dungeons makes no sense. He firmly believes that neither these dangerous dungeons nor the profession of hunting should ever have existed in the first place. Even though people like them are making a good living off of this chaos, she must admit this reality is far from normal. Looking up, Dong-du sighs deeply as he notes how these dungeons only seem to multiply and spread instead of disappearing. Who knows if a day without hunters will ever come? Choi glances at him, asking what he means by all of this. She wonders if he is suggesting she quit her terrible cafe job just to return to being a hunter to save lives. Stopping in his tracks, Dong-du looks back at Choi with a warm smile, telling her that even if she gets fired, she should keep trying. If she stays persistent, she is bound to find a normal job that suits her far better than being a hunter. Her face stares blankly at him, but he gently reminds her that she was the one who wanted a completely normal life. He tells her to stop stressing over the dungeons, assuring her that other hunters will take care of them. While they cannot bring back the lives already lost to the monsters, they can still focus on protecting the future. In a sudden shift of scene, a warm dinner table is set where Kang Nam-soo raises his hand to greet them. Sui-jung turns around with a welcoming smile and Dong-do happily greets everyone, noting it has been a long time. After asking how Sui-jung's nasty injury is healing, the man quickly reassures him before Hae and Choi approaches Sang-woo. She eagerly asks to see the new shield Dong-do bought him, but Sang-woo quickly shuts her down, telling her to keep dreaming. Dong-do playfully scolds her for trying to steal items again just as Nara walks in and calls out to Hae and Choi. Hae and Choi happily congratulates her and the others for successfully joining the prestigious Baeko Guild, proud that she called it from the start. Nara sheepishly scratches her head and expresses her gratitude, turning to Sang-woo to thank him for making her re-evaluation possible. Sang-woo gives her a warm, reassuring smile, telling her she passed purely because of her own impressive skills. Picking up her chopsticks, Nara mentions that only the final interview with the guild leader remains before they can officially sign. While Hae and Choi thinks getting to negotiate the contract sounds awesome, Nara looks completely overwhelmed by the impending pressure. Nara admits she is actually worried sick about it, prompting Kang Nam-soo to ask Hae and Choi if she has any plans. He wonders why she does not join the Baeko Guild herself, since her incredible skills easily meet their high standards. She eagerly asks if she wants her to become a dungeon boss and fight again. Her face lights up with absolute excitement. She is incredibly curious about it too. How can a status window ever mistake a human for a monster? It was true she tried to attack them and her head even fell off. Yet she survived. Choi Hion just smiles. Explaining it is such a headache, so she tells her to let Su Yui explain later. Su Yui looks over completely helpless. She complains about getting dumped with the hard tasks. Sang-woo raises his glass, asking if she recently awakened. He wonders if she still has not registered as an official hunter. She smiles. She actually awakened years ago. She actually registered 3 years ago. Stunned, he simply cannot believe his ears right now. He questions why he has never heard of her before. Someone this powerful should easily be famous across the entire country. Is she S-class? Choi Hion blankly replies that she is only a class. Sang-woo tells her to stop joking around. The scientist holds up a report to clarify. To be exact, Hunter Choi Hion's mana is only at a C-rank level. However, her physical stats are easily S-rank. Hearing this, Dong-do and Jeon-han are left in complete disbelief. They refuse to believe it, demanding another check. The scientist helplessly replies that she is just as confused. This is her first time seeing such an anomaly. While Choi Hion's mana can be measured, what if there is something else hidden? What if her true power cannot be measured because she is not human? Only her physical strength is constantly growing. It suggests the vessel for whatever is inside her is finally nearing completion. She recalls the chilling words of that monster. It called her the Chosen One, claiming it was her inescapable destiny. Choi Hion cannot help but feel deeply unsettled. The words of that hideous creature keep bothering her. The situation is already far beyond her control anyway. She decides that staying away from dungeons is her safest bet, but we all know that never actually works out. The scientist places a comforting hand on her shoulder, noting that her highly unique case has absolutely no precedent anywhere in the world. She smiles nervously with sweat on her face, begging for just one more chance. She believes another test will help uncover the absolute truth by allowing her to analyze every single centimeter of her body. Choi Hion. Choi Hion is completely caught off guard. Sensing immediate danger, the other two quickly grab her and run away from the crazy scientist. They yell at the crazy researcher, asking what she wants to do to her. The scientist screams back, demanding they return her test subject. Back in the present, Choi Hion smiles as she finishes, explaining how she ended up with these bizarre results. She believes staying a class is better than causing chaos by revealing her S-rank power. Sang-woo is left utterly dumbfounded by her physical stats. He wonders how anyone could train their body to such an insane level. She calmly replies that she just let the monsters chew on her. Getting chewed on by giant mantises is apparently her secret. Sang-woo gapes in horror, while Dong-do demands to know what she means. He is baffled by the mention of mantises. Nearby, Nara hesitates, wondering if she should even speak up. Choi Hion just laughs. She laughs heartily, and Nam-soo agrees, admitting it was his very first time seeing such a bizarre creature inside a dungeon. Sang-woo breaks into a cold sweat, claiming it is all a big misunderstanding. He nervously asks why she is glaring at him like that. Outside, Dong-do and Su Yui quietly observe the lively group. They note how close everyone seems to be getting lately. He agrees, but Su Yui quickly changes the subject. Hearing his name, Dong-do turns around with a look of confusion. Su Yui looks gloomy, asking if there is any way to keep Hunter Jeon-han in check. She has been causing endless trouble. Dong-do immediately avoids eye contact, claiming that the wild hunter is completely out of his hands anyway. He continues, hoping that dropping down to class would make her understand their daily struggles a little better. While Dong-do is always sensible, Jeon-han is a complete wild card. Dong-do angrily snaps back at the comparison. He complains about being compared but admits she has been extremely sensitive lately. Looking back at her memory, Choi Hion remembers asking about it. She had asked if Jun-han got hurt again. Jun-han just laughed it off, admitting she forgot her rank had dropped. She growled in frustration about how annoying the situation was. Choi Hion was left speechless by her sudden mood swings. Su-yui quickly nods in response, confirming that Jun-han still intends to raid a B-class dungeon despite her rank. She is completely unfazed by the rank disparity. Her raw power is so overwhelming that a demotion changes nothing. Her skills are entirely unaffected. Dong-du wishes her luck, especially since Su-yui is the one who has to lead the B-class raid. Facing a tough raid, she sighs and thanks him. Meanwhile, Dong-du's gaze sharpens with absolute resolve as he speaks. Once his rank is restored, he intends to dive right back into the dungeons. He looks back inside, driven by a simple wish. He wants Choi Hion to live a peaceful life. He cracks a smile, realizing she is doing much better than he ever expected. Kim Dong-du lets out a soft smile, thinking she is doing much better than he ever expected. Back in that dungeon, she, like a total lunatic. Coey silently looks at him, saying absolutely nothing. He sighs gloomily while running a hand through his hair, another headache for Dong-su. He angrily shouts out, "Hey!" The scene shifts to a skyscraper downtown where Tae-hoon stands looking down at a tablet in his hands. He says he heard Hunter Choi Hion made a massive contribution during this sudden dungeon rank-up. Apparently, a simple class hunter entered an S-class dungeon. He looks up at Jun-han, demanding a solid explanation about what happened, asking if she would mind explaining. Her eyes turn dark as she responds, stating she was not inside herself, so she does not know all the specific details. By the time she woke up, the crisis was already resolved, though she notes it was thanks to timely support from the guild leaders. She mentions Jamsin and Wajin guilds stepping in to help. Hearing this, Tae-hoon does not look very pleased at all with her answer. He slowly sets the tablet down on the table, finding it strange since about a month ago Hunter Kim Jun-han highly recommended her. He stares directly at Jun-han, asking if she has any idea how they managed to clear the S-rank dungeon this time around. She stays quiet for a brief moment before replying, explaining that Hunter Choi Hion has decided she will no longer enter dungeons. The guild respects her choice to retire. Hearing this, Tae-hoon nods with a soft smile, finally starting to understand the whole situation. He muses that it will not be easy for a hunter like her to fit in and live a quiet life among ordinary citizens. It is a respectable decision, but Jun-han points out they will never really know unless they let her try it out first. She wonders why the guild leader is suddenly so interested now. Tae-hoon leans forward with a grin, stating his reason is incredibly simple. He intends to recruit Hunter Choi Hion into their guild, his eyes flashing with curiosity as he wonders about her true power. Is she actually strong or weak? Remembering her smiling face, he asks Jun-han if she can give him an honest answer. Just then, a phone call comes through from someone asking how he could possibly demand to fly back to Korea right after a raid. Speaking in English, the caller complains that they have not seen each other in forever, yet he does not even ask how they are. Tae-hoon smiles as he walks through the building, speaking in English to apologize, explaining he has some very urgent business back in Korea. He promises to call them the next time he visits America, keeping his tone casual despite the caller on the other end getting irritated. Speaking in English, he tells them he is hanging up now. Right after ending the call, he turns to his secretary with a question. He asks if everyone has arrived yet, and his secretary quickly confirms that Nara and Choi Hion are already waiting inside. Since they are ready, he can head straight in. Inside, Choi Hion sits with crossed arms demanding 100 million won a month. Hearing this insane demand, the entire room falls dead silent as Nara panics and turns to whisper to her. She asks if Choi Hion has completely lost her mind, accusing her of trying to get them rejected on purpose. Tae-hoon opens his tablet and notes that while she wants 100 million won after tax, normal class hunters make far less. He explains their average pay is only about 3.5 million won, leaving Nara utterly shocked at the massive difference. She remembers only making 2 million won at Hansen. Tae-hoon continues, offering a base monthly salary of 10 million won. Nara gasps in absolute shock at the offer. Tae-hoon continues, making her eyes light up as he explains the benefits. He says the package covers full insurance, medical treatment, physical therapy, and overall health management with separate dispatch and performance bonuses. Performance bonuses and other perks are calculated separately, and she can review all the details herself inside the contract. With good performance, she could easily make up to 20 million won a month. He shuts off the tablet and slides it over. Tilting his head with a smile, the double S-class B-Co guild leader Tae-hoon asks if that generous offer is enough. Nara quickly speaks up, stammering that she is incredibly moved by his immense generosity, but Choi Hion remains completely unfazed. She bluntly states it is still not enough, prompting Nara to turn around and furiously snap at her to stop being greedy. While they bicker, Choi Hion calmly asks if the high pay is due to the terrifyingly high mortality rate of low-class hunters. Seeing him lay out his terms, Nara's eyes light up again as he assures her that she does not need to worry. To minimize casualties, the guild always pairs lower-class members with high-ranked veterans during their active dungeon raids. Remaining cold, Choi Hion points out that the entire country was almost destroyed, and since she feels responsible, she deserves that number. She looks him dead in the eye, stating that this is the only way her joining his guild would ever make sense. Hearing this bold claim, Tae-hoon stays quiet as a slight smirk plays on his lips while staring back at her. He lists the raid roster: 4 C ranks, 5 B ranks, and 3 A ranks. Some got hurt, but no one died because of her. With that monstrous level of strength, she brought a massive group of hunters back alive from a lethal S-class dungeon. What is more, nearly all of those achievements belong to a single-class hunter who is none other than her. She listens calmly as Tae-hoon flashes a friendly smile and extends his hand, stating that is why he came to meet her personally. He says she will be much better off, adding how grateful he is that the guild members returned safely. Because of this, he proposes that Hunter, Choi Hion Do, and Nara sign contracts with his guild. Nara drops her jaw in complete shock, asking if he is serious while he just smiles, and nods, asking if she would feel more at ease having her best friend close by. Nara is immediately touched. She looks deeply moved, calling him guild master. She hesitates, bowing her head in deep thought before trailing off. He smiles back. He asks what is on her mind. Nara looks straight at him, saying she is grateful for the offer, but she must decline because Choi Hion just started finding what she truly wants to do, and she refuses to hold her back. Choi Hion smiles warmly at her. Nara blushes and quickly looks away. Tae-hion's gaze darkens slightly as he says it is a shame since he already calculated salaries based on Choi Hion's actual hunter rank. His next words make Nara's eyes light up. The starting base salary is around 1 billion won before taxes. Once contributions and achievements start racking up, that number can easily climb to several billion. Choi Hion glares at him internally, cursing him as a bastard. She can see the raw calculation written all over his face. He definitely knows her real rank. Choi Hion declares that even so, she is not joining. Nara quickly slaps a hand over her mouth, begging him to wait a moment. Sweating bullets, Nara tries to convince her, asking if she really wants to just be an ordinary person. Doesn't she want a life of luxury? Choi Hion flatly replies with a cold no, telling her to beat it. Nara can only fume in frustration. Just then, his secretary turns to whisper something to him. Tae-hoon quickly catches on, noting that it is already that time. He smiles and asks if they should grab lunch together. Talk about a tense meal. Nara is practically shaking while Choi Hion merely tilts, her head examining the lavish spread. Tae-hoon warmly invites them to help themselves, addressing Nara and Choi Hion. Nara quickly stammers that it is an absolute honor. Inside, she is shaking, wondering what she did to deserve sitting at the same table with the guild master. Choi Hion glances over, thinking Nara's thoughts are so glaringly obvious that she might end up with indigestion just watching her. Her cold eyes slide upward. Tae-hoon casually picks up some food, but feeling her heavy glare, he looks back at her. He gives her a polite social smile. She stays completely silent, keeping her expression frozen like ice. She internally curses him, asking what the hell he is staring at. Suddenly, a business card is slid toward her as he calls her name. Tae-hoon offers his card, telling her it is a real pity she won't join them. But if she ever decides to return to hunting, she should give him a call. In fact, he adds that she is more than welcome to contact him anytime, even for non-business matters. Choi Hion silently stares at the card, then abruptly turns on her heel, thanking him for the meal. Nara panics. She rushes to grab the card, apologizing profusely for her friend's behavior and promising to pass it along. Tae-hoon just smiles. He politely thanks her as she dashes out, shouting for Choi Hion to wait. Tae-hoon watches her cold, retreating figure walk away. He muses on how incredibly difficult she is to approach. Sometime later, a man approaches Choi Hion, asking if they can talk for a moment. Choi Hion, who was busy wiping down tables, looks back in confusion and agrees. Cut to her walking down the street looking miserable. She can still hear her boss's words, apologizing but explaining that he has no choice but to let her go. Ever since she started working there, their customer count plummeted, and even the staff was terrified of her. She sadly kicks a stray pebble. She wonders how long she can keep this up, or if living a normal life was always an impossible dream. She can control her own mana, but she is completely powerless against that thing's mana. Annoyed, she continues, kicking pebbles down the road. Nara's situation is sorted out, but now her own survival is the real issue. Shoving her hands into her pockets, she suddenly feels something unfamiliar. What is this? She pulls out a sleek business card. Right, it is the one from that guy. Her eyes drop, staring closely at the paper. She recalls Nara aggressively stuffing it into her shirt earlier. She had demanded to know what Nara was doing since she already declined. Nara had told her to just keep it because she might need it later. Choi Hion grumbled, calling the whole thing ridiculous. After all, rejecting a massive salary offer is quite a heavy burden. But Nara snapped back, calling it basic manners and common courtesy. Then she playfully asked if maybe the guild master actually had a strong personal interest in her. Choi Hion immediately pulled a face of pure, absolute disgust. Nara quickly apologized, backtracking while Choi Hion turned away and explained that he only wants to recruit her because he saw her rank during the interview. Nara got annoyed at this explanation. She barked that the guild master would never do something so unprofessional. But now Choi Hion is left staring at the card. She recalls how incredibly polite and formal Nara was around Tae Hyun. Shaking her head, she quietly calls her a silly girl. Nara had absolutely no idea. Choi Hyun stares intensely at the card in her hand. Her gaze carries a complicated, heavy meaning. No, actually the reality was quite the opposite. Meanwhile, inside a massive corporate building, Tae Hyun is relaxing with a book when his phone begins to ring. He quickly walks over to pick it up, greeting the caller and saying he wrapped up early today before sitting. She smiles and suggests that they should have dinner together while a bottle of fine wine is poured into their glasses. Sitting across from her, Tae Hyun notes it has been quite a while Mi Young smiles, hoping they can enjoy their meal. The hunter Mi Young smiles warmly and admits she never expected him to treat her to such a nice dinner. He chuckles and replies that he should actually be the one apologizing for giving her such a belated thank you. He regrets not taking better care of her before rushing her back to Korea, but she assures him it is fine. He raises his glass, glad that everyone made it back safe, even though he had been deeply worried about the situation. He was worried Hunter Kim Soo-hee would push himself far too hard, but fortunately, he received medical treatment in time. Taking a slow sip, she advises him to prioritize his own well-being, calling him the only hunter she truly trusts. Tae Hyun breaks into a sweat, reminding her that there is still another hunter who shares the exact same rank. She sighs deeply at the mention of the legendary hunter who vanished during the massive dungeon outbreak 12 years ago. She argues that someone with completely unknown whereabouts cannot compare to a reliable hunter fighting right in front of her. She reminisces about how peaceful the world used to be before Mana appeared and upended everyone's normal lives. At least back then, their lives were not constantly under threat. She gazes quietly down at the sprawling city. Those were some of the best days, and now they can never go back. Tae Hyun simply listens in silence. Looking highly thoughtful, Mi Young quickly changes the subject, bringing up rumors of him personally recruiting a new hunter. Specifically, she refers to a class hunter who played an incredibly massive role in clearing a recently upgraded dungeon. He nods, admitting he wants to sign her before another guild snatches her up, though it is not easy. Mi Young is impressed, noting that if the girl rejected his personal offer, her standards must be sky high. Tae Hyun explains his detailed plan to take things slow, so he does not end up scaring her away. He prefers not to use any force, finding it perfectly fine even if she decides to remain a solo hunter. He secretly hopes to keep a close eye on her, prompting Mi Young to smile knowingly at his youthful romantic interest. She teases him about his youth while he smiles back sheepishly. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun politely serves up 2 coffees. She announces their order of hot iced Americanos, but the customers walk away while discussing the strange drink combination. One of them questions the bizarre order of a hot iced drink, leaving his friend completely sweating and confused. Just then, An-soo, a B-rank hunter and secretary from Baeko Guild, approaches the counter with a suspicious look. She stares suspiciously at Choi Hyun, who is happily brewing coffee and hoping this job will finally last. She feels incredibly grateful that she listened to her friend Kim Dong-run's advice back when she was unemployed. Dong-run had laughed hysterically at her getting fired again, leaving her crying face down on the table in self-pity. Startled by her intense reaction, he apologizes, wondering if she is truly that devastated by losing another job. Feeling guilty for making her cry, Dong-run awkwardly tries to comfort her, suggesting she take a short break. Since she would not stop crying, he promised to find her a job, which leads back to her current excitement. The cafe opening right inside the Baeko Guild building made her a bit nervous, but she remains highly enthusiastic. An-soo steps up to order, and when Choi Hyun turns to greet her, the secretary instantly sneers in disgust. She mockingly asks if Choi Hyun only came here because she had nowhere else to go after Choi Hyun-chan died. Leaning in close, she demands to know who she is trying to seduce now, or if she is desperation joining Baeko. Choi Hyun keeps her absolute composure as the woman belittles her, questioning how a weak-class hunter even got hired. She reminds her that only the late Choi Hyun-chan would ever tolerate her, but Choi Hyun calmly asks for her order. Ordering an iced Americano, An-soo watches her walk away while recalling how devoted Choi Hyun-chan was back in college. Despite his devotion, this supposed girlfriend did not bother to show up for his funeral when he passed away. This only fuels her anger for ignoring her warnings about dating such a gloomy and detached person. She wonders why he refused to listen to a childhood friend, unable to see anything special in the girl. With a bitter tone, she blames her for the tragedy, claiming Choi Hyun-chan died solely because of his protectiveness. She harshly demands if she knows how horrible his death was, calling her an absolute monster. Choi Hyun looks down as memories of this girl rush back after years of putting them out of mind. During their school days, she did nothing but nitpick and belittle her, and now she is an awakened member of Bako. Seo flips her hair in irritation, annoyed by the endless hassle. She demands her coffee quickly so she can finally get off work. After spending the last 3 days stuck in a dungeon, she is completely exhausted. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock, panic. This overwhelming pressure reminds Seo of her brutal battles with monsters. Shaken, she warily casts her gaze forward to investigate. She remembers facing terrifying beasts, but this is even stronger. Choi Hion unleashes an intense aura that chills everyone to the bone. Wait, can you feel that chill? The crowd nearby trembles in fear. Hyun asks if she knows how he died, leaving Seo petrified. How could a mere C rank like Choi Hion possess this power? Haeon smiles confidently, claiming she knows because she killed that bastard. Suddenly, a hand slams hard onto the table. Dong-du steps forward in anger, warning her to watch her mouth. Haeon smiles and asks if he finally arrived. Dong-du warns her that since he is entering a dungeon soon, she must go home alone. Dong-du orders an iced Americano with an extra shot of coffee. The sudden appearance of Hunter Kim Dong-du leaves Seo startled. Choi Hyun gloomily agrees, but seeing the handsome guild master Tae-han arrive immediately annoys her. It is just as she had expected. Dong-du asks what he is doing there since he rarely buys coffee here. Hyun silently realizes a confrontation was bound to happen. Tae-hyun smiles, explaining he came to check out the new employee. He steps forward and orders an iced Americano from Choi Hyun. She coldly agrees. Tae-hyun then turns to Hunter Seo with a friendly smile, asking if she is also dropping by. He compliments her, saying the dungeon investigation went smoothly thanks to her. Seo is completely shocked and quickly thanks him. Tae-han adds that the official raid notice will be sent later, asking her to pay extra attention to the records this time. Seo finds it quite troublesome. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun blushes, wondering what to do before quickly preparing their 2 coffees. She serves 1 strong iced Americano and 1 regular iced Americano. Dong-du grabs his drink and turns to Tae-hyun. He asks the guild master if he plans to keep buying coffee here. Tae-hyun looks confused, wondering what is going on. Dong-du bluntly states that since Haeon already refused to join the guild, coming here constantly will only put unnecessary pressure on her. Tae-hyun simply smiles, claiming he is only here for the coffee. Seo walks away completely annoyed by the petty drama. Choi Hyun smiles in relief, glad she is finally gone. If that girl caused any more trouble, Hyun would have thrown coffee in her face. Dong-du says goodbye and takes his leave. Choi Hyun bids him farewell with a smile, then turns her attention back to Tae-han. She asks if he is not busy. Tae-hyun chuckles, noting that he seems to make her uncomfortable just as Dong-du warned. He glances at her, promising not to force her into the guild since her current life already seems quite exciting. Tae-hyun thanks her for the drink, but Choi Hyun snaps back, pointing out that he paid for his own coffee anyway. She watches Tae-hyun walk away. After a brief silence, Choi Hyun hesitates. She blushes, then suddenly calls out for him to wait. Check this out, she is actually blushing. She asks if he is free after work. Meanwhile, construction is underway along a distant highway. A blonde hunter with a cigarette in his mouth grumbles about how those incompetent fools fail to handle their own business. His partner agrees, questioning how long it has been since they failed to clear a simple, low-level dungeon. The blonde hunter scowls, complaining that he told them not to let that idiot die and that they should have called for backup. The other guy asks if he realizes how much this dungeon is worth, arguing against sharing the profits with outsiders. He explains that bringing in backup would only give the higher-ups an excuse to take a massive cut of their earnings. As a result, they got chewed out by their superiors for working too slowly. He mutters that he should have left sooner. His face twists in deep frustration. Suddenly, he notices some bizarre readings on their device. His partner tells him to calm down. He says it is probably just a system glitch and that the dungeon outbreak will take at least 2 months anyway. They both stare at the fluctuating screen. Worst case, they can just run if things go south. No big deal. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to Choi Hion looking up, asking Tae-hyun to buy her dinner. He looks at her with a knowing smile. Tae-hyun teases that it is a tough request, but he would gladly do it if she finally agreed to join his guild. She promises to treat him back once she gets paid, admitting she's pretty broke after getting fired so many times. Tae-hyun laughs, asking if she genuinely wants to hang out. Choi Hion gets defensive, demanding to know what he means by that. Tae-hyun explains it is rare for someone who knows his true identity to casually ask him out other than Hunter Shin Myanmo. Curious, she asks if he always eats alone and has no friends. Tae-hyun just smiles, admitting he has a few acquaintances. He explains he sometimes skips meals when he loses track of time, then offers to buy dinner if she joins the guild. Choi Hyun flatly rejects the offer, telling him she would rather walk than eat. He chuckles, telling her he was only joking. She tells him to forget about it as they walk onto a crowded street. Tae-hyun then asks what she wants to eat. What should they eat? Hyun Choi thinks about it for a second before deciding on meat. Suddenly, someone calls out to her from behind. She turns around to find her former boss. She greets him warmly and he happily asks if she has been doing well lately. He offers to treat her to Korean beef at his restaurant. Hae-eun asks if he is actually serious and her old boss smiles. He admits feeling bad about firing her so abruptly back then and coaxes her inside, but Hae-eun Choi hesitates to step in. She asks if she will scare the customers away, but the boss reassures her that they can easily eat in a private room. Hae-eun pouts, saying she was pretty hurt by the sudden firing before pointing Choi Hion toward the entrance to join her. Choi Hion smiles and easily agrees to the plan. As they walk in, he teases that she really wears her heart on her sleeve. Unlike you, Hion mutters, because she can never read him. Choi Hion just chuckles and drops a surprising compliment. He tells her that her smile is actually pretty cute, which instantly sends a shiver right down her spine. She rushes inside with a burning red face, internally cursing her guild master for knowing exactly how to fluster her. Choi Hion follows her with a smirk. Soon, a feast of delicious grilled beef is laid out across their table. As Hion grills the meat, she asks why he did not join Chan Han and Dong Su in the dungeon today. Choi Hion explains that today is his monitoring shift. When she reacts with confusion, he explains it is standard protocol. Whenever all the S-rank hunters head deep into a dungeon, at least one must stay behind to handle sudden emergencies. Hae-eun realizes they must have dealt with some pretty horrible disasters in the past to establish a strict rule like that. Choi Hion nods grimly in agreement before stepping away to answer his phone. Meanwhile, Hae-eun happily focuses on her delicious food. She eats with pure joy, but her eyes drift back to Choi Hion. His expression has suddenly turned incredibly serious, instantly worrying her. He speaks quickly into the receiver. Bad news. He tells the other side to hold on for a moment. She asks him if something is wrong. He nods, explaining that an unusual mana signature was just detected outside any known dungeon. He stands up and apologizes, saying he has to leave immediately but will cover the bill before heading out. He promises to treat her next time and she waves him off. She watches him rush out of the restaurant. She realizes her boss had already offered to pay anyway. Poor guy left without eating even a single bite of meat. After finishing her meal, she thanks the owner, but he waves his hands and insists that the food is completely on him. She smiles, but before she can even say goodbye, brace yourselves, a heavy and oppressive aura suddenly floods the entire restaurant. Her face instantly darkens as she quickly heads for the door. Outside, a terrifying monster suddenly materializes right before her. The owner panics in absolute terror. But Hae-eun, she just stares at the beast in complete and utter confusion. As the beast lunges with razor-sharp claws, she casually catches them, wondering how a monster ended up in the city center. The beast roars in frustration. Studying its power, she guesses it is a C-rank monster, hinting at a potential B-rank dungeon break. She easily releases its claws and leaps high into the air, landing right above the beast to grab its massive head. The monster is completely stunned, but she is only worried that getting blood everywhere will ruin her old boss's storefront. With a quick twist, she snaps its neck. She groans upon seeing her stats increase by another 101 points. She really should not have killed it. Inside, the onlookers are trembling in fear, but Hae-eun just offers a cheerful smile. She thanks them for the delicious meat and looks at the sky, desperately wishing she would stop getting stronger. Sirens blare across the streets, warning of a massive dungeon break and urging all citizens to evacuate to shelters immediately. Realizing she needs to step in and save people, the dead monster's head explodes as Hae-eun charges straight into the spreading chaos. She easily smashes through the monsters. With every single effortless defeat, her system notifications keep adding another annoying stat point. She lands with a heavy sigh. Seriously, how many more of these weaklings does she have to kill today? Shrill screams echo through the streets as panicked citizens flee from yet another pack of beasts lunging directly at them. The monsters tear up the concrete, causing the towering buildings above to crack and begin to crumble over the crowd. As heavy debris rains down, Hae-eun bolts forward, obliterating a monster's skull with a single punch to clear her path. She dives toward the terrified civilians as a massive explosion sends giant rocks crashing down on top of them. A protective shield of light flashes beneath the rubble. Hae-eun holds up the heavy barrier, prompting the survivors to ask if she is a hunter. They thank her in tears, but their relief quickly turns to absolute horror as they look closer at her face. They scream and call her a monster. Hae-eun's eyes widen as she realizes how they truly see her. No matter how much she tries to alter her appearance, she can never truly go back to being a normal human. It turns out there is no place left for her anymore. What should she do now? Suddenly, a flash of light shines outside and Choi Hion. Yoonhee looks up in utter confusion as Dongju Kim's voice rings out. "There you are, Choi Hion," he says with a smile as he steps forward. "Sorry for being late," he says. "I will handle the rest." Chapter 51. Choi Hion falls silent before making her decision. She declares she is going to retire as a hunter. She entered those dungeons to get rid of this parasite, but she only feels herself becoming more like a monster. Her body was taken over and she almost killed everyone, even though she never wanted that. Not only that, she almost became a dungeon boss. Everything that happened leaves her deeply unsettled. She was so close to, never escaping that dark dungeon alive. But perhaps the only reason she made it out was because her body still remains human. If this entity completely takes control of her, no one will be able to stop it. Before that nightmare happens, Choi Hion. Choi looks up at the others and smiles warmly. Though it is sooner than expected, she plans to quit hunting and live like a normal human. Hearing those words, Choi Hyun cannot hold back a scream. She shrieks in absolute terror of the monsters. Meanwhile, inside, Choi Hyun's heart-heavy worries still linger. What if even a normal life is impossible? She remembers the terrified, painful look on Narasim's face, wondering what the point of her own existence even is. Suddenly, Narasim's eyes flicker with a tiny spark of hope. A strange man suddenly approaches Narasim. Dongju Kim stares intently at the two sisters before speaking softly, telling Choi Hyun that he finally found her. Dongju Kim apologizes for arriving so late. Seeing Choi Hyun's terrified defensive stance, he keeps his voice gentle and reassures her that he will take care of the rest of the battle. Upon hearing those soothing words, she unconsciously starts to let down her guard. Right then, the skin monsters launch a relentless wave of attacks. Choi Hyun runs for her life, screaming at them to stay back. The massive, long-legged skin monster needs only a fraction of a second to close the distance, completely cornering the two terrified sisters. They run and weep in pure panic, trying desperately to escape its pursuit. Just in time, Solon appears right above the beast. Hovering over the creature, she rapidly chants a spell and unleashes a massive beam of magical energy directly at its head. The magical strike slams hard into the monster's body. It loses its footing and crashes down, giving Narasim a precious chance to escape. Sol-an quickly orders everyone to evacuate immediately. Maru also arrives on the scene to back them up while Narasim hurriedly thanks them. Narasim cries out her desperate thanks as Maru charges forward, throwing himself directly into the path of the monsters to hold the line. Suddenly, she spots another beast plunging from the sky. She yells for everyone to hold their ground just as it impacts, the earth triggering a violent explosion that shatters the concrete. From a safe distance, Dongju Kim calmly observes the chaos. The hunters are fighting desperately to hold the line, but they will not last much longer. Stepping onto the ruined buildings, he realizes that his trick seems to be working. Dongju Kim unleashes his immense telekinetic power, lifting one of the skin monsters high into the air. Another monster's head is cleanly severed as he lifts their bodies. There are still plenty of them around. Choi Hyun watches him in confusion. She asks what he is doing. Dongju Kim turns around and explains that this is the most efficient way to wipe them out, all at once. Suddenly, his body floats off the ground as he tells her he will be right back, soaring into the sky. Looking down at the sprawling city below, he notes that the monsters have scattered quite widely, matching his predictions perfectly. Below him, desperate cries for help echo through the streets. Hearing them beg for salvation only makes him smirk. No wonder it took so long. He extends his hand, flipping his palm upward as glowing purple magical energy surges. Meanwhile, on the ground below, a terrified girl is cornered by a skin monster. Suddenly, Dongju Kim's magic forces the creature to float into the sky, dragging it upwards. Dumbfounded, the girl collapses to the ground as a whole horde of monsters is simultaneously yanked into the clouds. The citizens watch in utter disbelief. Even Choi Hyun is transfixed by the sight. She stands frozen, her eyes wide as she stares at the beasts floating helplessly in the air. The sky above the city is now filled with monsters wrapped in an eerie green glow, unable to move even an inch. Every single one of them is completely paralyzed by Dongju Kim's magic. The onlookers cannot believe their eyes as the entire horde rises. It is absolutely insane. Even Choi Hyun is stunned, wondering if he really intends to eliminate all of them by himself. Floating above, Dongju Kim mutters, wondering why the dungeon outbreak had to happen today. He unleashes more of his magical pressure, complaining that his highly anticipated date was ruined because of them. He had really planned on enjoying himself today. He begins to slowly close his fist, whispering that he wanted to torture them to death slowly. But since he still has other places to clean up, they are getting off easy. Instantly, the monsters begin to violently convulse like they are being electrocuted, shrieking in pure agony. He clenches his fist tightly, and with a single crushing motion, he instantly liquefies the entire swarm into a floating mist of red liquid. Dongju Kim lets out a satisfied chuckle as they perish. A downpour of red rain immediately washes over the city, leaving the horrified onlookers completely speechless at his absolute power. Suddenly, something drops. Hits the young man right on the head. He looks down in curiosity. What is this? Don't tell me those things dropped this. Why so many? Right after a relentless rain of round objects starts falling, Choi Hyun stands quietly. She lets out a soft pop, turning to the two S ranks sitting lazily in their chairs. She complains, Why are they still at this guild? Kim Dong-do is confused and asks what she even means by that. With S-rank abilities, she explains starting a guild is easy. Even low-level hunters are doing it these days. To her, they seem no different from those greedy guild leaders of Jumsun and Wazon she used to run into back then. Why not just start one? Hearing this, Simnara snaps immediately, asking if she knows how dangerous that is. Kim Dong-do replies simply, "It is just for the contract, nothing special." Kim Jong-han nods in complete agreement. That's because their guild leader is insanely powerful. Choi Hion is taken aback. Is that really the reason? But isn't Kim Jong-han S-rank too? Hearing this, Simnara snaps again, telling Choi Hion to watch her mouth. Kim Jong-han quietly speaks up. Unless she sees it with her own eyes, she will never understand. Looking at his serious face, Choi Hion wonders how strong the leader is. Now back to reality. Choi Hion finally understands his terrifying power. Meanwhile, two men in black suits stand by the road. They stand before a glowing portal of light. Is this the exact dungeon? Yes, this is the one completely off the official records. It seems an illegal guild has been running it secretly. X speaks up, noting that a B-rank dungeon like this is a massive gold mine. Just think of the money. It makes serious cash, so where are the guards? Hearing this, the white-haired woman nearby immediately delivers some grim news. The moment the dungeon ruptured, they were devoured instantly. It was so brutal that no bodies remained. Without their IDs, there is no way of knowing their guild. That is pretty much the case. X heads inside with the team. He tells them to rest while he cleans up the mess. The girl warns that monsters are crowding the entrance, so he must be careful. But strangely, ever since the leader arrived, the beasts stopped coming out. To X, a packed crowd is just an easy target. He glances over at Choi Hion watching from the shadows, noting she arrived much later than expected. Step by step, she hesitantly emerges. She snaps back that if he wanted her on time, he should have given her a ride instead of leaving her behind like that. She had to fly here. He chuckles, promising to consider it next time as he turns back to her. He admits he did not realize she was so eager to enter dungeons. Hearing her name gives her chills. Addressing her as Hunter Choi Hion, she can barely believe her own ears. What is he talking about? X's intense look makes her doubt her own mind. Does she actually want to go in? She cannot believe it. Memories flood her mind. Don't be ridiculous. The face of Choi Hion flashes before her, shaking her core. She tries to shake it off, but a strange, heavy emotion bubbles up inside her. All she ever wanted was peace. Instead, she hears the agonizing screams of civilians begging for help. X and Choi Hion lock eyes. And get this, X breaks the silence, telling her that she must have felt it today. His words strike a raw nerve. He mutters that they can never truly blend in with normal humans, his dark voice dropping lower with every word. Does she still feel the urge to dive in and tear everything to shreds? She stands frozen. Choi Hion grits her teeth in pure rage, glaring as she demands to know what he could possibly understand. X softens his tone, laying out a harsh truth. Deep down, hunters are no different from predatory wild beasts. Before awakening, he explains they fought desperately just to survive. But once they crossed that line, everything changed forever. A blood-stained blade flashes in her mind. His words force her to remember her very first slaughter. For the first time, they became the predators. He continues, claiming that from that exact moment, every awakened hunter became obsessed. Remembering her first hunt, Choi Hion recalls how she burst out. She burst out laughing. It was the thrill of survival. She had laughed maniacally in the middle of the slaughter. His words push her rage past the boiling point. In a flash, she lunges forward at terrifying speed. Everyone gasps as X effortlessly leaps backward to dodge. She snarls, telling him to watch his damn mouth. Ignoring her warning, X continues to feed her dark thoughts. Hunters can never truly return to normal. Choi Hion tries to hold back her fury, cursing under her breath. Her fists tighten. X suddenly presses further, asking why she is so utterly terrified of letting her true hunting instincts take control. That made Choi Hion curse this absolute monster of a man in her head. When he suddenly stepped closer, she immediately became on guard. She kept her eyes locked on him. X dealt a psychological blow by asking why she was hiding, seeing that she was still hesitating. Hesitating about entering the dungeon since a dungeon is just a dungeon. The question caught her completely off guard, making her wonder what he meant, especially with a hideous monster looming right behind X. He casually murmured, who knows, maybe he just wanted to see Hunter Choi Hion smile. It felt like this madman was forcefully dragging monsters out of the gate, but then X let her in on a little secret. Normally, they cannot leave, but since this dungeon ruptured, he could make it happen. Now the beasts were slowly creeping out of the gate. Watching them creep out of the portal, Choi Hion instinctively stepped back in sheer disbelief. She quickly drew her blade and slashed forward. She sliced the monster cleanly in half. Could a guild leader really do this? X chuckled, saying she could kill as many as she liked. But he kept summoning more and more beasts. He warned her that holding herself back like this was not a good idea. As hordes of beasts flooded the area, other hunters rushed forward to fight. Choi Hion could only let out a cold smirk. She asked if he wanted every hunter here to die, but X casually replied of course not, since they were all B rank. Working together, C rank monsters would be no match. He leaned down with expectant eyes, adding that her help would speed things up, but she remained extremely guarded. She told him that whether she helped or not made no difference and got ready to leave. She asked to leave, saying dinner was great, and turned away. X did not stop her, only letting out a soft laugh. Honestly, you can't even blame her for being so furious. That madman was speaking absolute nonsense, making her wonder who he thought she was. She muttered to herself that she was done being a hunter, swearing she would never step foot inside another dungeon. The only reason she ever went in was because Choi Hion-chan dragged her along, ignoring how terrified she was. What a total bastard. Suddenly, she remembered Kim Dong-do. He was the one who told her she did not need to enter those dungeons ever again. He had urged her to live a normal life and find a quiet job that actually suited her instead of fighting monsters. Her footsteps slowed as she realized that was exactly what she wanted, but suddenly panicked shouts echoed from the streets behind her. People screamed that a monster had run up the mountain, warning everyone to stop it before it reached the residential area. Turning around, she saw someone desperately fighting the hide beast, which instantly caught her eye. Something about the scene made her freeze. Her pupils dilated and her fists clenched tight as she watched. She kept telling herself she would absolutely not help this time. Yet, without another second of hesitation, she took off at blinding speed. Her body moved on its own, completely ignoring her doubts. Delivering a barrage of heavy kicks, she blew a massive hole right through the beast, angrily yelling that these monsters were totally useless. The nearby female hunter quickly thanked her, saying she did not know which guild she belonged to but was incredibly grateful. Choi Hion bluntly replied she was not trying to help, leaving the girl completely frozen. Without another word, she dashed off again. If these damn things had not showed up right in front of her, she would not be overthinking all of this. Lunging forward, she made up her mind to just slaughter them all. With one clean downward slash, she sliced a beast in two. If she killed them all, maybe everything would finally go back to normal. She just wanted to feel fearless again like she used to. Back when she was a kid, she only wanted a simple, happy life. Now blood sprayed as she rapidly cut down one monster after another. Her expression remained completely blank during the slaughter. Yet for a split second, a tiny smirk crept onto her face. Watching from a high vantage point, X suddenly called down, asking if the great hunter Choi Hion needed any help. He noted they were spreading out, making them hard to manage alone. But honestly, her response, she just gave him a friendly middle finger. That made him burst out laughing. While Choi Hion tore through the streets below, X hovered silently above, watching her with a sly smile. She was performing exactly as expected. Rushing forward in a frenzy, she moved like lightning, taking down several more beasts in an instant. Dark fluid sprayed everywhere as she fought. Watching her relentless display, X realized it would be an absolute waste to let her go. Out of nowhere, a hideous roar shattered the silence of the night. A massive beast emerged, tearing the quiet evening to shreds. Its sudden appearance sent nearby hikers into a screaming panic. They ran for their lives, desperately screaming for any nearby hunters. Right at that moment, Choi Hion arrived like a hurricane. She threw a devastating punch straight into the center of the massive creature. In an instant, the beast was torn completely in half. Crimson fluid sprayed everywhere, sending the terrified onlookers into another panic. As the monster's remains turned to ash on the ground, a familiar system notification suddenly echoed in the air. The conditions to stabilize the dungeon had been met. With all escapees eliminated, the system began resetting the portal. Hearing the news, she calmly muttered that it was over too quickly, especially since she had only just finished warming up. That was when she finally noticed the two terrified hikers staring up at her. They could only gape in utter shock. "Monster, wait up, have some mercy and spare me." A moment later, Tae Hyun quickly makes his appearance to offer his warm congratulations. Fortunately, the fight wrapped up before any real damage could hit the residential neighborhood. He tells Choi Hyun that she did an amazing job, but the hunter angrily snaps back, demanding to know what he finds so incredibly amusing. He just offers a smooth proposal in response, asking how she feels about it now. Is she finally starting to get a taste for clearing dungeons? Not caring in the slightest, she tells him to mind his own business while they stroll. She casually admits that she might just be a little out of shape, but getting some action was a nice change of pace. It actually helped clear her thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, he steps right alongside her and whispers playfully, what if he sets up another chance like this next time? Making it happen would not be difficult for him at all, but she maintains her defensive and irritable attitude, questioning his sudden proximity. She demands to know why he is standing so close and what he is even talking about. Why on earth would he go to all that trouble? Suddenly, he pulls her closer to him, talk about a smooth move. He reminds her that he already told her his reasoning once before. He simply wants to see her smile, but he does not mean the fake professional customer service expression she always puts on while working at the cafe. He wants to see a face of genuine happiness, completely free from any burdens, where she is truly enjoying the things she desires to her heart content. At first, his only goal was to recruit her into his guild, But seeing her fight like this today makes him question if that is even necessary. Now he simply wants to see her happy. He is standing incredibly close to her, talking with an intense passion that catches her off guard. He continues to lean in closer and closer as he speaks until there is barely a single centimeter of space left between them. At this, Choi Hion finally snaps out of her daze. Suddenly, his voice drops to a low, sincere tone as he makes an unexpected confession. She might not believe his words, but it seems he is far more interested in her than he originally thought. Her mind goes completely blank. She is totally captivated by his incredibly sweet words. He looks at her and asks what she thinks, which immediately throws her into a flustered panic. Stammering nervously, she asks what she is supposed to be thinking about. But like a clever fox, he presses his advantage, asking when they can eat again. Blushing, she softly mutters back, asking if the busy guild master even has time for that. He does not hesitate for a single second. He replies that he always has plenty of time to eat. She can call him whenever she wants, and he will gladly adjust to her schedule. Under the glowing moon in the deep forest, the atmosphere feels much sweeter than usual. Right after Choi Hion makes his next move, he warmly tells her how happy he is that they got to share a meal, gently reaching out to wipe away some blood that was on her cheek. Once he steps back, she glares at him with a fierce warning. She warns him that if he ever tries to kiss her for real, she will punch him. He just smiles cheerfully, admitting he figured as much. Showing his gentlemanly side, he points out that it is getting late and offers to walk her home. But she coldly rejects his polite gesture, stating she can walk herself back. She even requests that he stay away from her cafe tomorrow. That only gives him the perfect excuse to tease her further, playfully reminding her that he actually owns the entire building. His smug response makes her snap at him to stop mocking her. Suddenly, she pauses in her tracks and turns to stare at him in silence, letting out a heavy sigh. Gathering her courage, she asks if they should go grab another meal right now. But he smoothly declines, saying he is perfectly fine. He says she must be exhausted from the fight. His unexpected rejection makes Choi Hion stomp her foot in sheer frustration. She reminds him that once the moment passes, the offer is gone. She urges him to hurry up, complaining that the workout made her hungry again. A short while later, inside a sleek high-rise apartment, Choi Hion, dressed in comfortable casual wear, warmly serves her some food. She happily digs in while he mentions it is lucky he had some instant ramen left since all local restaurants shut down due to the evacuation. Blowing on her hot noodles, she curiously notes that his kitchen is stocked with ingredients, asking if he actually has no idea how to cook. It is not that he cannot cook, he explains cheerfully, but his butler usually stops by to handle all the meal prep. He simply has never tried to cook in his life. She gasps in surprise at the mention of a butler, but quickly realizes a massive place needs one. It actually makes perfect sense. Then she asks him if he really lives all by himself in such a giant, luxurious apartment. Doesn't he ever get lonely? He cheerfully replies that it is fine since he is completely used to being by himself. But then, his tone softens as he genuinely opens up. Looking back, he admits he has never actually invited anyone over to his home before. She is his very first guest. But despite his deep emotional confession, Choi Hion is totally distracted, marveling at an expensive-looking bottle of wine. She wonders if all guild presidents only drink such fancy things. Seeing this, he silently wonders if she is even paying attention. Amused by her intense curiosity, he politely asks if she wants to try a glass, and she immediately agrees without any hesitation. But the fun has barely even started before Choi Hion already looks completely wasted. Seeing his weak state makes it impossible for her not to laugh. She playfully teases him, asking if a top guild master is supposed to be such a weak drinker when he has not even finished a single glass. He sighs powerlessly, arguing that guild leaders are not all powerful gods. He points out that while some hunters get a massive tolerance boost, after awakening, his body was simply born with a weak tolerance for alcohol. That is exactly why he usually avoids drinking entirely. Just take a tiny sip, he warns. She wonders why he keeps so much alcohol if he cannot even drink. Choi Hion honestly admits they were all gifts. He had absolutely no choice but to accept them. He had to accept them to avoid showing even a tiny hint of weakness. As soon as he finishes speaking, she shamelessly asks if she can just take all those bottles, and any future ones too, please. Naturally, he agrees right away. Since she likes them so much, he is happy to give them all to her. She dashes to the cabinet in pure excitement, shouting that she will bring them home to share with Nara. Suddenly, loud snoring echoes right behind her. She grumbles in disbelief that the great guild leader might catch a cold. After hauling his heavy deadweight onto the sofa, she sighs in sheer exhaustion. He really should have spoken up. She never imagined carrying her own guild leader. Looking around, his massive house feels like a sterile model home. It only has the absolute bare essentials. Although judging by his desk, he still works hard even at home. Sitting beside him, she wonders if Kim Dong-do is doing fine in the dungeon while his guild leader sleeps like a log. He is completely passed out from drinking. Suddenly, her eyes widen as a thought strikes her. He looks incredibly familiar. He looks exactly like the person who saved her back then. Is that why she keeps staring at him? She feels like she is being teased. She hates worrying about him, especially since he acts like he knows everything. After venting her frustration, she huffs and turns to walk away. But right at that moment, he reaches out. He grabs her hand and softly asks where she is going. Startled, she loses her balance and falls right on top of him. Tae-hoon suddenly opens his eyes. With a sly smile, he tells her it is late and she should stay over. Blushing and annoyed, she wonders what he is plotting this time. Right on the soft sofa, he suddenly pulls her close. He pulls her into a tight grip, making her scream to get his hands off. His muscles feel rock hard. She asks if he is pretending to be drunk but falls silent when she hears him snoring peacefully. Oh, this situation is getting absolutely ridiculous now. Her head is about to explode, but he still will not let go. Back at their apartment, Nara squeals in pure disbelief at the sight of all the expensive wine bottles. She asks where Hae and Choi got the money for this, but Hae and Choi just looks exhausted and deadpan. Hae and Choi explains she got them from Nara's guild leader. Nara is so thrilled she practically starts babbling. Nara declares she must thank him immediately. But then she stops, her face darkening as a sudden realization hits. Wait, the guild leader, Hae and Choi helplessly explains that dealing with him kept her stuck there all night long. Nara freezes at the words all night, hesitantly asking if her friend spent the entire night with the leader. Hae and Choi honestly confesses they ended up sleeping on the sofa together because he refused to let her leave. She tells her they were just using each other like pillows. Nara finally snaps and shouts in disbelief. Nara cannot believe they slept on the sofa together, asking when they became close enough to do that. Hae and Choi shrugs it off, saying she needs to get ready. Nara is left screaming in utter confusion. She demands to know what happened before her friend leaves. A few hours later, at a massive skyscraper, Tae-hoon looks completely relaxed as he gently asks if she is truly ready to enter the dungeon. She sarcastically replies that she is fine even if she is exhausted from being his personal pillow all night. Hae and Choi blames him for her lack of sleep. Tae-hoon chuckles awkwardly, offering a sincere apology to Hunter Choi. He apologizes for failing to host her properly. She casually waves it off, mentioning the expensive wine was enough. She warns him that he had better treat her right today. He watches in worry as she boldly leaps forward. He calls out her name in panic, and suddenly she starts screaming for help as she plunges down. She screams that she will die if she keeps falling. Tae-hoon sighs, realizing he can never keep up with her. He finds her incredibly fascinating. Despite his anxiety, she is actually having a blast, shouting at the top of her lungs. As she approaches the ground, she yells that her stomach is turning inside out. Tae-hoon can only watch and worry. He warns that her dramatic landing might cause massive collateral damage. Down on the street, people hear her screams. They look up, wondering where the sound is coming from. But when a girl peers into the sky, she sees nothing. She assumes she is just imagining things. High in the air, Hae and Choi is actually loving the feeling of free fall. Declaring that floating is pretty amazing, she smiles as Tae-hoon chuckles and teases her for being so relaxed. Almost died. Yet she casually retorts, "You said we were flying, so I expected you to actually have a plan." He finally sighs and starts giving out orders, telling her to hold on tight because he is going full throttle. She gently wraps her hands around his shoulders, but he warns her she will definitely fall with such a weak grip. Confused, she asks what else she should do, but before she can finish, they suddenly blast off like a fierce gale. She ends up completely nestled in his arms while he smugly smiles and claims this is the only correct way. She immediately calls him out for taking advantage, but he insists this position is much more comfortable. Before she can respond, her body is launched even higher into the sky, allowing them both to enjoy this breathtaking moment. Suddenly, a brilliant light breaks through the clouds, causing her eyes to instantly light up with pure excitement. A majestic sunrise is slowly emerging right in front of them, and she gazes at it more seriously than ever. Her intense look confuses him, prompting him to ask if he should slow down, but she quickly shakes her head. She stubbornly demands he go even faster, and he immediately complies. After that, she falls completely silent on the way. He breaks the silence by admitting he usually tries to avoid dungeons when possible, which seems to make her look sad. She confesses she has never liked entering those places because bad things always happen, yet strangely, she feels very safe right now. He just listens in silence, and despite her usual cold shell, she softly whispers a gentle thank you to him. Her chaotic mind finally feels at peace, and she softly asks if she can hitch a ride with him more often. Amused by her request, he jokes that he is not a personal taxi, which immediately triggers her anger. She angrily yells that she will pay the fare, and a few hours later, the shimmering ocean appears beneath them. They touch down on a small nearby island where engineers are working hard while a helicopter slowly prepares to land. Looking around the area, she cannot help but marvel at all his highly advanced and expensive-looking gear. He calmly explains that this dungeon is a high-level site, which instantly sparks her curiosity even more. She asks about the rank. Right on cue, the system alerts S+ Park Deok Suk, Sanctuary of the Silent God. The island manager steps forward to greet the guild master, and Kim Dong-do immediately asks for a status update. The manager reports that everything is currently stable. However, they must clear the area quickly to ensure absolute safety. We must act fast. Any surprise could be deadly. Also, we just got some very interesting news. The Weizan Guild Master finished his conquest today. An official request for cooperation has already been successfully delivered. Kim Dong-du begins delegating tasks, expecting the Wazan leader to arrive within a few days. Tell them I look forward to this joint raid. The manager nods obediently and accepts the command. The manager accepts the order, but curiously asks about the girl nearby. Kim Dong-du glances over toward her direction. He coldly explains she is his raiding partner. Listening nearby, Choi Hion starts to feel incredibly nervous. She asks if they are seriously raiding it today. He calmly confirms. Why is there a problem? But why is there nobody else here? You said this is an S+ ranked dungeon. He just chuckles. He confidently explains that clearing it solo is actually much easier. His sheer arrogance completely blows her away. She mutters that he is ridiculously cocky. He just laughs and promises she will understand once they step inside. They head inside. She realizes the dungeon looks like an ancient temple that has fallen completely into ruins. The scale is massive. She can see moving shadows everywhere. One slip and it is certain death. Her sudden, heavy breathing catches his attention. Worried, he calls out to her immediately to check on her. She gasps in terror. The mana density is too overwhelming. She cannot breathe. He quickly acts to calm her. He guides her to take a deep breath. She obeys, and then he urgently calls for Tichni. He warns her that struggling this early is bad news. Annoyed with herself, she resolves to prove her worth right away. With newfound resolve, she breaks free from his protective hold, drawing her weapon to strike down an oncoming monster. Her target is a silent messenger. She charges forward with pure determination, pouring all her strength into the blow. Her blade strikes the creature, but it does absolutely zero damage. Confused, she wonders how she could have missed. Frustrated, she yells out, "What is wrong with this thing? Is its rank really this high?" Suddenly, a stray wing slams directly into her, sending her flying backward. Right after, the floating stones cascade down like a massive waterfall. Furious, she curses under her breath. Suddenly, she stops. What on earth is happening? Since when did he? Monsters close in. High in the sky, Choi Hion watches her get cornered from afar, but instead of helping, he just murmurs coldly, S-rank beasts like the silent messenger shouldn't be this tough. Hunter Kim Yoon-ha never struggled like this. They are failing his expectations. Standing aloof, Choi Hion looks down. Sure, she just made S-rank, but she's weak. Weaker than he expected. He scoffs with deep disdain, comparing her to Kim Yoon-ha, who never had these issues. Choi Hion glares at his supreme arrogance. He sneers, offering a helping hand which only fuels her burning rage. Grabbing a nearby shield, she hurls it straight at the silent messenger without a shred of hesitation. The beast easily dodges. How dare he look down on her? Choi Hion leaps high into the air. She charges the beast. Kicking off her own flying shield, she closes the distance instantly. No help is needed here. She gets right in its face. Since weapons are useless, Choi Hion unleashes a brutal rapid-fire barrage of punches. It staggers. Pouring all her rage into this direct assault, she beats the beast with everything she has. Choi Hion casually watches her struggle, muttering that she even threw away her weapon. Since her shield was useless, is she planning to use her own body to block? Suddenly, Choi Hion realizes something is incredibly wrong here. The silent messenger still stands tall, completely unscathed after her attacks. How is he not even scratched? Before she can even react, the beast retaliates. A brutal kick lands, sending her crashing hard backward. Where exactly did she go wrong? Somehow, Choi Hion manages to catch her footing and stand firm on the ground. Damn it, that hurt like absolute hell. Ignoring her pain, the silent messenger shrieks loudly and charges once again. Its blade-like wings slice forward. Even running for her life, she feels the cold chill of death behind her. Those razor wings are inches from her face. Right then, Choi Hion decides he can no longer just watch. He acts. Choi Hion gasps in shock as the monster's lethal strike suddenly misses her by a hair. From afar, he unleashes his magic. The spell strikes the beast, making its body glow with a strange light. Choi Hion immediately turns on him in anger. What the hell is he doing? Nobody asked for his help. Choi Hion chuckles, teasing her. She should show some gratitude. If he had stayed out of it, her head would be gone by now. She snaps back that she does not care. He sighs, asking why she has to be so stubborn. They look at the dozens of puncture holes on the beast. This dungeon hasn't been reset in a long time. Without him, she won't survive. The mana density here is insane, and these monsters are fully buff right now. She tells him to shut up and ignore her like before. She came to slay beasts, not beg for help. Choi Hion falls silent, then raises a hand. Fine, he says, before ruthlessly pushing her off the ledge. He laughs, calling down that if things get too tough, she can ask. It's a long way to the boss. Landing safely, she firmly declares she won't rely on him. She will handle this on her own. Her shield crashes down, embedding itself right next to her. Don't go losing it again, he yells. She quietly mutters a thank you. Grabbing it, she grumbles. Even at S rank, the gap between them is massive. Let's be real, being this helpless is deeply humiliating. Even with her special ring boosting stats faster than normal, it is useless if she can't even kill one beast. Suddenly, another screech echoes from the darkness. Another silent messenger is closing in. If she forces her power to grow any further right here, the dark entity sealed deep inside will try to take over her body. That is why she hates entering dungeons. She stares it down. Living a normal life is incredibly hard. Choi Hion leaps high into the air. The dungeon is the only place she truly belongs. Standing face to face with the terrifying beast, she thinks, if only the guild master were here, maybe he could suppress her inner darkness. That hope transforms into raw power in her clenched fist. Frustrated, she throws a brutal punch that knocks the beast backward. She just wants a normal life. The silent messenger retaliates instantly, forcing her to raise her shield. She blocks, but the assault does not stop. Another silent messenger lunges straight into the fray, double-teaming her. She struggles to hold her ground, gasping in pain as the strikes keep coming. These monsters show absolutely no mercy. A deadly strike narrowly misses her head, leaving her completely stunned. She watches in horror as the beast prepares to impale her. Suddenly, a familiar burst of magic obliterates her foes. Choi Hion smirks, pointing out that this makes twice she has almost died today. She struggles to stand, knowing she only survived because of him, before rushing off at lightning speed to hunt the remaining monster. There is still one left. Choi Hion watches her completely speechless, finding the whole situation incredibly bizarre as the other beast prepares to strike. It braces for impact as Choi Hion charges straight ahead. Usually anyone else would cry for help here, and he silently begins to analyze her. She does not seem like the type who would crawl just to survive. Choi Hion keeps a close eye on her, noting that despite her S-rank title, she does not even know how to properly control her own power. Watching Choi Hion fight suddenly reminds him of other hunters. It was the same with Kim Dong-do and even Yeon-ha. Why did everyone insist that this hunter was supposed to be so incredibly powerful? He sighs, wondering if she has some hidden trump card. But then Tae-hyun gasps in utter disbelief at what he is seeing. She stands tall and unyielding while the severe wounds on her face literally begin to knit back together. He cannot believe his eyes. Tae-hyun stares at this medical miracle in pure shock. Her injuries are completely vanishing. How is a recovery like this even possible? Tae-hyun recalls a past conversation where he asked if she was strong or weak, and Yeon-ha had replied very seriously that she was extremely powerful. Looking down at his tablet, Tae-hyun noted that reports showed she had only awakened as a low C-rank hunter 3 years ago. She had even lost her boyfriend inside a dungeon and was widely known for being a timid, cowardly, and completely useless weakling. Yeon-ha was baffled, noting that description was nothing like the hunter he knew. Tae-hyun then adds in a cold, calculating voice, "It seems her entire personality shifted overnight, almost as if she gained an explosive amount of power in an impossibly short time frame." The surrounding air feels heavy with this revelation. No hunter has ever grown this powerful this quickly, unless they hit the jackpot. The only exception was Kim Dong-do, or perhaps if someone stumbled upon a hidden dungeon. These thoughts only make Tae-hyun more curious. He has to witness her combat skills with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Choi Hion charges the beast again, throwing a massive punch. Tae-hyun watches silently, deciding not to step in yet. Right then, the silent messenger opens its massive maw, preparing to swallow her whole. Choi Hion is stunned by the sheer size of its throat, taking a direct hit that sends her flying backward. Tae-hyun watches her battered body, realizing he should have intervened just to test her, even if the risk was incredibly high. But then her fingers twitch. Looking down from his high vantage point, he watches in awe as her broken flesh begins regenerating. Choi Hion groans, deeply annoyed that her clothes are completely shredded. The devastating blast has reduced her outfit to absolute rags. She realizes with horror that these were actually Nara's clothes. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun finally connects the dots regarding her special secret. The silent messenger lunges forward once more with a gaping maw, forcing Choi Hion to grab her shield and charge right back. Watching her fight, Tae-hyun resolves that he absolutely cannot allow any other guild to get their hands on a prize like her. Even if she refuses to join his own guild, it doesn't matter as long as nobody else gets her. Suddenly, Choi Hion smashes the monster's head. He smiles amidst the absolute bloodbath, whispering that there is no way he will ever let someone this valuable slip through his fingers. The beast crashes hard onto the ground. She snaps in annoyance, telling them to shut up because they are being way too noisy. She stomps right on its mouth to silence its shrieks, raising her heavy shield while asking if her flesh tasted good. She drives the shield straight down its throat, and the system immediately chimes to announce a single stat point increase. She mutters in disbelief, complaining about getting only 1 point for taking down an S-rank beast. Her eyes flare with raw aggression. Even if she only faced one, she has already figured out their weakness. Then a realization hits her: the guild leader still doesn't know. She wonders if he is shocked about her immortality as she turns to yell at him, but she suddenly freezes in sheer terror. The temperature drops instantly as dozens of silent messengers materialize, completely surrounding her on all sides. What on earth is going on? Before she can even react to the threat behind her, their coordinated strike decapitates her in an instant. Her severed head rolls away, leaving Choi Hion questioning his own vision as she collapses only for her body to begin healing again. Choi Hion watches from above, his heart racing with intense excitement as he confirms she is indeed coming back to life once more. It seems getting her head completely obliterated is merely a minor inconvenience. As she opens her eyes, she spots him grinning at her. Choi Hion sits back up, her body nearly restored. He realizes that if she has zero fear of death, she must have died countless times. Experiencing demise repeatedly is the only explanation. His voice echoes through the chamber, questioning if she really possesses true absolute immortality. Choi Hion is stunned by his words as he warns that the entire Jumsen Guild would descend into absolute chaos over this discovery. She glares at him, sensing something deeply unsettling about this guy. In fact, she had felt this exact same dread before entering the dungeon. There were absolutely no other hunters around, only the gate managers. Choi Hion realizes she has never even heard of an S+ rank gate. Such a high-tier dungeon existing within their borders is completely unheard of, making her highly suspicious of his suspiciously relaxed and open attitude. Did he set up this entire situation just so he could easily clear this massive dungeon all by himself? He is truly terrifying. What a hassle. Choi Hion lands on the ground and approaches her. Even if this dungeon can only be cleared in this hall, it still makes no sense. He sits right in front of her and calmly says for B-rank dungeons and above, strict safety protocols must be shared. Choi Hion reaches his hand out toward Choi Hion. It is clear that this particular dungeon was deliberately kept hidden from the association. You died again, Hunter Choi Hion, he remarks. Choi Hion stares at him in absolute terror as he asks if he should help her. She cuts Choi Hion off, demanding to know why. Looking at his gentle exterior, she asks what he really is. What exactly does he want? He keeps his hand extended, teasing that she seems to be doing fine, and pulls her back up. She grumbles about him lifting her up without permission. Meanwhile, the silent messengers watch the two chat, losing their patience. Choi Hion claims he is just providing a bit of assistance, warning her that things are only going to get tougher from here on out. She snaps back, demanding he answer her instead of lecturing her about holding them off, but Choi Hion just ignores her frustration. He looks straight into her eyes, explaining seriously that those monsters can share information even across vast distances. Choi Hion screams in anger, "Stop ignoring me, they have not eaten a single thing since the dungeon reset." The silent messengers look down arrogantly at the two humans. Now that they have tasted human blood, they will keep coming. They will surround us in even greater numbers, Choi Hion says, adding that her immortal body makes her the ultimate target. One by one, the beasts open their massive jaws. Where else could they possibly find a better prey than an undying hunter? She stares at them, frozen in fear, cursing him in her mind. His annoying composure reminds her of her painful past. He calmly tells her to do her best, adding that she can call for his help whenever she needs it. Without hesitation, the silent messengers pounce. Choi Hion curls up and tries to dodge, but she cannot escape their reach. One of them grabs her tightly. Choi Hion grinds her teeth in pure rage and screams out with all her remaining strength. She glares bitterly at Choi Hion, screaming with absolute hatred that she will definitely hunt him down and kill him, the 30-year-old bastard. Choi Hion just chuckles as she is being torn apart, mocking her not to be arrogant since she will die first anyway. He points out she lacks the power to kill him as a mere S rank. Trapped in the jaws, she still yells out. She orders the beast to release her. No luck. The creature clamps its teeth shut and swallows her whole as Choi Hion watches. He wonders how long Choi Hion can survive, hoping it will not be too long as her body is completely shredded. She fumes inside the beast, wondering what the bastard wants. His smug, smiling face flashes vividly in her mind once again. He had promised to help her whenever things got too rough, reminding her that the boss room was still far away. She wonders if he is just waiting to see her beg. What kind of sick creep gets a kick out of that? Regardless of his motives, her immortal flesh begins to knit together as she slowly regains consciousness deep inside the monster. She decides to think about it after she revives. Sliding down into its stomach, her wounds close, but she is highly annoyed. Grumbling that her nice clothes are ruined yet again, Choi Hion assesses her bleak surroundings and plans her escape route. Watching from above, Choi Hion notes the delay. By now, she should have finished her self-regeneration process inside its belly. He watches the creatures communicate. Is she dead? He wonders with sudden concern if her immortality actually has its limits. Suddenly, a silent messenger leaps from behind to attack Choi Hion. He sighs, noting what a shame it is since she was a favorite. Without even moving, he instantly blows the beast to pieces. Now he has no choice but to clear the dungeon himself. Choi Hion watches the rest of the pack talking to himself as they continue swarming the one that swallowed her. Deciding it is time to join the fray, he suddenly pauses as the silent messengers take aim at one of their own. Confused by their bizarre behavior, he watches the pack ruthlessly gang up on their fellow beast before it can even react. He realizes in astonishment that he has never witnessed these creatures attack their own kind like this before. They are all targeting the monster's belly. Inside, Choi Hion is feeling the force of every single strike. The beast that swallowed her collapses in agony as she drives her heavy shield upward from deep inside its guts. Her shield easily punctures through the wounds made by the other monsters, and a blood-soaked hand reaches out. Choi Hion drags herself out of the carcass, screaming furious curses at the 20-something bastard while he cheerfully applauds her victory. She leaps completely clear of the stomach, telling him to shut his mouth. He is definitely next on her hit list, that absolute jerk. Charging forward, she throws a powerful punch straight at Choi Hion. He simply laughs heartily at her sheer recklessness. He finds it fascinating that she would use her own immortal body as live bait to trap the monsters. She yells back, asking what kind of nonsense he is babbling before planting her feet to launch herself high into the air. She yells that it is his turn to die. Choi Hion charges at Tae-hoon with a raised fist, but he just smiles with amusement. He is amused by her tactic of using her own body as bait to drag him down. Truly, only an immortal would think of that. He finds Hunter Choi Hion incredibly interesting, but she does not stop her fist, still flying straight toward his face. She demands to know what nonsense the bastard is barking about. Suddenly, a heavy force drags her down as a silent messenger lunges. It bites her leg, making her curse and rage and order the beast to let go. Tae-hoon simply watches her struggle with amusement. He mockingly remarks on how famous Hunter Choi Hion is. She glares at him bitterly, desperately reaching her hand toward him. She furiously asks if he wants to die that badly, but he just sneers as she is slowly swallowed, widening the gap between them. Dragged away by the silent messenger, she watches Tae-hoon fade from her reach while the beast relentlessly continues to chew her up. Gritting her teeth, Choi Hion spits out a bitter curse as she is swallowed once again. The beast tears her body into pieces. Its razor-sharp teeth grind her to dust, successfully swallowing her whole. But before long, the creature feels something strange inside its stomach. A long, violent slash rips open the monster's belly. With practiced ease, she bursts right out of the bloody wound. As soon as Choi Hion escapes, she is surprised by what she sees. Yet another silent messenger is already lunging forward to devour her. Choi Hion swiftly dodges its snapping jaws, but the sheer shockwave of the bite leaves her struggling in agonizing pain. Another silent messenger opens its massive jaws and lunges, biting her completely in half. Together, the beasts rip her body apart. Her shattered remains tumble onto the cold ground. Choi Hion is covered in fresh blood, riddled with endless unhealed wounds. She crashes heavily, shattering the rocky ground beneath her. Choi Hion can only let out a bitter laugh and mutter a curse. Even so, her immortal flesh is already regenerating as she continues to scream at her attackers, calling them filthy pigs. She wonders how long they will keep stuffing her into their mouths. They even tore her clothes again, leaving her in ruins. Great, those annoying monsters are already circling back. Their mouths are still dripping with blood as they look down at her. She cannot believe the first beast hasn't even finished digesting her, yet they are already back. She feels like her body is nothing more than an all-you-can-eat buffet to them. Grabbing onto broken bricks, she struggles to stand and fight. The pain is absolute torture. She might be immortal, but she still feels every bit of the agony. She frowns darkly. She notices something different. Instead of swallowing her whole and exploding from the inside, they are changing their tactics. Now they are eating her bit by bit. Choi Hion looks down, noticing they are actively avoiding her abdomen. That is where her regeneration begins. She realizes the silent messengers have learned that nibbling slowly is much safer than swallowing her whole and blowing up from within. She glares at them with pure disgust, calling them absolute freaks. She looks over at Tae-hoon, who is just standing there peacefully. Those monsters really should be chewing on him instead. A silent messenger watches her closely. Despite the agonizing pain, she refuses to back down and charges right back in. Relentlessly, Choi Hion remembers being in this exact nightmare before. It hurts just as much, but her anger has faded. As Tae-hoon watches from a safe distance, she thinks of Choi Hion-chan. That man was even worse than this bastard. She leaps right in front of a monster's mouth, only to be violently blasted back by a sudden heavy impact. She really thought this time would be different. Glaring back at Tae-hoon, she bitterly regrets ever hoping he could change. She had hoped he would create a place where she belonged, but she was wrong. Tae-hoon simply smiles at her struggle. He casually notes that she has died 230 times now. Furious, she screams, demanding to know what he is staring at. Seizing the opening, a silent messenger snaps her up. She warns him he is dead once she escapes, but he mockingly acts terrified. He looks down at her struggle, his playful tone fading. He mutters that Hunter Choi Hion is becoming incredibly annoying. She truly is unlike any hunter he has ever known. Tae-hoon begins channeling a strange destructive energy within his hands. Swirling currents of air condense into his palm as he admits he never imagined immortality could be so incredibly troublesome. He confesses he has absolutely no idea how to deal with her anymore. His gaze remains entirely empty of any human emotion. Choi Hion slays another beast and breaks free startled when his cold voice suddenly echoes right behind her back. Ignoring her frantic movements, he continues expanding his massive power, calmly telling her that backing away will not help. She stares in sheer panic at the overwhelming energy. Tae-hoon only sneers, telling her she will not die anyway. A massive tornado sweeps her up, prompting her to scream out a desperate curse as winds ravage the entire dungeon. Sharp debris relentlessly tears through her small frame, forcing her to heal constantly while resisting the terrifying wind storm. Suddenly, she spots something massive hurtling through the storm right toward her. A giant boulder slams in, launching her backward. Tae-hoon steps in. Standing up high, he looks down at her. "Sorry about that," he says. "I originally made this to sweep away monsters. But coincidentally, it is also my absolute favorite." Rocks begin to block her view of him. He mutters, "I just need to create a vortex inside one tornado. Once active, everything caught inside will be instantly shredded to pieces. Everything around here turns into a flying weapon. Speed, hundreds of kilometers per hour. Piece by piece, her body gets swept into the tornado. I never expected the one taking this full hit to be you, Hunter Choi Hion. My sincere apologies." The silent messengers are torn apart into 100 pieces. He steps down to the ground, searching for her. Suddenly, he halts his footsteps. "Tae." Hion looks down at her abdomen on the ground. "Ah, there you are." From that flesh, her body slowly regenerates. Hunter Choi Hion. He cheerfully counts. 1, 2, 3. Taehyun counts the rhythm. Her four hands sprout, then her head fully heals. Choi Hyun slowly opens her eyes. Taehyun stands over her, blocking the sun. He smiles. "Just as expected, you revived again, Hunter Choi Hyun. You took too long. I lent a hand." She snaps back irritably. "How kind of you. Great tank, my foot. Damn, you ripped my clothes to shreds. You must pay." He chuckles awkwardly. "I really do not think that is the main issue here." Her eyes closely trace his every movement. This total psychopath. He sees her in this state and still laughs. The coat draped over him falls. She has suspected this for a very long time. Still, she simply cannot comprehend his mind. It neatly lands on Choi Hyun. "What the hell? Where did this come from?" Her eyes widen. "There are only 4. He lowers his gaze. He tells her flatly, "Not dying is nice, but in a real battle, it does not help much. To be blunt, you are just an immortal tank." Taehyun continues to stare down at her. And even if that is the case, it is only barely enough. But then why? Choi Hyun is deeply shaken. Yet she refuses to back down. He leans in closer to inspect her face. When weak people recognize an overwhelming gap in rank, they naturally bow to the stronger side. "Why do you not, Hunter Choi Hyun?" She cannot believe her ears. "What?" The sky seems to collapse completely. The entire atmosphere turns suffocatingly tense. Join the Peihu faction, Hunter Choi Hyun. He stares with a freezing cold face. "This is your last chance." He narrows his eyes in confusion. He leans in closer. When people recognize an insurmountable gap in strength, they naturally bow to the superior side. "So, why do you refuse to, Hunter Choi Hyun?" She cannot believe her eyes. "What?" The sky seems to collapse. The atmosphere grows incredibly heavy. Join the Peihu faction, Hunter Choi Hyun. He stares coldly. "This is your absolute final chance." She laughs as if hearing the most absurd joke. Join Peihu. Choi Hyun slowly stands up and mutters that she understands. Her face darkens completely. "So that is what you have been chasing all this time," she snaps. Taehyun remains entirely unfazed. "A loyal dog." Choi Hyun wraps his coat around herself. "Do you honestly think I am crazy enough to become your obedient dog?" He looks back, already anticipating her answer. Taehyun chuckles. "Just as expected, you are not easy to tame." "Oh, get ready." A massive vortex suddenly tears the sky wide open. She whips around in absolute shock. The heavens begin to warp. Choi Hyun panics and looks around. The ground trembles violently. Deep cracks tear open. Standing under the bizarre sky, she panics. Yet Taehyun remains completely calm. She glares at him. "What are you plotting this time?" "Merging all these islands together was not my doing," he explains. She looks down at the bizarre phenomenon on the ground. "This thing did it," he says. What massive tree roots surge. They wrap around Choi Hyun and ascend. She looks up at a massive, towering, silent messenger. Taehyun flatly names the beast the Judge of Agony. It towers over Hun Choi, the strongest dungeon master in Korea, actually the strongest across all 7 realms. A system screen flashes, a CS rank boss. She scowls at it. "Damn, that thing is truly massive." She thinks I will definitely die repeatedly. The judge of agony stares down. It sees the shredded remains of its silent messengers. It lets out a deafening shriek. Choi Hion is completely confused. Why on earth is it suddenly screaming like that, suddenly glowing? Magic circles form over the dead. They flare up right between them. She leaps back in panic, escaping the glow. What the hell is this? Choi Hion watches. The circle flares. A destructive light erupts, throwing her back. She braces herself, sliding across the ground. She stares at the column of energy in terror as it vacuums up the shredded corpses of the silent messengers. Choi Hion speaks in a flat voice. Normally this boss is actually quite merciful. He stands across from her. Once you trigger its wrath, it wipes out everything. The Judge of Agony continues to unleash its apocalyptic power. Choi Hion looks with deep dread. Searing magic circles materialize right behind the creature's back. Searing rays of light shoot down, carving into the shattered earth. It is a truly terrifying display of absolute dominance. That destructive light sweeps through every single corner. She struggles to dodge it, looking up at his utterly nonchalant face. That bastard. So that was why he tore those monsters apart with that whirlwind. He wanted the boss to witness it. The scene becomes more chaotic than ever. This time, the experiment is no longer about how many times she can die. He soars high, watching her dodge the destructive beams of light. She screams that his only goal was to kill her. Choi Hion. He reaches his hand toward her, calling her trash and mocking her harsh words. Filled with rage, Choi Hion yells, "Do not talk. That nonsense with her, you bastard." But his power easily stops her assault. Choi Hion casually uses his magic to defend himself. He admits that actually surprised him, recalling when she first caught his eye. She furiously attacks Choi Hion, screaming that she never wanted to catch his eye. With an expressionless face, he says, "But that is just not enough. Feelings like that change far too easily." Looking straight at her, Choi Hion continues, "He needs something far more certain, something that will never waver." Choi Hion keeps throwing punches, screaming at him to shut up, "You psychopath," as she unleashes a decisive strike at him. She suddenly panics as Choi Hion catches her fist in his grip, leaving her completely unable to move her arm at all. Cutting off her thoughts, he speaks up, "Hunter Choi Hion, he only wants one single thing." Firmly gripping her hand, Choi Hion demands a powerful hunter who obeys him and him alone. He excitedly remarks, "Any dog that cannot do that is completely useless, even though you are far more precious than any consumable or reusable immortal item." Hearing this only fuels her burning rage, as she curses at him, but he cuts her off to continue. Power, no matter how great, is useless if it cannot be controlled. He would rather have nothing at all. Choi Hion then releases his grip, letting her plunge straight down into the abyss. Looking at her with amusement, he cheerfully tells her to take his coat as a parting gift. Choi Hion screams in fury, telling him to keep it. "You psycho." He just chuckles, staring down with cold, calculating eyes. "You really are difficult." At least Kim Yoon-han understood his place. She glares up at him in shock. How could she have done? As she falls, she desperately asks what he just said, while glowing magic circles suddenly materialize to surround her. Choi Hion curses under her breath. Damn it, the blinding light strikes her directly. She looks down in horror as her body slowly begins to dissolve. She simply cannot believe her own eyes. What about regeneration? Why is her body not healing itself? Terrified like never before, she screams, asking why her powers are failing. She stares up at him, standing high above, screaming that she does not want to die. Choi Hion watches her slowly turn to dust, coldly bidding farewell to Hunter Choi Hion. She glares back with bitter hatred, calling him a bastard. She remembers their very first meeting. He only ever viewed her as a tool. She thought there was some miracle waiting for her, but reality is nothing like she imagined. She bitterly reflects on the past. Just like back then within Choi Hion-chan, they were never truly looking in the same direction. Tears stream down her face. Why has nothing changed since that fateful day? Why must she be the one to die? She refused to accept this fate. Why is she still so utterly helpless? Suddenly, a ring appears in midair. As a system notification pops up, her mental state has reached its absolute limit, automatically collecting the pending rewards now. The rewards have been successfully claimed. Choi Hion stares at the screen in pure disbelief, letting out a wild, crazed laugh. What on earth is this? The notification screen turns blood red. It has finally come to this: mental paralysis combined with accelerated consumption of the praying mantis queen before hatching, completely paralyzing the host's mind. With her sanity slowly fading away, she accepts the terms. Fine, use the rewards. A dark final thought flashes through her fading consciousness as she lets go. Just go wild and tear everything down. Choi Hion stands high above, believing it is all over, when he suddenly senses something is terribly wrong. A hand violently pierces straight through his body. She has returned, delivering a devastating bloody counterattack. He gasps in utter shock, calling out Hunter Choi Hion. Her bloodied arm remains driven deep inside Tae Hyun's open wound. He groans in agonizing pain from the direct strike, staring at Choi Hion in complete disbelief. Before he can even speak, though, blood bursts from his mouth. He wonders what on earth just happened. He did not see her move at all. How is this even possible? He glares down at Choi Hion, muttering that he never expected her to hide such immense power. She looks back up at him, one of her eyes fully consumed by pitch darkness. He can only whisper her name. Again, Choi Hyun speaks, telling him that thanks to him, she finally remembers. She remembers how she killed in Choi Hyun-chan. That bastard also tried to control her just like he did. She once believed she could never break free from him, but she successfully escaped. All thanks to this very power, even if she is only borrowing it briefly. You absolute bastard. She violently tears her hand out of his chest, making Taehyun clutch his bleeding wound in absolute agony. She sneers, asking if he really thinks he can tame her, challenging him to try. Right after that, both of her eyes turn completely black as she charges straight at him. She dares the ex-ranker to try her, putting Taehyun on the defensive. Taehyun scowls in confusion, muttering what before extending his hand to blast Choi Hyun back with a single explosive blow. The impact sends her flying, leaving her bruised and battered among the debris. Just to be absolutely sure, Taehyun telekinetically lifts several massive boulders high into the air. He hovers them at a great height before hurling them straight down at Choi Hyun's motionless body. The rocks crash down one after another, triggering a massive shockwave as they repeatedly smash right into her broken frame. Feeling temporarily safe, Taehyun finally turns his attention to his wound, realizing the attack had pierced clean through his body. He managed to stop the bleeding for now, but he knows he cannot let this fight drag on. He narrows his eyes and stares down at Choi Hyun's crushed body. He wonders if her S rank is still the same, realizing her rank has not changed. Suddenly, her free legs twitch and the massive boulder pinning her down is sent flying. Her stats remain completely unchanged. Even without a head, her body sits right up as if it were nothing. Slowly, Choi Hyun's flesh begins to regenerate, leaving Taehyun completely baffled. He wonders how on earth he is supposed to deal any lasting damage to a body like this. He raises his hand to strike again. It is not because her body is hardened as she is blasted apart once more, nor is it due to some crazy high-speed regeneration. Yet she still refuses to fall. What the hell is going on? He fires another shot, blowing up her newly healed flesh, but her feet remain firmly planted on the cracked ground. Then raw muscle fibers bulge as the earth around her splits open. The Mantis Queen has officially taken over Choi Hyun's body. She leaps high into the air, shattering the ground beneath her. In midair, she fully heals all her previous injuries and charges straight toward Taehyun. Caught completely off guard by her terrifying speed, he barely has time to react. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to defend himself as the Mantis Queen clenches her hand into a devastating fist. Her fist packs insane explosive power, smashing directly into Taehyun and sending him flying backward through the air. Even though he managed to block it, the sheer force leaves him reeling, and another heavy strike is already coming. He raises his arms to block the incoming blow from Choi Hyun, but this strike carries far more devastating force. The impact overpowers him, sending him crashing straight down. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he curses his terrible luck. He slams into the dirt with a deafening crash, carving out a deep crater as thick dust plumes into the air. After a tense silence, the dust finally settles. Deep inside the crater, Taehyun lies groaning, clutching his bleeding abdomen. Raising his trembling hand, he marvels at her absurd strength. If he had not coated his arms with mana, they would have shattered instantly. This power she is unleashing is far beyond what any normal S-rank body should be capable of. In fact, the overload is constantly tearing her own muscles apart. Above him, the Mantis Queen slowly starts walking down. Under normal circumstances, survival instincts would force a human to hold back because pushing past those limits means death. But she does not have to worry about any of those rules as she slowly closes the distance between them. Choi Hyun has emerged from that hidden dungeon with something far worse than simple immortality. What kind of monster is this? Watching the creature slowly draw near, Taehyun lets out a tired sigh, wondering what kind of demon has possessed her. For some reason, an old memory flashes in his mind, the prophecy that the Oracle had whispered to him back then, warning him that he would one day face this absolute terror. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoes as a portal opens. The Pain Judge emerges instantly, casting dozens of glowing magic circles in the air. From the center of those seals, devastating pillars of light rain down all around the Mantis Queen, though she easily dodges every single one. Taehyun scrambles to his feet to avoid the collateral damage. He manages to clear his head and assess the situation. Ultimately, it does not matter what kind of monster he is facing. His resolve is not going to change now. He raises his hand toward the charging queen. Uncontrolled power is far too dangerous to ever let escape this dungeon. With a sudden flash of light, the creature is instantly bound. Taehyun uses a thread of pure mana to freeze her. He knows he has to end this monster right here. High above the pain judge prepares for another massive barrage. Seeing the incoming attack, the Mantis Queen merely scoffs that it is too weak, catching Choi Hion completely off guard. How is she so calm? She begins struggling, trying to break free from the glowing binding spell holding her back. She growls that this human vessel is far too weak. Choi Hion grits his teeth, realizing his telekinetic hold is slipping fast. She demands more power, straining against his spell until she successfully shatters his binding light and breaks completely free. She breaks free from Choi Hion's control, leaps straight out of the crater, and tears right through the judge of pain. Her hand clutches its heart, claiming the prize. Choi Hion stands frozen in absolute shock. She destroyed it instantly. It was the only way to kill it. Now the Mantis Queen slowly turns her terrifying gaze toward him. "You are next," she seems to say. Deep inside the ring's private space, Choi Hion's consciousness floats in silence. What a massive pain. If she could choose, she would never return to this disgusting place again. The lingering emotions of the ring's original owner still haunt this space. It is absolutely sickening, but something is different. Suddenly, a system screen flickers before her, displaying 17 minutes and 40 seconds until the host's consciousness returns. Borrowing this body is a massive hassle, but if she can endure, she might finally return to normal. Back on the battlefield, the clashes rage on. With one devastating hit, the Mantis Queen completely dominates her foe. Choi Hion watches the beatdown in sheer disbelief. Unbelievable. How did she break free and overpower that monster? Not only did she escape his power, but she absolutely crushed the tormented judge in a single strike. Seeing her rip out the judge's heart makes him highly cautious. He keeps his eyes locked on her. The agonizing screams of the judge echo through the air, followed by bizarre, chilling sounds from the queen. She is communicating in an ancient alien tongue. This bizarre situation forces Choi Hion to rack his brain. What on earth is Hunter Choi Hion? With another brutal swing, the Mantis Queen slams her opponent hard into the dirt. The impact triggers a violent shockwave, forcing Choi Hion to deploy a protective barrier. That is when the truth hits him. His plan to use the tormented judge has failed. Now he must find another way to end this right here. He needs a new strategy to destroy her. That wild, uncontrollable power is threatening to tear everything apart. Stopping rampaging monsters is his duty. Even with his battered body, he forces himself to stay focused. She actually devoured the boss monster whole. At this rate, it is getting harder to even call her a human. With her body completely possessed, she cannot offer him any explanation. Choi Hion desperately calls out her name. He quickly analyzes her to find a weakness. She is stronger, but that does not mean she is invincible. Every monster has a flaw. Suddenly, the Mantis Queen screeches and lunges forward, eager to claim another victim. She makes a chilling, incredibly happy sound. Choi Hion sneers, realizing she plans to make him her next meal. He mocks her bizarre appetite before unleashing a heavy blast to her right side, blowing a massive chunk away. The impact is devastating, vaporizing part of her body. Even if she is immortal, there must be a limit. He just needs to find that threshold. Despite the massive damage, the furious queen refuses to let him escape. She bares her fangs and lunges directly at his throat, moving with speed that he can barely track. She bites down hard. Choi Hion gasps in pain as her sudden burst of speed sends him crashing hard into the dirt. Pinning him into the dirt, the queen towers over his body while making those incomprehensible, terrifying sounds once again. She begins to bite down on him. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, he curses the wretched monster. Feeling his strength fade, he wonders if this is his end. Suddenly, a memory of the prophet flashes. The old prophet had warned him that one day he would face an overwhelming power that nothing could stop. It would spread like an endless hunger, devouring all light and bringing total silence. Choi Hion had been deeply confused. He had dismissed those warning words. But looking at the monster, pinning him now, the prophecy makes terrifying sense. Was she truly meant to be unstoppable? As his vision begins to fade in his final moments, a thought occurs. No, it is not over yet. The silhouette of a powerful man appears in his mind. One hope remains. Another hunter exists who stands at his same rank. Suddenly, the Mantis Queen stops biting, pulling her head back. She looks up at the sky and unleashes a deafening screech. Choi Hion watches in utter confusion as she thrashes. Her shrieks begin to fade. With trembling hands, the queen reaches up to grasp her own throat in struggle. Choi Hion's eyes widen as she brutally tears her own throat open, choosing to end her own life. He cannot fathom why she would do this, but then a familiar voice grumbles out, cursing the situation. Her damaged body rapidly regenerates as Choi Hion finally regains control. She curses the foul, disgusting thing she just ate. Choi Hion watches in complete disbelief. Has she actually returned to normal? The prophet's warning flashes in his mind again. Seek it out, the prophecy echoes. Meanwhile, Choi Hion is still incredibly annoyed about the entire miserable ordeal she endured. The parasite has been trying to hijack her body. No way, not this bastard, to find him, but the system screen flashes, confirming her recovery speed. She is regaining her consciousness faster than expected, making her impossible to fully digest. While Choi Hion is calculating her next move, her soul is suddenly shaken. She feels a violent shock to her soul. Escaping will be much easier now. The system continues to warn that the parasitic entity is still trying to regain control. The parasite is desperately trying to seize her body. Not this again, she thinks. The system warns that the entity is attempting another takeover. Choi Hion continues to reject the Mantis Queen's influence. I will not eat him, she insists. The host successfully resists the dangerous skill effect. Host rejects the skill effect. I already told you I am not going to eat him, she screams, but the parasitic entity refuses to stop. It desperately fights for dominance. Choi Hion struggles with the Mantis Queen as more than half of her eyes turn completely black. I already told you no, she screams. The host rejects the skill, but the parasite continues its relentless push to seize her mind. In a final bid to reject the parasite completely, Choi Hion forces her own body to detonate, unleashing a massive explosion that warps the surrounding space. The entire surrounding area is heavily impacted by the blast. Meanwhile, the system continuously warns that the parasite is still trying to regain control. Host rejects the skill effect. The parasite attempts to regain control. Host rejects the skill effect. The parasite attempts to regain control. Host rejects the skill effect. The parasite attempts to regain control. Slowly, a part of Choi Hion's shattered body begins to restore itself. As her body slowly regenerates, Taehyun mistakes her for the Mantis Queen and desperately reaches out, attempting to stop the recovery process. He tries to block her regeneration, but Choi Hion's hand suddenly clenches into a fist and drives straight toward Taehyun's face. She punches him hard. Instantly recognizing this distinct power, Taehyun lets go of her and sighs, so you are finally awake. Hunter Choi Hion Choi. Now fully restored, she glares at him with pure irritation. It has been a while, you bastard, she snaps. Taehyun quickly pleads, wait, do not kill me just yet. But completely exhausted, she simply collapses right onto his chest. Taehyun looks down at Choi Hion, who is too tired to even lift her head. Take it easy, he mutters, you make it sound so simple. Even I almost died out there while being completely serious. Hunter Choi Hion Choi does not respond, her eyes tightly closed. Realizing she is fast asleep, Taehyun decides to just let her rest on him. Honestly, she deserves a break after that nightmare. Ultimately, the parasite failed to consume her. Outside, the battlefield crumbles as the defeated Judge of Pain lies in the ruins. It weakly whispers of the end of the world before falling silent, its remaining light flickering. After a moment, it speaks once more. The end of the world. Sometime later, Choi Hion finally wakes up and looks around. Taehyun notices this and gives her a nudge. He nudges her to get up if she is already awake. She grumbles in response, your heartbeat is way too loud, you know. Sorry for not dying, he replies. Choi Hion lifts her head and looks at him. Yeah, you are indeed still alive. She studies his current state to evaluate what happened. You look absolutely battered, she notes, must have been a pretty brutal battle. Choi Hion reaches out to inspect his open wound. Let us see, she says, poking it a few times, your stomach is pierced. Taehyun winces in pain. She continues to examine him closely, her gaze landing on his shoulder where a chunk of flesh is missing. These marks show that I actually bit you, she says, looking slightly confused. I do not even remember doing it. Even though I was the one who did it, she admits. Taehyun cuts her off, defending her because that was not you. Her eyes soften slightly. Not me, she whispers. Suddenly, she wraps both hands tightly around Taehyun's neck, asking a cold question. Then what was that feeling I had the very first time I saw you? Choi Hion grits her teeth in frustration and continues. It is ridiculous to feel that way about someone I just met. This is not some cheap romance movie, she says. Her grip tightens on his neck as she whispers his name. It was the urge to devour you, she smiles through tear-filled eyes. I just wanted to devour a human, that is what the thing inside my body wanted. Taehyun remains perfectly still. He does not react even as she strangles him. Her hands weaken in frustration. It is so annoying how calm you look right now. You still show that completely blank expression on your face. Taehyun finally speaks, this weak grip will not kill me. Maybe you could have killed me with that power from earlier, he adds. Choi Hion releases him only to grab his collar. Do not get the wrong idea, you bastard, she warns. The only reason you are alive is because I want a slow death for you. I will not let you die easily like Ryong Han. A monster like you deserves to suffer just like I did before you die. Taehyun maintains his calm expression. Then let me help you become strong enough to actually kill me, he offers. I will help you control that thing inside your body, he says, flashing a mocking smile. Only then can you kill me. His words leave Choi Hion completely speechless. Furious, she packs all her remaining strength into a punch right to his face. Standing up, she spits out her final words. Now, you want to negotiate, just bleed to death, you absolute bastard. He can only chuckle, even though the punch bruised her hand. Suddenly, she hears a strange sound. What is this? The Judge of Pain. The Arbiter of Pain weakly asks if they are the same kind and why she betrayed them. Han Choi stares toward the voice. She hears the voice clearly as old memories flood back, reminding her of those haunting claims that they are of the same kind. It's deeply unsettling how easily she understands these monsters as they repeat the exact same words from back then, accusing her of betrayal. Han Choi's hands begin to tremble violently as she covers her ears, completely unable to accept why everyone keeps repeating the same horrific words. Why does she keep understanding their voices? The chilling accusation of betrayal just keeps echoing over and over in her head. Han Choi grits her teeth and squeezes her eyes shut. She desperately wants the voice to stop, but it just keeps going. Why is this happening? She feels herself slipping into a panic, begging the voice to shut up while the internal struggle continues. Finally, the system alerts her that the insect monster is dead. Han Choi exhales, knowing she's finally safe from those awful voices. It is finally over. She looks quietly toward the spot where the Arbiter of Pain just perished. Her stats increase by 1 and a detailed status report confirms she has cleared the Palace of the Silent God, officially completing the dungeon. The clear time is 54 hours. A faint red glow shines from the Arbiter's remains, prompting the system to remind her about the rewards. There's still one unclaimed reward. Staring at the pulsing red gem, Han Choi quietly wonders what kind of item she's just unlocked. The system quickly identifies it as an S-rank red magic stone, a single-use item that grants a massive boost to her essential stats. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate near the cliff, a group of hunters wait, anxiously pacing around as their worries grow. It's been 3 days and he still hasn't come out. Fearing the worst, someone suggests they should probably contact Hunter Kim Min Han. Pushing up his glasses, another man expresses absolute faith in Choi Hion, urging the group to wait just a little bit longer. There's no way their leader would fail an S-rank dungeon, but despite knowing his strength, the worry in the air is thick. This delay has never happened before, and because they aren't hunters, they have absolutely no way to check the dungeon clearance status. But right then, Han Choi pokes her head out. Is everyone still here? It's all over, she says. You guys can head in now. The crowd outside instantly breathes a sigh of relief. Han Choi casually tosses the bruised Choi Hion onto the ground, pointing out that they have a pretty badly injured patient on their hands. They rush over, panicked. The glasses-wearing hunter desperately demands to know how their legendary president ended up like this. Han Choi knows it's entirely his own fault, but she instantly puts on a fragile act, claiming she passed out and he overexerted himself. Her sweet explanation leaves the entire group utterly stunned, their minds completely failing to process what they are hearing. Frozen like statues, they start analyzing every wild possibility. They assume the dungeon monsters must have suddenly grown much stronger. Little do they know the real monster responsible for his beaten-up state is standing right in front of them. They would never suspect that a legendary S-rank hunter was actually beaten to a pulp by this seemingly harmless girl. Quickly flashing a sweet smile, Han Choi politely asks if she can hitch a ride home on their helicopter. Seeing their hesitation, she points to the half-conscious leader on the ground and notes he was supposed to drive her. After a smooth flight back, Han Choi finally steps out of the shower in her cozy apartment, drying off her hair. Feeling incredibly refreshed, she dives straight onto her amazingly soft bed, rolling around in a state of absolute bliss. She vows to never leave her room again because stepping outside only leads to endless trouble and chaos. But she suddenly stops rolling, screaming in pure frustration about how ridiculous her life is and why everyone ruins her peace. Kicking her blankets in a fit of rage, she questions what she did to deserve this constant stream of absolute nonsense. Shoving her face into the pillow, she complains that she only wants to live a quiet, completely normal life. She violently punches her pillow, cursing everything that has happened ever since she crossed paths with that jerk No Hoon Han. Pillow stuffing starts flying everywhere as her rage peaks, desperately wishing every single one of those troublemakers would just drop dead. She yells at the deceased No Hoon Han to wake up so she can personally murder him again for leaving a monster inside her. When the pillow is completely destroyed, she screams out in absolute exhaustion, wishing all this drama would just disappear forever. She takes a deep breath after venting, muttering a quick curse to force herself to calm down. Reminding herself that she is an intelligent human, she tries to regain composure just as the system screen pops up. Reviewing her new skills, she lists them off-screen: Blessing of the Mantis Queen and Mental Paralysis. She gained 2 more skills from that hidden dungeon, but she absolutely hates them since they are not meant for a human. They are tailor-made for the parasitic entity living inside her, a fact so obvious even a passing dog could recognize it. However, during her intense struggle inside the dungeon, she unlocked another skill, likely because she almost met her end. She was almost wiped out. Staring at the screen, she reads the Mental Paralysis skill, which speeds up the erosion of the Queen. Mantis. Choi realizes that with this mental paralysis, the beast inside her will no longer be able to take control. Or maybe she can even find a way to siphon its power. Even so, she knows she cannot use this power recklessly. The creature is already trying to seize her body once more. But she also sees a real glimmer of hope, a potential way to prevent her body from ever being fully possessed. With her mind made up, Choi makes a decision. She will need to enter another dungeon to confirm her theory. Elsewhere, monsters growl as a battle rages. Dongdu pauses, noticing Choi looking like she is plotting something strange again. Or was it just his imagination? Suddenly, Seoi snaps him back to reality, demanding to know why he stopped attacking. It is incredibly dangerous out here. Dongdu scowls, hating being lectured, and snaps that he was only distracted for a second. He casually tells them to handle the rest of the beasts themselves, showing a selfish attitude that completely baffles Seoi. What is even the point of teaming up then? He should have just gone solo as usual. Suddenly, the beast roars. Dongdu gets back into his fighting stance, grumbling to wrap this up quickly so they can finally leave. The monster bares its razor-sharp fangs, but Seoi leaps high into the air, unleashing a flurry of devastating slashes. As the creature crumbles to pieces, Seoi lands gracefully and the system notification finally chimes in. The boss of the Abyssal Fortress is dead. Dungeon clear, confirmed with a total conquest time of 59 hours. With a stat point gain, the party showers Seoi with praise while he shares the good news of his level up. Dongdu is surprised while Sangwoo grumbles in frustration, wondering why it took so long just to gain a single stat. How many more monsters do they have to slaughter? Even Seoi has no idea, admitting it feels like a never-ending grind. He estimates they have slain over 1,000 beasts, leaving Sangwoo to sigh at how brutally hard it is to level up. Dongdu quietly agrees that climbing the ranks is always a massive struggle, noting how silent Konga has been lately. Staring ahead with dead serious eyes, the young hunter resolves to prove himself, determined to unlock his own true power. Meanwhile, Sangwoo tries to initiate some friendly chatter, asking Seoi if he is skipping the after-party yet again. Seoi quickly declines, preferring to train instead, which makes Dongdu curious since he attended the last gathering. Sangwoo speaks up, teasingly pointing out that the only reason Seoi joined last time was because of Hunter Choi. Seoi shoves his hand over Sangwoo's blabbing mouth, but the relentless teasing only makes him blush even harder. He can only grit his teeth in sheer frustration, but the playful banter leaves Dongdu deep in thought. He wonders if Seoi actually has feelings for Choi, questioning what the guy could possibly see in her. Later, inside a bustling guild hall, Dongdu sits in a corner wondering why Choi is nowhere to be found. He worries she got fired from another part-time job since he had planned to walk home with her today. Suddenly, a staff member in glasses approaches to politely thank him for his hard work during today's raid. Dongdu brushes it off and offers him a drink, but the employee politely declines before delivering some unexpected news. He reveals that the next dungeon raid scheduled to start immediately after this conquest has been unexpectedly cancelled. Dongdu is stunned by the sudden change, but the man explains he must take over a rotation duty instead. The previous hunter assigned to the shift was guild leader Choi Hion, leaving Dongdu deeply annoyed by the sudden swap. He points out they just cleared an A-rank gate, but the staff member nervously explains that Choi Hion was injured. Because it was a classified raid, details are scarce, leaving Dongdu completely shocked that their powerful leader got hurt. It makes no sense for him to fall in an A-rank dungeon, but the employee admits even he is clueless. Apparently, the guild leader refused to explain the incident, and his teammates have absolutely no memory of what happened. Dongdu struggles to process how such a legendary figure could be defeated, wondering what kind of nightmare they faced. Meanwhile, in a traditional clinic, Choi Hion hangs his head in shame on his hospital bed, apologizing to Choi. She has absolutely no interest in his excuses, coldly cutting him off and telling him to save his breath. Apologies mean nothing to her right now, as she urgently demands his backing to enter another high-level dungeon. Recognizing her desperation, he asks if this is about the parasitic beast inside her, which she does not deny. Just then, a sudden notification pings on her phone, showing a message sent from an unknown, unsaved number. The mysterious sender claims to have critical information about the creature, apologizing for not being able to meet in person. After reading that his condition wouldn't allow it, she cursed the bastard under her breath. But she knew exactly who sent it, and that was the reason she came. Choi Hion was happy to use his resources to help her out. The Baekok Guild would support her, fully ensuring her presence remained completely unnoticed. The guild would keep Hunter Choi from any unwanted attention. As Choi Han stood up, she mocked him, pointing out how he was almost devoured earlier. Now he was acting pretty obedient. She teased that he probably didn't want to spend the rest of his life being eaten alive. Choi Han was pleased with Choi Hion's sudden cooperation, telling him he should have acted like this from the start. What a total psycho. Choi Han admitted his thoughts during that extreme crisis, saying he honestly believed killing her was the right call because she was too dangerous, an awakened being far beyond his understanding. He was cautious, knowing from experience that the only thing more dangerous than a monster was an unpredictable human being, especially an awakened one, as their next move could never be anticipated. Then Choi Hion couldn't help but brag a little, mentioning how he handled those other awakened ones, making the cleanup process much faster. Choi Han just cursed him again as a total psycho. Choi Han immediately dropped his act and got serious, but she was different. Remembering her face from that day, he admitted even he could not have stopped what happened. He warned her that the thing inside her was far too dangerous to be ignored. Even now, he still had doubts. Part of him still believed they should eliminate her immediately. Choi Han simply listened calmly, offering a cold shrug. She asked what he wanted her to do about it. After all, he couldn't kill her anyway, so it was pointless. I mean, who was he to decide if she lived or died? Cursing him had basically become second nature, calling him an arrogant jerk, but Choi Hion firmly pointed out that the choice was not his alone to make. Suddenly, a voice echoed, catching Choi Han completely off guard. It spoke of a future where she would face an unstoppable power, a hunger that would spread endlessly, swallowing all light and plunging the world into absolute silence. She looked at him in confusion. She pointed at the display, asking what that recording even was. Choi Hion quietly explained that it came from a specific dungeon, discovered 10 years ago with the footage captured just 4 months prior. He stared at the portrait of the Prophet of Beast, a B-class boss from the Ashen City of the Dead dungeon. He visited it every time the area reset, yet the message stayed. His voice grew solemn as he explained that the creature delivered this warning to him and him alone every single time. No matter which hunters accompanied him, the outcome never changed. It was as if the entity was urging him to stop the threat. Choi Han kept staring at him in silence. Behind them, the portrait spoke once more, its voice echoing through the room. It urged him to find the one who could not be devoured, calling them the only light. Choi Han pointed behind her. She asked if that thing was talking about her. Choi Hion admitted he wasn't sure, but everything started right here. That was why he wanted to investigate. The absolute best way was to enter and see if the prophecy would finally change. However, they would have to wait 2 months for the reset. Hearing this timeline made Choi Han lose her temper immediately. She demanded to know if he seriously expected her to wait that long, declaring she would just find another dungeon instead. Her intense drive made him curious. He asked why she wanted in so badly, but she snapped that he didn't need to know. Connecting the dots, he recalled how she used to avoid dungeons at all costs, likely due to whatever was lurking inside her. He suspected she simply couldn't control it back then, which caused her fear. But then a sudden realization struck him. Could this time be different? He kept digging deeper, wondering if taking charge like this was a completely new experience for her. Even though decapitating monsters seemed second nature to her already, he paused, eyeing her closely before continuing his train of thought. He asked if she had finally found a way to keep it in check. Honestly, even Choi Han was not entirely sure. She just demanded to know which dungeon to enter next, saying she would happily conquer the entire place completely alone if needed. Curious about the recording, she asked how he even filmed it since standard electronics never worked inside active dungeons. Choi Han revealed they employed a hunter with a specialized recording skill. At that moment, something clicked in her mind. Realizing she forgot a crucial detail, she gasped. Choi Hion noticed her sudden shift and asked if it was something important. Wait, talk about a massive markup. She flashed a bright smile, demanding 1,000,000,000 per dungeon run and calling him boss. But she quickly clarified that this did not mean she was actually joining his guild. Choi Hion scoffed, calling her price pretty steep, especially since she was not even an official member. Glaring like a lioness, she snapped that the money was for clothes for Jia No and Seonhan Kim because their outfits were completely shredded because of him. Hearing this, Choi Han raised an eyebrow, questioning her habits. He wondered if she constantly borrowed clothes from others. The topic instantly soured her mood, bringing back some really annoying memories. Her entire wardrobe was trapped with her scumbag ex. Plus, she was broke from constantly getting fired. Choi Han calmly started browsing his tablet. Suddenly, speak up. Go buy some new outfits, he says. Settle your own expedition fee. Now let's see what other dungeons are left. He announces that there happens to be a dungeon requiring an expedition team that just reset. Once its stability is confirmed, he promises to arrange her entry immediately. Hana Choi is absolutely thrilled, her heart leaping with joy. This is fantastic. He asks for her thoughts on the proposal, adding that she will join the hunter mentioned earlier to cooperate, so they can film some proper footage. Hana Choi simply cannot refuse such an attractive deal. Understood, my valued client, she agrees. Elsewhere, a young woman is scrolling through the hunter list on her phone, noticing an A-rank expedition next week. She wonders who her partner will be, secretly wishing to join the guild leader instead. Suddenly, An Seo spots Kim Soo's name and gasps in surprise. She realizes Hunter Kim Soo is going too, making her want to dress up nicely. As she keeps scrolling, she stops at a certain name. Her face instantly twists in pure annoyance as she stares at Hana Choi's name, wondering if it's a joke. An Seo refuses to accept this. What is that woman even doing there?